Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Entering the inner city area required a higher entrance fee and stricter inspections to prevent anyone possessed by evil spirits from entering. Wangu and the others paid their entrance fee, a small bag of fine salt, a less valuable item. They walked through a passage enclosed by cloth curtains, where incense burned. When they finally emerged, the world seemed to suddenly blur before their eyes. Teahouses and restaurants, brothels and entertainment venues, and well-dressed merchants and customers bustled about. It felt like times of peace. The biggest difference was that people could carry weapons now. Even if one carried a weapon or wore clothes that didn't match their status, generally, no one would pursue the matter. A flapping sound could be heard as carrier pigeons flew across the sky. "Did you make sure Matwaner hid well?" Wango asked Little Lou. He's hidden. I didn't even let him enter the city," Little Lou quickly replied. In such a critical moment, the city would surely be heavily guarded. What if his Matwaner tried to catch a pigeon and got shot? Ever since leaving the village, Little Lou had been broadening his horizons. He had previously thought Bailu County Town was quite sophisticated, with a good location, far superior to their remote and desolate place. Only today, upon seeing Jinwu City, did he truly understand what a grand city was. Even as danger loomed outside and evil creatures were about to attack the city, the shops inside the inner city were still open for business. They didn't browse aimlessly. They merely glanced around, paid with salt, and ascended the inner city wall. Compared to the outer city wall, the inner city wall was not as tall or as sturdy, nor did it bear as many mottled battle remnants. It looked old, but it was well maintained. "It's shorter than the outer city wall here. I can't see anything," Little Lou said, looking ahead. While he had felt a sense of novelty initially, in this time of crisis, he was more concerned about the situation outside the city. "Over there," Wanga said, pointing to a spot. Some high platforms had been erected on the inner city wall specifically for observing the battle. Some of these platforms had been booked, clearly by wealthy families. Guards and followers stood below, preventing others from approaching. Most of these were wealthy families from the southern lands who had arrived recently, with elders bringing the younger generation. They needed to see for themselves if the Ren clan was reliable, rather than just hearing it from others. Wanga chose a nearby platform that wasn't crowded. A young man of 16 or 17, accompanied by 3 guards, was already there. Seeing Wanga look over, the young man merely raised his hand in a perfunctory greeting. They maintained a distance from each other. After standing firm, the young man turned and observed them, his gaze sweeping over Wanga's group before settling on Little Lou. He appeared rough, a warrior carrying a bow. So, he approached Little Lou to chat, introducing himself as being from a merchant family in the south. Little Lou noticed the man's understated luxury. His clothes seemed ordinary, but were made of excellent fabric and embroidered with subtle patterns. Having traveled north, Little Lou had encountered many fine fabrics. Observing the man's attire and his presence here with guards at such a time, Little Lou knew he was no ordinary merchant. Little Lou glanced at Wangu. Seeing no objection, he began to chat with the young man, introducing himself as a hunter from a remote mountain village. The young man smiled, clearly not believing him. He then spoke of his own observations during his journey. Little Lou mentioned he had come with an escort agency. The young man looked bewildered. "What is an escort agency?" Little Lou replied, "You don't know about escort agencies?" and proceeded to educate him. The young man's expression became somewhat strained, thinking, what kind of village hunter would know so much? As they were talking, a horn suddenly sounded. Little Lou immediately tensed up. "Have they arrived?" The young man said, "No, that sound means they are closing the city gates." Little Lou recalled the long queue outside the city gates when they arrived and asked, "What about those who haven't entered yet?" The young man's expression was one of innocent disbelief. "Of course, they're on their own. They can only rely on themselves." Little Lou couldn't help but take a deep breath. If their group had been even slightly slower. Actually, someone had twisted their ankle during the journey and had suggested resting for a moment, but Wenga had refused. Not only did he refuse to stop, but after seeing the team ahead accelerate, he instructed everyone to speed up. Those who were injured or sick were either put in carriages or helped by friends and family if the carriages were full. In any case, their overall speed did not decrease, it even increased. They had only been in the city for a short while, and the outer city gates were already closing. Haven't the evil creatures arrived yet? What if there are still many people outside the city gates? What does it matter? Jinwu City needs to prepare its defenses and close the gates. Those who haven't entered can only blame themselves for not being faster, the young man said coldly. Thorough preparation is the only way to save more people. Little Lu fell silent. From their own perspective, of course, safety within the city was paramount. Little Lu couldn't help but look at Wengu, then out towards the outer city gate. He remembered their casual chats with Hida and others, where Hida had said, "Following the right person can let you live longer." Indeed, if the decision-maker in their group had been anyone else, be it Taoist Master Qingyi, County Lieutenant Zhou, or Escort Leader Lin, they might not have safely brought them into Jinwu City. Another series of drumbeats sounded. A guard unit arrived at the inner city tower, raising the banner of the Ren clan. Wenga noticed that as the drumbeats rang out, some people in the outer city area looked towards the tower. Upon seeing the Ren clan's banner, they seemed to relax, their panic and tension lessening. Wenga signaled to Little Lu. Little Lu turned and asked the young man, "Who is that over there?" "Young Master Rinchi. He's at the city tower overseeing the battle." With the leader and main general present, both the soldiers fighting on the front lines and the residents and merchants in the city would feel more at ease. The calm reaction of the people in the inner city indicated that this was not their first time dealing with such an attack. A small elevated platform was built at the entrance to the inner city, cleaned and decorated, with incense burning and cushions placed for seating. A group of monks walked over and sat on the platform, chanting scriptures. Wenga said to Taoist Master Qingyi, "The Ren clan believes in Buddhism." The Taoist master's face was grim, and he remained silent, his lips pursed. Since they had arrived at the Ren clan's territory, where there were many wealthy families, they had naturally had their own ideas. But now, at this crucial moment, seeing so many monks and not a single Taoist priest made him understand the situation clearly. Wenga decided not to provoke the Taoist master any further. He looked towards the outer city wall ahead. There were many soldiers moving about, but also many objects obstructing the view, making it impossible to discern the exact deployment. In a typical battlefield, if one could target the enemy's general, even if unable to kill them, it could pose a threat. If they were lucky enough to kill a leader, it might even turn the tide of the battle. For instance, by using a ballista. However, ballistas, being heavy weaponry, were not suitable for this kind of battlefield. In this current battlefield, the enemy had no generals. They were simply a group of beasts whose minds had gone out of control and whose bodies had mutated. Thinking back on what he had seen on their journey, Wenga pondered. Use fire? At this moment, both city walls were closed. Some passages between the inner and outer city were sealed and heavily guarded. Inside the inner city tower, thick curtains blocked the view, and an exquisite incense burner emitted smoke. After a while, as the smoke dissipated slightly, another batch of more refined incense was lit. The desk was already prepared with brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. A young man in splendid brocade robes stood on the tower, observing for a moment, then came to the desk and sat down. He took off his finely crafted silk gloves that fit his fingers perfectly and began copying Buddhist scriptures. His posture was casual. After finishing, he had his attendant take them to be publicly burned. This was also a way to let the people in the city know that he, young Master Rinchi, was praying for them. After copying the scriptures, the young man then looked at the several reports he had just received, his expression much more serious than before. The report stated that someone in the city had secretly lit fires for sacrifices and was also promoting cults in small groups within the city. Gods, Buddhas, devils, and ghosts? The young man sneered. Ignorant wretches. He glanced at the burning incense beside him and continued to read his subordinates' reports. At the same moment, on the front lines, the masked evil creatures had encountered the watchtowers. A soldier stood atop a watchtower, his eyes fixed on the watchtower in front. When the fire in the front watchtower intensified, he opened the hidden compartment at the top of the tower, lowered a lantern, and then picked up the torch beside him to light it. Each watchtower had a hidden compartment containing a special lantern. These were only used when facing such clustered attacks. After lighting the lantern, he didn't look further and quickly descended the ladder. Those guarding the watchtowers might face various unexpected accidents or be influenced by fear, affecting their judgment and actions. But here, they didn't need strong battlefield judgment or combat skills. Even illiterate people could carry out the task. If this tower guarding team lost its leader, any ordinary soldier could complete it. They just needed to light the fire and then retreat. As he descended, the flame in the lantern burned until the entire tower ignited, triggering the mechanism in the hidden compartment again. A bell fell, making a crisp sound. It was like an urgent call. The soldier who had reached the bottom of the watchtower crossed the final steps in a few strides and darted into the underground secret chamber. Those already waiting inside jointly closed the stone door. If he had not descended within the designated time, those inside the secret chamber would not wait for him and would still close the stone door. The watchtower above, with the ringing of the bell, had liquid flowing down its body. Fire spread along it, quickly engulfing the tower. The wooden watchtower ignited completely. At this time, the evil creatures had already arrived. Evil creatures feared fire. However, the clustered evil creatures were beyond the primal fear of beasts. Many of them crashed directly into the burning watchtower. If viewed from high above, one would see towers standing in the relatively open and easily passable area leading towards Jinwu City. These towers lit up with flames and were then engulfed by the dense, dark tide. After the towers at nearly the same level fell, towers further behind lit up one after another. Like beacon towers sending smoke signals, they used the light of the watchtowers to transmit messages and simultaneously wear down these swarming monsters. The number of clustered monsters was too great, and these watchtowers certainly couldn't wear them all down, but even reducing their numbers by a small portion was a significant help. Those rushing at the very front, the most agile ones, were all deeply mutated evil creatures, having been parasitized for a long time. Their forms had changed significantly, and their running speed was faster, exceeding the limits of ordinary humans. They would be the first to be reduced. Inside Jinwu City, most of the people in the outer city had hidden themselves. Even those wandering outside made no loud noises. A strange silence spread. The firelight from the watchtowers flickered to life. Wango, standing on the high platform of the city wall, could see more clearly. With this firelight, they could see a large area further away, a mass of dark, dense figures rushing towards them, pushing down the watchtower's firelight like undulating ant colonies, gradually submerging that fiery glow. Another horn sounded. Little Lou, seeing the scene in the distance, felt his knees weaken. County Lieutenant Joe seemed to have lost his soul, his face pale. He even forgot to breathe, holding his breath. Even after hearing some rumors, witnessing it firsthand, the impact was indescribable. Fear escalating to its peak resulted in a complex sense of confusion. Could they truly resist? Drumbeats like thunder spread throughout the city, as if conducting a countdown. The dense figures at the end of their vision, like a pack of maddened beasts, charged forward rapidly. A behavior of the swarm, unidirectional movement. Almost all the evil creatures were rushing towards Jinwu City at this moment. They directly charged into the constructed barricades, like a hedgehog's defense, impaling themselves on the sharp poles. Then, the evil creatures behind stepped on the corpses of their own kind and continued to charge forward. A second behavior of the swarm, regardless of whether they were of the same kind or different, anything that blocked them or acted inconsistently was considered an obstacle and trampled upon. The deeply mutated evil creatures at the very front, within this massive swarm, if they were stopped or obstructed by an obstacle, they would still be trampled by their own kind, unable to escape. Thus, the overall appearance of the swarm at the front was chaotic, with large-scale trampling within. Unable to escape, unable to change their objective. Behavior of the swarm, willpower coercion. Uncontrollable gathering, quantitative change leading to qualitative change, no retreat, swept along to their deaths. The evil goo that could turn normal people into monsters, the evil creatures that could erase humanity and turn it into beastliness, often could control their hosts, but after forming a swarm, this would be their fatal moment of losing control. Wenga thought, if the evil goo parasitic within them could scream, they would be screaming madly right now, wouldn't they? The uncontrollable hosts were rushing rapidly towards death. Warning horns sounded. Inside the inner city tower, young Master Rinchi stood up and walked out. His hands, clad in silk gloves, rested on the railing as he looked forward. Small firepots were thrown from the outer city wall like scattering flowers. The volley of arrows also carried incendiary materials. Varying-sized fireballs flew from above the city wall, drawing arcs in the air before landing on the gathered, dark figures. Flames splattered, causing the evil creatures to let out piercing roars, and they were quickly trampled to the ground by the charging brethren behind them. Looking out, the attacks of the evil creatures lacked strategy. It was all trampling. But their numbers were truly too great, wave after wave, overwhelming the barricades and continuing to approach. Once that dark wave passed a certain line, all long-range attacks from the outer city wall ceased. Drumsticks beat the drumheads, producing thunderous sounds that traveled from the front to the inner city. Those watching from the high platforms were now all intently focused there. The young man standing on the same platform as Wenga stretched his neck, looking, his whole body trembling. What's wrong? Why aren't they attacking anymore? Those monsters are coming. People who had just entered the city or had been in the city for a short time couldn't help but feel nervous, anxious, and tremble with fear. The people in the inner city felt it more profoundly. The vibrations from the rapid movement of the crowd, transmitted through the ground from their feet to their hearts, sprouted and grew, giving rise to even greater fear. Ripples appeared on the surface of the water in the bowls. Some prayed to gods and Buddhas, some curled up in corners in silence, their expressions vacant. The drumbeats sounded continuously, like a final countdown. On the outer city wall, giant shields were erected one after another. The drumbeats suddenly stopped, and a high-pitched horn blast, accompanied by the vibration of the dark tide impacting the city wall, spread from the front line. The evil creatures that had finally reached the city wall after trampling each other piled up rapidly, forming a high pile. Following them, those monstrous figures with bared teeth and claws stepped on the steps formed by their brethren and pounced towards the top of the city wall. Whoosh! A blazing line of fire outlined the undulating city wall, like a divine bird spreading its wings, opening a protective barrier of flames. Wengu speechless. Holy crap. True fire coverage. What is that? What divine object is that? Little Lu and the young man beside him clung to the edge of the platform, their eyes bulging, wishing they could fly over to see clearly. The moment the firelight spread along the city wall, the excitement and tremor in their hearts suppressed their initial fear, as if countless voices were cheering and shouting. A miracle! Eager to find an answer, and knowing that those around him didn't know, Little Lu turned. When facing difficulties, find Wengu. He has rich travel experience. Second brother one, what is that? Flaming oil cannons. Wenga's eyes blazed. The Ren clan is truly rich to the point of oiliness. End of this chapter. The flames sprayed from the fire oil cabinets and the instantaneous damage caused by the high temperature could completely incapacitate those facing them head-on. Covered in flames, they crashed onto the city walls and smashed against the large shields, falling to the ground and carrying the flames to more evil creatures below, igniting many of the prepared fire pots. The flames they carried would not extinguish. Yet, the charging evil creatures still rushed forward like moths flying into a flame in the dead of night. Even though they had transformed into monsters, their essence was still that of mortal flesh. How could they possibly withstand such a devastating blow? It was as if the screams and wails of countless beasts gathered together, forming a strange hum that reached the city from outside. The people inside the city couldn't see the situation unfolding below the outer wall. But the fiery line that lit up the city wall and the monstrous screams that echoed were a beacon of hope, a silent promise. Was the Run clan powerful? See for yourself. The shocking scene before them caused many who harbored a deep hatred for the evil creatures to suppress their fear and feel a surge of passion, wishing they could grab a divine weapon and leap onto the city wall to soar like a rock. It also deeply solidified the desire of all those who had pledged allegiance to the Ren clan, whether they were from noble families or common people, to remain here. From a certain viewing platform, someone wailed loudly, then looked up to the sky and laughed. Heaven's will is here. The front line continued to burn. Burning debris and smoke were swept by the wind into the city. These scorched fragments carried no evil energy, but they gradually turned the sky a hazy gray, with smoke suspended in the air. Some evil creatures managed to cross this fiery defense line, but the heavily armed guards on the city wall were waiting, their sharp blades slicing through the invading monsters. A small number of evil creatures also broke through the city wall guards and scaled into the inner city. But the city defense army was waiting there as well. Not only that, but many ruffians and thugs from the outer city area, armed with long-handled farm tools and sharp weapons, rushed forward with laughter to seize military merits. Alcohol was expensive, and they wanted to kill some evil creatures to pay for drinks. On the ramparts of the inner city, young Master Renchi watched the battle unfold. He calculated the time, and his slightly stern expression gradually relaxed. Victory was assured. A hint of a smile appeared on his face, and he murmured, like flying, like soaring, like thunder, like fury. After 2 years of continuous combat, they understood these evil creatures better and better. They had no human consciousness, no understanding of military formations or strategies, no knowledge of human relationships. They acted purely on primal instinct, charging forward under the influence of swarm behavior, all of them moving targets. What demons, ghosts, or fiends? In the end, just a bunch of fools. The true threat was the evil goo that created these monsters. Seeing the burning debris drifting over, he turned to enter the room. The battle no longer needed his attention. After the battle, cleaning up the battlefield and the city walls would be someone else's responsibility, no need for him to oversee it. If they couldn't handle such matters, they would be replaced. However, before entering, he suddenly glanced at the high platforms on the city wall, his gaze sweeping from the closer platforms one by one. Some people on the platforms noticed him and bowed in greeting. Others were engrossed in the battle and paid no attention to anything else. And some. On one high platform, someone noticed him, and he could feel the gaze directed his way. The distance was a bit far, so he couldn't make out the person's appearance, but it seemed to be a scholar. The other person simply looked in his direction, not bowing. Young Master Rinchi frowned. The attendant beside him grew nervous. "Young Master? Is something wrong?" "Nothing. Just an unknown nobody." Young Master Rinchi didn't pay it much mind. As for that gaze, it was probably the admiration from below. The attendant beside him breathed a sigh of relief and cautiously glanced at his young master's expression as he looked outside. Yes, that's the look of condescension, like looking down at a dog. This is good. It means he isn't interested. Not just anyone could be the young master's attendant. Each position was vital. Recently, wealthy families from the southern lands had been recommending their young men and women, all of them competitors. Over here. When Gu withdrew his gaze, Xiao Lu, who was beside him, was about to ask more about the fire oil cabinets. Seeing that Wen Gu wasn't watching the battle, he asked, "What's wrong, second brother one?" Wen Gu said, "Nothing. I just saw that among the monks chanting scriptures, someone's face was covered in sweat." The sun had briefly appeared earlier, and a small glint of light reflected off the faces of the monks. He didn't know if it was from the exertion of chanting or from nervousness. He sighed softly, faced with the onslaught of those monsters. Would even Buddha be afraid? Xiaolu looked over but couldn't discern anything. He then looked at the young man beside him and asked, would Buddha also fear evil creatures? The young man, who had been muttering about the fire oil cabinets, nearly jumped when he heard this. How could Buddha be afraid? Don't spout nonsense. Those who are afraid are certainly those without Buddha in their hearts. Then you certainly have no Buddha in your heart, Xiaolu retorted. You're talking nonsense. My family goes to the temple to offer incense every year, and we have devoutly worshipped Buddha. You're sweating. I'm wearing too many clothes today, and the divine artifacts in front are hot. I'm just hot. Xiaolu didn't know whether to believe him. He had actually been quite scared just now. Did that mean he had no Buddha in his heart? Was he destined to be without Buddha? Listening to the conversation beside him, when Gu delivered another jab to Taoist Master Qingyi, there are many wealthy families here who believe in Buddhism. Taoist Master Qingyi. Shut up, you. When Gu looked forward, the fiery line on the outer city wall was shrinking, indicating that the offensive of the evil creatures outside had significantly weakened. The commotion that had occurred earlier in the outer city was also gradually subsiding. The afternoon sky was growing darker. Jinwu City, due to the battle on the front lines, maintained a scorching temperature, with the pervasive smoke and dust being carried into the air by the warm breeze. But outside Jinwu City, night was falling and the temperature was dropping. After the evil creature swarm outside the city was weakened, the collective influence diminished, and many of the individuals on the periphery had voluntarily retreated. The heat from the flames and the smoke from their burning comrades made them fearful, and their primal survival instincts drove them away from this place. Those who did not retreat gradually became sluggish with the dropping temperatures. For Jinwu City, they were no longer a threat. Those who were close were shot down with arrows, and those who were farther away posed no concern. The soldiers inside the city did not rush to open the gates to pursue. Now was not the time for such a chase. Only when the temperature dropped would it be the optimal time for an outdoor hunt. More precisely, when the cold wave arrived and the weather changed, the entire northern region would usher in this year's autumn hunt. They would go out to clear the threats from their territory and, more importantly, to clear a path for the noble families migrating north from the southern lands, absorbing fresh blood and resources. After the battle, the outer city wall was even more mottled. Even though the fire oil cabinets were no longer spraying flames, the wall was still scalding hot. Blood and sweat dripped onto it, hissing and scorching distinct marks. The guards still alive on the city wall mostly suffered burns, possibly with lifelong sequelae, making them unable to serve as city guards again. However, there was no shortage of people here. Another autumn and winter season and refugee streams, large groups of families migrating north from the south, would fill those vacancies. When Gu and the others descended from the viewing platform on the inner city wall, Xiaolu said goodbye to the young man. He had heard a great deal about the dangers in the southern lands from this person who had come from the south. Being eaten by these monsters is even more terrifying than being eaten by wild beasts in the mountains. No wonder so many people are eager to head north. As he spoke, Xiaolu thought of something and asked Wengu, "Will there be swarms of evil creatures in our village?" Wengu said frankly, "I'm not sure, but as a large number of people from the southern lands migrate north, the evil creatures from the south may follow later. If your village is on their migration route." Xiaolu's face drained of color. Even if his village were built like a fortress, how would it fare against such an attack? Would it have tall city walls like Jinwu City? Would it have so many armored soldiers and divine artifacts? Recalling the dark tide he had seen from the viewing platform, Xiaolu took a deep breath. Undoubtedly, there was no room for luck. If such a situation were to occur, his village would be overwhelmed in an instant. When Gu comforted him, "If you can settle down in the northern lands, then find an opportunity to bring them over. You are the hope of your village, the entire village." Xiaolu nodded heavily. His desire to achieve something greater became even stronger. On their way back, they saw the monks again. The monks had heavy responsibilities. People nowadays valued rituals and ceremonies, needing psychological and spiritual support. The prayers for mercy and salvation before the battle, the incantations for eradicating evil and subduing demons during the battle, and after the battle, they had to perform purification rituals for the dead on the outer city wall. Passers-by showed great respect to the monks they met, imitating their Buddhist salutations. From the discussions of the passers-by, it was heard that after finishing on the outer city wall, the monks would continue to perform purification rituals outside. Chanting for several hours straight was no easy feat. Their business capabilities were too strong. Ordinary peers couldn't compete. Seeing Taoist Master Qingyi still staring at the monks, when Gu advised him, "All right, stop looking. This isn't your area of expertise. Honestly, follow me to the Zhao clan to refine pills." For the first time, Taoist Master Qingyi did not retort, or rather, he was in no mood to quibble at this moment. His expression was grim. The Ren family revered Buddhism, while Taoism was in decline. The opportunities were too few. Back at the courtyard where the team rested, the team members were also intensely discussing the battle. Although they hadn't accompanied Wengu to watch the battle on the city wall, they had sent people out to gather information, and someone was always on guard at the entrance. They knew the general situation. Wengu also thought about the fire oil cabinets. Recalling carefully, he realized that the fire oil cabinets might have been improved over the past year or two specifically for dealing with evil creatures. The fact that they could be improved to this extent was astonishing. At the same time, it also meant that there were many talented individuals here. Perhaps they were formerly from the Ministry of Armaments. When the world was peaceful and the Emperor was still alive, the Ren family had kept their secret techniques and resources hidden. The accumulated resources of noble and famous families were extraordinary, and some things were not easily revealed during times of peace. Now that the times had changed, they no longer concealed their strength, but brazenly displayed it, even using it to attract other families to join them. Fire oil, petroleum, war reserve supplies. To be able to hold their ground in such chaotic times, the Ren family indeed had the power to be arrogant. Wengu pondered the situation, instructing people to monitor the movements in the outer city and watch for when the city gates would open and when they could go out. Night fell. The inner city of Jinwu City was brightly lit in many places, and the newly arrived noble families from the southern lands were too excited to sleep. In the outer city area, not much light could be seen, but that was because they couldn't afford candles, and firewood was used sparingly. Naturally, no fires were lit at night. Similarly, people were sleepless everywhere. The next day, after dawn, more people in the city discussed the battle of yesterday. There was no need to deliberately inquire. Such conversations could be heard from the courtyard. Generally speaking, Jinwu City is protected by a divine bird, and the heavenly mandate rests here. A certain esteemed sir in the inner city exclaimed that he had backed the right horse. The defender who performed meritorious service this time has been promoted and enriched, and has moved his family into the inner city. I'm not going to the X clan anymore. I want to forge a future here. They're building a temple in the outer city area too. I'll definitely go and add some incense money then. Similar words. Wengu suspected that someone in the city was orchestrating public opinion. This Ren clan truly has many talented individuals. Beside him, the Taoist priest, with a displeased face, grumbled inwardly. My Taoist temple doesn't have one, but those monks have several temples. End of this chapter. The war ended, and the inner city wall was no longer burning. However, outside Jinwu City, the roads were still ablaze. Countless corpses of evil creatures piled up like mountains, doused with oil, and continuously burned. Debris and ash were whipped up by the wind and scattered far away. Initially, it drifted towards the city, with the thick smoke preventing people from leaving their homes. But soon, the wind direction changed. The north wind began to blow, signaling the arrival of a cold snap in autumn and winter. Wengu had his team monitor the movements at the city gates. As soon as he learned the time the gates would open, he instructed his team to prepare for departure. Escort leader Lin and his group wanted to stay for another day or two, unsure if the evil creatures outside had been completely cleared. However, when Gu insisted, "Let's leave as soon as possible," delays could lead to complications. The areas outside have been thoroughly burned and smoked, greatly reducing the risk of being possessed by evil spirits, and those creatures also avoid them. With the temperature dropping and the cold wave arriving, even if we encounter them, their threat will be significantly reduced. After internal discussions, the escort agency agreed. However, some people within the agency wanted to stay. According to the rumors among the populace, this place was protected by the Jinwu divine bird, which could suppress evil. Some felt that this place was indeed quite good. With effort, they might even be able to live in the inner city. They were not so naive as to not know the difficulties of survival, but they truly did not want to risk their lives outside anymore. If it hadn't been for Wengu this time, and if they had been on their own, they might have been swallowed by a horde of evil creatures without knowing what was happening. Staying here felt more secure. Those who had twisted their limbs or fallen ill during the journey, including both escorts and employers, were the most easily swayed now. Their northward journey was for survival and a better future. Since this was the territory of the 6 major clans of the northern lands, and a divine city that even evil creatures could not conquer, they were more inclined to stay here and make a living. They no longer wanted to flee outside. They were strong and had inquired about ways to earn food, either by working or joining the city defense army. With divine protection here, they could even be promoted for their merits. The times were difficult, and no one knew if the next city would be better than this one. Even Hida and Yu wavered for a moment. However, they then remembered the many vagrants in the outer city area who lived quite recklessly. They would fight for a drink, grab merits from the city defense army, and live for the day without caring if they lived or died tomorrow. Hida thought, am I after just a drink? He licked his lips. I'm still very tempted. But I still have the responsibility to revitalize the family. 100 years from now, when I meet my charming ancestor beneath the ground, I'll tell him I brought the He family back to glory. Of course, there was another important reason. No one was looking out for them here. A casual word from the nobles could crush all their efforts. Following Wengu, they could still latch onto some powerful figures, and having support provided greater peace of mind. In the end, 12 people from the escort agency decided to stay. No one could be sure if their future choices would be better. Wengu couldn't be sure either. Then we will respect each person's choice. However, I have a few suggestions, and I hope you will all listen. Wengu looked at them with a serious expression. The city is still a bit chaotic now. Use this opportunity to conceal your identities. Do not mention the escort agency in the near future, and do not say you came with the escort agency or a large group. Just act like ordinary refugees who know nothing else. These 10 or so people listened attentively. After this experience, they attached even greater importance to Wengu's words. Although they didn't understand why Wengu said this, they would follow his instructions first, regardless of the reason. Even if they had other ideas, they would make their choices later. After distributing their share of supplies, Wengu urged the team to pack up quickly and prepare to slip away. The burning had generated a lot of smoke. Although the wind direction had changed and the debris floating over Jinwu City had reduced, many people still wore masks when they went out. The city gates opened, and some people went out to work, some to cut firewood for emergency use, and some teams, large and small, headed to other places. Those entering and exiting the city gates were all covered with cloth, moving back and forth in haste. Wengu's group was the same as them. There were no additional fees for leaving, and they passed through the city gates quickly. The main roads outside the city had been cleared, with mounds of burned remains piled up on both sides. During winter, laborers would gradually clear these away. After walking along the main road outside for a while, Wengu looked back at Jinwu City. Only a blurry silhouette remained at the edge of his vision. Wengu's lips curled. One cannot underestimate the vigilance and sharpness of the young master of a noble family in charge of a city's vital affairs. To prevent themselves from being detained, it was best to leave quickly. We have finally survived this ordeal. Next, we're heading to my beloved aunt and uncle, Jinwu City, the residence of young Master Ren-Chi. Recently, several families had sought refuge from the southern lands, along with renowned physicians. He attached great importance to them. Families from the south were classified by rank here. Those of importance were met first, others would be seen when he had time. The times had changed. It was those people who were seeking favors from the Ren clan. Supplies, beauties, and labor, they would offer them with both hands without him even asking. After dealing with urgent matters, he discovered a problem. At this moment, on the desk before him, 2 jars of fine salt were placed side by side. One was presented in an exquisite gift box, while the other was in a common jar. Both were refined products selected and offered by those below. However, the fine salt in the latter was even purer and finer. After the artisans confirmed it, young Master Ren-Chi ordered his subordinate, find him. In such times, what kind of status could produce so much high-quality fine salt? If one could offer such a jar of fine salt as a fee for entering the city, it indicated a large group. He might not think much of the large groups coming to Jinwu City, but anything unusual needed to be identified. What if it was an important figure from one of the other 5 clans? The 6 major clans were not united. As he dispatched people to investigate, a subordinate entered to report. Young Master Ren-Chi's sharp gaze swept over, asking, "Where are they?" The subordinate lowered his head. The courtyard is empty. As soon as the city gates opened today, they already left. Did not a single person from the 100-person team remain? No one who remained was found. Impossible. Young Master Ren-Chi did not believe it. After witnessing our Ren clan's divine artifact, someone must have been tempted. The subordinate said, the identities of the refugees in the outer city are complex, making it difficult to determine who among them belonged to their group. Young Master Rinchi remained silent, looking at another desk. On the table were other small paper packets, all containing salt. This was the viewing fee collected at the inner city wall. After several artisans sifted through them, one packet was brought over. "Sir, this one." The paper wrapping the salt was the same as that from the outer city guard leader. The difference was that this packet contained a mixture of coarse and fine salt. At first glance, although the quality was acceptable, it was not outstanding. Young Master Renchi tapped his fingers on the table and sneered, hiding well. He then turned to another subordinate. "Where is the person you were sent to find?" "We have found them." Shortly after, a young man was brought in. It was the same person who had watched the battle with Wengu and his group. Seeing young Master Rinchi, the young man was very excited and nervous and somewhat confused. He answered young Master Rinchi's questions honestly, mentioning that those people had come with an escort agency. Young Master Rinchi. In his sharp eyes, confusion was rarely seen. "Escort agency? What thing is that? What exactly are their identities?" He ordered his subordinates to pay attention to any refugees in the city who mentioned the term escort agency. Young Master Rinchi now deeply regretted it. He might have missed a big fish from another clan. Back then, when he looked towards them from the city wall, he should have brought them over. Among the 6 major clans of the northern lands, it was a competitive relationship. What they fought over was not only supplies but also talent. Should he stop them now? It was too late. After leaving Jinwu City, who knew which road they would take or which clan they would pledge allegiance to? On the small road leading to the Zhao clan. When Gu was using his notebook to make records. The team had experienced non-combat attrition, but it was okay. It was a small problem. He was now considering other things. Each of the 6 major clans of the northern lands must have its extraordinary aspects. Their reputations were all built on strength. For example, the Ren clan. How many battles had they fought to summarize their experience in confronting enemies? This Ren clan is truly a great place. Timing and location are not something everyone can grasp. The Ren family indeed has a certain destiny. He didn't inquire much useful information about the Zhao clan's characteristics this time. The truly informed people among the powerful families and dignitaries would not answer Wengu's questions. Wengu marked the area where Jinwu City was located in his notebook. The region where Jinwu City was located did not seem to have oil. With the technological level of this era, it should only be in the initial exploration stage, mainly utilizing surface oil seeps. Where were the Ren family's oil mines? When he arrived at the Zhao clan later, he must ask his dear uncle. That was an oil mine. He jotted it down, and when the opportunity arose. Having marked the mission, Wengu became curious about the Zhao clan again. To be one of the 6 major clans, the Zhao family must have its own strengths. Coal? Iron? Other secret weapons? It wouldn't be good moral character, would it? End of this chapter. The escort agency team, led by escort leader Lin, initially believed that after paying the entrance fee in Jinwu City and purchasing water, firewood, and renting a courtyard within the city, they had exhausted too much of their food supplies. They expected the rest of their journey would require them to tighten their belts and live frugally. Unexpectedly, as soon as they left Jinwu City, they started picking up goods along the way. The path of escape northward was fraught with uncertainties, often depending on divine will and luck. Those who failed were buried along the way. No one knew how many people perished midway. This time was no different. An unpredictable change in weather, coupled with a surge of evil creatures, brought an onslaught. Some teams, lacking in both vigilance and luck, stumbled directly into a swarm attack by the evil creatures. They failed to break through the encirclement or reach a safe zone, losing both personnel and supplies. When Gu and his group encountered several such situations on their journey from Jinwu City towards the Zhao clan. While they expressed regret for the fate of these teams from their own perspective, it brought them joy. The livestock pulling these attacked teams had either fled or been devoured by the evil creatures, but the supplies on the carts remained. The location where these supply carts were left indicated that the people from that team had desperately tried to save themselves, but ultimately failed. Those who faced the swarm attack head-on were generally overrun, rendering most of their supplies unusable. However, for those attacked amidst the general chaos of the evil creatures, many supplies remained intact. After inspecting and selecting, they loaded edible food and usable goods onto their own team's carts. The abandoned metal weapons were cleansed with fire to ward off evil, rendering them usable again. Seeing their previously empty carts refilled, an escort whispered to escort leader Lin. No wonder Scholar Wang urged us to leave the city as soon as possible. While there might have been other concerns within the city, outside, it's truly a place paved with gold. We had to be quick to act. The teams that arrived first profited immensely, while those who came later got nothing. With food secured, their hearts felt at ease. The members, who had been heavy-hearted and dispirited, were once again invigorated. The weather grew colder, and with their added warm clothing, their spirits brightened. The cold signified safety. When Gu thought about the information he gathered in Jinwu City, during autumn and winter, the major clans would hold their autumn hunts. This year, due to weather conditions, the autumn hunt was postponed, and it would likely be called the winter hunt. He wondered if they would encounter the Zhao clan's autumn hunt army. However, that was secondary for Wengu. He was more curious about whether the cavalry unit he had met earlier had delivered the letter. Given the cavalry's astuteness, they should have been able to break out of the encirclement before the evil creatures gathered. Had his dear aunt and uncle received the letter he wrote? The north wind blew southward with murderous intent. The cold air that had previously retreated now aggressively swept south, bringing the chill of frost. The early winter cold front officially marked the beginning of the Xiansu activities in the northern lands. Migratory birds flew south, but in this peculiar chaotic era, humans at the turn of autumn and winter moved in the opposite direction. A large number of survivors from the southern lands migrated north. Their destinations were not necessarily uniform, though most had clear objectives. The prominent aristocratic families had already made their choices. The Xiansu activities of the various clans in the northern lands, while clearing out regional threats, also served to welcome these people. The influential families and magnates from the southern lands, bringing supplies and people, would bolster the strength of these northern clans. Northern lands, Du Clan. A merchant caravan moved along a narrow path. The terrain here was treacherous and easy to defend. A plank road was built along the cliffs and soldiers guided them forward. Along the route, one could see deep ravines, where a slight misstep could send one plummeting down. They had to traverse this perilous area to reach the towns beyond. The livestock pulling the carts and the heavy cargo took a different route. Those in the caravan, traveling light along the plank road, felt no frustration. Instead, they experienced a sense of excitement at finally reaching a treasure trove. This area possessed natural defenses. According to the information gathered, this territory controlled by the Du clan rarely suffered from swarm attacks by external evil creatures. Furthermore, their merchant guild's boss had also learned that the Du clan possessed well fire and well salt. Truly a land of treasure. In these chaotic times, preserving oneself was paramount, and they sought a stable place to do business. They had made the right choice coming to the Du clan. If one of the 6 major northern clans were to fall first, it would be another clan. Northern lands, Qi clan. A northward migrating team from a southern aristocratic family, weary from their arduous journey with exhausted people and horses, finally arrived at the Qi clan's territory. Coincidentally, they witnessed the Xiansu army setting off. The lightly armored cavalry in front were agile and majestic, moving in a vast, formidable, and sharp procession. Following them were iron cavalry clad in heavy armor, surging like thunder, shaking the very soul. The ground trembled, and people's hearts quaked. The leader of the aristocratic family looked on with burning eyes. I heard the Qi clan preserves the most cavalry, and they have incorporated many northern tribes with excellent war horses. Seeing them now, they are indeed extraordinary. He also instructed the younger generation of his family, keep your eyes on the long term, don't just look at the present, but plan for the future. He who possesses cavalry possesses the world. When the epidemic of evil finally subsides, under the thunder of hooves, the other 5 clans will be nothing but mere playthings. Northern lands, Dong clan. Another northward migrating team from a southern aristocratic family. They had previously been pursued by a small group of evil creatures, but fortunately, they encountered the Dong clan's Xiansu army. Outside their group were some peculiar-looking carts, with thick wooden boards and iron plates attached to one side of the carriage. It was these strange carts that, while hunting the evil creatures, also protected these northward migrants. The leader of this northward migrating team watched the Dong clan's autumn hunt army around them with great excitement. The Dong clan's war chariots live up to their reputation. Dozens of war chariots could be equivalent to thousands of troops. Cavalry? An outdated concept. Did they still consider this a normal, chaotic world? Both people and horses were flesh and blood. Facing those evil creatures, how could flesh and blood compare to steel? Northern Lands, Jiang Clan. Arrows carrying fire streaked through the sky, striking their targets, followed by bursts of fire, clouds of smoke, and the sound of thunderous explosions. The leader of a newly arrived northward migrating team trembled with excitement. The thought of others choosing different families made him want to laugh out loud. With such thunderous might, the other 5 clans were trash. Zhao Clan, Exine Prefecture City. A small cavalry unit, having traveled a long distance, returned to Exine Prefecture City, dusty and travel-worn. They came from the southern lands, but they were not among the northward migrants. They were originally from here, but had been sent on a mission to the south. Now, they had finally returned. They were the same cavalry squad Wen Gu had encountered earlier. The letter they carried was not delivered to the incense shop Wen Gu had written about, but was sent to another location. In a rather refined study, a small stack of letters had already accumulated. An incense burner was lit nearby, and a middle-aged scholar in brown robes sat there, leisurely sipping tea, continuing to open letters. He read one, then opened the next. His expression remained largely unchanged throughout, only occasionally smacking his lips. It's unclear if it was due to the content of the letters. He tossed the letter in his hand aside and reached for the next one. The middle-aged scholar straightened slightly and looked at the picture on the envelope, the recipient's surname, and the address. Then, he picked up the letter opener and began to open the letter with more caution and deliberation than before. After opening the envelope, the scholar in brown robes quickly scanned it and re-examined the illustration. He did not scrutinize the content of the letter, but carefully repacked it. He gave a cursory glance at the covers of the unread letters. Seeing no other special ones, he took the letter with the pattern, checked the time, and got up to go elsewhere. He walked briskly through the corridors and pavilions, arriving at a solemn courtyard. After a brief wait, he was ushered in by a servant. Inside, a young man sat writing something on paper, his demeanor calm and composed, but his gaze, when it fell upon the scholar, carried an undeniable pressure. The scholar in brown robes bowed, holding out the letter with both hands. "Young master, a letter from home." The young man's eyebrows twitched slightly, and he took the letter. Since their Zhao family rose to prominence in the northern lands, a swarm of relatives had appeared, some genuine and some not. Therefore, specialized personnel were responsible for screening them. Those who reached this point were generally considered to have a higher degree of credible identity. At this moment, the young master of the Zhao clan's attitude was nonchalant. Over the past year, even distant relatives had come forward to claim kinship. These were all accounted for. If they had the ability, they would be given important roles. However, most of these relatives who came were just wastrels who only knew how to open their mouths for food and benefits. But even wastrels had their uses, so he made separate arrangements for those types of relatives, without needing his parents to intervene. Upon receiving another letter today, the young man looked at the pattern on the envelope and recalled some matters. After reading the content of the letter, young Master Zhou exclaimed, "When family's cousin? He's still alive." At the beginning of the chaotic times, they had also inquired about the Wen family, but the news they received was not good. They had assumed no one was left. His mother had been heartbroken for a long time. Unexpectedly, there was still someone who had survived. It was not a major issue. If Wen family's cousin possessed only ordinary talent, it would just be a matter of providing a few extra meals, letting him stay with his mother to keep the elder happy. However, to send such a letter at this time, young Master Zhao's face showed a hint of a smile, and he nodded with satisfaction. He must have some ability. Wait. The smile on young Master Zhao's face vanished instantly. He looked again at the date written at the end of the letter. If he remembered correctly, that area had just experienced a swarm attack of evil creatures. Was this cousin still alive? Young Master Zhao specifically summoned the cavalry unit to question them. He learned that the cavalry had given a warning when they left and also learned about the 100-person team that his cousin had led. That scholar looked a bit frail and was easily trusting. This was what one of the cavalry members told young Master Zhao. Young Master Zhao became more curious about his cousin. If one could hold authority within a refugee team of 100 people in such chaotic times, they must possess some capabilities. As for the cavalry's impression of Wengu, frail might be true, but easily trusting was questionable, wasn't it? Young Master Zhao sincerely hoped that his cousin would survive and arrive. He decided not to inform his mother yet. He would wait a little longer. He sent messages to the autumn hunt team and the people in the important county towns ahead, instructing them to send someone to escort Wengu if they encountered him, but without revealing his identity. After completing these arrangements, young Master Wao instructed the scholar in brown robes, "From now on, any letters sent by cousin Wen should be brought to me immediately." This frail cousin Wen must not yet know the current identities of his aunt, uncle, and elder cousin, right? The massive movements of the giants were beyond Wengu's perception. The northern lands were vast. Even with numerous teams migrating north from the south during this period, they had only encountered a very small fraction of them. They continued to move closer to the Zhao clan. Along the way, they collected some branches and dry wood that could be burned, so they could use them directly when resting, saving the need to walk far to gather firewood. The most dangerous period had passed. Nowadays, many areas in the northern lands had sparse forests, and the cold waves brought low temperatures. As long as they kept warm, there was nothing else to worry too much about. Not entirely true, the threat from evil creatures had decreased, but there were still people to contend with. However, overall, the team was filled with positive emotions. Take little Lu, for example. Having witnessed the power of Jinwu City, he was filled with even greater anticipation for the future. Carrying the heavy responsibility of the hope of the entire village on his shoulders, he now felt full of energy. Others felt similarly. They had finally reached the northern lands alive. As long as they kept moving forward, they would reach the Zhao clan, and a new life was about to begin. Before that, they all wanted to perform well in front of Wengu. Once they reached the Zhao clan's territory, they would have to rely on Wengu's relatives for support. Daoist Master Qingyi's emotions fluctuated continuously recently. It was still because of those monks that uncertainties filled his heart, but he quickly adjusted his mindset. He couldn't control other places, but within this team, there couldn't be any other masters. Daoist Master Qingyi's business capabilities were not weak. As a result, while the team initially discussed the monks of Jinwu City and talked about Buddhism, after a few days, they stopped discussing it. In comparison, their current Taoist Master Qingyi was more worthy of awe. Wengu paid no attention to these minor ripples within the team. He pondered that if his aunt and uncle's status were as he guessed, then these relatives would not be people who acted purely on emotion. For Wengu to achieve his goals, he needed to make these relatives value him and prove his abilities. However, proving his talent would take time. In this era, distant relatives did not know each other well. Upon arriving in a new place, the most direct way to increase one's value from the outset was to see how many people you brought with you. There were more survivors in the northern lands than in the southern lands. The 6 great clans now only occupied 6 prefectures in the north, with vast areas still beyond their control. There should still be many hidden survivors. Wengu considered where else he could gather some people before reaching the Zhao clan. Before nightfall, the team found a small courtyard to use as lodging for the night. The cold wave had swept through these past few days, causing a significant drop in temperature. However, the night sky tonight was quite clear. The moon was nearly full, so it wasn't completely dark at night. If one had good eyesight and no night blindness, they could see things outside in the dark. In autumn and winter, all things withered, and this area was already sparsely wooded, making it look even more desolate. This courtyard is usually maintained by someone. The walls have clearly been repaired recently, and there are remnants of burnt material inside, escort leader Lin said. It indicates there are survivors nearby, Wengu replied. But it seems they only come here every few days, not for frequent habitation. The courtyard walls were built with stones and earth. There was no shed to shield from the wind and rain. The residual traces suggested it had been dismantled, perhaps used as firewood. Inside, there was nothing but crushed tiles, stones, and earth. Fortunately, it hadn't rained these past 2 days. The courtyard walls and the carriage provided some shelter from the wind. Bundling up tightly in thick clothes and starting a bonfire, they could endure the night. The trees nearby had all been cut down, so they had to walk a bit further out to gather firewood. They assigned some people with good eyesight to take turns keeping watch, while others rested. When Gu rested in the horse-drawn carriage without lighting a candle, everything had to be used sparingly now. Early to bed and early to rise. Closing his eyes and leaning against the carriage, he pondered his next plan. He did want to bring more people to the Zhao clan, but there was no need to force it. The most important thing now was to bring the current team to their destination as quickly as possible. As for other matters, if he encountered any opportunities, he would seize them. If not, he would let it be, not forcing it. There were survivors nearby, but they were in a hurry to get to their destination and would not deliberately search for them, unless those people came to them. However, their group was only staying here for one night and would depart as soon as dawn broke. Who would be foolish enough to bump into them on such a cold night? As he was thinking, he was almost asleep, and some people outside were already snoring loudly. Suddenly, jingle. A faint sound of bells could be heard. When Gu opened his eyes, quietly discerning in the darkness. Jingle, jingle. One sound followed another, seemingly approaching from a distance. The night watchmen outside also heard it. Those who had fallen asleep were awakened by the commotion around them. What's wrong? The awakened person grabbed their weapon, thinking it was a surprise attack by evil creatures. There's a sound. Listen. They quieted down and soon heard the sound of bells. This kind of noise did not sound like it came from evil creatures. When Gu got out of the horse-drawn carriage and the others also gradually got up. After their eyes adjusted, and if they had no night blindness, on a moonlit night like this, they could still vaguely see the situation outside. Under the silvery moonlight, in the dimness, it appeared as if a line of figures was rhythmically rising and falling with the faint, continuous ringing of bells in the night. The bare branches of the distant trees looked even more menacing. The night wind was biting. The swaying shadows of the trees were cast upon the figures moving forward with their specific steps. It seemed there was incense burning at the very front, with the light flickering with the rising and falling footsteps and the faint evening breeze. Jingle, jingle. Sound after sound, they gradually approached. Those with poor eyesight were like blind people at night, seeing nothing but feeling an eerie atmosphere. They nervously asked, but no one answered him. Huddling deeper into their clothes, they felt even more frightened. Those with good eyesight at this moment had their hair standing on end and their knees felt weak. Little Lu, upon sensing the commotion, had bravely prepared to knock an arrow and defend, standing by Wengu's side. However, at this moment, his fingers on the bowstring trembled. The basic qualities of a hunter's family crumbled at this moment. Others who could see also chattered their teeth in fear. County Lieutenant Zhou, who also believed in ghosts and spirits, could only grip his saber by sheer bravery, his muscles tense and cold sweat breaking out on his face. Jingle. The sound of the brass bells grew closer, and they could see more clearly. Apart from the person at the very front shaking the bells, the figures behind them moved almost in unison. Their arms were raised, with one person's arm on another's shoulder, jumping forward mechanically and stiffly in time with the bells. They were like ghostly figures, not like living people. Under the moonlight, they appeared even more sinister. It was as if the swaying brass bells were gradually drawing away one's soul with each step, making everyone feel their minds tighten and their vision blur. There were not many figures on that side, but the ghostly aura emanating from them was enough to scare a group of brave men who had been fighting evil creatures for so long, almost to the point of losing their courage. Little Lu's knees buckled, and he almost fell to his knees. Wengu grabbed him by the collar of his shirt and pulled him to the side. Turning back, he continued to watch the approaching line of figures. He was not afraid. Instead, he found the way they approached carried a kind of retro, netherworldly aesthetic. Wengu said to the Daoist master beside him, "The competitors have arrived." End of chapter. By Chen Xiailondiao. Daoist master Qingyi had a grim expression as he stared intently at the group approaching in the distance. Wengu whispered a few words to him. The Daoist master hesitated. Wengu tilted his head again, gesturing for him to look at the people in their group. Everyone was stunned and terrified by the scene ahead. If he didn't make a show of his abilities now, once everyone recovered from their shock, they would see that the Taoist master had done nothing at a critical moment, and his standing in their hearts would plummet. If his divine might wasn't in effect, how could he continue? Weighing the pros and cons, Taoist master Qingyi finally made his decision. He had to dispel the influence of those monks and maintain his own status. Therefore, as the approaching group drew closer, and while everyone behind them was dumbfounded, Taoist master Qingyi took several steps forward. He raised his hand, and a talisman flew out, igniting a flame as green as the underworld. Immediately after, he seemed to chant a series of incantations, his sleeves fluttering, and with a whoosh, he conjured a fiery dragon of orange and red. The scene was filled with swirling flames, as if a profound Taoist spell was being performed between yin and yang. The sudden bright flames dispelled the previously cold and eerie atmosphere. In this situation, fire could bring courage and warmth to people. Simultaneously, as the flames rose, a pungent smoke drifted over. The minds of those behind, who had grown hazy with extreme fear, were jolted awake by the stimulus. And looking at Taoist master Qingyi standing in front, their softened knees firmed up again. That's right. We still have a mortal master Qingyi. They had never felt Taoist master Qingyi's presence so imposing. When Gu also looked at Taoist master Qingyi's robe. Ever since they left Jinwu City, after the cold wave swept through, Taoist master Qingyi had changed into a thick Taoist robe. But where were the materials for the ritual hidden? He could perform it as soon as he said it. Carried with him, always ready, his business capabilities were formidable. He glanced back at the others in the group. Indeed, they were no longer trembling and stood steady, all nervously watching the front. At this moment, the group approaching to the sound of bells under the moonlight finally stopped. The sound of the copper bells ceased, and the stiff, strange figures, shoulder to shoulder, stopped their jerky movements. The person at the forefront, holding the copper bell and wearing a bamboo hat, seemed to look over. Taoist master Qingyi also calmly watched the other party. Silence returned to the surroundings. To the others, it was a chilling, frosty silence. But in Wengu's eyes, there was a sense of tension, like invisible lightning and fire clashing. Neither side spoke, yet there was an unspoken initial greeting, likely both thinking, "Die, you bastard." Perhaps sensing a tacit understanding in the standoff, Taoist master Qingyi slightly raised his hand. Wengu received the signal and waved to the others, saying in a low voice, "All right, everyone go inside. Don't disturb the Taoist master." He motioned for little Lu to go in as well, leaving Taitu behind. Taitu wasn't very bright, but his advantage was that he didn't have strong emotional reactions, whether towards Taoist master Qingyi or the corpse drivers. In other words, he had a neutral attitude towards ghosts and spirits, neither reverent nor fearful. In times like these, he was more reliable. This was one aspect. Another was that Taitu was simple-minded and believed whatever he was told. He was trouble-free. Hearing Wengu's words, the others hesitated and retreated back into the courtyard. Although afraid, they frequently craned their necks to peek outside. However, they couldn't see clearly and couldn't hear any sound from that direction. At this moment, Wengu saw the Taoist master walk a couple of steps closer to communicate. His voice drifted over faintly. He told Taitu to guard the courtyard entrance, and Wengu went into the courtyard to calm the others. As soon as he entered, someone in the group asked, "Young Master Wen-er, have you seen this during your travels?" They all knew Wengu had traveled extensively and was knowledgeable. "Those should be corpse drivers," Wengu said. Corpse drivers? Everyone felt an increased chill in the air around them. The ghostly aura they had felt earlier was not an illusion. Those moving figures were not living people. Don't be afraid. They were likely entrusted by someone to bring the bodies of friends and relatives who died away from home back to their homeland, Wengu explained. In these times, countless people died away from home, but not everyone could afford to transport their bodies. Especially in the current climate, one could easily contract an epidemic. If they couldn't do it themselves, they entrusted it to professionals. With this explanation, the others were less terrified than before, but recalling what they had just seen still made them shrink back. They categorized the corpse drivers as extraordinary individuals. Only someone like immortal Master Qingyi could deal with them. They, as ordinary mortals, should not interfere. A moment later, the exchange outside concluded. Daoist Master Chingy walked into the courtyard and informed them those corpse drivers are merely performing a ritual outside the courtyard for now and will leave soon. During this time, living people should keep their distance. We'll definitely keep our distance. But they won't come in, will they? One team member asked cautiously. No, Wengu replied. He was more concerned about the things being driven outside coming in and spreading the epidemic. The corpse drivers were skilled and prepared, experienced in preventing epidemics. Others were not. It was best for everyone to maintain a safe distance. Having the Daoist master act as a conspicuous decoy outside was also a way to see if it could attract attention. For instance, were there other survivors nearby who were watching? Even without night blindness at night, with dim light and distant views making things unclear, the dazzling ultimate move displayed by the Daoist master outside should have been visible. With this thought, Wengu called the Daoist master over and inquired about the information he had gathered. Daoist Master Chingy was contemplating how to subtly evade Wengu's questions if he asked about the secret methods of corpse driving. Although he and the corpse drivers were competitors in some aspects of their business, he believed in keeping certain secret skills to himself. If they were exposed, the other party might act recklessly, leading to mutual destruction. There were rules that shouldn't be broken. He wouldn't reveal them. However, when he looked at Wengu, he realized that this dog scholar didn't seem particularly surprised. As he passed by the courtyard entrance, he merely glanced with some interest at certain details concerning the corpse drivers. Daoist Master Chingy's eyelid twitched. Seriously? You know this too. Where exactly did you travel during your studies? The dog scholar was truly impossible to fool. Wengu didn't ask the Daoist master about the secret methods of corpse driving. What he wanted to know was who had hired these corpse drivers. Were they bringing bodies from afar, or was this a local job? It was people from the nearby Shirchiao village who hired them, Daoist Master Chingy said. The ones who were repairing this courtyard. They're quite a distance from here. He had gathered some information from the corpse drivers. A few days ago, someone from Shirchiao village had been attacked and died while gathering firewood outside. Furthermore, the corpse drivers had come from the south. During the dry season, many streams in this area had dried up. They were traveling north when they encountered people from Shirchiao village and went to the village to replenish their water and rest for a few days. Their dry rations ran out, and the villagers provided them with food. The village is suffering hardship now, with scarce food. These corpse drivers can only drink a little thin porridge each day. Under these conditions, they have no choice. In exchange, they have to bring the bodies of villagers who were attacked while outside to the village cemetery for burial. From south to north, they exchanged corpse driving for food, water, and a place to rest, the Daoist master said. Wengu listened, thinking corpse drivers can still undertake such dangerous work at this time and manage to survive and reach here. They're all talented individuals. Arrangements. What's the situation in Shirchiao village? Wengu asked. Shirchiao village has a geographical advantage. The village originally had many people, and nearly 200 have survived the chaotic times, the Daoist master replied. Wengu's spirits lifted. 200 people. Even if they could only bring 100 over, their group would be on par with a team of 200. 100 versus 200. In their current predicament, there was still a difference in the eyes of the Zhao family relatives. Let's arrange it all. The corpse drivers outside the courtyard, with their worldly eyes, were capable enough. Being able to rest at Shirchiao village for a few days and taking on these jobs without bolting indicated that the villagers of Shirchiao village were not entirely wicked people. They were suitable for recruitment. After inquiring about the general location of Shirchiao village, as well as the surrounding terrain and water sources, Wengu had a plan. They could rest near Shirchiao village tomorrow around noon. Little Lu, come here, I have a task for you, Wengu summoned with a smile. Little Lu, who was regretting his performance that night, immediately went over when Wengu called him. Afterward, Hida and Yu Er were also called over to be assigned tasks. After giving his instructions, Wengu looked up at the moon. The moon was beautiful tonight. Outside the courtyard, the corpse drivers, after a brief pause, completed their ritual and continued their journey towards the cemetery of Shirchiao village, driving the corpses. At the same time, not far away, several figures were stealthily observing everything. Once the corpse drivers resumed their journey, they also quickly left and ran back towards the village. It was still early before dawn. While the corpse drivers were still leisurely on the road, these figures had already returned to the village. Shiqiao Village. The village chief had a restless night. He didn't completely trust the corpse drivers to transport the bodies and had sent people to follow them. Those young lads had the best eyesight, while others couldn't see anything at night. They could do many things in the dark. They had originally planned to wait a day or two until the brightest moon, when the moonlight was clearer. However, the corpse drivers mentioned taboos, saying they could only set off after sunset and not on a full moon night. They also asked them not to disturb them, citing reasons like attracting evil spirits. But how could one survive in these chaotic times without extra caution and suspicion? Therefore, they still sent people to follow and keep watch along the way. The cold wave from the north had lowered the night temperatures, so there was no need to worry too much about evil creatures. The villagers sent out knew this area like the back of their hands, where the pits were and which trees were where, so as long as they ate well, they could move quickly back and forth. They expected those young lads to return at dawn, but unexpectedly, they returned ahead of schedule and brought significant news. The small courtyard by the dirt slope has many people. They seem to have come from the south, one person said, panting. Another added, they have a Taoist priest with high magical abilities in their group. Yes, with a whoosh, flames appeared. Although they couldn't see clearly from a distance, the brief moment the Taoist priest conjured flames deeply shocked them, and they could tell he was a Taoist priest. Their focus was on the Taoist priest, but the village chief paid more attention to the group. If they are heading to Xian Prefecture, they might pass by our village, the village chief said. What does that have to do with us? Chief, have you finally decided that we? The person speaking made a gesture of killing. The village chief slapped him. You can only think of that. Can you beat them? The village chief, with a somber face, ordered, prepare yourselves. Tomorrow, take a few people to exchange for supplies. But what do we have to trade? Someone asked. They had no food or necessities themselves, and there wasn't even a tree around. They couldn't even consider taking their precious firewood for exchange. The village chief gave them a glare. Well, water. If it were spring or summer, there might have been some streams in the area, but during the dry season, where would travelers get water outside? Those people were not cavalry. Their speed was limited. Coming from afar, they would surely lack water. The village chief considered this and selected a few people. Chief, you said yourself that those who could reach here from the south are all formidable people. Please assign me a few more helpers. The person speaking stammered nervously. What are you afraid of? I'm not going to sell you. Under the cover of night, some were planning important matters, while others were driving corpses overnight. The corpse drivers who had left the courtyard were also feeling quite depressed. They had initially thought this would be a very ordinary trip, but who knew they would encounter this group of people in the middle of the night, including a stinky Taoist priest who seemed to be a competitor. Fortunately, everyone had a tacit understanding and wouldn't interfere with each other's livelihoods. They decided to let it go. Survival was paramount. Encountering annoying things was just bad luck for the day. It was in the past, and they wouldn't meet again. The next day, at the courtyard by the dirt slope, everyone began preparing to set off early in the morning. With the news gathered by Taoist Master Chingy, when Gu's team's route shifted slightly. After traveling for half a day, the surroundings remained desolate. When Gu looked in a certain direction, over there it appeared to be a stretch of dirt slopes and hills, nothing special. Only from a higher vantage point could one discover the many signs of life hidden behind the rocks and earth. Several villagers from Shiqiao village were squatting behind a large rock. The land here was barren, with no large trees. Their village was built against the mountain, and most of the buildings were made of stone and earth, blending in with the surroundings. The climate in the northern lands was dry with less rain, so the epidemic of evil had a relatively smaller impact. Upon seeing Wengu's group approaching, the villagers first noticed their numbers, which immediately instilled fear. However, seeing the carts, the villagers swallowed saliva and mustered the courage to block their path. Their aggressive approach nearly got them mistaken for bandits and shot. Fortunately, when Gu had given instructions beforehand, the villagers stammered out their intentions. They wanted to trade water for dry rations with Wengu's group. There are no other water sources nearby, you can only exchange with us. Wengu surveyed the terrain and asked County Lieutenant Zhou to select a place less prone to ambush for them to rest. Trading supplies was certainly feasible. However, Wengu stated, "We need to test the water you provide before we can determine if it's usable." How? How do we test it? About half an hour later, the firewood collected along the way was lit, and an iron pot was placed over it to boil water for porridge. The aroma of food spread. The porridge in the large iron pot was thick, at least much thicker than the Shirchao village's rice water. The villagers squatting nearby kept swallowing, frequently looking towards the hills, as if asking the people there, "What should we do? What's next? Can we really not just grab it?" At this moment, little Lu, Hida, and Yu Er came over with several bowls of porridge. The bowls didn't contain much, so it wouldn't fill them up, but it could alleviate hunger. "Here, fresh out of the pot, we'll exchange these for your water, is that okay?" The villagers, who had been watching expectantly for a long time, took the bowls and took a gulp. They hissed from the heat, blew on it, and then took another large mouthful. Seeing them drink, the people in the group also began to eat with relief. The water was fine. Little Lu, Hida, and Yuer ate their porridge while chatting with the villagers. Enjoying the goodness of the food, their moods improved, and the atmosphere became relaxed, leading to casual conversation. According to the villagers of Shirchiao village, a small river used to flow nearby long ago, and a stone bridge was built over it, hence the village's name. Later, the river dried up, but the stone bridge remained, having existed for hundreds of years. Their ancestors had lived here, and most of the villagers shared the surname Shur, living together as a clan. Little Lu also talked about his own village. "I'm also from a village, and our village even has a fortress. Do you know what a fortress is?" He recounted the dangers they faced on their journey and the grand spectacle they witnessed in Jinwu City. "Even if our village had a fortress, it couldn't withstand such a concentrated attack. It would be flattened in one encounter." Don't believe me? Ask anyone in this group. Pick someone at random and ask if what I'm saying is true. Can this be faked? Haven't you asked others who came from the south? Little Lu, Hida, and Yu Er spoke one after another, describing the dangers from various angles. The villagers' doubts lessened, and they licked their bowls clean, feeling even hungrier. One of them said, "We've never been pushed this far before. We always stayed in the village. When we encountered trouble, we just ran far away. Who knew there were so many monsters and spirits outside?" Although Little Lu and the others exaggerated, most of what they said was true, spoken with genuine emotion and fear in their eyes. Little Lu said, "I just want to get to the Zhao clan and make a name for myself, then I'll bring the people from my village over. It's too dangerous out here." He then looked at the villagers with a puzzled expression. "Our village is far away, and I scouted ahead. You were so close to the Zhao clan, why didn't you think of seeking refuge there?" The villagers opened their mouths, unsure how to respond. They had lived here for generations and lacked the courage to leave. Everything had been fine before, but now they were running out of food, and the nearby firewood was almost all cut. Little Lu continued to provoke them, "If you go there first, you'll have food. As more people come from the south and refugees from the north gather at the 6 great clans, there won't be enough food. Those who come later will get nothing. I don't know how many people are still farming or how much grain is left in the granaries." The villagers of Shirchiao village nodded. "Isn't that the truth? Now is the time to fight for food. Achieving great things is all talk. Having food to eat is the most practical thing." They also learned that the scholar named one in the group had relatives in the Zhao clan who could arrange for them. They huddled together and chattered, saying they needed to go back to get water and exchange for more food, and they would settle the accounts later. They left 2 people to guard while the others ran back with water pots. "Clan leader, we have big news." They had been hiding in the village, afraid to farm or hunt, and even the nearby firewood was gone. A few days ago, someone went further to chop firewood and got into trouble, making them even more fearful. Could they still stay here? With so many mouths to feed in the village, continuing like this was equivalent to waiting for death, or they could resort to robbery. But they had witnessed the fierce attacks on monsters by the southern forces. They were cowards. They couldn't compete. The 2 villagers left behind were continued to be engaged in conversation by Little Lu and the others. Wengu watched from the side. While the people of Shirchiao village were timid, they were still decent in these trying times. Locals know their area best and would certainly know if there were any escaped fish or other survivors nearby. They could also take advantage of the situation along the way. Shurchao village used the excuse that it would take time to fetch water from the well, delaying the group. Meanwhile, the people returning from driving the corpses also discovered this group. Why is it you again? What bad luck. Just as they were about to avoid them, Wengu called them over with an excuse. Thus and so, convincing them that their exceptional skills should be displayed at the Zhao clan, blah, blah, blah. What Wengu valued was not their corpse-driving technique, but their extremely strong awareness of epidemic prevention. Perhaps they also had some anti-epidemic medicine. It was not convenient to inquire about these things now, so he would bring them along first. The corpse drivers were only unfamiliar with the situation in the northern lands and were still observing. Many people in the north were unfamiliar with their profession and harbored reservations. If the chosen location was not conducive to their business, they would starve. According to their plan, they would wait through the winter, gather more information from various sources, and then decide on their destination. Wengu's invitation now was indeed tempting. They had only operated within a small area in the south before. Now, far from familiar surroundings and without protection, they lacked confidence when facing those powerful factions. Plus, there were Taoist priests, making the competition fierce. The scholar named Wen's sincere invitation, promising to introduce them to business opportunities then, was indeed tempting. What were they afraid of? They were afraid that their skills wouldn't be exchanged for the resources needed for survival. Taoist Master Qingyi beside them. Dog scholar. As expected, they can't be relied upon. He had even said they would build a Taoist temple at the Zhao clan and gather alchemy equipment. It was all just false promises. No, this dog scholar must be made to sign a written agreement. And also, Taoist Master Qingyi glanced at the corpse drivers wearing their hats and snorted. Just some petty tricks. So, what if they joined? There would only be one immortal master in this group. Do you few useless people think you can step on me? He recalled the awe in the eyes of the Shurchao village villagers when they looked at him earlier. The villagers must have seen his performance last night, right? This northern land also reveres ghosts and spirits. Do you really think this is all I'm capable of? I was low-key before because I didn't want to be a tool in the dog scholar's hands, wanting to do less work. If I remain low-key now, it would be a disservice to this Taoist robe I'm wearing. Who knows, the dog scholar's relatives might even need my Taoist magic to be promoted. His maternal uncle, surnamed Zhao? Perhaps he's just a branch family of the Zhao family. If he held real power, the dog scholar would have been arrogant long ago. Planning his own rise to fame, Taoist Master Qingyi changed his previous low-key demeanor, vowing to seize the primary voice in the group. County Lieutenant Zhou noticed Taoist Master Qingyi's change and was very worried, privately reminding Wengu. Wengu reassured him, Taoist Master Qingyi has always been a very pure person. It's just a matter of time. It's fine, let him run 39 zhong first. County Lieutenant Zhou didn't understand, and then Wengu joked, then I'll take out my 40 zhong knife. County Lieutenant Zhou twitched his mouth. Wengu was clearly telling a joke. Where could such a long knife exist? Wait. The scholar's knife cannot be judged by common sense. The evening clouds loomed, and the 4 fields were silent. In Shua City, the southernmost city of the Zhao clan, the city guard received a message by a messenger bird. The young master's cousin? A scholar named one, somewhat frail, leading a team of about 100 people? If they could reach here alive, optimistically, there would only be a few dozen left, right? He ordered his men to keep an eye out for teams coming from the south, especially small teams of a few dozen people, looking for a scholar named one. Shurchao village. The village elder, with his hair turned white, sat in pain. He was surrounded by people, chattering incessantly, their voices nearly driving him mad. The few people sent to trade for food had eaten and heard the news. Upon their return, they unleashed a torrent of words. Their account stunned everyone, and then the village erupted. Elder, we have to make a choice. If this continues, we'll either kill ourselves or resort to robbery. Exactly. Why don't we follow them to the Zhao clan? Maybe we can still farm there. I just want to farm and raise chickens, live a stable life. Exactly. It's fine if we can exchange labor for food. I'm starving. Just. Enough, the elder roared. Silence fell around him, and all eyes fixed on the elder. But the elder was full of indecision and remained silent. The chatter resumed, even more boisterous than before. Why don't we send a few people to scout ahead? This is dangerous. I'll go first. Count me in. You just had porridge, now it's my turn. After all, staying meant waiting for death. It was better to flee and seek a way to survive, while also lightening the burden on their families. Looking at the groups passing by towards the south, they had long harbored such thoughts. But they were timid, afraid. Leaving home was not an easy matter for them. Information was scarce, and they didn't know the situation outside, so they were even more hesitant to leave. If they hadn't been pushed to this point, they wouldn't have approached Wengu's group. The elder of Shirchao village stroked his increasingly sparse hair, his face looking even more weathered. "Shut up!" the elder roared again. Once quiet, before anyone else could speak, he pointed to a few individuals and asked questions. These were the ones who had gone to trade for food. They had talked with little Lu and others for a while and learned quite a bit. "How many people survived from that group's journey?" the elder asked. There were attacks in the wild, sickness, and some stayed in other large towns they encountered along the way. Out of 10, 7 or 8 might remain. So many survived? The elder thought of the stories passed down through generations. If they were to flee on their own, out of the 200 people in the village, those who fled closer might have 50 or 60 survivors, and those who fled farther might only have 20 or 30. And that would be under good circumstances. In a worse situation, not a single person might survive. Going out in winter meant no fear of surprise attacks from evil creatures, but the north was extremely cold in winter, and people could freeze to death. In warmer weather, they didn't fear the cold, but the monsters outside were more terrifying. It was precisely because they knew how difficult the choice was that they hesitated for so long, with everyone in the village in the same predicament. When they had food, they were unwilling to leave home, just trying to get by. As long as they weren't forced, they didn't want to leave their hometown, just trying to survive one day at a time. Unfortunately, in the past, land was life. Now, this life was long gone. Too many people were taken by monsters while farming, unwilling to abandon their fields. If they were to flee on their own, upon arrival, there would be no one to settle them. They would have to rely on the mercy of the nobles for a handout. But in the current chaotic times, they truly couldn't count on the charity of the powerful. Now, the people in the group outside the village said they could help with settlement if they followed. This made them resolutely consider it. As long as their strength could be exchanged for food, they were willing. If they could farm after going there, that would be even better. As long as they had military protection and land, they were willing to farm, and they wouldn't mind paying higher rent. They would be extremely grateful if their labor could earn them food. What they feared most in this era was expending their strength, losing their lives in the process, and still not getting anything in return. Then, let's first send some people to go and see. We don't have to go all the way to Xian Prefecture City. If we encounter a suitable place along the way, we can stay. Before the elder could finish speaking, the surroundings became noisy again, and they almost came to blows fighting for spots. Finally, a few people became dozens, and through noisy arguments, the number increased. Half of the village's 200 people were squeezed out, over 110 people, regardless of gender, mostly strong and young, and those who ate more. However, leaving home wasn't something that could be done immediately. Preparations had to be made for their families. Thus, the elder of Shirchao village personally went to negotiate with Wengu and offered some houses and empty courtyards for Wengu's group to stay for 2 days. They had lived here for generations and built quite a few houses. Although many were now just stone and earth walls, with the plant parts harvested for firewood, they were still acceptable for temporary lodging. They brought out the coarse cloth they had stockpiled on the way to erect sheds. With little rain these days, there was no worry of getting wet. Wengu agreed to stay for 2 more days, not only for the people of Shirchao village, but also to allow his own team members to rest. The winters in the north were cold and dry. Most of the team members were from the south and were unaccustomed to the autumn and winter seasons of the north. After leaving Jinwu City and traveling continuously, they had arrived here and needed to stop to recuperate. The medicinal herbs they had originally brought were long gone. Well, what was currently stored in the carriages were goods salvaged from unfortunate teams they had looted along the way. Given the limited conditions, without sufficient medicinal herbs or professional doctors, if they fell ill and couldn't recover with medicine, they could only perish here. This situation had occurred along the way. Fortunately, The most dangerous period had passed, and they were nearing their destination. Everyone's spirits were different, their mindset was better, and their will to survive was strong. During their 2-day stay, Wengu also asked the villagers of Shurqiao village if there were any other survivors nearby. If possible, they should call everyone together. The villagers of Shurqiao village were indeed willing to call more people. Fewer people meant being bullied. This was their deeply ingrained belief. Having more fellow villagers gave them courage, and in case of encounters with monsters, there would be someone to share the burden. In this era, population mobility was very low, and ordinary commoners lacked the courage to leave their homes. But circumstances forced them. As long as someone took the lead, with the herd mentality and a sense of reliance, courage would emerge. With a multiplier effect, one Shurqiao village brought out 3 more villages. However, the surviving population in those 3 villages was small, and combined, they didn't have as many people as those who left Shurqiao village. Actually, there are a few more. Some villagers told Wengu that they also knew of a few villages where people should have survived. They had encountered them before while gathering firewood, but they were far away, so it wasn't convenient for them to go and find them. Wengu immediately took out paper and pen and, based on the information provided by the villagers, drew a simple map. It's okay, we can take a slight detour. It's not far. It had to be said that Wengu's arrival in the north at this time was very opportune. These villages were close to Xian Prefecture, so there were no bandits. If they had been too arrogant, they would have been dealt with long ago. Dare to rob northbound teams, and it wasn't just the evil creatures that the Autumn Hunt army would eliminate. Those coming from the south, whether people or goods, belonged to the Zhao clan, and whoever robbed them would be dealt with. The remaining villages with survivors were relatively timid. They had some food reserves before and had always stayed put. Now, they were in a state of food shortage and wanted to seek a new way of life. As soon as someone dangled the bait, they would follow. Thus, Wengu's group, after a brief stop and following the detour, saw their numbers, which had been less than 100 after casualties, suddenly swelled to nearly 300. There were still survivors from other villages to come, and the number was bound to increase. With the armed strongmen from the escort agency holding their ground, these villagers dared not do anything outrageous for the time being. Helping the team push carts, chop firewood, and do odd jobs in exchange for thin porridge was already enough to satisfy them. It was only because they were nearing their destination and had only a few days left that Wengu dared to take in so many people at once. The villagers looked enviously at the oxen, horses, donkeys, and mules in the convoy. Some recalled their own donkeys, which had been eaten by monsters, while others remembered whose cows and families had been attacked by monsters while plowing, with neither the person nor the cow returning. They also dreamed of whether they could get land to farm in Xian Prefecture. Having lived off grain and land for generations, they always felt unsettled without farming. Inside the carriage, Wengu looked at the map, his destination getting closer. My dear aunt and uncle, is it as I suspected? After taking a detour and picking up more villagers, the surrounding landscape was desolate, with a barren view as far as the eye could see. Look at how much has been cut around here. The tree roots have been pulled up. There are towns nearby. The closest one should be Shuacheng. Wengu looked into the distance. Shuacheng was also in Xian Prefecture. We're finally arriving. The closer they got to the destination, the more they couldn't let down their guard. Zhou Shan and the others were vigilant. Wengu's uncle's position in the Zhao clan was unknown, and whether he had made any enemies was also unknown. If he had, and the world was chaotic, no one would know if someone tried to sabotage them from the outside. Soldiers are coming. Escort leader Lin reminded them. Ahead, there were more than 20 people riding horses, followed by dozens of armed soldiers. In places with many military personnel, it was up to Zhou Shan and escort leader Lin to communicate. The two rode their horses forward, leading people to protect Wengu from behind. The approaching soldiers were also very surprised. At first glance, seeing so many people, they thought it was a large noble family from the south. To still have 200 to 300 people here meant they must have started with over 1,000. They were also wondering why this large convoy had arrived earlier than in previous years. The Xiansu army had only just departed. Moving slowly with more people, had these people set off in early autumn? It was still hot in early autumn in the south, yet they dared to set off. As they approached, they realized something was wrong. It didn't seem like it. The carriages, supplies, and armored soldiers were not numerous enough. The composition of the personnel did not resemble that of a wealthy family. Most seemed to be ordinary villagers and refugees. Escort leader Lin and County Lieutenant Zhou rode forward to communicate with the other party. They learned that these soldiers were part of the Shuacheng City Defense Army. Unlike the Xiansu Army, they didn't need to travel far and only patrolled the area around Shuacheng, gathering refugees. The squad leader who spoke had his gaze linger on escort leader Lin's Mashua. He had just heard another person refer to this man as Escort Leader Lin. Escort Leader Lin? The title was novel. This city defense army suggested they go to Shuacheng. Escort Leader Lin and Zhou Shan said they would discuss it with the people in their convoy. The city defense army was not in a hurry and watched them turn their horses back. That one with the Mashua just now, was he their leader? Called Lin Biao too. Perhaps it's a southern term. Sounds a bit strange. Maybe the person is called Lin Biao, and he's the leader, so they call him that. They said with a laugh. They were lucky to encounter such a large convoy on their patrol today. They could earn merit for reporting it back. Xian Prefecture had also been in chaos initially, with too many deaths. Over the past year, many more had been lost. Now they had experience, but they were short-handed, and there was still so much to do, with shortages everywhere. Over there, escort leader Lin and Zhou Shan returned to the convoy and relayed the information they had just gathered to Wengu. This winter, towns in Xian Prefecture will be building defenses and need laborers. Besides this, both for farming and the military in the future, there will be a shortage of people, Zhou Shan said. What about Xian Prefecture City? Wengu asked. Xian Prefecture City is being expanded and needs even more people. It seems there's still some stored grain, Wengu mused. The total population had drastically decreased, yet the large granaries were still intact. The wealthy families coming from the south kept replenishing supplies, and a lot of goods would be transported in this winter. Now, the 6 great clans of the north were competing for people and resources. Zhou Shan and the others also inquired about the direction to Shuacheng and Xian Prefecture City. Shuacheng, the southernmost city in Xian Prefecture, was originally reachable. However, to escort more surviving villagers, they had taken a slight detour. There's no need to detour to Shuacheng anymore. Let's head directly to Xian Prefecture City, Wengu said. However, compared to Xian Prefecture City, Shuacheng is indeed closer. Let's see if anyone in the convoy wants to go to Shuacheng. Some people in the convoy were indeed tempted. They hadn't left home for many years, and this forced departure had made them anxious throughout the journey. Now that they had a place to settle, they didn't want to risk further adventures. Knowing that they could go to a nearby county town by following these soldiers, they were moved. Zhou Shan counted them and found there were about 70 people. The patrol of City Defense Army was a bit disappointed, but seeing that there were still over 70 people, they were somewhat pleased. They didn't dare to force the convoy from the south. Those who had managed to reach this point possessed a certain valiant spirit and were not to be trifled with. After all, in the end, they would all belong to the Zhao clan. In good spirits, escort leader Lin and Zhou Shan also inquired about Shuacheng. As long as it wasn't confidential information, they were willing to share more. Shuacheng, like Jinwu City, had an inner and outer city. The defenses to be built this winter were in the outer city. As for Xian Prefecture City, they were unclear, but Xian Prefecture City was under expansion and was urgently in need of personnel. After some exchange, the two parties separated. Watching the receding convoy, someone on horseback from the City Defense Army said, "The city guard asked us to pay attention to a scholar surnamed one among the northbound teams. We forgot to ask just now." The city guard also said to focus on small teams of a few dozen people. Does the one that just passed look like that? It really doesn't. A scholar surnamed one? Who is it? Could it be a relative of the city guard? Or a friend or a relative of some important figure? Who knows? Turning their horses back to the city, they took the 70-odd villagers to Shuacheng for registration. The patrol soldiers chatted with them casually. At first, the villagers were afraid to speak. Gradually, as they became more familiar and saw the silhouette of Shuacheng, they started to talk. "Why didn't you follow the leader surnamed Lin?" someone asked. The villagers looked bewildered. What leader surnamed Lin? That one, the very strong man on horseback holding a mashua. "Oh, you're asking about escort leader Lin. He's not the leader of the team. Not? Then is it the one with the saber? That's not it either. That one is Joe something. I heard he's a formidable figure. Then who is in charge of your convoy? It's a scholar. Although immortal Master Ching-yi was quite formidable, in their minds, such immortals generally didn't concern themselves with worldly matters. Therefore, they implicitly considered the managing leader of the convoy to be the scholar in the carriage. The squad leader of the City Defense Army's heart skipped a beat. A scholar? What is that scholar's surname? It's one. When they looked back, the person had already disappeared far away. That day, the city guard of Shuacheng received the report from his subordinate and immediately began writing. First, a brief message by carrier pigeon. Young master, your cousin surnamed one seems, perhaps, to have gone directly there. Then, he wrote a detailed letter and had the messenger deliver it along with the pigeon to Xian Prefecture City. Young master, it's not that I'm not doing my duty, it's just that, as you said, master's younger cousin was around 100 people when he was in danger. I specifically focused on small teams of a few dozen people who knew he would come with several hundred people. End of chapter. As Wen-gu and his group approached Xian Prefecture City, the temperature dropped further and snow began to fall. In addition to rescuing hidden survivors from villages, there were also some scattered refugees who had gone out to cut firewood only to find nothing. Surprisingly, they spontaneously and secretly followed the group. Indeed, as long as enough people were gathered, more would naturally follow. A rough estimate revealed that as they neared Xian Prefecture City, the group had grown to nearly 500 people. The cold and snowfall accelerated their decision-making. After we cross this mountain, we should be there. Escort leader Lin, riding a horse, had a piece of cloth towel covering his face to ward off the cold. The mountain ahead was not tall or steep. The mountain path was clearly maintained and frequently used, easily accommodating horse-drawn carriages. There were also obvious tracks from passing carriages, which brought joy to everyone in the group. Even those who were sick in the cold weather seemed to gain some energy. A villager ran ahead to scout, then returned to a horse-drawn carriage in the group and reported respectfully. As supplies dwindled, 2 horse-drawn carriages were left empty. One had been converted into a dedicated carriage for Taoist Master Ching-yi. Every day, villagers vied to impress the Taoist master, serving him tea, water, and running errands. The Taoist master spent most of his time inside the carriage, and any news from outside would be brought to him. To gain the reverence of these people, Taoist Master Ching-yi only needed a little skill, a bit of magic, and some rhetoric to gain followers. Among the group's supplies, Taoist Master Ching-yi had his share, and he was willing to make his carriage luxurious and comfortable. Occasionally, when Taoist Master Ching-yi emerged from his carriage, his demeanor was even more. Zhou Shan didn't know how to describe it. When he privately pointed it out to Wen-gu smiled and said, "He's gotten a bit carried away." Zhou Shan pondered this description. Yes, it was very apartment. Perhaps it was due to being flattered so much, but recently Taoist Master Ching-yi had indeed become a bit puffed up. Even though everyone knew they were coming this time by taking advantage of Wen-gu's visit to his relatives, Taoist Master Ching-yi seemed to believe that his abilities could surpass Wen-gu's and gain more benefits for everyone. Regardless of what others thought, Taoist Master Ching-yi felt this way gave him more of the demeanor of an expert. Experts, after all, must have pride. Immortals must have the bearing of immortals. Taoist Master Ching-yi was full of high spirits. With his confidence already somewhat inflated, the Taoist priest looked ahead, hoping that Wen-gu's maternal uncle would not be disrespectful. The dog scholar had written a letter earlier. If the letter had been delivered, and if his uncle was indeed a person of high status and power, he would not have failed to send someone to meet them. However, the reality was that no one had appeared yet. Da-da-da. The sound of horse hooves approached. A troop of cavalrymen rapidly approached from a distance, their cloaks flapping in the wind, kicking up snow. Escort leader Lin and Zhou Shan immediately adopted a vigilant stance. The horses neighed, and the cavalry stopped not far ahead. The white mist from their nostrils carried warmth, but was quickly dispersed by the wind. The armored warrior leading the cavalry scanned the group of nearly 500 people before him. He could analyze their general composition at a glance. His gaze swept over the members of the escort agency and County Lieutenant Zhou, past the Taoist priest, and finally settled on Wengu, who was peeking out from the carriage. His originally sharp gaze softened slightly. Wengu's eyebrows twitched, and he stepped down from the carriage. The leading armored warrior also dismounted. Without looking at escort leader Lin and the others, he clasped his hands in a salute towards Wengu and asked loudly, "Are you Wengu?" Wengu returned a scholar's bow. "This humble scholar is indeed Wengu. Do you have a token of identification?" the other asked. Wengu produced the token. After carefully examining it, the stern face of the leading armored warrior showed a smile, and he became more polite. "We've finally been waiting for you. We've been expecting you for a long time." "Oh." Wengu looked over with a hint of confusion. "Young, your cousin specifically entrusted someone to keep an eye on your movements. If we encountered you, we were to escort you into the city. If you were going to Shoa City, someone would also be there to receive you, but it seems we missed you." The other then introduced himself. "My surname is Yang, and I am a patrol lieutenant of the patrol division in Xian Prefecture City." The patrol division? It sounded like a newly established military institution. Wengu returned the salute, "Lieutenant Yang." Lieutenant Yang glanced at the people behind Wengu and said, "It's getting late. Everyone can follow me to the camp. We'll rest for the night first, and then head to Xian Prefecture City tomorrow. I've already instructed people to prepare ginger soup to ward off the cold." Medicine was scarce nowadays, and it was too precious to provide for so many people. Ginger was also expensive, but at this time, ginger soup could still be provided. Someone would reimburse the cost anyway. Wengu thanked him, returned to the carriage, and told everyone to follow Lieutenant Yang and his men to the nearby army encampment. Seeing this, the Taoist priest's eyelids twitched violently. This was not the expected situation. His emotions surged, and the arrogance he had recently developed gradually receded. The camp was not far away, and the ginger soup was indeed prepared. Several large pots were set up, and people were distributing the soup to the group members. Wengu and his brother received different treatment. Their bowls of soup were clearly more exquisite. Taitu, unable to tell the difference, picked up his bowl and drank it down. Wengu, however, took a closer look at the soup bowl in his hand. "They're thoughtful. This is a treasure." After settling in at the camp, Wengu asked Lieutenant Yang about Xian Prefecture City, wanting to know the current system there. "Is this place also divided into an inner and outer city?" he asked. "The inner and outer cities are indeed divided, but the outer city is only just beginning to be built," Lieutenant Yang replied. Wengu became even more curious. Why was the outer city only starting to be built now? Lieutenant Yang explained, "Xian Prefecture City is a border city. It has often been subject to warfare in the past, and even when there were no major conflicts, there were many disturbances, so it wasn't peaceful. Therefore, Xian Prefecture City still retains some of the neighborhood system from hundreds of years ago. After the world became chaotic, the Zhao family took charge of this area and strengthened the neighborhood system." Wengu marveled in his heart, a wise choice. The others in the group didn't quite understand what the neighborhood system was. The main point they heard was that they had arrived early and could live in the inner city. The inner city. As expected, arriving early was good. While Wengu was chatting with Lieutenant Yang, he noticed the tracks of loaded vehicles on the ground and some black particles. "Cole?" Lieutenant Yang was speaking when he looked towards Wengu and saw him smiling. Wengu noticed the other's gaze and said, "We've finally arrived after a long journey. Thinking about seeing aunt and uncle and cousin soon, I can't help but be happy." Lieutenant Yang replied, "I can understand." He thought that this young master's cousin would be even happier tomorrow. This group of northern migrants with complex backgrounds rested for a night at the camp. Wengu was able to wash up at the camp. Of course, only Wengu and his brother enjoyed such treatment. The next day, new warm clothes were brought for them to change into. They were also smoked with a fragrant incense with a pleasant medicinal scent. Such incense was not easy to obtain now. Without sufficient status, one could not get it. Wengu's suspicions were confirmed. After changing into a clean robe, the fabric looked unremarkable, but it was of understated luxury, far beyond what ordinary people could afford. Perhaps seeing Wengu's frail physique, a warm cloak was also provided. In just one night, the others in the group saw Wengu again but could hardly recognize him. Washed clean of the wind and dust from their journey and dressed in these clothes, he looked like a noble son who was too lofty to approach. Daoist Master Qingyi was unusually silent today and no longer had attendants serving him. After resting, the group set off again towards Xian Prefecture City. This time, everyone's faces were filled with uncontrollable smiles and anticipation. They no longer had to fear attacks from evil creatures or bandits, as they were now escorted by the army. The snow had stopped overnight, but a thin layer of snow still covered the ground. Wengu's carriage had also been replaced, specially arranged by Lieutenant Yang. Seeing the silhouette of Xian Prefecture City in the distance, everyone quickened their pace. As they got closer, Lieutenant Yang instructed the group to halt. "Please dismount. You are not allowed to ride horses for the rest of this road," Lieutenant Yang said, then looked at Wengu. "The horse-drawn carriage is allowed." The escorts in the group couldn't understand. They were still quite a distance from the city, so why couldn't they ride horses? However, since they were on someone else's territory, and the Zhao clan was the most powerful here, they complied with the order not to ride horses. They all dismounted and led their horses forward. But soon, they heard the sound of horse hooves. Weren't they not allowed to ride horses? What were the people ahead riding? They looked into the distance and saw what appeared to be hundreds of cavalrymen. What was happening? As they continued to walk forward, they realized that a particularly large horse-drawn carriage seemed to be approaching. The horses pulling it were 3 in number. 2 teams of fully armed cavalrymen were stationed on either side, looking exceptionally majestic. "Is a noble person traveling? Should we make way?" someone asked nervously. Lieutenant Yang walked to Wengu's carriage at this time and made a gesture to please. Wengu said nothing, called out to Taitu, and got out of the carriage to walk forward. Escort leader Lin and Zhou Shan wanted to follow, but were stopped. Wengu raised his hand and signaled to them, "It's all right." The 2 approaching teams of cavalrymen had armor that reflected the cold winter light, making them look imposing. However, Wengu's attention was not on them, but on the approaching horse-drawn carriage. "What is that?" Zhou Shan asked. "It's the young master's retinue," Lieutenant Yang said. What young master?" Zhou Shan's teeth chattered. "The young master of the Zhao clan." Escort leader Lin almost dropped his mashua. "No, is it really all right to encounter someone of such status right away?" But he quickly reacted. His eyes widened as he watched Wengu's retreating figure. By Taitu's side, even with the cloak, the seemingly frail figure gradually loomed larger in his eyes. His pupils trembled. Holy crap! The 2 teams of cavalrymen on the front also dismounted and waited quietly. A young man in a brocade robe with cloud patterns stepped out of the carriage. The cavalrymen on either side bowed in unison. Lieutenant Yang naturally followed suit, bowing. He had observed earlier, not knowing if it was because he was already assuming the outcome, but he saw a slight resemblance between Wengu and the young master. The young master's mother and Wengu's mother were sisters, so they must have looked very alike. Looking somewhat alike, being close blood relatives, and having abilities, Wengu would undoubtedly. Regardless of what thoughts others present were having at this moment, Wengu walked forward, his eyes clear, his expression respectful with a hint of excitement at seeing a relative. With a scholarly bow, he said, "Cousin." End of this chapter. No one formally introduced Wengu, but the various details provided by the patrol Captain Yang during their journey had already confirmed the identity of his cousin. As Wengu bowed, Taitu, standing beside him, also called out cousin. Although their relationship was even more distant, Taitu himself was unaware of this. Wengu had told him to just follow along and not worry about anything else. Thus, Taitu called him cousin in front of everyone, sounding completely natural and without any hint of being out of place. The young man in fine clothes dismounted from his carriage with steady dignity. As he walked over to look at Wengu and the other, his expression turned warm and welcoming. "I finally managed to wait for you." He showed no surprise upon hearing Taitu call him cousin. He had already been informed of Taitu's situation and treated him as a childlike individual. Young Master Zhao praised Wengu. Compared to Taitu, Wengu indeed appeared a bit more refined and delicate. Glancing back at the group of 500 people behind Wengu, he patted Wengu's shoulder. "Good. This is excellent." Young Master Zhao took Wengu's arm and beckoned to Taitu. "Come, let's get into the carriage first. It's warm inside." Wengu walked forward with the pole, then paused slightly, looking back. Young Master Zhao said, "Don't worry, there are people to arrange for the group." Wengu nodded to escort leader Lin and County Lieutenant Zhou, signaling for them to proceed with the arrangements. Watching Wengu and Taidu board the large carriage, the cavalry on both sides remounted, escorting the vehicles back to the city. Meanwhile, the group hesitated to move. Should we kneel? A villager asked nervously, trembling. There's no need. Young master doesn't care about such formalities, Patrol Captain Yang replied. At this moment, the others in the group, who had been lost in thought, finally snapped back to reality. The north wind was biting, their noses were red with cold, but their hearts were ablaze, and their breathing quickened. Zhao Clan, their young master. What was this? This was the prince of an emperor. Our boss one is actually brothers with the prince. Real brothers. Little Lu was so excited that he trembled even more violently than when he first saw the corpse drivers, but that was out of fear, whereas this was pure excitement. Hida and the others also had shining eyes. My old He family is going to prosper. I am Boss Win's loyal follower. No one can snatch me away. They looked at the departing carriage ahead, craning their necks, wanting to shout something, but they dared not. They could only silently roar in their hearts. Boss Win, please don't forget about us still here. At this moment, inside the luxurious large carriage, medicinal incense wafted, but it was not acrid or choking. A brazier was placed beside them. A follower set up a small table with 2 plates of pastries and a pot of tea. After Taidu boarded, he sat by the side, eating and drinking. His cousin had told him to feel free, so he truly did, as there was nothing else to do. Wengu, however, was fully alert. Young Master Zhao's grand display and elaborate reception were unlikely to be solely for him and his group. They weren't important enough for that. Wengu didn't hold back. At this point, facing such a powerful scion of a prominent family and his own cousin, he decided not to appear too calculating. Therefore, Wengu, in the manner of speaking freely with a relative, inquired about the reason. Cousin Zhao smiled and explained the coincidence of the day. There was a ritual sacrifice ceremony outside the city today, a date chosen long ago. Several important defensive fortifications in the outer city were scheduled to break ground on an auspicious day, which was today, marking their formal commencement. In this era, people attached great importance to such ceremonies, honoring mountains, rivers, sun, moon, heaven, earth, and spirits. The sacrifice had just concluded when they heard that Wengu, his cousin, had arrived with 500 people, so they came out of the city to greet him. This grand reception was not because of Wengu, but since it coincided with such a propitious day, young Master Zhao was happy to personally lead the welcoming party. Wengu's group was the first team of 500 people to arrive this year. The city defense soldiers had gone out on patrol several times, yet they hadn't brought back as many people as Wengu had incidentally brought with him. Everything was about symbolism. Before they even met, young Master Zhao's most lasting impression of his cousin was that this cousin was quite auspicious. As the carriage returned to the city, Cousin Zhao informed Wengu that, apart from a few individuals of special status who could enter the city early, most of the group would need to stay in the outer city area for a day or 2. All northbound migrating groups were treated the same. Wengu expressed understanding. He understood. It was quarantine. Besides the epidemic of evil, it was to prevent other diseases. Direct quarantine was the simplest and most resource-efficient method. Cousin Zhao said, there will be herbal medicine and porridge provided in the outer city area. You can exchange for what you need directly. You don't need to worry. Seeing Wengu's curiosity about Xian Prefecture City, he introduced the current management model of the city. The outer city area of Xian Prefecture City, which was being expanded, not only included defensive fortifications but also designated districts, mostly military districts. The inner city was also divided into districts and markets. Districts were residential areas for residents and markets were commercial areas. They could be seen as self-contained communities managed with a closed system. Each district was a walled area with timed gates. This effectively combined the security concepts of fortifications with city management. The carriage entered the city and drove directly to their residence. The Zhao family's current residence was formed by merging and renovating several large houses. After the Zhao family gained power, they had also built many small courtyards here. Relatives kept coming to join them, and they needed residences. For instance, this time, the Zhao family had prepared a courtyard in advance for the arrival of Wengu and his brother. Even though the facilities were not as advanced as those of their previous wealthy households, in this time of scarce supplies, this courtyard was incredibly valuable and rare. Not everyone could be directly allocated a courtyard. Under the steward's direction, the servants were busy. The rooms had been fumigated once in advance, and upon moving in today, they were fumigated again. Madame Shin, Wengu's maternal aunt, had specifically sent someone over and had some precious goods placed out. Wengu and Taitu were led to this courtyard. Although the buildings within the courtyard were not as exquisitely built due to current conditions, they were spacious and bright, with flowers and plants even planted. Only in the courtyards of wealthy families could one see such ornamental plants. Outside, they would have long been burned for firewood. After changing their clothes, they were led to meet their aunt and uncle and attend a small family banquet. Cousin-in-law was also present, bringing their 5-year-old nephew. Due to the hurried arrival, no welcome gifts were prepared. Wengu said he would make up for it next time. He himself, however, received many gifts. As for the gifts he pledged to make up for, and genuinely emphasized doing so, no one took it seriously. In such troubled times, it was already incredibly difficult to survive and reach Xian Prefecture, let alone have the spare capacity to prepare gifts. His aunt looked at him with heartache and had more clothes and daily necessities brought to him. His aunt's status had changed, and she now possessed a certain dignity and elegance. However, her appearance strongly resembled Wengu's memory of his own mother. During the family banquet, Wengu displayed genuine emotion, reminiscing about old times and departed loved ones with his aunt. Any initial sense of estrangement gradually disappeared as they talked. Uncle, the Zhao family head, had injured his leg during the onset of the chaotic times. He had been undergoing treatment, with somewhat satisfactory results. Now, he could walk for a short while each day, but overall, his mobility was impaired. His mental state was excellent, his mind clear, and his will strong. He greeted Wengu with a kind and hearty smile. No one dared to underestimate the leader of the Zhao clan. Most affairs were currently handled by his cousin, but the overall control still rested with this uncle. Due to his impaired mobility, craftsmen had made a spacious wheelchair resembling a carriage compartment. Strictly speaking, it was more like a wheeled vehicle. Craftsmen serving nobles usually made things as magnificent and grand as possible. Seeing that his uncle did not shy away from his leg condition, Wengu said, "When I was traveling, I saw a craftsman make a type of wheelchair. Although it wasn't grand or comfortable, it was small and agile, and easy to control. I'll draw the blueprints for my cousin when I return." Zhao family head initially intended to decline, but upon hearing easy to control, he did not refuse and smiled kindly. "You have made a contribution by bringing 500 people. Think about what you would like to exchange for, and go find your cousin tomorrow." It was a small family banquet, without the other members of the large Zhao family. The meal concluded quickly, as everyone was busy with their own affairs. Wengu also returned to his small courtyard and took out his brush to get to work. The matter of the wheelchair was simple. He would draw the blueprint, and the Zhao family's craftsmen would refine and build it. After finishing the wheelchair blueprints, Wengu pondered his next plan. The 6 great clans likely all possessed mines. The Zhao clan should hold coal mines. Based on his observations, people at this time had already been exposed to coal, using it for warmth and iron smelting. However, most wealthy families nowadays still used charcoal, fine smokeless charcoal, which was also elegant. For most other people, after the difficulty of logging increased, they used coal more often. Well, a honeycomb coal stove was added to the plan. Since it involved coal mines, it wasn't easy to get involved initially. He needed to achieve something first before he could speak up. This small courtyard, while comfortable to live in, was too restrictive for him to fully utilize his abilities. He needed to move out. The next day, Wengu first went to his aunt's place to establish his presence and then sought out his cousin. He had made an appointment yesterday and went to find him directly. This young master of the Zhao clan was indeed busy, with a constant stream of people coming and going. When he finally had a moment, there were 2 scholars by his side, constantly copying and organizing something. When Wengu entered the room, his cousin did not ask them to leave. These were clearly confidants, and Wengu didn't mind. as he wouldn't be discussing classified information yet. When the time came, his cousin would naturally dismiss them. He first handed over the wheelchair blueprints and said, "This is what I was talking about yesterday. See if it works for you, cousin." How to use it and in what situations were for his cousin and uncle to decide. Wengu just provided the blueprints. Cousin Zhao took the blueprints, glanced at them, and praised, "It is indeed ingenious and agile. You are thoughtful." However, today's discussion was not about this. He handed the blueprints to a scholar and looked back at Wengu, speaking kindly. "Collecting refugees and bringing in population counts as merits. Have you thought about what you want? Just tell me directly, cousin." As he spoke kindly, Wengu eagerly sat on a nearby chair and asked, "Can I be an official?" Young Master Zhao's smile remained natural. "Yes, talent is in short supply these days." Saying this, he picked up a booklet from the side, which listed various old and new official positions. He opened to the vacant page and was about to hand it to Wengu. Wengu said, "I want to be a district head." The booklet in his cousin's hand thumped onto the desk. The room fell silent. The scribe beside him, who was writing, had his penmanship falter and couldn't help but look up. Cousin Zhao withdrew his hand, his eyes filled with confusion. "The district head you are referring to, is it the head of a neighborhood district? Managing a village is done by a village chief or village elder. Managing a district is done by a district head or district overseer." He had initially thought Wengu would make an outrageous demand, but he hadn't expected his cousin's aspirations to be so unconventional. "Is a district head considered an official?" Wengu sat up slightly, his expression serious. "I brought 500 people this time. Since I am here, I must settle down. I promised them I would settle them when I brought them here." Cousin Zhao looked at him as if he were some peculiar specimen. "How about you consider it again?" He couldn't even count the number of relatives who had asked him for official positions. Some had little ability but sky-high ambitions. But why was this cousin going against the grain? "If you can ask for it, I can't grant it without losing face." Cousin Zhao carefully chose his words and said, "District head, perhaps it's not as easy as you think." He gestured to the side. A scholar next to him immediately handed over a scroll. There was no need for explanation. Wengu was envious. He mused that he should teach his future secretary, Chengji, well. In front of him, Cousin Zhao had already unfurled the scroll, which was a district map of Xian Prefecture City's inner city. Square units were distributed across the diagram, forming the inner city of Xian Prefecture City. These square structures varied in size, annotated with text and different patterns. Outsiders could not understand the patterns, but some were unannotated. Cousin Zhao pointed to the districts near the Zhao family residence. "This area is where nobles and powerful families reside." Then he moved outward. "This area here is mostly for merchants and commoners. The collected refugees will also be dispersed and settled within the districts here." "And this area?" "This section near the city wall." Wengu pointed to the unannotated squares. "No one is there, it's vacant," Cousin Zhao said. "I want this kind," Wengu said. Wengu's finger tapped on a plain square. His face was serene, but his eyes were filled with the determination of a young person describing their aspirations and ambitions. "Starting from a vacant lot will allow me to fully display my talents." End of chapter. Young Master Zhao was uncharacteristically troubled. He had indeed considered it, even reserving a few positions, but he never envisioned the current situation. This cousin of his had a truly unconventional approach. The position of foreman wasn't even a proper official role, it was merely a clerk. The position was minor, the work abundant, and people of status looked down on it. Young Master Zhao patiently explained its drawbacks. Wengu was unconcerned. "This is Xian Prefecture City. My cousin is the young master of the Zhao clan, and I have my aunt and uncle supporting me. What is there to fear?" Young Master Zhao looked at Wengu and laughed heartily. "Good. That's right. What is there to fear? In the territory of the clans and noble families, who would be foolish enough to offend someone with connections? Do as you please. Even if you're just a petty foreman, who can look down on you? Very well, if you could bring 500 people here during these chaotic times, you must have some ability. Let me see just how capable you truly are. However, this matter doesn't need to be settled immediately. How about this? Consider it some more. You can walk around the city these 2 days, and I'll assign a few guards to show you around." After witnessing the various troublesome matters in the market districts, Perhaps this cousin will change his mind. Wengu thanked him. With the matter concluded, he didn't want to delay his cousin with important affairs and was about to leave when he noticed the calligraphy and paintings hanging on the surrounding walls. The seal used was Zhao's Qingjin. Zhao Yao, Zhao Qingjin. It was young Master Zhao's own seal. In the past, during peaceful times, the imperial court favored civil officials over military ones. Compared to martial arts, cousin Zhao excelled more in calligraphy and painting. Although Wengu didn't praise him directly, the admiration and envy in his eyes were evident to everyone. Seeing this, cousin Zhao couldn't help but smile. "What, are you interested in calligraphy and painting?" he asked. "I'm extremely interested." Wengu, who had been about to walk out, turned back. Wengu asked, "Cousin, are there any gentlemen here who teach calligraphy and painting?" As the saying goes, one should balance work and rest. "When I relax, I enjoy writing and painting." Young Master Zhao held his cousin in high regard. Among the noble families who had pledged allegiance to the Zhao clan now, there were many leisurely scholars of calligraphy and painting. However, he needed to choose carefully. "All right, I'll pick a calligraphy and painting teacher for you. Wait for him when you get back." "Hey, I'll be waiting for real." Without further ado, Wengu quickly left. After he departed, a scholar accompanying young Master Zhao stroked his long beard and said with a smile, "This young master's temperament seems rather exceptional and extraordinary. Isn't that so?" Young Master Zhao looked at the book listing vacant official positions on his desk and casually tossed it aside. It was no longer needed. Meanwhile, after Wengu left his cousin's office, 4 guards arrived shortly after. The guards assigned by young Master Zhao were not ordinary. All 4 were from the Xian Prefecture Patrol Division. The city had the City Defense Army, primarily responsible for security within the city and defense outside. The Patrol Division was more specialized, handling certain specific investigations and patrols. Troublesome matters that the City Defense Army couldn't handle were dealt with by them. It was a new military institution established after the Zhao family took control of Xian Prefecture. Wengu didn't try to curry favor with them. He called Taitu and, with the guards, went to explore Xian Prefecture City. With local guides, Wengu gained a preliminary understanding of the market districts he was interested in, including who resided in the luxury areas, whether they were easy to provoke, and the complexity of the slum areas. As expected, vacant districts were easier to manage and could be developed according to his own plans. The vacant districts in the city had their gates closed and were under lockdown. As more people arrived from the south, these district gates would be unlocked sequentially. Wengu inspected the places he deemed important, and he was quite satisfied. After a general tour of the inner city, he went to the outer city to check on the condition of the others in his group. According to Xian Prefecture's procedures, they would be quarantined for 2 days before being settled separately. Those willing to farm were directed to do so. Several villages were designated nearby to house the refugees. Those unwilling to farm would enter the city and be assigned to various districts, but they would have to earn their own food, drink, and rent. Numerous tasks in the city required manpower daily. As long as one had strength and ability, they wouldn't starve. Outside the city. After Wengu left with young Master Zhao, the people in the group, while obediently following local procedures, were restless and filled with joy. The only one with a long face was probably Taoist Master Qingyi. The Taoist master was currently sitting in his horse-drawn carriage, his expression gloomy. He had figured it out. That dog scholar tricked me. He let those ignorant villagers flatter him, and, because he hadn't enjoyed such good service for a long time and still harbored ambitions, he had become a little conceited. Taoist Master Qingyi cursed inwardly. "It was just a few days of arguing with you. You first let me float, then slapped me back down. You dog." The Taoist master felt a sense of despair. With the dog scholar's current status and background, could he truly establish himself within the Zhao clan? Just as he was contemplating whether to defect to another faction, he suddenly heard He Da's excited voice from outside, "Leader Wen." Taoist Master Qingyi lifted the curtain and stepped out of the carriage. Seeing Wengu's figure, he sneered. He had changed his appearance and was accompanied by imposing guards, looking quite like a young master from a noble family. It seemed he was getting along well with the master of the Zhao clan. As they were still in quarantine, Wengu did not approach too closely, speaking to his group from a distance, separated by guards. He mainly wanted to reassure them. Knowing that Wengu had not abandoned them and was planning their subsequent resettlement, the people in the group no longer thought about other matters and waited for Wengu's news. After giving a few instructions to escort leader Lin and Zhou Shan, Wengu's gaze fell on Daoist Master Qingyi. Daoist Master, please rest assured. I will fulfill the promise I made to you. Daoist Master Qingyi, who was contemplating running away, exclaimed, Huh? Really? What had the dog scholar promised him? First, to build a Daoist temple. Second, to equip the alchemy room with as many items as possible. With Wengu's current status, fulfilling these would not be difficult. If he had joined another faction, he might not even find an alchemy furnace, let alone build a Daoist temple. Competitors might also cause trouble. Daoist Master Qingyi was conflicted. He's drawing another pie for me. He knew that this dog scholar definitely had other motives, but this pie was truly delicious. Given the dog scholar's personality, the more he gave, the more he would take back. He would certainly exploit people. But this pie was truly delicious. Daoist Master Qingyi was wavering. Wengu toured both within and outside the city. He returned to the Zhao family and, when his cousin had leisure time, he went to him again to confirm his intentions. Young Master Zhao was not surprised. He took out a map of the Xian Prefecture market districts. See which one you like and pick it yourself. Wengu pointed to the vacant square he had previously favored. Young Master Zhao gestured. Soon, a scholar beside him retrieved a drawing from the bookshelf and handed it over. Wengu was envious again. As expected, having many talented people around was convenient. After Qingji, he would also train little brother He. Turning his attention back to the present, on the table lay the drawing of the vacant district Wengu had chosen. Unlike the city market map, this one detailed the various specifics within the vacant district, such as which houses and courtyard walls were still intact and how many wells there were. Young Master Zhao pointed to two relatively well-preserved houses within the district. Keep these two for yourself. Use them as you please. He looked at the drawing in front of him and still felt it was rather shabby and presentable. Just this? What else do you want? He asked. If cousin thinks it's not enough, then please allocate more building materials or... Wengu appeared embarrassed and pointed to another district next door. How about assigning this one to me as well? Young Master Zhao looked at the second district Wengu pointed to. It wasn't large and was also vacant, located close to the city wall and the city defense army. It could be said that no outrageous activity could occur in that location. Everything would be under supervision. However, young Master Zhao still didn't understand. He requested the drawing of the second district as well. Inside, there were only 2 or 3 houses with slightly better preservation. Others were mostly just stone and earth walls and foundations. He looked at Wengu again. Wengu nodded firmly. He was serious, not joking. Young Master Zhao pondered for a moment, tapping his fingers on the drawing, and then said, "All right, they're all yours." He then circled the 2 houses in the second district and gave them to Wengu. These were directly given to Wengu and would belong to Wengu's personal property in the future. Thank you, cousin. Who wouldn't like to be given houses directly? Wengu bowed exaggeratedly. Young Master Zhao smiled. All right, stop fooling around. I can hardly bring myself to mention these things outside. He then looked down at the drawings of the 2 districts on the table and suggested that area is not facing the main street. You can merge them into one district for easier management. Combined, the area of the 2 districts was still not as large as those in the central city. However, Wengu did not plan to merge them. He pointed to the district near the city wall. I want to build a Daoist temple here. Can a Daoist temple be built in Xian Prefecture City? Young Master Zhao's brows immediately furrowed. A Daoist temple? Whether it was a Buddhist temple or a Daoist temple, frankly, under the current circumstances, he was reluctant to see them established. They could easily cause trouble. Perhaps other clans revered Buddhism or Taoism, or used them as a tool to control public heart, but their Zhao clan currently had no such intentions. It was fine to build a small Buddhist shrine or Daoist temple within their own residence, but to specifically construct a Daoist temple was another matter entirely. Wengu suddenly seemed to recall something and said, "Oh, the Daoist temple I'm talking about might be different from the ones you've encountered before." There's a Taoist priest in the team I brought, and I want him to refine some things. Having a Taoist temple would be better. He mentioned the fine salt refined by Taoist Master Qingyi and their experience going to Jinwu City, where they narrowly escaped danger thanks to the fine salt. Jinwu City? Fine salt? Do you still have some? Let me see, young Master Zhao asked. Yes, but it's in the room, in a small porcelain bottle, Wengu replied. Young Master Zhao sent someone to Wengu's small courtyard to retrieve it and also had someone bring fine salt from the kitchen. Given their current status, they naturally used refined fine salt. But when the two were placed side by side and carefully compared, the one in Wengu's hand was indeed slightly cleaner and finer. Even a tiny difference was still a difference. Young Master Zhao didn't care about this slight difference in their salt. He just thought that the person guarding Jinwu City was probably the seventh son of the Ren family, a cautious and sharp individual who had once intercepted a talented person coveted by the Zhao family. With Ren Qi's sharpness, he might have already discovered the issue with the fine salt and been furious. Fortunately, Wengu had escaped quickly. Young Master Zhao became pleased. Good, very good. Build it. Just for the fact that Wengu and the Taoist priest managed to anger Ren Qi once and could escape to Jinwu City to avoid disaster and emerge safely, they could be given the opportunity to build a Taoist temple. If any issues arose later, they could deal with them then. Control the influence, young Master Zhao reminded him. If they incited public sentiment, Wengu and the Taoist priest would both suffer when his father took action. Understood. Wengu promised. He had so many tasks for that dog Taoist that he wouldn't have time to incite public sentiment. Wengu inquired about the construction requirements for houses in the city. Generally speaking, whether it was houses or a Taoist temple, as long as it wasn't too ostentatious, there weren't many other restrictions. The current times were unusual, and the rules were not as stringent as before. With the management rights of the two districts secured, Wengu didn't leave immediately. He looked at the blank spaces on the drawing and leaned closer, saying, "Cousin, your literary talent is extraordinary. Could you do me the favor of giving it a name?" This was no trivial matter. The inscriptions and names given by the heirs of noble families had special significance and served as a form of protection. This was the most valuable thing today. Young Master Zhao looked at Wengu and, after a long while, smiled and said, "All right." Besides wanting to see what Wengu could truly accomplish, he also thought about the situation where, as the young master of the Zhao clan, he would perform a sacrificial ceremony outside the city during an important occasion this year. And Wengu coincidentally brought 500 people. Auspicious time, auspicious omen. He picked up his brush, dipped it in ink, and wrote on the paper Jing Xing, auspicious star, Qingyun, auspicious cloud. Jing Xing Qingyun, may you welcome joy upon looking up. May your blessings be complete and all matters proceed smoothly. End of this chapter. Cousin Zhao's proposed district names carried too much weight, not as a wish for Wengu, but as a blessing for the Zhao clan. Nowadays, the district names in the city were either for warding off evil and bringing good fortune, or for blessings and prayers, such as Fu Lu Shouxi, Ji Xiang and Rui, and many others. However, for the young master of the Zhao clan to personally choose and inscribe the names indicated that these were areas of focus. The districts currently being planned in Xian Prefecture City were not like the old names from before. The luxurious districts near the core area were named by the Zhao family's patriarch. However, most of the later districts were named by the scholars and officials below, and then submitted for approval. Although these two districts Wengu requested were not personally named by his maternal uncle, they were still named and inscribed by the young Master Zhao, making them different from ordinary districts. Wengu was called to join his aunt for a meal as soon as he returned to the courtyard. Without delay, Wengu called Tai Tu and went to his aunt's place for dinner. The room was warm, heated by the underfloor heating. Tai Tu sat by the side, eating nonstop, uninterested in anything else. There was no one else present at this moment, and the aunt-nephew relationship had progressed rapidly in the past 2 days, making their conversations even more intimate and casual. Madame Shen asked, "Your cousin said you were going to be a district head?" Wengu nodded. It was likely that his cousin had told his aunt when it was first mentioned. His aunt wouldn't know about what had just happened at his cousin's place so quickly. Therefore, Wengu explained the management rights of the two districts that had just been confirmed and that his cousin had inscribed the names. Madame Shin did not pay much attention to the management rights of the two districts, but her smile appeared when she heard that Wengu was given 2 sets of houses and courtyards for each district, and that the young master Zhao had personally inscribed the names. The houses over there are small. I will keep the courtyards here for you. Come and stay for a few days when you have free time, and keep me company, Madame Shin said. Okay, as long as you don't mind. Wengu's eyes lit up when he saw a maidservant bringing over a small cauldron. Madame Shin attached great importance to what she ate. While the dishes didn't have to be exquisite, some dishes had to be hot. For stewed dishes, the lid would only be opened when they were served. The small cauldron brought over at this moment was one of them, and it was opened only after it was served. Wengu was interested in its style. There was no one else here, so he was not reserved. He reached out and fiddled with the beast-shaped clasp on the small cauldron. This is an ancient pressure cooker. It saved time and firewood, and the ingredients cooked were even softer and more tender. Seeing this, Madame Shin smiled, thinking that Wengu still had a bit of a youthful spirit. What else do you need over there? Madame Shin asked. Wengu thought for a moment, an alchemy furnace or other alchemy room equipment. Madame Shin's brows furrowed, and a hint of sternness appeared in her eyes. She was worried that Wengu might be misled by some wicked rumors and go astray. Seeing the change in Madame Shin's expression, Wengu recounted what he had told his cousin earlier, the Taoist priest refining fine salt, and the refuge in Jinwu City. I just want to refine some useful things like pills, but I'm not very interested. Cousin also agreed to let me build a Taoist temple within the district, Wengu said. Madame Shin's expression softened. All right, I'll keep an eye out for you. Initially, your cousin and uncle killed a batch of deceiving monks and rogue priests, and it seems many of their equipment are still stored away. It was also a reminder to Wengu that proper, well-behaved monks and Taoist priests were fine. However, if they made mistakes and broke taboo, the Zhao father and son would not show any mercy. Wengu nodded honestly, yes, cousin also reminded me. He then smiled and said, when the equipment is ready, I'll have that Taoist priest refine another batch of top-quality fine salt. Cousin said it was good. Not only salt, but also white sugar, which will definitely be finer than the white sugar in the kitchen. Madame Shin said cheerfully, okay, I'll have someone look for it as soon as possible. I'm waiting for your top-quality fine salt and white sugar. After dinner, Wengu and Taitu left. Madame Shin sat there, quietly pondering what Wengu had said. The maids had all left, and a woman brought over a teacup and handed it to her. She was a trusted maidservant of Madame Shin. Madame is not satisfied that young master cousin is only becoming a district head? Madame Shin shook her head. With his current status, getting a high official position right after arriving is not a good thing. The prime minister rises from the local government, and the fierce general emerges from the ranks. He is young but can remain calm, which is quite good. Many of the Shin family relatives came to seek refuge, asking for official positions and benefits. Soon, they were suppressed by young Master Zhao and came to complain to her. What was the use of crying? In this world, there were so many people who wanted to succeed. Without real ability, even if you were given something, you wouldn't be able to hold on to it. Who was to blame? Even the Zhao family couldn't get a good deal, let alone those who didn't have the surname Zhao. Although the imperial examination was suspended, it was only temporary. As more and more people came from the south, similar selection systems would likely emerge soon. In fact, to this day, the real positions of power were all held by the confidants of the father and son. Other positions were just given to placate people. Wengu's ability to find an alternative path surprised Madame Shin even more, and she was even more pleased. In just 2 days of meeting, how many people could get the personal inscription and naming from the young master of the Zhao clan? Madame Shin smiled leisurely and said to the maid beside her, I think he likes that copper pot quite a bit. Go to the storeroom and pick one to give to him. Thinking that Wengu was going to live outside, Madame Shin said, he probably won't be able to stay in the courtyards here for many days. When he moves out, you go and see what else he needs. On the other side, Wengu, who had returned to his residence, took out his notebook and began to write his development plan. His cousin had also sent over the blueprints for the 2 districts. Wengu needed to plan them carefully. He had to seize the time. Winter was approaching, and this was the peak season for southern households to move north, as well as the time for major clans to make profits. Of course, he had to earn more. The next day, Wengu went to his new territory. He also had people bring over the quarantine team from outside. Apart from nearly 100 people who were determined to farm and raise chickens, the remaining 400 people were brought over. Wengu was currently in the 1st district, in the newly acquired house, and had called over some important personnel from the team. While the important figures looked down on this courtyard, for people at the bottom like Hida, they were incredibly envious. First, regarding the distribution. Wengu asked He Xiaodi to record. The Taoist priest will go to the opposite district, where a Taoist temple will be built. The Taoist priest enjoys alchemy, and the alchemy process will produce qi. Ordinary people should not be too close. Taoist Master Qingyi couldn't resist the temptation and followed today. Hearing Wengu's words, he looked expectantly at the opposite district, even though he couldn't see it. Regarding the district names, Wengu took out 2 pieces of paper, each with Jingxing and Qingyun written on them. Which one was Jingxing, and which one was Qingyun? Hida spoke first. Let's call our side Qingyun. Whether it brings auspiciousness or not, I don't understand. I only know of Qingyun above. Qingyun sounds like Qingyun. Let's call our side Qingyun district. The others also nodded. Yes, it sounds very auspicious. However, Taoist Master Qingyi also said at this time, I divined and found that this name has a connection with me. He genuinely felt that this name had a connection with him. A long time ago, when he was apprenticing and choosing a name, he took a name starting with Qing and wanted to call himself Qingyun. But Qingyun soaring straight up was too direct, too ostentatious. At that time, he had neither ability nor reputation, so he chose to be more low-key and took the first stroke of the character Yun. He had not yet made a name for himself, so he still had to be slightly low-key and choose a homophone. Qingyun was just right for him. I once thought of naming the Taoist temple Qingyun Temple. As for how long ago once was, that was not something he needed others to know. With Taoist Master Qingyi speaking, the others dared not argue. In the entire team, in terms of reputation, Wengu was first and the Taoist priest was second. Wengu did not argue. Since Taoist Master Qingyi had spoken, the others could only endure it. Yu'er nudged Hida with his elbow. Hida did not dare to compete with the Taoist priest. Wengu said, then the opposite district will be called Qingyun District. Besides building the Taoist temple there, I also plan to move the blacksmith shop there. Blacksmith Yu and the others will go there. Wengu looked at Yu'er and asked, are you following your brother or? Yu'er immediately said, blacksmithing needs help, and my friend and I can both help, so we'll go to Qingyun District with my brother. Seeing Wengu agree, Yu'er smugly said to Hida, bye-bye. I'm moving to Qingyun District. Hida, you old rascal. He wanted to say that he wanted to go too, but still didn't dare to speak up, waiting quietly for the assignments. He couldn't help but curse in his heart, Qingyi the rogue Taoist, you are a sinner. Wengu continued to assign personnel. Most people were still assigned to Jingxing District here. As for Wengu's 2 sets of residences, one was for him to live in within the district, and the other was to serve as a temporary office. Everyone present looked at Wengu. District head, you live here too? Hida asked. Since I'm the head of these 2 districts, of course I live here, Wengu said. The Zhao family. During festivals or other special occasions, I will live there, but I usually live here. I have residences on both sides, and there's also a courtyard in the Zhao family mansion. Oh, that's good then. A false alarm. The reliance was still there. Wengu glanced at them and continued to explain the use of the other residents and the affairs that needed to be handled normally. The others understood and nodded. We understand, that's the small yamen for the 2 districts where important matters are handled. Wengu looked at the blueprints of the 2 districts in his hand and felt that many things were missing. He still needed a layout map of Xian Prefecture City. What he had seen from his cousin was only a part of it, and he didn't recognize all the symbols. He also didn't have perfect memory. But it didn't matter, his powerful summoning technique. Qingji, I'm here, district head. I have a task for you. Settle everyone down today and let them rest. Tomorrow, you, escort leader Lin, Zhou Shan, Hida, and the others will go and explore Xian Prefecture City and understand the layout of the city's districts. Okay. Qingji responded excitedly. Although this was a strange place and there were many nobles in the city, as long as they were careful and didn't court death, they didn't need to worry. Their district head had a patron. Wengu looked at everyone. For now, let's settle down. The conditions are limited, and the residences are simple, but you don't need to be frightened. Once you can live peacefully, take good care of your health first. Everyone should believe that things will get better and better. What if someone causes trouble? Zhou Shan asked. Protect yourselves first, and take emergency measures if necessary. Wen Gu raised his hand and pointed to the inner city wall not far in front. The city defense army is there. If anything happens, blow a whistle. If a whistle didn't bring anyone, it meant it was a competition between people with connections. End of this chapter. Both districts were near the edge of the inner city, but they were still part of the inner city and defended by another inner city wall. The outer city area was under construction, mostly military districts where most of the city defense army resided. The corpse drivers received their jobs while in quarantine, and to facilitate their business, they were directly housed in the outer city area. Taoist Master Qingyi had one less competitor. After Wen Gu finished discussing current matters, he dismissed everyone to their tasks. Although the district gate here had been locked before, it was checked by dedicated personnel periodically. Those houses that remained intact were given slight upkeep so that people from the south could move in directly upon arrival. In Xingyun district, Wen Gu's 2 courtyard houses were ready to be lived in after a little tidying up. He was not picky about living conditions, and it was much better than the conditions during their escape. A maidservant from Madame Shin, his aunt, brought a batch of daily necessities to furnish Wen Gu's empty houses. For the kitchen, there were dried fruits, smoked meats, as well as salt, sugar, and preserves. Although Wen Gu said he could refine coarse salt into fine salt and had some in stock, Madame Shin still sent over a jar. The sugar was not white refined sugar, which Wen Gu found far too coarse, but it was already a high-quality grade used by nobles. Winter clothing was delivered in boxes, and the coal for the kitchen was also replenished. Wen Gu observed that his aunt was so generous, so he had to repay her well. Reciprocity would deepen their relationship. He was not idle. Wen Gu went to another tidied-up courtyard house, the Jingxing and Xingyun District Affairs Office, Times, the office for affairs of both districts. Personnel settled into the district needed to be registered. Not just their names and origins. Wen Gu drew up a formatted table. Besides the basic information required, it also recorded special skills and preferred labor categories. The clerical work was assigned to Chengji and little brother He. Zhou Shan followed Wen Gu, assisting him. Wen Gu planned to build a communal dormitory within the district first, where some laborers would be managed collectively. He discussed this with Zhou Shan, who asked, "How will the wages be settled?" For settling disaster victims, a certain amount of relief grain was allocated based on the approximate numbers. How to use it was the responsibility of the district managers. Should it be settled with the relief grain directly? Or with currency? Copper and iron coins? Gold and silver? Gold and silver had depreciated, and large amounts of copper and iron were used for defensive fortifications, leading to the large-scale melting of metal currency. In the areas now managed by the Zhao clan, including Xian Prefecture City, Shua City, and other towns, paper money was used instead. Jiaozi and Qinin had been issued before, so paper money was not new. Similar practices were now common in various northern regions, though they were not universally accepted. We can use Jiaozi and Qinin for large sums, but what we need now are substitutes for small change and loose coins. However, only the authorities could print Jiaozi and Qinin. Then, what do you mean, Foreman? Zhou Shan asked. We won't deal with money. We'll print food ration tickets. Food ration tickets that can only be used in our 2 districts and can be exchanged for food. Wen Gu said. Zhou Shan pondered and found it feasible. Various industries in the civilian sector also issued their own ticket-like substitutes. However, food ration tickets used internally would not touch sensitive lines. Food ration tickets were essentially meal tickets. Now, those fleeing for their lives valued food the most, and this would offer more peace of mind. Food ration tickets could be cashed in daily for food. If one wanted to eat more, they would use more tickets. If they were reluctant to eat, they would use fewer. However, Wen Gu thought that at first, people would be uneasy and would certainly exchange all the food ration tickets they received for food. It was fine. The food allocated from above was temporarily sufficient. As for the future, there would naturally be more grain to fill the granaries. Let's settle the food ration ticket issue first. Everyone was busy now, and there weren't enough hands. Wen Gu decided to draw the first version of the food ration tickets himself to make do. He would also ask Blacksmith Yu to quickly make a stamp for emergency use. He casually drew a design for the food ration ticket and gave it to Zhou Shan to take to Blacksmith Yu to engrave a stamp. Looking around, Cheng Ji and little brother He were busy with registration. Who else could read? Madame Liang from the escort agency? Anyone who could read should come and share the workload. And those people from the escort agency. Look at their Tiger Might Escort Agency's emblem, cough, how well it was printed. Perhaps they inherited the virtues of their late leader and also had carpentry talent. He would see the statistics table later. Besides their strength, those people should have other special skills. They shouldn't just focus on exerting their strength, they should play to their advantages. The remaining supplies in the team had already been distributed. The escort officers from the escort agency, with the supplies they received, could survive for some time without doing anything. But the villagers and refugees who followed them needed to start working immediately. They had two choices. First, to complete the tasks assigned by Wengu, and the district would pay them. Second, to go out and take on jobs. There were many construction sites in the city, requiring a large number of people. Those who followed were generally timid. They decided to stay within the district and accept the tasks assigned by the district head. Given the current situation, they still trusted Wengu as their district head. Currently, they lived in temporarily constructed shacks, but if they could gain a firm foothold and become capable, they could buy the usage rights to a piece of land and build their own houses on it. Xian Prefecture City was now encouraging housing construction, and the prices were not too high. For refugees who had nothing, it was still very expensive, and they were unwilling to spend money on it. The escort agency, however, appeared wealthy. Knowing that they could buy land and build houses, they directly purchased the usage rights to a plot of land and planned to build houses. Anyway, they didn't have any other jobs to take on now. Their strength had to be used somewhere, so they would use it all to build their escort agency branch. There was stone and earth here, but no bricks or wood. The walls could be built with stone and earth, but wood was still essential. Escort leader Lin led people to browse the market and found that their supplies could not buy anything. Wood was currently in short supply. The nearby trees had been mostly cut down. There were forests further north of Xian Prefecture City, but they were a distance away. Due to labor and transportation limitations, the quantity transported each time was limited, and before the goods even arrived, they were snatched up by wealthy families. Fortunately, his cousin sent his followers to deliver a batch of building materials for Wengu to repair houses. At Wengu's suggestion, escort leader Lin found the follower and asked for a contact, thus obtaining the wood for construction. The escort agency used more than half of their inventory and even offered 2 horses to obtain it. This was only because the other party allocated it to them out of consideration for Wengu, their young cousin. Otherwise, the escort agency would have to wait until next year. The escort officers felt it was worth it. With people and houses, they could truly establish themselves here, and their wandering hearts would find stability. The Xian Prefecture branch of the Tiger Might Escort Agency was established here. Wengu looked on with satisfaction. The morale was high, maintain it. Sitting in the office, he continued to review the responsibilities of a district head. The district gates opened and closed at fixed times, and fire prevention within the district also needed attention. Even though many courtyard walls were stone and earth structures, there were many combustible materials used inside. Even temporarily built shacks, bamboo poles, wooden sticks, and cloth could easily catch fire. With epidemics spreading everywhere now, everything entering the area had to be heated, and there were fire sources everywhere. Therefore, patrols needed to be dispatched, paying attention to fire prevention. Wengu assigned little Lu to lead a patrol. Unlike Zhou Shan, who had children to look after, little Lu was alone. He was currently very emotional and full of energy. The urgent matters were assigned first. One day, Wengu was drawing in the office. He intended to build a communal dormitory within the district, forming a large compound with 2 heated brick beds inside. Just then, Madame Shin's maidservant returned, bringing a picture album. We don't know exactly what equipment young master cousin needs, so Madame asked a painter to draw everything. After you've chosen what you need, you can have Cheng Shun make a trip. The maidservant pointed to a young man standing respectfully beside her. This Cheng Shun was sent by Madame Shin and ran errands between Jingxing District and the Zhao residence. After the maidservant left, Wengu found a room for Chang Shun to settle in, and he himself opened the picture album to see what was inside. The album contained alchemy room equipment of various sizes. Although they were not exquisite, drawn in a short amount of time and in varied styles as if by multiple people, the general idea could be understood. An experienced person could even fully imagine them. After flipping through it, Wengu took the picture album to Qingyun district opposite. There was no Taoist temple yet, but Taoist Master Qingyi had already taken in 4 young Taoist disciples. The courtyard house Wengu was borrowing was cleaned and tidied by these 4 young disciples, who willingly completed the chores. These 4 young Taoist disciples were all villagers who had followed. They had performed well on the journey and were capable, so Taoist Master Qingyi took them in. By staying by the Taoist master's side, they had food and wouldn't starve. Many people competed, but only these 4 stood out. When Wengu arrived, 2 of the 4 young disciples were cleaning the courtyard, while the other 2 were massaging the Taoist master's shoulders and legs. Wengu glanced at the dog Taoist priest. He seemed to be enjoying himself, but was he too idle? Cough. Wengu walked over, raising the picture album in his hand. What you wanted has arrived. The Taoist Master Qingyi, who had been pretending to sleep, immediately got up and took the picture album. He only skimmed through it, but his eyes were already filled with fervor. Wengu sat down to the side. At the beginning of these chaotic times, my uncle and cousin executed many traitorous Taoist priests and heretical monks who misled the people. These are the implements they left behind. The Taoist Master Qingyi, flipping through the album, said, "Oh, good riddance. A bunch of useless trash. They didn't have enough skill but still tried to deceive people, so their tragic end was deserved. Guarding these treasures and not knowing how to use them. What a waste." The more the Taoist Master Qingyi flipped through the album, the brighter his eyes became. "All mine," he thought to himself. Asterisk indeed, it was the right decision to stay. As for the disagreeable behavior of that dog scholar, forget it. I'll endure it. Asterisk. Wengu saw him flipping through it enthusiastically and knew that everything inside was indeed useful. He said, "You can pick 5 items first. Choose whatever you like." "Only 5? Taoist Master Qingyi was dissatisfied. He had taken a fancy to many items. Choosing only 5 was too difficult. He couldn't bear to part with them. Pondering, he picked up a pen and was about to circle his choices. Wengu then handed him another list. "These are the things to be refined next." The Taoist master took it and glanced at it. The paper was filled with salt, sugar, and coal. Taoist Master Qingyi. "This dog. You've already customized it, yet you tell me to choose freely." He was so angry that he wanted to smash the picture album in his hand onto the dog scholar's face, but then he looked at the magnificent and varied alchemy furnaces and cauldrons in the album. Still so damn enviable. Conflicted and struggling, until his expression became blank. He silently looked at Wengu. Wengu pointed to the album in the Taoist master's hand. "There are so many things. We can't get them all now. You need to achieve results first, and only then can I ask for the rest. Don't worry, as long as you want them, they are all yours." End of this chapter. Taoist Master Qingyi hesitated, agonized, but ultimately couldn't resist the allure of the picture album and agreed. "I need time to experiment, and the 5 pieces of equipment you listed are not enough," Taoist Master Qingyi said sternly. "So, let's refine the earlier items first and use the results to get more equipment," Wengu replied calmly. "These things are in the Zhao family storeroom, and no one has snatched them up yet, but you never know when someone talented might show up. You need to hurry." Taoist Master Qingyi. He lowered his head and flipped through the picture album again. He knew this was the dog scholar's trick. But this promise of riches was too enticing. So many good things waiting for me. Having made up his mind, he picked up his brush and circled the equipment he needed. 5 isn't enough, add 2 more. He wasn't going to follow the dog scholar's demands. He had to fight for more benefits for himself. Wengu looked at what he had circled and nodded. "All right, I'll go and get these items for you. You hurry up, and I'll give you a bit more material. It's harvest season, don't delay. Stop loafing around and get to work. I haven't been idle and you're still so relaxed." Wengu had Chang Shun take the circled equipment to the Zhao residence. Soon, the alchemy room equipment was brought by horse-drawn carriage to Qingyun district and placed inside the house. Taoist Master Qingyi, enticed by the charming alchemy room equipment in the picture album, began to work diligently. Purifying coarse salt was old hat for him, and having a Taoist acolyte as a helper made it even more efficient, posing no challenge. But this sugar. The Taoist master was unfamiliar with it. Following Wengu's suggestions and his own experience, he began to refine it. He experimented, but was unsatisfied. He remelted and tried again, still unsatisfied. He continued to improve and experiment. The experimental materials provided by Wengu included not only the slightly less white sugar from his maternal aunt, but also some mixed-color sugar, provided by Wengu himself, for the Taoist master to decolorize. The decolorization methods recorded in Wengu's memory might not have included all the details and could even be misleading. Therefore, he only offered slight suggestions, leaving the technical work to the professional. He had already explained the desired end product to Taoist Master Qingyi. The rest was left to technical experimentation and challenges. Back at Jingxing District, Wengu assigned tasks to the laborers, clearing out junk and building collective dormitories according to his blueprints. Even if all 400 people were accommodated in one district, there would still be some space left. However, more people could be settled in gradually. After some time, when the villagers in the district had adapted to the pace of life, they would bring over their relatives remaining in the village. There was no food left in the village. They would freeze to death in winter or starve to death. Once the district was more populated, there would be more construction projects. Wengu wasn't afraid of having too many people. After the initial clearing and replanning of the district, some dilapidated courtyards with scattered walls were all dismantled. The excavated bricks, stones, and other materials were sorted and piled up. Then, using existing building materials, construction of collective dormitories began. During this period, more and more groups from the southern lands arrived in Xi'an Prefecture City, ranging from dozens to hundreds or even thousands of people. Some arrived by boat at the nearest dock, escorted by the Xiansu army. Those large boxes filled with goods caused much discussion in Xi'an Prefecture City. Hida and others continued to leverage their advantage as idlers, going out to chat, brag, and watch the excitement, then bringing back the latest news about all the goings-on in the city. As long as they could deliver this news to Wengu, they would receive their due payment. Hida was very satisfied with this arrangement. He and his companions had no other special skills, but they had a distinct advantage in this area. Yuer was busy with the blacksmith shop. Hida currently had no competitors, but he dared not relax. There would surely be other talented individuals competing in the future, so he had to seize this opportunity to solidify his position. Wengu listened to the news brought back by Hida. It seemed the people traveling north by boat were concentrating their journey in this period. In a few more days, the river would freeze over, or they would have to wait until spring for the ice to thaw. And these wealthy households brought a great deal of supplies. Therefore, the focus had to be on these wealthy households. They had the goods. Hida was excitedly telling Wengu which wealthy household had arrived in Xi'an Prefecture City today and how many cartloads of goods they had brought. A Taoist acolyte from Qingyun district found Wengu to inform him that Taoist Master Qingyi had refined another batch of finished products and requested the foreman to inspect it. 7 days had passed, and the Taoist master had finally achieved satisfactory results. This was faster than Wengu had anticipated. The Taoist master was indeed extremely talented. It seemed he could set up more stages and add more burdens. Wengu arranged his current work and quickly went to Qingyun district. When he arrived, Taoist Master Qingyi was sitting in a chair, pondering. Upon seeing Wengu, the Taoist master simply said, "These should be what you wanted." On the table in front of them were 2 round plates. One plate contained white granulated sugar, and the other contained a block of sugar with an ice-like luster. In terms of quality, it didn't meet Wengu's requirements and was still a distance from industrial-era products, but by current standards, it was already top-notch. Wengu nodded with satisfaction. "Thank you for your hard work, Taoist Master." Taoist Master Qingyi paid no mind to this expression of gratitude that even a dog wouldn't heed. A look of confusion crossed his face as he pondered. Where on earth did you study to learn this? He always considered himself well-traveled and knew many wealthy families and various luxury items. He had seen rock candy, but he had never encountered sugar of such quality. If Wengu hadn't asked him to refine sugar, he wouldn't have even thought it possible to produce sugar of this color. Did you really see such sugar in the places you traveled to? The Taoist master asked. Yes, Wengu confirmed. There is too much brilliant wisdom on this land. What you saw before was merely a drop in the ocean. Taoist master Qingyi closed his eyes and waved his hand to dismiss him. All right, hurry up and take your sugar and rock candy and get out. Wengu didn't get angry. He had the Taoist acolytes pack the refined products and then said to the Taoist master in a gentle tone, "You've worked hard these past few days, Taoist master. Please rest. Don't worry, I'll go and sort out the remaining equipment for you." As he reached the doorway, Wengu remembered something and turned back. Taoist master, would you like to prepare a gift? Taoist master Qingyi impatiently opened his eyes and replied, "What gift should I prepare? They're not my relatives. Are you asking me to recommend myself?" Wengu tapped the picture album of alchemy room equipment in his hand. To equip all this, a thank you is in order, right? Taoist master Qingyi looked at Wengu. Just tell me directly, what do you want me to do? What about what I have interests you? Wengu, I recall you mentioning the purifying land. The Taoist master angrily rebuked, "You." Before the other could begin scolding, Wengu quickly said, "All right, it's not a technical secret. Let me tell you, when I was traveling, I saw soap. Can you improve on it and see which steps can be done now?" With a flurry of words, Taoist master Qingyi's expression changed rapidly. Finally, he sighed and picked up his brush to write, muttering, "You better get me those things this time, otherwise." Wengu took the recipe written by the Taoist master, checked it, and replied, "Just wait for my good news." He returned to his residence in Jingxing district with the new sugar and the soap recipe. Wengu looked at the finished products before him. The rock candy, mentioned by Taoist master Qingyi, was not the flavored candy type. In this era, rock candy referred to crystalline sugar formations with a color like amber. The saying, "Ice plate admires amber, how can it compare to the beauty of rock candy?" refers to this type of sugar. However, the rock candy, refined by the Taoist master, now could be called crystal sugar. Wengu took out 3 boxes he had prepared earlier and packed them separately. He then picked up his brush and wrote for a moment in several exquisitely bound small booklets, folded them, and packed them in the boxes. He called for Taitu and Chang Shun, and with the 3 boxes, went to see his maternal aunt. His aunt had said that if he wanted to visit, he could come directly to the Zhao residence. So, he didn't send word in advance. When he arrived, he learned that his aunt had some other affairs, but he didn't have to wait long. Upon seeing his aunt again, he noticed a slight weariness on her face. It seemed the influx of wealthy households from the south had required a lot of social engagement, draining her energy. However, Wengu placed the 3 boxes down. "Aunt, I'm here to revitalize you," he said apologetically. "I was a bit impolite the first time I visited. I promised to make it up to you, and as soon as I got these, I rushed to bring them over." The 3 boxes were placed there, very conspicuous. Wengu introduced them. "This is for aunt, these 2 are for cousin-in-law, and the little nephew, cousin and uncle are still being prepared." Madame Shen perked up and smiled. "You child are truly." Wengu opened the wooden box. Madame Shen's words halted. She, who had been leaning back against her chair, now sat up and leaned forward, her eyes wide open. "This is..." Wengu handed the wooden box over, allowing his aunt to see more clearly. "This is the white sugar and crystal sugar that I had the Taoist master in the district refine." She gave a few instructions to the maidservant beside her. A moment later, the kitchen sent over a small plate of sugar. They were placed together for comparison. In the box, the sugar was as white as snow. This level of purity made the plate beside it appear to have a thick layer of earth color. Just then, his cousin-in-law arrived with her young nephew. Madame Shen regained her composure, her spirit renewed. Her complexion was more rosy than before, and she said to the newcomers with a hint of excitement, "Quick, come over and see the gifts Wengu has prepared for you." Cousin-in-law, young Madame Xiao, came from a prominent family in the southern lands and had seen many luxury items. But seeing the gifts Wengu had presented, she was also greatly astonished. She knew that in the past, there were sugar merchants who produced sugar and rock candy that were ranked as tribute grade. However, that merchant seemed to be in the Du clan. In their current status, their kitchen also had rock candy supplied by their previous merchant, but it was not like the kind Wengu had brought out. In her opinion, what Wengu had given them was free of any impurities, as clear as ice. It was truly crystal sugar. The portion Wengu gave to his young nephew also contained white sugar and crystal sugar, but in slightly less quantity. However, the gifts were not just the items in the box. Soon, his aunt and cousin-in-law discovered the small booklets attached to the boxes. The nephew's portion also included one. Indeed, Wengu could have come up with more creative ways to present the sugar, but people of status were particularly cautious about food items nowadays. Especially for this nephew, his cousin's household originally had more than one child. After various twists and turns, only one direct heir remained, and he was the legitimate son. Therefore, food items could not be given casually. So, Wengu did not create elaborate presentations, but instead wrote down the creative ideas on paper. The portion for his cousin-in-law was suitable for adults, with some that better suited solemn and elegant noble gatherings. The portion for the child was more childlike. For most people at this time, sugar was a luxury, but not for the young nephew. Wengu wrote on the booklet various creative ideas, such as fruit candies and lollipops, which could also be made into various shapes. The child, over 5 years old, had received an elite education and was well-read. Wengu also included illustrations, which he should be able to understand. Indeed, the young nephew, who had only been slightly surprised upon seeing the sugar, then formally bowed. But when he saw the illustrated descriptions on the booklet, his entire face lit up. After all, he was only a little over 5 years old, and his emotions were openly displayed. He grinned and said, "Thank you, cousin-uncle." Young Madame Xiao also said, "Cousin-uncle is very thoughtful." Seeing that Madame Shin wanted to speak with her cousin alone, young Madame Xiao took her son and took their leave. Only the aunt and nephew remained in the room. Madame Shin looked intently at the booklet in her hand. It described the various creative ideas for sugar, including making medicinal sugars based on the season and physical needs. But Madame Shin's attention was drawn to another page of the booklet. "This recipe for soap and medicinal soap, was it also your idea?" she asked. "Not entirely. I saw such items during my travels, and I also consulted Taoist Master Qingyi in the district. He had made such things before. The current recipe has been improved by the Taoist master, and he is willing to offer this recipe. However, its actual effectiveness still needs to be confirmed with finished products," Wengu replied. He would not steal credit for the Taoist master's contribution. In addition, the improved recipe for white sugar and crystal sugar, developed by the Taoist master, would also be given to his aunt. The Zhao family had their own workshops, and giving the recipe to his aunt would allow them to obtain the greatest benefits quickly and stably. This was not only for dealing with the wealthy households in the Zhao clan's territory, but also for the other 5 clans. The competition between the northern factions was fierce, but there were also frequent transactions. Wengu could not yet access the transactions at that level. Next, the aunt and nephew discussed the profits these recipes could generate at the current time. Being family, they would never let Wengu suffer a loss. Wengu had also managed to secure more benefits for the Taoist master. Such technical talent must be retained. And so, Taoist Master Qingyi of Qingyun District, while catching up on sleep, amidst dreams both sweet and nightmarish, received a large batch of new equipment. Waking up, Taoist Master Qingyi forgot the contents of his dreams and was now engrossed in the sight of the equipment. He was both excited and distressed. The alchemy room equipment was indeed increasing, but there was no place to put it. Where was his Taoist temple? "Where is my Taoist temple? Dog scholar, hurry up and help me get a Taoist temple." End of this chapter. Because there were many matters to discuss, Wengu stayed at the Zhao residence for the night. Sugar and soap were what his aunt valued most at the moment. The salt that Wengu brought along was just a bonus. The fine salt used by the Zhao family nowadays was not bad either. Salt was not considered a formal gift, so Wengu did not use a gift box. He simply used a ceramic jar. After Madame Shin, his aunt, tried the salt, she added it to another plan. Although she did not explicitly tell Wengu, he had already noticed that the Zhao family seemed to have secured a source of salt. It might still be a bit scarce now, but it would soon become abundant. Not lacking salt was a good thing. The improved method for purifying and removing impurities from coarse salt was also attributed to Taoist Master Qingyi. With these merits, as long as Taoist Master Qingyi did not court death, building the Grand Taoist Temple would be entirely possible. Of course, this only permitted him to build it and showed a more lenient attitude, rather than helping him build it. The consumption of building materials would still require the Taoist master to save up himself. The merits exchanged this time would not be enough to build the grand Taoist temple. However, when Gu believed that with such a grand prospect ahead, the Taoist master would surely showcase his dazzling talents to the fullest. Regarding how to use sugar, when Gu only needed to provide a little inspiration, and these noble families would come up with their own ingenious ways to use it. Currently, compared to salt and sugar, when Gu himself valued soap more. After the winter passed, it would be the season for soap consumption, so he needed to stock up on more now. Although the list he gave his aunt included various scented and medicinal soaps, when Gu strongly recommended sulfur soap. It will have a very good effect for exorcising evil. When Gu said whether the effect was good or not, his aunt would ask a physician to confirm its medicinal properties and effects before deciding whether to put it into production. When Gu also requested a batch of coal, which some people currently referred to as stone charcoal. People with some status did not like to use coal due to its strong odor. Apart from its use in iron smelting, coal was used by families of average means for heating or cooking. As for the lower-class commoners outside, they might not even be able to afford coal. When Gu mentioned coal, Madame Shin did not pay much attention, assuming that when Gu, as the foreman of the district, wanted it for heating the people in his district. Firewood was scarce in the vicinity nowadays, and ordinary people could not find any to chop near Xian Prefecture City, so some people in the city exchanged work for coal. It was just a small amount of coal, and Madame Shin readily agreed, remarking, "Be sure to pay attention to the carbon poisoning of stone charcoal." She still felt a little worried and, after when Gu left, sent him another batch of high-quality smokeless charcoal, along with a delicate and elegant copper hand warmer. As soon as when Gu returned to Jingxing District, a large quantity of goods arrived, some from Madame Shin and some from his cousin. These were all inventoried and put into storage. When Gu could not use them himself, so he could use them as rewards to boost morale. When looking at the inventory list, when Gu noticed that Madame Shin had sent another batch of salt and sugar, not for him to refine again, but for daily consumption. After his aunt's workshop started operating, more refined salt and sugar would also be sent over. Salt, sugar, and medicinal soaps would no longer be lacking for Wen Gu in the future. Sitting in his study, Wen Gu made a simple calculation on paper. He had discussed with his aunt and had a general understanding of the dealings at the upper levels. The period around winter was a time of frequent transactions. The threat of evil creatures decreased, and there were many social events and exchanges between nobles from the north and south, and between influential families in the northern lands, leading to a large demand. These refined items were perfect for gift-giving, as those influential families always paid attention to quality and taste, no matter the time. Therefore, there would be no long wait. The next day, another batch of building materials and food arrived. It was from his uncle. Perhaps having learned about the matter of salt, sugar, and soap from his aunt, he had sent an additional supply of goods. These were not for the district, but for Wen Gu himself. They were his personal property. The first snow of winter in the northern lands had stopped long ago, but the temperature had not risen, and visible white mist appeared when one breathed outside. The rivers, even if not dried up, were not far from freezing. Listening to Hida's reports on the movements within and outside Xian Prefecture City, Wen Gu pondered. The military districts in the outer city area remained relatively empty, with most of the Xiansu army still out in the field. The fleets traveling north from the south were limited in the autumn and winter seasons to only 2 waterways in the entire north. While the Xiansu army cleared threats, they also escorted these fleets. So far, few had returned, not necessarily due to encountering trouble, but because many teams had yet to reach the north. This winter, more affluent families have moved north compared to the last winter. This was good. Wen Gu liked those wealthy families with plenty of money. Thinking about the tasks at hand, Wen Gu put on his cloak, held the copper hand warmer, and strolled over to Qingyun district across the way. Taoist Master Qingyi could no longer afford to be idle. He personally sorted and categorized the batch of alchemy room equipment that had been delivered, and then began sketching and drawing based on the task list Wen Gu had provided. He was now full of energy. On the day he moved to Qingyun district, he had already scouted the location and feng shui for his Taoist temple. Where to build it, what direction to face, how many rooms to build initially, how it could be expanded later, and how glorious it would be in the future. All these thoughts had passed through his mind. Now, the land had been secured, and the necessary connections had been handled through the dog scholar. All that remained was to earn money to build the Daoist temple. In good spirits, Daoist Master Qingyi greeted Wengu with a more cheerful expression. Alas, although this dog scholar was sometimes quite tricky, he actually delivered what he promised when he said he would get things. He also knew that this dog scholar had his own methods, but doing work somewhere was still doing work, and at least here he could get what he wanted. Daoist Master Qingyi comforted himself and adjusted his mindset. When I become famous and improve my status in the future, how's the progress? Wengu asked as he approached. The first few questions have been resolved, but the rest will take time, Daoist Master Qingyi replied, pointing to the list Wengu had given him. Below each major category were many minor issues. They were now being resolved one by one. Wengu glanced at the items that had already been completed on the list and had a general idea. Not wanting to affect the Daoist master's mood, Wengu offered a word of encouragement before leaving. Keep working hard and endeavor. Imprint your excellent thinking skills into the alchemy furnace. The size of the Daoist temple you can build will depend on the extent to which you refine these things. Without waiting to be asked to leave, Wengu quickly went out and went to Blacksmith Yu's place to check on the work progress. He had also assigned some tasks to Blacksmith Yu and others, and he was unsure of their completion status. While Wengu was inspecting various places within Jingxing district, it was mealtime again. In the newly built canteen, a long queue formed in front of the large pots, with residents lining up one by one with their food ration tickets and bowls to get porridge. A villager from Shiqiao village exchanged a food ration ticket for a large spoonful of porridge and then returned to the temporary shack where he was currently staying. About 10 of his fellow villagers were already there. They huddled together, slurping their porridge and discussing when they would go back to their village to pick up more people. Over the past few days, they had learned that Foreman 1 was someone with connections and was a practical person. He provided food for their work, and they lived in peace, without being forced into fighting. The houses at the escort agency are being built really fast, changing day by day. They'll be able to move in soon. They're big and spacious, and they even have heated brick beds, someone said enviously. I wanted to be an escort too, but I wasn't chosen. In their eyes, the simple houses at the escort agency were already very luxurious. My family has many people and a lot of labor. I want to bring them here quickly so we can save money to build a house together. Xian Prefecture City is much better than our village. My family only has me and my 2 younger siblings, so we can't afford to build a house. But I heard that after the communal dormitory is built, they will build a large courtyard for rent. We'll rent a room then. My family only has me. I asked that young master surnamed he yesterday. The communal dormitory that the foreman is building is for laborers, but there's a selection process. If chosen, they'll provide food and accommodation. They had clarified that the young master he said there would be more work later, which might be tiring, but it would include food and accommodation. They had also seen the building materials piled up in the open space within the district, all belonging to their foreman, who said that after finishing the dormitory there, he would build more large houses. Besides our Jingxing district, I heard that Qingyun district across the way is also going to build several large houses. How many people can these accommodate? They marveled. When I went to get porridge today, I heard someone say that those who come first get food. Arriving one day earlier means eating one more day of food than others. The others heard this and thought it made sense. The more they thought about it, the more they felt they couldn't wait. Being delayed by even a day meant a loss. But how would they get back? Although there were fewer evil creatures outside now, people still had to be wary. Some scattered survivors were ruthless and even ate people. We have many people, let's find some more fellow villagers to go back together. But if we leave for a day, we'll miss a day's work and lose a day's food ration ticket. Do we all need to go back? The others fell silent. They were reluctant to give up either option. Just then, escort leader Lin arrived. If you want to go back to your village to pick up people, our escort agency can take on the job. For this task, their reward from the employer was not high, and they didn't care much for the food ration tickets the villagers had saved. Escort leader Lin was more interested in the reward they could get for bringing people over. Shurchao village alone had nearly 100 people, and with the surrounding villages, they could exchange for quite a lot by making one trip. Building houses consumed a lot, and the escort agency had recently taken in more than 10 new people, increasing the pressure to support their families. This trip could help them recoup some expenses. Furthermore, they wanted to make the name of the Tiger Might Escort Agency known to others in Xian Prefecture. Escort leader Lin's heart surged with excitement. He knew that there were many teams traveling back and forth recently, presenting a good opportunity to make their presence known. After reaching an agreement with the villagers, escort leader Lin went to see Wengu. Although there were no restrictions on coming and going here, it was better to inform the foreman of such a significant undertaking. Upon learning of this matter, Wengu immediately put down his work, returned to the 2 districts' administration office, took out paper and brush, wrote a certificate, and affixed a proper seal. Handing the paper to escort leader Lin, Wengu said with sincere eyes, "With this certificate, it will save you some trouble." Escort leader Lin took the paper, deeply moved. Their foreman was truly a good person, thoughtful and considerate. After thanking him, escort leader Lin took the certificate back, gathered his team, and prepared the supplies. Raise the flag. The new escort flag was no longer a crude printed drawing, but a meticulously embroidered one. The north wind blew, and the flag fluttered, displaying a majestic tiger head. End of this chapter. The Tiger Might Escort Agency was stopped by the guards at the city gate as they were leaving the city. The escorts were all strong and robust individuals, whether they were on horseback or running alongside. They were naturally brave and martial, and their ferocity had only intensified from their journeys north battling evil creatures. With good food during this period, they were in better condition than the guards of wealthy families. 1 or 2 were fine, but a group of 40 to 50, armed and led by someone wielding a mashua and carrying a tiger head banner, looked like they belonged to a prominent family. However, what major family had a tiger's head as their emblem? They couldn't identify them for the moment. The guards, seeing such a formidable and unidentified group attempting to leave the city, had to inquire. Were they going hunting? Undertaking other affairs? Or perhaps, were they intending to leave the Zhao clan and seek a new master? The escorts were a little flustered, but escort leader Lin remained calm. He produced the voucher given by Wengu, explaining that they were on a mission to pick someone up. The city gate guards always had literate personnel on duty in each shift. Upon inspection, they saw that the document indeed indicated an official matter, complete with an official seal. Looking closer at the seal, they saw Jingxing District and Qingyun District. Huh? Wasn't that? They were well informed about the happenings in Xian Prefecture City and knew that the Zhao family's young cousin had requested 2 newly established districts, named Jingxing and Qingyun, by the young master himself. The contents of the voucher presented were not doubted, but the guards gathered together, looking at escort leader Lin and his men as if they were rare curiosities for quite some time before letting them pass. An escort agency? A rare find from the south? Probably brought by that young cousin from the south. During their downtime, the guards couldn't help but discuss amongst themselves. At the same time, at the Zhao residence, whenever a new wealthy family or clan moved north, people would visit their mansion, followed by various gatherings. The ladies were at Madame Shen's place, with both young and old, some even with children, creating a lively atmosphere. The journey north had been arduous, and while some had recovered, the ladies with weaker constitutions still looked weary. Those who considered their status and background superior to the Zhao family felt displeased. However, given the circumstances, they dared not show it, only stating that they hadn't fully recovered yet. Although they claimed to be seeking refuge with the Zhao clan, they maintained a superior attitude in their hearts. Compared to a family like the Zhao family, which had experienced a downfall, they still felt a sense of superiority. Coming to the Zhao mansion was also an opportunity to observe the Zhao family's living conditions. Regardless of whether the times were stable or chaotic, wealthy households and nobles, as long as they themselves were not in major trouble, would still prioritize their quality of life. The exquisite pastries made by the chefs were met with polite indifference, with only basic courtesy shown. This continued until the kitchens brought out several bowls of soup. Madame Shen, seated at the head, smiled gracefully. Everyone has different tastes and preferences. I personally don't like overly sweet things, so the kitchen always cooks more lightly. However, you're welcome to adjust them according to your own liking. The maids served the dishes according to their seating arrangement. Besides the desserts, there were also two small, exquisite porcelain jars. The ladies present were initially thinking to themselves, could it be that the Zhao family couldn't afford sugar? When the maids beside them opened the jars and saw the white or transparent substances inside, they couldn't help but gasp. This was sugar. The situation on the Zhao family head's side was similar. These prominent families and clans, regardless of their pickiness about other items from the Zhao family, were indeed astonished by the sugar. And this was just the beginning. In subsequent small banquets, new surprises would always appear. Zhao family head initially prioritized military strength, believing that power was enough to assert dominance. However, being able to assert themselves in material terms, seeing the astonished expressions of those wealthy families and clans, brought him great satisfaction. Further consideration of the supplies they could exchange with these wealthy families made him even happier. When the two hosts were in a good mood, they tended to give things away. Thus, when Gu's warehouse was more than half filled again. Madame Shen's side, besides social events, was also often surrounded by relatives and younger family members. These young relatives and juniors knew that gaining Madame Shen's favor would give them more standing within the Zhao clan. If they had no other skills and couldn't get anything from their cousin Zhao, it was easier to approach the elders. Today, several young members of the Shen family came to assert their presence. Madame Shen had many good things, and more importantly, she could often directly influence the Zhao family father and son. Diligently accumulating favor and presence was beneficial and harmless. As the Zhao clan's power and strength grew, this aunt became increasingly graceful and noble. Indeed, power nurtures people. To dream a little further, if the Zhao clan were to ultimately ascend to power, she would be either the empress or the empress dowager. These in-laws were the most reliable and could be counted on to hold on to the coattails of power. Madame Shen was quite lenient with her blood relatives, the younger ones. Having these youngsters entertain her brought her genuine joy. She would often bestow gifts upon them, exquisite ornaments, delicious pastries, luxurious clothing. These youngsters, while verbally proclaiming their humility, accepted the gifts with great happiness. However, after these individuals departed, Madame Shen would turn and instruct her maid to send a batch of newly prepared medicinal herbs and incense to Wengu. The maid, without showing any change in expression, respectfully carried out the task. In this day and age, what was more valuable besides grain? Was it gold, silver, or treasures? No, it was medicinal herbs and incense. Wengu was accustomed to his warehouse being replenished from time to time. His aunt and uncle were not stingy people. It was precisely because of this that Wengu continued with his plans. He needed to send more things. The goods in his warehouse were consumed quite quickly, and he needed to continue replenishing them. One day, he strolled to Qingyun district. He didn't bother Taoist Master Qingyi, but went to Blacksmith Yu's place. The items he had commissioned the Yu family to make were finally ready for inspection. Foreman, according to what you said last time, we've made further improvements. Yu air carried over a cylindrical object. This was the honeycomb coal stove that Wengu had asked them to make. Beside it, a small pile of ready-made honeycomb coal was also brought over. The main body of the stove was cast iron, and the firebox was lined with refractory material. The Yu family possessed the formula for refractory clay, as these materials were related to iron forging, and if others didn't know, their family was very familiar with it. The overall design of the stove followed Wengu's provided blueprints. Due to their unfamiliarity with this new item, they had inevitably made mistakes during the production process. Wengu did not blame them. He simply noted the error-prone areas and asked them to continue improving. Now, they were presenting the revised and adjusted stove. The Yu family members watched Wengu nervously. Wengu had already provided them with excellent conditions, from the workshop to the remuneration, all of which were very satisfactory. The necessary materials were also supplied by Wengu, so they didn't have to worry about them. However, the fact that they had made mistakes every time was embarrassing, and they were anxious, fearing that Wengu would no longer ask them to do work in the future. Wengu carefully examined the first honeycomb coal stove of this era. This item was intended for his uncle. The craftsmanship was more refined, the details were polished multiple times, and it was even carved with patterns and adorned with some copper decorations, its shiny color lending it a noble air. The external appearance was passable, but for the Yu family, producing it to this extent was already quite commendable. He then asked Yuer to add coal and try to boil water. Whether it was successful, aside from its appearance, also depended on its actual use. After testing it without any issues, Wengu nodded and said, "It's ready." The Yu family, blacksmith included, let out a long sigh of relief. Success, finally. Wengu then looked at the coal beside him. These coals looked the same at first glance, but there were differences within. Besides clay, a small portion contained a combustion enhancer, based on a formula provided by the Taoist master. Taoist Master Qingyi would not easily give away truly top-secret formulas, and Wengu did not demand that level of sophistication. He only asked the Taoist master to make some adjustments, not requiring anything overly advanced, just functional. He intended to produce several grades of honeycomb coal to meet the demands of people with different statuses. Those wealthy patrons loved pursuing high quality. Later, after the Taoist master experimented, he provided a formula that, when added to the honeycomb coal, would allow it to burn faster and more thoroughly. "Let's keep these things confidential for now," Wengu told the Yu family. The Yu family nodded repeatedly, wishing they could immediately swear an oath. "Confidentiality. We definitely won't tell anyone." Wengu then pointed to the small pile of honeycomb coal and selected a few. "Load these up. Cover the coal stove. Where are the fire tongs and poker?" "Here." Yuer handed them over. "Include the briquette mold as well." Wengu walked to the side of the stove. For ease of carrying, the stove body was equipped with a movable handle. He grabbed the handle and lifted the coal stove to test its weight. It was manageable. Yuer beside him was stunned. He looked at the coal stove, then at Wengu. It was like seeing a very discordant image. Then he saw Wengu frown and put down the stove, saying, "It's a bit heavy." Yuer inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. Their foreman, being so frail and delicate, wasn't suited for such tasks. Wengu also thought so. Although he could lift it, it would damage his elegant image. Looking at the prepared coal and stove, he called out to someone, "Taitu, take these, we're leaving." Off to the Zhao families for a meal. End of this chapter. By Qin Xiailondiao. Taitu loved hearing Wengu say this. He really enjoyed going to the Zhao residence. The food there was too good. The meals were improved every few days, and the flesh he lost fleeing north had now returned, making him look sturdier. Upon entering the Zhao residence, Taitu behaved himself, not looking around aimlessly. Wengu had instructed him on this. He wasn't interested in anything else anyway. Once he finished what Wengu asked him to do, he could go eat delicious food. There was meat at every meal. Before coming, Wengu had asked Chang Shun to go to the Zhao residence and ask his uncle if he was free today. The reply was that Wengu could come anytime. So Wengu came directly. The one leading Wengu was the head steward here. Ordinary followers couldn't reach his uncle. His uncle wasn't in the indoor rooms today. When Wengu arrived, his uncle was sitting in a wheelchair, controlling it himself. This wheelchair was made according to the blueprints Wengu provided, with the Zhao family craftsmen making detailed adjustments based on their master's physique and needs. The corridors were wide and flat, and his uncle, wearing leather gloves, controlled the wheelchair with ease. Although being pushed by a servant would be less effort, this Zhao family head preferred the feeling of being in control himself. At this moment, others were standing bent over beside the wheelchair, seemingly discussing matters. Wengu stopped, not approaching further. Seeing this, the Zhao family head smiled, beckoned Wengu over, and ordered someone to bring a brazier to warm Wengu. Wengu then walked over, with Taitu following behind, carrying items. The Zhao family head's gaze immediately fell on the objects in Taitu's hand. He looked at Wengu again, a smile appearing on his face. "What rare item have you brought this time?" He had heard from his wife that Wengu was preparing a gift for them. Could this be Wengu's gift? Indeed, Wengu bowed elegantly first, full of apology. "Preparing this gift took quite some time. Please forgive me, uncle." The Zhao family head laughed heartily. "All right, we are family. No need for such formality." He ordered chairs to be brought and gave Wengu a hand warmer. Wengu looked frail, not as robust as him. "Come, tell me what this is," the Zhao family head said. Wengu sat down and said, "When I was traveling, I saw a similar item called a honeycomb coal stove. I thought of it now and felt it might be useful." He looked at the wind direction and had Taidu place the stove downwind. He moved the lid with a poker so his uncle and the others could see more clearly. The cylindrical coal product with small holes inside was indeed as its name suggested, and not difficult to understand. Wengu demonstrated how to operate it with gestures, then had Taitu open the round opening at the bottom of the stove. This ash-scraping round opening can also serve as a vent hole when the lid is closed. Adjusting the size of the hole can control the stove's flame. Its use was immediately apparent. Wengu didn't elaborate, giving a brief introduction, then added, "From my rough comparison, it is much more economical than loose coal and can be moved flexibly. Coal was meant for long-term use, not just for a short while. Even saving 1 to 2/10 of a large quantity would be an enormous figure." The Zhao family head listened attentively, his eyes showing a hint of seriousness. Coal mining was not easy. If it could be saved, it would indeed be a good thing. Compared to this, he valued its portability even more. This would be more beneficial for the mobility of the army in the current situation. With the spread of the evil epidemic, accompanied by various other diseases, armies needed to use hot food and drinks when traveling. Due to seasonal or geographical factors, it was sometimes difficult to find firewood. Previously, they had carried loose coal with them. In comparison, this new method was undoubtedly more convenient. "Come, bring it here for me to see." The Zhao family had personally picked it up to feel its weight. His legs might be inconvenient, but his physique was not weak. He had indeed been on the battlefield before and maintained his training. Wengu said, "If you want it to be lighter, you can remove the decorative patterns on the top, and the outer iron sheet can be thinner." He then placed out the tongs and poker. However, these iron tools are also considered valuable items now. The Zhao family head didn't care. Those who could afford coal could also afford a pair of tongs. Truly poor families couldn't even afford firewood, let alone coal. The Zhao family head put down the coal stove and looked at the black honeycomb coal blocks placed beside it, asking, "If these honeycomb coal briquettes break, can they be reformed?" "Yes, it's very convenient. They can be repressed with a mold." Wengu had Taidu bring over the pressing mold. The use of such a tool was obvious at a glance. The Zhao family head glanced at it, then looked at Wengu, awaiting his further words. He didn't believe Wengu had come all this way just to talk about this. Wengu had an expression that said, "Uncle, you understand me best," smiled, and continued, "The stoves can be made in different models according to demand. If portability is important, make them smaller. If they don't need to be carried, they can be made larger. The produced honeycomb coal will be of uniform specifications, making counting more convenient. Uncle can assign someone to calculate it. If it can indeed save resources, the sheer volume will be astonishing. However, if used indoors, one must guard against charcoal poisoning. It's best to have a chimney or add a vent pipe directly to the stove." The more they were wealthy families, the more tightly sealed their rooms were in winter. The Zhao family head wasn't concerned about those wealthy families. They mostly used smokeless charcoal themselves. As for the advantages Wengu mentioned, he was also considering them. Fuel efficiency, ease of accounting, and strong mobility. He was contemplating suitable user groups. If they could be used, the first batch produced would definitely be for the Zhao clan's strength, the army. Smaller stoves would be more suitable for small traveling parties to carry. Wengu took out another small stack of blueprints. "There are some other styles. I'm not sure if they are suitable. Uncle, please take a look. This one with a vent pipe, it can also provide heating in winter. And this larger one, it can be used for large banquets. It doesn't necessarily have to burn honeycomb coal. It can directly burn coal or firewood, but it's portable, essentially a movable large stove. When not in use, it can be moved away, and it can also be fitted with a vent pipe for heating." Being usable for large banquets meant it could also be used in places with a large number of soldiers. This was indeed what was needed now. "Good. Very good." The Zhao family head excitedly slapped the armrest of his wheelchair. The world had changed now. Population and the number of soldiers were both things that needed to be taken seriously. Hot drinks and hot food were the simplest and most effective ways to ward off evil. Improvements in this area, even minor ones, were worthwhile. The Zhao family head looked at the time and invited the Wen brothers to stay for dinner and to discuss the honeycomb coal and stoves further, looking at more details in the various blueprints. His uncle and aunt had their own affairs and usually stayed in different residences and didn't always eat at the same time. In the past, when Wengu visited the Zhao residence, he would eat at his aunt's place. Today, he stayed at his uncle's. He had specifically sent someone to inform his aunt. At the Zhao family head's dining table, several advisors silently exchanged information. Their impression of the two twin brothers was that one was quite a big eater and the other was quite a talker. One was brainless and simple-minded, while the other, although seemingly polite, was actually bold and thick-skinned. Neither of them knew what it meant to be reserved. After the Wen brothers left, the Zhao family head sat in his study, looking at the blueprints. Once understood, it was clear there was no highly advanced technology involved. Oh, there was one thing. A formula on one page described different qualities of honeycomb coal. Combustion accelerators could be added, coal could be washed, and then accelerators added. It all depended on the choice. This could be used to create several grades. Different ranking generals could be provided with different tiers of honeycomb coal. The stoves, too, could be made more exquisite and ornate, offering them to high-ranking generals as a benefit. Outer city areas were currently undergoing construction of defensive fortifications, and the iron casting workshops were operating day and night. As long as there was a model and they knew how to build it, physical objects could be produced quickly. If efficiency were low, the Zhao clan wouldn't have been able to rise to become one of the 6 major powers in the north in just 2 years under such arduous survival conditions. Once a decision was made, the Zhao family head immediately ordered people to implement it. If successful, Wengu would surely be given a few stoves first. Considering that Wengu had few copper and iron tools left for making these stoves, they were likely all used up. The Zhao family head also ordered some copper and iron blocks to be added when sending supplies. Wengu managed 2 districts with blacksmiths, so he could experiment as much as he liked. However, these supplies were not delivered immediately, as Wengu was still staying at the Zhao residence. After eating with his uncle, he was called by his aunt for tea and a chat. He would spend the night in the small courtyard the Zhao family had prepared for them. He sent Chang Shun to Jingxing district to inform them that he would be staying at the Zhao residence tonight and to sort out any affairs first until his return. Before sleeping, Wengu thought that his multi-model coal stoves would soon be in use, and he wouldn't need to worry about coal either. With his current conditions, relying solely on the people from the Yu family to make stoves, how long would that take? And their craftsmanship might not meet the requirements. The workshops of the wealthy Zhao mansion would be faster. The next day, I went to my aunt's place to pay my respects. Taidu thought we were going home. Don't rush, Wenga said. Let's get one more meal out of it. We had someone inquire about Cousin Zhao's availability in advance. It just so happened to be lunchtime, so we decided to discuss matters over a meal. Cousin Zhao already knew about the honeycomb coal stove. Furthermore, his father had expressed his intention to provide Wengu with an extra layer of security. You've earned another merit this time. My father will inform more people of your identity. This would make more people in Xian Prefecture City aware of Wengu's status and that this young master cousin was valued by the Zhao family, preventing anyone from carelessly causing trouble for him. In the future, if Wengu wanted to buy or sell anything in the market districts, those snobbish individuals would have to think twice. Thank you for your concern, Uncle, Wenga sighed. Within 2 days, everyone of some standing in Xian Prefecture City will know your identity. You're going to become famous, Cousin Zhao said with a smile. What was the point of being a mere foreman of a district? Those protected by their Zhao family, who would dare to make trouble for them? Young Master Zhao thought Wengu would be embarrassed, but instead, he heard Wengu ask, Xian Prefecture City only? Oh ho, you're quite greedy, aren't you? Young Master Zhao was about to tease him. Wengu leaned in and said, Actually, I had prepared a gift for you too, cousin. But I lacked suitable talent around me to make or get it in time, so I can only offer an idea, which you can also consider a suggestion. I hope you won't mind. He spoke as if it were difficult, but his eyes conveyed, trust me, it's a great suggestion. Cousin Zhao was intrigued. As the young master of the Zhao clan, he certainly didn't lack good things. Useful suggestions were even more important to him. Tell me about it. Cousin, Wenga said, I know you have many scholars and craftsmen under you. Why not try publishing a newspaper? Currently, the 6 great clans were not engaged in open warfare. Their logistics couldn't keep up, their front lines couldn't be extended, and they faced too many restrictions from the outside. Everyone was seizing the opportunity to strengthen themselves, attract population and talent, and expand their reputation. However, information flow was poor. Wealthy families had their own channels of information, but the vast majority of the population remained in ignorance. The current strategy of the major forces was to showcase their strength externally to attract more wealthy families and talent. As long as core secrets aren't leaked, and we just let more people know how good it is here and what preferential treatment there is, why worry about talent not coming? Besides these, we can also inform everyone about how to prevent epidemics, key points to pay attention to in daily life, what kind of talent has emerged here and what preferential treatment they've received. Good things should be widely publicized, Wenga said. It would also be convenient for recruitment. He wanted to recruit some civilian craftsmen, but the news couldn't even get out. Newspapers were not a new invention. Before the times became chaotic, the government had official gazettes, and there were also civilian tabloids. The current dynasty had the Office of Memorials, an institution legally authorized to collect intelligence and transmit documents. After its power expanded and then contracted, it was incorporated under the Bureau of Military Affairs by those in power. The official gazette, the government newspaper, was reviewed by the Bureau of Military Affairs and copied for transmission by the Office of Memorials. Civilian tabloids were unauthorized publications not vetted by official institutions. Although there were prohibitions from above, they only served to curb the arrogance of these unauthorized publications, which continued to be prevalent despite repeated bans. It wasn't until the chaotic times that everything came to a halt. Now, Wenga was bringing it up again. The world was in chaos, but the civilian demand for information would only increase. This was a matter of survival. Young Master Zhao pondered. Xian Prefecture had designated places in its towns and cities for posting public notices to convey important messages. Therefore, he had never thought of expending effort to create a tabloid. However, Wenga's suggestion came at an excellent time and was indeed very tempting. Nowadays, more and more people were heading north, a far cry from the situation last year. Their Zhao family would continue to take over surrounding towns and cities, their controlled territory would expand, and the number of people under them would grow. A newspaper was indeed a necessary format for conveying information. If successful, it could also enhance the prestige of the Zhao family. Young Master Zhao raised his hand. A scribe beside him handed over a roster. It recorded the original identities and current positions of certain individuals. Young Master Zhao selectively scanned a few pages. Yes, to run a newspaper, there were suitable candidates who could quickly get it done. Pointing to the names on the roster, young Master Zhao said, "The son of a former high-ranking official in the Bureau of Military Affairs has experience running a tabloid. He's suitable." Wenga was stunned. Wait, that statement had many points to quibble over. His father was a high-ranking official in a government institution, and his son ran an unauthorized publication? Cousin Zhao replied. He gave Wengu a look that said, "Figure it out yourself." Wengu, oh, never mind. He now understood why the imperial court's prohibitions had been so futile. He had wondered how those widely circulated tabloids couldn't be banned if there was a genuine determination to do so. Thinking that the official newspaper of Xian Prefecture would definitely be subject to strict review and might not come out quickly, Wengu added, "We could also erect some notice boards in suitable locations, similar to public notices, to be hung and posted in fixed places." Xian Prefecture City had them too, but they were limited to a certain wall in the central area and the city gates. "If there's a newspaper, there won't be a need for notice boards," young Master Zhao said. "Can I set up a notice board in our district?" This was Wengu's real intention. Cousin Zhao looked at Wengu. "What do you want that for?" "When the newspaper comes out, it will convey only a few types of news." "I want to find a place to post job advertisements," Wengu replied. "I want to recruit some artisans with practical skills. They don't need to be very good, just passable. They can engrave seals and do some minor work, etc." Young Master Zhao initially intended to lend the Zhao family's craftsmen, but upon hearing Wenga mention engraving seals and doing minor work, he stopped himself. It would indeed be an overqualification. As for the notice board Wenga mentioned, Jingxing District and Qing'an District were not close to the main thoroughfare. As long as it didn't involve sensitive political affairs, The rest didn't matter much. The current chaotic times allowed for more leniency in many matters. Wengu's request was a small matter that could be permitted. He still reminded Wengu, "Don't say anything that involves major issues on it." "I know. It's just to find a place to post lost items and recruit craftsmen, etc.," Wengu said. "That's good." Cousin Zhao scrutinized Wengu again. "Where do you get so many peculiar ideas?" "They're not my ideas. I saw them when I was traveling and recorded them because I was interested," Wengu replied. So that was it. Young Master Zhao didn't delve deeper and continued to discuss the newspaper with Wengu. The times were different, and the officially published newspaper would also be different. Although the scholars under him would offer many suggestions, young Master Zhao wanted to hear Wengu's opinion. This cousin of his indeed had many novel ideas, and according to his cousin, his travel experiences were extensive. Others traveled to appreciate landscapes, make new friends, and visit renowned teachers, but this cousin was truly unusual, with a rather unconventional path. Wengu was giving serious advice, not perfunctory remarks. The matter of the newspaper, if handled well, would also benefit him, making it easier for him to obtain information and adjust his strategies. Even if he planned to publish his own tabloid later, he would have to wait for the Zhao family's official newspaper to come out first. He couldn't steal the spotlight. Besides, he didn't have the energy for such things now. The construction of the 2 districts was enough to keep him busy, and he wanted to recruit more talent to share the workload. After offering various suggestions, he would let the talent under his cousin handle the busy work, as long as the newspaper could be seen as soon as possible. Their discussion continued from the study to the dining table. Taitu ate heartily. Madame Shin, upon learning that Wengu had not yet returned home, thought of asking him to dine with her. Her maid went out for a while and then returned, saying, "The young master cousin is discussing important matters with the young master and will be dining there." The words sounded familiar, as if there had been a similar phrasing yesterday. Madame Shin chuckled. She was happy that her nephew was getting along well with her son and was valued by her husband. However, when she thought of the other young relatives in her family who were idle and doing nothing, she felt disheartened. It wasn't that she was biased, it was just that these people were truly hopeless. Thinking further that the Zhao family had a similar situation within its clan, her mood became even more complex. Sometimes, she thought, the Zhao clan's power was so concentrated not only because of the capabilities of the father and son, but also because of the sheer number of useless members in the clan. After finishing his business, Wengu, with Taitu, returned to Jingxing district and called Hida over. "Can you read?" he asked. "Only a little," Hida replied cautiously. He had learned a few characters from his younger brother before. Later, while traveling north and wandering around here, he had slackened in his studies. Not daring to deceive, he spoke the truth. Wengu did not blame him, only saying, "Learn more with your younger brother during this time." He didn't explain why, but some information had already been revealed. Hida was pleasantly surprised. Yes, I will definitely learn more." This meant he would be given other tasks, and he was useful. After reminding Hida, Wengu went to the alley separating the 2 districts. Near the entrance of the alley, he found a suitable spot, drew a frame, and had someone smooth out that section of the wall. He didn't use wooden frames, as they could easily be pried away and burned for firewood. When the wall was smoothed, he carved a few large characters above it, which were painted to be more conspicuous. Jingxing Alley Notice Board. End of this chapter. A notice board was set up, with job advertisements for carpenters and kiln workers neatly posted. In addition, there was a fire prevention illustration. Considering that many people were illiterate, it had only a small amount of text and was mostly pictures. The drawings were slightly exaggerated and not of high artistic skill, but they conveyed strong emotions, allowing people to understand the general meaning at a glance. When Hida went out to roam the streets, he told more citizens about the notice board in Jingxing 2 districts. Someone was left at the notice board. Although this person's literacy in the district was not high, their memory was quite good. As long as outsiders asked, they would recite the information. The recruitment notices were simple. The more they were repeated, the more easily they were remembered, without needing to think. Young Master Zhao had people keep an eye on activities in Jingxing district. After all, the notice board was something he had personally agreed to, so he needed to know how it was being used to ensure there were no other negative impacts. The subordinate monitoring Jingxing district was also talented. He directly copied the notice board with paper, replicating exactly how it was posted and its content. Looking at the subordinate's report, young Master Zhao was indifferent to the recruitment notices, but the fire prevention illustration was somewhat interesting. Perhaps other districts could also post such illustrations. Nowadays, epidemics were frequent, leading to a strong demand for hot drinks and hot food. Fires burning down houses occurred frequently in various districts of the city. It wasn't that no one had warned them, but those people just didn't listen, and some simply didn't hear. If they couldn't hear, then they would see. Young Master Zhao circled the illustration with his finger, gesturing to the nearby scholar. This is quite good. Make a note of it. Nightfall, Jingxing District. Hida returned from completing his tasks outside. During the day, he led people out to promote the employment opportunities. Those who were interested heard the news, came here, saw the notice board, confirmed the information was true, and indeed, people started coming one after another. Zhou Shan was responsible for the interviews. If they passed, they would undergo a trial period of a few days before a decision was made whether to keep them. In the evening, before the district gate closed, Hida returned home. He still had to practice reading. He racked his brain to memorize, just to learn a few more words. He was reluctant to light candles, but it didn't hinder the brothers from talking. Hida haltingly recited an article, still gesturing to write characters, and asked his younger brother for verbal reminders if he forgot. Finally, after finishing his night homework, Hida was about to fall asleep. Little brother, he said, I think our Jingxing district is also quite good. The foreman lives here most of the time. Knowing that his older brother used to hanker after Qingyun district, little brother he occasionally tried to persuade him. Hida's spirits lifted again. I haven't thought about that place for a long time. Our Jingxing district will definitely become famous in Xian Prefecture City in the future. Maybe I can even work in the district during the day. The world was changing nowadays, and Xian Prefecture City had a neighborhood system. Outside was actually quite deserted. When he went to inquire for news, he would wander through various districts. He didn't dare to go to places with many noble people, as they were strictly managed. Only those with a more mixed population were accessible. At first, he felt a sense of novelty, but chaotic times were chaotic times. Ordinary people didn't have much excitement to see. Instead, everyone had their own hardships. Seeing too much made him feel both fortunate and distressed. Even a selfish person like him felt suffocated. Every time he returned to Jingxing District was when he felt most relaxed. How to put it, the people of Jingxing District, regardless of their background or circumstances, had a different spirit. Even those living in shacks had a light in their eyes. Hida said, if our Jingxing District becomes lively, I can inquire for news in our district. He knew that Wengu was going to build many houses here, and it would definitely become lively in the future. His imagination was limited, so he could only transplant the most lively scene he had seen in their county town to this place. It was already enough to make him happy. See if brother isn't very perceptive? The first time I saw him, I knew our foreman was no ordinary person. Now, the room they were allocated wasn't large, but it was enough to live in, and his younger brother could even work in the district's yamen. He himself was also doing well. Although he was still a runner, it depended on whom he was running errands for. The next day, Hida, as usual, took his friends out to spread the word. Then he learned about the rumors in the marketplace regarding honeycomb coal stoves and Wengu. Compared to newspapers, the progress of honeycomb coal stoves was faster. The product wasn't out yet, but the news had already spread, and Wengu's name spread along with it. These were all intentionally guided by the Zhao family. Hida didn't know the inside story. Upon hearing the news, he immediately returned to ask Wengu. Wengu told him the truth. This thing has indeed been made, but there are no physical objects yet, so it hasn't been publicized. After confirming the news was true and with the Zhao family's deliberate push, Wengu gave him a few instructions. Hida became even more unrestrained when roaming the streets. He hadn't seen the actual product, but that didn't stop him from bragging as if he had. Your brother, he has well-informed news. When someone brought up the topic of coal stoves, Hida started chatting. Our Jingxing district's foreman, who is the young Master Zhao's cousin, is highly regarded. The honeycomb coal stove that is currently rumored everywhere, our foreman when created it. Do you know about scholars' study tours? This is a major event concerning one's life. Our foreman discovered the honeycomb coal stove during his study tour. That honeycomb coal contains not just coal, but also other things. After burning, it can be used to pave roads. It's especially anti-slip in winter. It's also graded. Don't look at them all being shaped like honeycombs. Some coal undergoes different processes, with precious materials added inside, resulting in less odor and faster ignition. However, those can only be afforded by wealthy families. We can use the ordinary ones as long as they are durable. We don't care about anything else. He chattered away nonstop, leaving others stunned. These people, regardless of whether they could afford coal themselves, didn't stop them from bragging. He knew the nature of such people too well. After they dispersed, they would go to other places and continue bragging about what he had said, acting as if they were already using coal stoves themselves. The news spread rapidly among the lower classes. Regardless of whether they could afford it, everyone had a general impression of honeycomb coal. Many people were curious about that cousin of the Zhao family and specifically came to Jingxing district to take a look, which led to more people learning about the recruitment news on the notice board. Zhou Shan interviewed even more craftsmen from the folk. Qingyun district. A young Taoist heard the rumors in the marketplace, inquired about He Da's movements, and reported to the Taoist master. Taoist master Qingyi was very displeased. That dog scholar had actually gained fame ahead of him. Although the Zhao family was primarily responsible for this, he knew that Wen Gu hadn't stolen his credit, and he knew that the Zhao family had their own considerations and would naturally favor relatives, and they also held prejudices against him as a Taoist priest. But he was still angry. That dog scholar must be very smug right now, right? He had no mood to refine pills and didn't go to the alchemy room. Taoist master Qingyi sat in his room with a somber face, pondering matters. At this moment, a low-key and understated carriage arrived at Qingyun district. Perhaps the owner of the carriage thought it was low-key, but in reality, anyone who could afford a carriage in this era was certainly not poor. The horse's head was noble, and its breathing was powerful. Even without running, even just walking slowly, one could see how strong and powerful its legs were. The horses of the Tiger Might Escort Agency would look slender in comparison. The laborers working in Qingyun district saw this and quickly informed the young Taoist. A noble person had come to Qingyun district, and the foreman was not here, so they must be looking for immortal Master Qingyi. Two young Taoists prepared to welcome the guest. Taoist Master Qingyi had given them special training. Two other young Taoists informed the Taoist master of the news and waited by his side. Upon hearing that a noble person had arrived, Taoist Master Qingyi, who had been wearing a scowl, perked up. He quickly tidied his robes, adjusted his demeanor, and his eyes assumed the detached indifference of an expert. When Zhao entered the house with his attendants and guards, he initially disdained the place as too shabby and doubted if he had come to the right place. What kind of powerful person would live in such a rundown place? But upon seeing Taoist Master Qingyi sitting at the head of the table, his impression changed. The Taoist robe was very ordinary, but his aura and subtle expressions were consistent with the information he had gathered. Zhao was dressed as a scholar, his demeanor elegant and courteous. The Taoist master's first impression of this person was, no, he can't pretend as well as that dog scholar. The visitor introduced himself. Zhao, a member of the Zhao family. Taoist Master Qingyi reacted calmly. Oh, I didn't expect a noble person to visit. What brings you here? The attendant beside Zhao glared, disdaining the Taoist for being neither polite nor understanding human speech. The Zhao family. It was the Zhao of Xian Prefecture's Zhao. The attendant was about to scold him, but Zhao stopped him with a raised hand. Zhao, however, had a different opinion. He believed that the more capable people were, the more confident and temperamental they would be. Taoist Master Qingyi's attitude at this moment made him believe the information he had gathered even more. He heard today that Wen Gu had been summoned to the Zhao residence, so he immediately brought his men here. Although he was a collateral branch of the Zhao family, the direct descendants of the Zhao family were few. The Zhao family head also intended to promote family members, but none had satisfied the family head. Now, with Wen Gu's rising fame, they saw another way. They had all found out that Wen Gu's importance was due to the several prescriptions he had offered, and in the end, wasn't it all thanks to this Taoist priest? I can do it too. If they could win over this Taoist priest and come up with a few more prescriptions, they could also gain importance. Zhao Mu suppressed his dissatisfaction and looked at Taoist Master Qingyi. Since his identity could not move the other party, he would appeal directly to his interests. Therefore, he began to belittle and denigrate Qingyun district, starting with the living conditions. The Jiahui district where the Zhao family resided was located in the core area, close to Xian Prefecture's center of power, and was much better than this remote place. Although this was the inner city, it was actually close to the inner city wall, situated on the fringes. Moreover, they had higher status. Even as a collateral branch, they were from Xian Prefecture's Zhao family, whose background and financial resources were beyond ordinary people. In addition, if the Taoist master was willing to come, they would give him a large courtyard with blue bricks for his residence. Taoist Master Qingyi was pleased. The promised conditions were indeed very good, and they even offered him a large blue brick house. He indeed was rich and powerful. Then, the other party followed with a series of elegant, sophisticated, and direct praises, which made Taoist Master Qingyi quite proud, but he didn't get carried away. Learning from experience, he knew not to float. However, a smile had already appeared in his eyes. "Keep talking. I like listening." Seeing that there seemed to be a breakthrough, Zhao Mu became even more enthusiastic. After about the time it takes for one incense stick to burn, Zhao Mu stopped. He was puzzled. Taoist Master Qingyi seemed very satisfied, but why wasn't he responding? Then, "What is your intention, Taoist Master?" he asked. "My intention?" Taoist Master Qingyi thought to himself, "All the conditions sound very good, and the other party has both financial resources and background, with obvious advantages. He is the kind of wealthy patron we like." There was only one thing left. So, Taoist Master Qingyi asked the crucial question. "Have you studied abroad?" N. The world is difficult nowadays. The knowledge taught in ordinary academies is useless, so what's the point of traveling? Why would a Taoist priest ask me about my travels? Even though he didn't know the logic behind it, Zhao Mu patiently replied. He had traveled, received guidance from a famous master, won first place in poetry composition at a literary gathering, and participated in academic exchanges of a certain school of thought. Back then, they suppressed the military and promoted the civil. If any of the Zhao family disciples had a talent for reading, they would be cultivated in the direction of scholars. However, the Zhao family's conditions were limited at that time, and they could not compare with the prosperous noble families. But some deeds could be used to gain prestige, regardless of their authenticity, as no one would verify them now anyway. Therefore, Zhao Mu spoke righteously, unafraid of being exposed. But as he spoke, he noticed that the smile on Taoist Master Qingyi's face gradually disappeared. Realizing something was wrong, he finally stopped. Taoist Master Qingyi said expressionlessly, "That's it? Zhao Mu. What else? What else could I do as a scholar traveling? Isn't it just those things? Could I turn the world upside down?" He truly couldn't understand what this Taoist priest wanted to hear. But considering the benefits this Taoist priest could bring, he had to suppress his temper and maintain his politeness. I don't know what the Taoist master is referring to." Taoist Master Qingyi said distantly, "Please leave." Zhao Mu walked out of the district gate with a mind full of questions, still unable to understand what had gone wrong. Ignoring his follower, who was complaining on his behalf, Zhao Mu got into the horse-drawn carriage, still recalling the scene just now. Why was that? As he left Qingyun district to return, a horse-drawn carriage happened to be coming from the opposite direction. Zhao Mu glanced at it and recognized it as belonging to that person named Wen. He still felt a bit guilty, lowered the curtain, and stopped looking outside, urging the driver, "Hurry up, hurry up." At the same time, in another horse-drawn carriage, Wen Gu, who had just returned from the Zhao residence, noticed something outside. Seeing that horse-drawn carriage, he asked Chang Shun, "Do you recognize that carriage?" Chang Shun hesitated. "It seems to be from the Jiahui district." He didn't name it directly but told Wen Gu, "Yes, that's right, it's from the Zhao family's branch family living in Jiahui district." Wen Gu looked at the direction of the horse-drawn carriage and realized it was very likely coming from Qingyun district. "Oh, digging my wall while I'm away, are you?" It seems they didn't succeed. The horse-drawn carriage that was leaving in a hurry drove all the way into Jiahui district. After Zhao Mu returned home, He immediately debriefed his relatives and friends. Then everyone discussed it back and forth. There's no problem. Isn't this how scholars travel? Why would a Taoist priest ask such a question? Is he interested in Confucianism? Is this Taoist master sick? Another more steady young man pondered and said, perhaps Taoist Master Qingyi is more interested in matters concerning craftsmen. Think about the formulas when Gu presented. The others thought about it and agreed. But when a scholar travels, who among them would learn about craftsmen's work? Don't be discouraged. There must be some news we've missed. Let's investigate first, and then we'll go. The more he is like this, the more it proves he has real ability. Such an extraordinary person will not be easily swayed. This is just our first attempt to recruit him. After collecting more strange stories about craftsmen, we will try again, imitating the 3 visits to the thatched cottage. At this time, in Qingyun district, Taoist Master Qingyi was also angry. Traveling only involved poetry, calligraphy, painting, and literary gatherings with great scholars? Are these useful to me? Is it beneficial? With such little knowledge, he deserves to boss me around. I do the work and I bear the risk? Do you think I'm stupid? Begone. Besides, stepping on powerful people to rise will better showcase my brilliance. Stepping on fools will only make me look slightly better than a fool, lowering my own status. That person from the Zhao family's branch seemed not very intelligent. Can a more capable person come and recruit me? TSK, it seems my talents are not yet outstanding enough. The Taoist boy beside him was puzzled and observed Taoist Master Qingyi's expression, asking cautiously, Master, does traveling have anything to do with these things? Taoist Master Qingyi said profoundly, you don't understand. Scholars' travels are terrifying. They are also proof of their strength. He deeply believed this. In Jingxing district opposite, when Gu's horse-drawn carriage returned, Hida, upon receiving the news, immediately rushed back and had been waiting at the district gate. Seeing Wengu, he quickly recounted what had happened in the opposite district. He knew some laborers who worked in Qingyun district and was aware of the commotion there. Wengu appeared calm and did not mention the matter in the other district. He simply said to Hida, don't go out later. Wait at the district gate. Someone from the patrol division will deliver the honeycomb coal stoves. Hida was overjoyed. The legendary honeycomb coal stoves were finally being delivered. As for the patrol division, others might be afraid, but he was a little scared, but not too scared. He had even seen patrol division personnel acting as guards for Foreman 1. Seeing Wengu's calm reaction to the events in Qingyun district, Hida didn't dwell on it any further and waited at the district gate for the coal stoves. Wengu arrived at the office of the 2 districts and sat down to ponder the matter of Qingyun district. It was not unexpected. The dog Taoist priest had always been a very straightforward person. Whoever could bring him fame and fortune, he would lean towards them. The premise was that it could indeed bring him fame and fortune, not just empty boasts. Regarding bragging and deception, the Taoist priest had played that game for many years. They needed to show him actual benefits to sway his thoughts. The people from the Zhao family's branch were not doing well themselves, so how could they make Taoist Master Qingyi believe their promises? The dog Taoist priest was probably very depressed now. When Gu shook his head, put this matter aside for the moment, and dealt with his current official duties. But today was destined not to be a quiet day. A more elaborately decorated horse-drawn carriage was heading towards Jingxing district. Inside the horse-drawn carriage, 2 men in fine clothes, both around 20 years old, sat facing each other. This Jingxing district is too remote. It doesn't even face the main road. I can't understand it. If I could be valued by my uncle, why would I choose such a small, run-down place? The 2 were descendants of the Shin family, nephews of Madame Shin. Upon learning that Wengu was being favored, they felt unconvinced and came to meet this distant relative. They had discussed it many times in private. Although they had never met Wengu, it did not prevent them from gathering together to criticize him. We are all around the same age, of similar status, and just muddling along. How can you stand out? As soon as Wengu left the Zhao family's gate, they began their preparations. 2 of them would act as vanguards to test this distant relative. For this purpose, they had specially changed into more opulent attire. Normally, they wouldn't dare to leave the district gates. Many districts outside were quite dirty and chaotic, with many plagues, especially in such a secluded district. They disdained it. It was just that with the cold weather now, the dangers related to evil spirits had greatly reduced. As long as they prevented other infectious diseases and brought a few guards, it would be fine. The luxurious horse-drawn carriage drove directly into Jingxing District. The newly repaired district gate had a cobblestone-paved entrance. Beyond this section, it was just compacted earth. Although it still looked rather shabby, it was relatively smooth and clean. People in the horse-drawn carriage looked around the district with picky eyes. Hida had good eyesight. He saw that it was not someone from the patrol division, but seemed to be from some noble family's carriage. A young man lifted the curtain and looked outside. His expression was not very friendly. If a noble person were to visit Jingxing District, they would surely be looking for Foreman 1. Considering that the foreman's reputation had soared in the past 2 days, Hida guessed that after the previous attempt at poaching, this time it wouldn't be trouble, would it? He had heard that if the relationship was not very close, respectable families would even send calling cards. They came uninvited and without prior notification. Seeing that the situation was not right, Hida's heart sank. His legs were fast, and he scurried around 2 houses to inform the office. Foreman, it seems someone has come to cause trouble. Hida quickly described the scene at the district gate. When Gu stopped his work. Based on Hida's description, this opulent style might belong to a relative of the Shin family. Qingji worried. Foreman, those who come are not good. When Gu's expression was calm, and he smiled, don't panic, perhaps it's a good thing. Hida went out to observe and soon ran back. Foreman, there isn't one, but 2. They are dressed expensively and have followers and guards with them. Chengji said anxiously, what should we do? When Gu, however, stood up excitedly, double happiness. He strode out to welcome the distinguished guests. He saw 2 young noblemen in fine silk robes, walking over with great presence. The sound of jade pendants clinking, the gleam of brocade, dazzling splendor, and an imposing aura of nobility. Nobility. Noble. When Gu looked at them, smiled sincerely, and bowed elegantly. Are you brothers from the Shin family? The older young man walking in front said sarcastically, Foreman 1 is a very busy person. We thought you definitely wouldn't have time to contact us, so we had to come uninvited. We hope Foreman 1 won't mind. The younger one, with a more flamboyant personality, raised his hand to join in with a sneer, intending to drive away the shabby atmosphere here. As soon as he opened his mouth and raised his hand, when Gu grabbed his arm and pulled him into the house. This cousin 1 is actually an enthusiastic person? Sit, don't be polite. We are all relatives, so treat this place as your own home. When Gu pulled them and quickly walked into the house. Little he served tea. He came to the desk, tidied the documents on the table, cleared a space, and said to the 2. I've wanted to find an opportunity to invite some of my cousins to gather for a long time. However, I've been swamped with official duties and have been feeling troubled these past few days. Seeing you today has suddenly enlightened me. Wen Gu looked at them with the eyes of seeing a savior. The younger Shenlu was completely stunned by Wen Gu's enthusiasm. If Wen Gu's attitude had been poor, he would have known how to respond. But now this situation. Cousin Wen seems like a decent person. Shen Qing, who followed into the house, snorted upon hearing Wen Gu's words. You? What troubles do you have? You are in the limelight now. Who doesn't know the young master from the Zhao family, Foreman Wen Gu, who is deeply trusted by the Zhao family head? It's too difficult for me. Wen Gu sighed, I truly have a heart full of hardships. Then he made a gesture to Chengji. Secretary Cheng had not yet developed a tacit understanding and was not quick-witted enough. He could only remember the gesture. Following the instructions, Chengji carefully took a drawing paper from the bookshelf next to him. He remembered that the foreman had said that building these would cost a huge amount, even more than the Taoist priest's temple, and they couldn't afford it. When Gu spread out the drawing paper, his gaze sincere and eager. You brought this upon yourselves. End of this chapter. When Gu's maternal grandfather was once a rich merchant, whose clan had relatives who were high-ranking officials. Currently, his uncle is in charge of the family affairs. Although his talent is not as great as his grandfather's, he can still be entrusted with important responsibilities. His uncle has not been home recently, so Wen Gu did not visit. He did not expect these 2 brothers to come directly to him. Since we are here. Wen Gu laid flat a drawing paper. On it was an architectural drawing he had sketched with a charcoal pencil. Shenlu, sitting opposite at the table, was impatient. He leaned over, and before he could clearly see what was drawn on the picture, he became curious about the brush strokes. Huh? This kind of pen? He touched it with his finger, and some charcoal powder smudged, blurring the lines there. Xinlu quickly retracted his finger, pretending he had done nothing, and looked at Wengu, who probably hadn't noticed. Ahem, what is this painting? It's quite beautiful. Xinqing, who had also walked over with curiosity, had already understood. It was a magnificent and luxurious building, no, not just one, but several houses connected by flying bridges. It was somewhat similar to the high-end entertainment venues he had seen in the imperial capital, but with many differences. When Gu looked at them sincerely, "This is the integrated park for dining, drinking, entertainment, and living that I originally wanted to create." His drawing skills were limited, and some details were difficult to portray, so when Gu explained them one by one. Xian Prefecture City had strict regulations on building height. Apart from the watchtowers used to monitor fires and epidemics, the residential buildings in various districts had strict height limits and were not allowed to exceed the inner city wall to avoid obstructing observation. Those nobles who wanted to build tall towers could only convert them into pavilions and towers. If they wanted to ascend, they had to make reservations to visit the watchtowers. It was impossible in their own homes. However, vertical development was not feasible, so they would focus on horizontal development. Inns, tea houses, study rooms, shops. The 6 major clans gathered the most distinguished people in the north and south today, and they had seen many luxurious building complexes. Therefore, when Gu focused on other configurations, gleaming glazed tile windows and doors, luxurious crystal-colored lights, high-end ceramic facilities for changing clothes and washing hands, and entertainment venues for alternative folk art performances. The Shin brothers looked at this building and then that building, their minds already converting these into reality, wishing they could go in and play right away. After the world became chaotic, their families imposed many restrictions on them, and it was dangerous outside. They spent their days confined to that small area, facing the same few familiar faces every day. Xian Prefecture City had no other entertainment venues. When old and new friends wanted to gather, they couldn't find a suitable place. Rich households and nobles would build a few places in their own homes for tasting tea and leisure. They competed for building materials not because they had nowhere to live, but because their residences were too small and they lacked places to play. What Wengu proposed was quite good, with many options. Xinlu stared at the drawing and urged Wengu, "Then build it." "I can't build it." "I have neither money nor people," Wengu said. Xinqing didn't believe him. "Your maternal uncle, my uncle, and our cousin allocated quite a lot of building materials to you. Go and look again, see how much is left." Wengu looked distressed. "Building a few civilian houses will reveal the consumption. I actually don't want to give up, but reality is like this. If I weren't afraid of you misunderstanding, I wouldn't have complained to you. I can only put it aside for now and wait for some time in the future." Wengu made a gesture to roll up the drawing paper. It didn't move. Xinqing pressed one side of the drawing paper. "Tell us more about this inn and tea house." Wengu looked at the Qinglu brothers. "Are you interested? Then you build it. Here, since we are relatives, I'll give you the drawing." Xinqing thought to himself, "We can pool money, but there's no space." Xinlu was more straightforward and said, "Xianghui district, where we live, is already densely populated with houses. We can build a small courtyard, but where is there space to build a garden?" When Gu looked like he didn't care, asked cousin to open another district. The Shin brothers were taken aback. "Does anyone else get to ask cousin to directly give them a district like you?" "No, you even asked for 2 districts." When Gu continued, "After you get 1 district, you can find more people to share the pressure. That is, let more people participate in the profit sharing. With more people, matters are easier to handle. Don't worry, you won't lose money. If it's built, it will be unique in Xian Prefecture City." The Shin brothers were immensely tempted, and most importantly, it would be honorable. Everything sounded very good, but there was only one problem left. Who would ask cousin to open another district to build the garden? When Gu's eyes encouraged them, "You go." The Shin brothers shook their heads. "We dare not. You are making things difficult for us." Xinqing looked at the blueprint and thought of the vast empty land he had seen today in Jingxing district. After all, it was a newly opened district with plenty of land. But besides here, where else would there be elsewhere? Xinqing clapped his hand. "It's simple. We'll carve out a piece of land in your Jingxing district to build the garden. It was convenient to do anything on their own brother's territory. Xinlu also thought it was feasible. There's still land vacant here, right? When Gu appeared hesitant, I had originally planned to build residential houses. If cousin and younger cousin are truly interested, I will have them stop construction now. Hurry up and stop construction, clear the land, and let's discuss it properly. Xinqing looked at the drawing in his hand. This drawing must have taken Wengu a lot of effort. It wouldn't be good to take it directly. He said, younger cousin, we'll calculate your share of the profit for this garden too. There's no need to be so polite. Consider the drawing as my apology for not visiting you these days. Besides, I am now the foreman of Jingxing district, and it's not appropriate for me to participate in it, Wengu said sincerely. Xinqing thought about the temperaments of the Zhao father and son. The path Wengu was taking was indeed different from theirs, and he truly didn't understand the intricacies involved. Xinqing's face showed a more sincere smile. He patted Wengu on the shoulder and said, all right. I accept this gift. We are all relatives, so if you have any difficulties, you must tell us. I actually do. Wengu looked troubled. Xinqing. Wengu, please ask cousin and younger cousin to help find some craftsmen when you look for them. There are too many things to build in the 2 districts I manage now, and we are short of craftsmen. And those scholars who can read and write, if they are in financial hardship and want to find other work, they can be introduced to me. If they are willing to stay, food and lodging will be provided, and even their families can be accommodated. Xinqing's wary heart was put to rest. Oh, these things. They might even be able to earn some goodwill from this. In large households with many descendants, the surviving members are numerous. They constantly plot against each other within the family, leading to many unpleasant affairs. There are also those who constantly clamor to split the family, but building houses is not easy nowadays. It's perfect to send them to Wengu. No problem, no problem. Xinqing readily agreed with a laugh. They continued to look at the drawing, and Wengu explained what they didn't understand. Wengu also gave some suggestions. You can expand in stages. Start with the first phase of construction. If you can't build 3 floors, build 2 floors first. When the regulations are relaxed later and you start making profits, then build the 3rd floor. For example, start with 1 building. Xinlu, tea house. Xinqing in. Xinlu said, brother, let's build the tea house first. We'll have a place to drink tea and chat when we go out. Xinqing disagreed. An inn can also have tea and chat, and you can change the flavor, listen to small tunes, and stay overnight if you come back late. Xinlu, but it's not elegant enough. The wealthy and noble families who pursued a refined lifestyle would play diancha whisked tea at home. Xinlu felt that had a higher level of sophistication. Alcohol is now strictly controlled, so they would play with tea. Xinqing had his own considerations. We can build the inn larger and add some private rooms. After discussing for a while, the brothers asked Wengu. You mentioned glazed tile windows and doors, crystal-colored lights, ceramic facilities, and performance venues earlier. Can they really be produced? Even though various gems and jade have greatly depreciated now, they are not easy to obtain. High-end goods are still kept by nobles. Wengu said, let's try first, and we'll know after trying. Since we are going to build, it cannot be substandard. When I was traveling, I saw some wealthy families using crystal stones as curtains, truly like crystal curtains ripple as a gentle breeze rises, and fragrant roses fill the entire courtyard. The Shin brothers had also lived in luxury and wealth before, and had seen similar things, which gave them a strong sense of identification. They greatly missed their former lives. For a moment, they were lost in thought. Wengu then brought their attention back. In addition, Taoist Master Qingyi in Qingyun District can provide several formulas, which might speed up these constructions. However, craftsmen with rich experience in firing ceramics are still needed to assist. Knowing that these two wouldn't remember, Wengu took out paper and brush and wrote them down one by one. Besides ceramics, there are many related matters such as drainage and carpentry. If there are experienced hands, construction will be faster. Do you have craftsmen who fire glazed tiles? I have also recruited some ordinary craftsmen recently, but they cannot do such fine work. Xinqing came back to his senses and said, of course. Skilled craftsmen are kept by rich households and nobles. There might be skilled craftsmen in the private sector, but the Zhao family recruited a batch early on, so it's hard for you to recruit them. Wengu wrote down the precautions and added, "Are there suitable supervisors? Ones who are literate and can command respect, so you can know the progress of the construction." The Shin brothers nodded. They indeed needed to send close confidants to supervise and report daily. Chatting and laughing, the Shin brothers stayed for more than an hour before leaving with the drawing given by Wengu and several pages of precautions. They arrived with great momentum, but left with pleasant conversation and a harmonious atmosphere. Madame Shin at the Zhao residence also received the news. Like a thunderclap, Madame Shin was so startled that she knocked over her tea bowl. Who had a pleasant conversation? Usually dignified and composed, she now showed a panicked expression. Upon reconfirming, her heart felt heavy. Madame Shin sternly said, "Those two beasts." The female attendant lowered her head, not daring to speak. When beasts came out, she knew Madame meant brats, and it was a slip of the tongue, indicating extreme anger. After speaking, Madame Shin realized her slip of the tongue. Scolding her nephews like this was indeed inappropriate, but the anger in her heart was suppressed. "My family has no luck." Unable to suppress her anger, she ordered, "Go and ask immediately, what exactly did those two brats discuss with Wengu? If they were being unreasonable and causing trouble, they would be beaten with a plank." Her maternal family had produced such a talent as Wengu, so they absolutely couldn't be led astray. The female attendant returned shortly after leaving. Young Master Wen's cousin, Chang Shun, sent a letter. Madame Shin immediately took it and opened it to read. Worry, confusion, contemplation, calmness. Oh, so that's how it is. Her anger had just subsided, and the turbulent waves had calmed down, and now she was calm again. It only took the time to read a letter. Madame Shin gracefully smoothed her temples. They are all siblings of the same generation. It's good for them to cultivate their relationship more. The female attendant bowed deeply. She would do as she was told. End of this chapter. Madame Shin knew how much was left in the Shin family's hands. In the current state of the world, most of it was flashy but impractical, making it impossible to build a garden solely on their own. However, the Shin family had the advantage of status, attracting many wealthy households to associate with them and nobles to befriend. If the Shin family couldn't build it themselves, they could involve more people. With more people, it would form a massive interest group, and even a few prominent families with objections couldn't bring it down. Nowadays, in these chaotic times, goods were generally scarce. But it depended on one's status. Wealthy families might lack medicinal herbs, but as for food, especially the powerful families originally in the northern lands, they were hoarding grain, unwilling to release it, and were still observing. Coercion was useless. Timber, bricks, and tiles were not things that ordinary people could currently afford. Even if the brothers Shinqing and Shinlu didn't build a garden, timber and tiles would be divided among the wealthy and noble families in various districts for their own expansions. Some prominent families lived day by day, with no confidence in the current world, content to enjoy themselves for the moment. Relying on the fact that the Zhao family, due to the situation, dared not kill them, they would rather bury uneaten rice in the ground than use it to help refugees. When bored, they would torment their servants at home. The Zhao family was in a crucial period of expanding their influence and spreading their reputation, a sensitive time where a single move could affect everything. Otherwise, old Zhao would have already had a group of people executed. Building a garden was also a good thing. If it could make the wealthy families willingly bring out their money and goods, then those two scoundrels from the Shin family would have, in a way, done a good deed. Why did the Ren clan build a Buddhist temple? They had never heard of the Ren family being particularly devout before. But building a temple could improve the mood of the wealthy families, encourage them to bring out their goods to support it, and even willingly offer incense and oil money daily. It could also provide employment for the populace and attract Buddhist-leaning factions from outside. Xian Prefecture would not build a Buddhist temple, but building a garden solely for the amusement of the wealthy families would also suffice. As Wengu suggested, they should start with the first phase of the project to test the waters. Moreover, this matter would not consume the grain for the Zhao family's army, nor would it require mobilizing soldiers from within or outside the city. Madame Shin sipped her tea, pondered for a moment, and said to the maid beside her, "Send those glazed tile decorations that recently arrived from the south to Shinqing and Shinlu. Xianghui District." The Shin family's clan relatives and some familiar friends all lived here. Upon returning home, the Qinglu brothers immediately gathered their clan siblings, especially the wealthy ones, in the large study. Currently, accommodation was limited, with only 2 large studies in the entire Shin family residence. One was used by their father, and the other was for common use by the clan. It was originally built to invite renowned scholars to teach, but later it was used for playing paigao. At this moment, Shinqing pushed aside the usual playthings, cleared the table, and spread out the drawing paper. Someone curious reached out to touch it, but was slapped away by Shinlu. Be careful. This drawing can smudge easily. Look at how you've dirted this place. Shinlu pointed to a spot he had touched earlier and shifted the blame. The curious people who had gathered didn't pay attention at first and thought it was someone beside them who had dirted the drawing. What kind of brush was used for this painting? A calligraphy and painting enthusiast asked. However, soon, their attention was captivated by the prospects described by the Qinglu brothers. It sounded exciting, and creating it would be very prestigious. But did Wengu really give us such a good opportunity so easily? Is he sure he's not tricking us? Why bother? As long as we can confirm we'll benefit from it. That's true. Even the supervision was handled by their side, allowing them to understand the real progress and preventing deception. What is this garden called? Someone asked. Shinqing flipped through a small stack of papers beside him. These were various notes written by Wengu during discussions in Jingxing district, including the naming issue. I asked Wengu. The names my cousin gave to those 2 districts before carried auspicious meanings. Saying this, he presented the complete version for everyone to see. Jingxing and Qing'an, gazing upwards with joy. Fu Bei Jicho, all affairs proceeding smoothly. I'm thinking of going along with my cousin's intentions, he said. What should we name it? Fuzhou, Fushi, Wanshun, Wanfu. Wanfu sounds good. It's too direct. Indeed, respectfully wishing you 10,000 blessings and golden peace, the intention is too obvious too. A young man who is currently studying said. Shinqing slammed the table, that's it. It's called Wanfu. The Wanfu from 10,000 blessings and golden peace. They wanted this kind of directness. Their intentions should be known to everyone. Just then, a follower came in to inform Shinqing of a piece of news. Wengu had sent Cheng Shun to the Yao residence. To prevent Wengu from lodging a complaint, they had people monitoring Jingxing district. Now that no quarrel had broken out and they were still getting along, why would he go there? Could it be that he was still going to complain? As they were guessing, they heard that Madame Shin had also sent someone over. Several people in the large study reflexively covered their buttocks. However, this time it was not for punishment. After waiting for a while, they received a batch of precious jewels and ornaments bestowed by their Aunt Madame Shin. It turned out Wengu had spoken well of them to their aunt. Wengu is a person worth associating with, loyal and righteous. Aunt should know about this matter now. Does this mean Aunt doesn't object? Those who were hesitant struck their hands. This is something we can do. Finally, they could do something to prove themselves. Everyone eagerly rubbed their hands. At this time, Shinqing's follower came again. Young master, there's another matter. The person watching Jiahui district reported that Jiamu went to Qingyun district today, reportedly possibly for that Taoist priest skilled in alchemy. Shinqing's face showed displeasure. Wengu had previously told them that he needed that Taoist priest to refine some things so that Wanfu Garden could be completed as soon as possible and become unique in Xian Prefecture. But from what the follower said, it was clear that those people from the Zhao family's collateral branches were trying to poach their talent. Shinlu, impatient, kicked over a stool in front of him. Trying to poach from us? Jiahui district is going too far. That evening, the news was relayed through Hida to Jingxing district. The young masters from Xianghui district, Xin, and Jiahui district, Zhao, had started fighting again. Wengu, beneficial to Jingxing district. The conflict between those 2 districts was common. As long as it didn't blow up, it was just a small interlude. The Shin family had more important matters to attend to now and didn't get entangled further with the Zhao collateral branches. They moved quickly. Since they had decided to build a garden to gain prestige, they immediately began recruiting people. Those who were on good terms with the Shin family and those who sought their patronage offered grain and manpower. Those who were bored and had money but were unwilling to use it to help refugees or give it to the Zhao family, they had already paid tribute, and they wouldn't get anything for free now. However, apart from these, participating in the construction of the garden for profit did spark some interest, especially after seeing the drawings presented by the Shin brothers, which included blueprints and plans, indicating they were serious about it. It was indeed tempting. Of course, there were also arrogant wealthy families and nobles who looked down upon it. They had seen prosperity before, and now their attitude was passive. They didn't believe the Shin family could accomplish anything significant and were even less willing to lend their craftsmen. They were unwilling to give up the good things they held in their hands, but they couldn't make the situation too tense. They offered symbolic gestures. They wouldn't provide food and supplies, only let a few surplus people from their households work as laborers, which also reduced their own food consumption. Xinqing recalled Wengu mentioning crystal. He had a friend who liked hydrous obsidian/crystal and went to inquire. The Pei family, formerly nobles, had not fallen into decline upon arriving in Xian Prefecture. The eldest young master of the Pei family was currently the chief officer of the patrol division and was deeply trusted. The youngest young master of the Pei family, Pei Jing, was less than 20 years old. He had suffered a serious illness, making his constitution slightly weaker. He was relatively gentle and appeared scholarly. Xinqing, having met him only after arriving in Xian Prefecture City, thought of him when looking for people to join. Pei Jing listened to Xinqing's description of Wanfu Garden, playing with a crystal beast carving in his hand. "All right, count me in." After thinking for a moment, Pei Jing added, "My family has also stored some timber and tiles. If you need them urgently, you can take them first." The servant beside him seemed hesitant to speak but remained silent. Xinqing, overjoyed, didn't notice and exclaimed, "Good brother. By the way, do you have any skilled craftsmen around? Some fine work needs experienced hands to avoid ruining the materials." Pei Jing thought for a moment. The craftsmen his family employed were skilled in polishing crystals, and it seemed they didn't have other special skills or secret recipes. He said, "It's a small matter. I'll have someone give you a list. However, we didn't bring many craftsmen originally, so they might not be of much help. Having them is enough. I'll find a few more people. Accumulating them will surely get the job done." After Xinqing left, the servant beside him reminded Pei Jing, "Master seemed to mention yesterday that he wanted to use that timber and those tiles to build." Pei Jing's tone was firm. "I've already set some aside for him. The rest, let Xinqing take it away immediately." His father wanted to build a courtyard for his newly married concubine. His elder brother worked hard as the chief officer of the patrol division, facing dangers outside for the sake of the family's honor and lineage. His sister-in-law was pregnant and lived in fear every day. And the old man still had the mood to indulge in debauchery. Build a courtyard? Go build a chicken coop. He then thought of what Xinqing had mentioned earlier about a food, drink, entertainment, and accommodation integrated park, coupled with various novel facilities, making it unique in Xian Prefecture. He didn't know if it was true, but it sounded interesting. Since he had already invested, he would visit Jingxing District another day. Yes, on the day his father returned, he would have his sister-in-law stay with relatives in the neighboring district for a few days. He himself would go to Jingxing District. With neither of them at home, his father could throw a tantrum however he pleased. When his elder brother was home, the old man wouldn't dare to put on a bad face. His elder brother had a bad temper, and in these times, there was no one who would intervene even if a son killed his father. Pei Jing regretted that his constitution was not as good as his elder brother's. He heard that Wengu was also a frail scholar, perhaps they could get along. The people of the Shin family spread out to recruit participants, one bringing two bringing 8, and the number of people involved grew like a snowball. Xinlu visited Jingxing District again and told Wengu that they had almost gathered the necessary goods and craftsmen. Wengu was surprised. So quickly? It hadn't even been 3 days. These people were truly wealthy. This showed that in times like these, it was precisely when they should extort money from the rich. Xinlu also told Wengu about the conflict with Zhao Mu's group. "You speak well of us, and we appreciate it. We'll also help teach those who tried to poach our talent a lesson." "Did Uncle scold you?" Wengu asked. "Uncle and my cousin are busy with important matters and don't bother with our minor scuffles. Aunt only lectured us a couple of times." Seeing his nonchalant attitude, Madame Shin's scolding seemed like merely going through the motions. "Are you really okay?" "Really." The Zhao family's secret attempt to poach talent had failed. Was this something to be proud of? It was like the children of military officials deliberately picking a fight but losing. Shameful. End of this chapter. Xinlu believed he had figured out his uncle's intentions. However, Wengu keenly sensed that there might be other developments. Even if Old Zhao and Little Zhao didn't heavily rely on the branch families of the Zhao clan, they would at least issue a warning or two when two districts were in conflict. This time, they completely ignored it. Was it genuine indifference, or were they preoccupied with other matters? It shouldn't be a bad thing. If they were truly in a bad mood, anyone from the Zhao family or Shen family, let alone the young masters, could be strung up and whipped. But for now, they were as tolerant as ever, albeit dismissive. This indicated that no bad news had occurred for the time being. As the weather grew colder, Xinlu, despite his complaints about Jingxing district being too small and dilapidated, still frequented the area. He checked the progress of the garden construction daily and shared gossip from the marketplace with Wengu. This also served as a source of information. Wengu, uninvolved with the Wanfu Garden project, sat at his desk and asked Chengji to summarize the information collected during this period. For instance, how many teams had arrived from the south, and roughly how many Xiansu army personnel were there to receive them. However, after much calculation, Wengu found something amiss. The main force of the Xiansu army that had departed seemed not to have returned. The city defense army was busy with surrounding security and defense fortifications. What about the Xiansu army? Where had its main force gone? The 6 great clans were not at war with each other. Their primary tasks in winter were hunting evil creatures and escorting prominent families. The number of Xiansu army escorts for the noble and influential families migrating north was far less than anticipated. Logically, given the current situation, they wouldn't travel too far for escort missions. They would need regular resupply, rest, and rotations. But as of now, the numbers didn't add up. Several military districts belonging to the Xiansu army in the outer city area remained vacant, and the departed main force had yet to return. This suggested they were either engaged in some secret strategic deployment, escorting a specific billionaire, or both. Wengu took out the district map drawn by Changji. During this period, Hida had collected information from various market districts. Some larger districts near the core areas had strict entry controls, requiring wooden tokens for passage. Hida was unaware of the specific situations within those districts, only managing to infer the inhabitants based on fragmented information. Wengu's gaze swept across the market districts, pausing at a particular spot. This district had previously gone unnoticed. It didn't belong to any relatives of the Zhao family, nor did it seem to house any well-known dignitaries. The people entering and exiting appeared to be craftsmen working on building houses and managing courtyards. According to the summarized information, this place held many mysteries. The district name was chosen by a civil official subordinate to Old Zhao, offering no clues to its occupants' identities. However, a name could always be changed. Could there be another billionaire yet to arrive? A seaport on the eastern coast. The eastern coastline was dotted with numerous ports. This particular location wasn't a major port, but was a prosperous seaside town. It had large houses built against the hillsides and small houses along the coast. After the epidemic of evil, the area was filled with a deathly aura, becoming even more desolate in winter. Only the occasional gurgling sound, like that of wild beasts, sent shivers down one's spine. Until one day, the thunderous sound of horse hooves arrived. Dark figures hiding in houses roared, attempting to break free. However, the freezing snow and severe cold significantly limited their movements. Bowstrings twanged, and flashes of lightning-like saber light and the glint of armor followed. In the surrounding woods, trees were cut down, their falling producing a series of crackling sounds in the snowy weather. In a gully further away, black smoke rose from a bonfire. After several days, the seaside port town was completely transformed. Houses were cleared and then fumigated with thick smoke. More cavalry and infantry arrived in succession, setting up camp. Nearly half of the Zhao clan's Xiansu army gathered here after hunting. They intended to establish a military stronghold in this abandoned port and, at the same time, receive distinguished guests arriving from afar. As the weather grew colder, the commanding general looked at the sea surface, which was on the verge of freezing, his anxiety mounting. Fortunately, the distinguished guests they were waiting for arrived just as the sea was about to freeze. Under the overcast sky, sails appeared on the boundless sea. Closer inspection revealed several large sea ships leading the fleet, accompanied by dozens of medium-sized ships and then countless small and medium-sized vessels following, forming a dense, far-reaching procession. The commanding officer stationed at the port finally showed a smile, the first in many days, as he watched the approaching fleet. The maritime magnates from the south lived up to their reputation. This grand display was worthy of the family head's painstaking efforts in multiple communications. Exine Prefecture City. When Gu analyzed the information at hand, believing it highly probable that another billionaire would arrive this winter, he thought, I must create some stir before the billionaire arrives. Shin family's Wanfu garden could not be built immediately due to the extensive groundwork required. When Gu pondered, perhaps I should start something else first. He casually went to Qingyun district opposite and offered some encouragement to the dog Taoist priest. Using the Shin family's garden construction as an opportunity, when Gu conducted a talent assessment, he had to admit that wealthy families with deep foundations could truly conceal their resources. Although the dog magnates only provided a small portion of craftsmen for the Wanfu garden, even this small group had allowed Wen Gu to advance some of his plans ahead of schedule. Seeing Wen Gu arrive, the Taoist acolytes looked at their master. Upon his nod, they withdrew. The district foreman and their master had important matters to discuss, and it was not appropriate for them to overhear. When Gu entered the room, before he could speak, the other party spoke first. Taoist Master Qingyi, I heard you pulled the Shin family into building the garden and raked in quite a fortune. When Gu frowned and vehemently denied it, that's not true. Don't believe rumors and don't spread them. If he were truly accumulating wealth, he would have taken a share. His ambition lay elsewhere. It wasn't about earning money. All rumors. Pure rumors. When Gu then asked, I heard you were looking for a new position? Taoist Master Qingyi waved his sleeve. Where did you hear that? Don't believe rumors and don't spread them. He retorted with the same words. When Gu stopped discussing rumors with him and handed him a piece of paper, Taoist Master Qingyi averted his gaze, refusing to take it, and said glumly, the list you gave me last time had too many issues, and they haven't been resolved yet. When Gu, the blueprints for the Taoist temple. Taoist Master Qingyi snatched it up quickly. You should have said so earlier. His eyes lit up as he looked at the drawing of the Taoist temple, his spirit renewed, his face flushed with excitement. When Gu handed him another paper, the Taoist priest accepted it. Oh, this time it was a task list. He intended to toss it aside, but due to his rapid reading speed, he inadvertently read some professionally relevant content. Removing glutinous rice for modified 3-element soil, the Taoist priest exclaimed in surprise. I vaguely heard about this during my travels, but the exact proportions and modification methods require professionals like you, Taoist master, Wen Gu explained. I know you have secret techniques for sealing alchemical furnaces. What were the requirements for sealing an alchemical furnace? High temperature resistance, ease of molding, and good air tightness. Different Taoist priests had different secret recipes, but in this regard, those who practiced alchemy were more knowledgeable. Taoist Master Qingyi looked at him warily. When Gu glanced at him, I'm not asking for your secret recipe. Just modify this. If it meets the minimum requirements, the task will be considered complete. To prevent the dog Taoist priest from being perfunctory, when Gu added, your Taoist temple will also use this material for construction when the time comes. Involving his Taoist temple, Taoist Master Qingyi became serious. The dog scholar's schemes were truly layered. To put it mildly, despite his complaints, he did have a need. When Gu persuaded him, put in more effort. If there's a technological breakthrough, I'll report it to the higher authorities. It can save the Zhao clan a lot of glutinous rice. I also want to try some techniques during the construction of Wanfu Garden to see if breakthroughs can be achieved. If successful, they might be applicable to defense projects and warfare. These are great contributions. Taoist Master Qingyi understood. If he could achieve results, he would receive benefits, perhaps even enough to build his Taoist temple without additional personal expense, and it would be built faster. All right, I get it. Taoist Master Qingyi's expression was impatient. He intended to toss the list aside again, but noticed new issues. Why do you need me to refine auxiliary materials for firing glazed tiles? Didn't you get many craftsmen? Firing glass read carefully when Gu reminded him. The Taoist priest looked again. This firing process has. It's transparent enough for windows. Your Taoist temple can also use it. Once the lighting problem is solved, the design of the Taoist temple can be more daring, when Gu said. Firing this is indeed useful, Taoist Master Qingyi noted. When Gu then discussed other items that needed to be produced, urging Taoist Master Qingyi to refine more materials and gather what the Taoist temple needed as soon as possible. Several small kilns had already been built in Qingyun district, and if larger kilns were needed, they could be borrowed. The Zhao clan had large brick and tile kilns where prisoners performed hard labor. If there was a need, they could ask his uncle and cousin. It shouldn't be a problem. Qingyun district was just for experimentation. Large-scale production would still be carried out in the Zhao family's workshops, so there was no need to worry about affecting the surrounding residential environment. When Gu himself still lived there. After encouraging the dog Taoist priest, when Gu went to inspect the kilns for ceramics, glazed tiles, and glass, looking for improvements in today's finished products. Inside the room, after when Gu left, Taoist Master Qingyi looked over the papers in his hands and set them aside. He recalled the news he had heard in recent days about the benefactors of Wanfu Garden. Look, that's the difference. As soon as the dog scholar made a move, he brought in several wealthy households from the districts. Here, there was no need to worry about not meeting wealthy nobles in the future. Once the garden was built, those people would come in droves every day. Taoist Master Qingyi felt a sense of urgency. His Taoist temple must be completed before the Wanfu garden opposite was built. Recently, when Gu had been paying close attention to the craftsmen and kilns in Qingyun district, frequently traveling between the two districts. Sometimes he stayed too late, and the district gates were closed. He would stay at a residence in Qingyun district, but Jingxing district also had many affairs. Although he, as the district foreman, could control the opening and closing of the gates, he saw no need to create issues over this. Bypassing the rule of closed gates was not impossible. Digging a tunnel? TSK, one couldn't just think about exerting effort underground. It wasn't like they were doing anything illicit. He walked briskly from Qingyun district to Jingxing district and then back out, standing in the alley between them. His gaze gradually moved upward. They could also build upwards. End of chapter. When Gu pondered how to create something eye-catching to attract the rich patrons, something that was also practical, he drew up designs and made adjustments based on existing results. He just wasn't sure if it would be considered an illegal construction and needed to inform his cousin about it. During this time, honeycomb coal stoves entered more market districts. Xian Prefecture's first newspaper was also released. Young Master Wao indeed had many talented people under him, both scholarly and military, allowing for the quick publication of the newspaper. However, as the initial proposer of the idea, young Master Zhao still consulted when deciding on the name. When Gu didn't directly suggest a name, but instead said, "The superior man's heart is as serene as the deep stillness." The superior man achieves his position by observing the times. Thus, Xian Prefecture Times was born. The first edition was printed impeccably, with very formal language, introducing the important figures who had arrived from the south, but the main focus was on the honeycomb coal stove. To alleviate the inconvenience of hot water and food for the soldiers in winter, a batch of honeycomb coal stoves was rushed to various military districts in the outer city area. The first edition of the newspaper did not conceal Wen Gu's contributions. This time, besides the upper and middle classes, many commoners and soldiers also recognized Wen Gu's identity and contributions. Previously, shaping public opinion relied on word of mouth. Now, it was much more efficient and had a wider reach. As long as one could see the newspaper, they would naturally know its contents, and many more people would be informed. There was a quota of newspapers for each military district. If extra copies were desired, they could only be purchased from designated locations. The same applied to the inner city. Each district foreman and some officials received a copy. Others who wished to buy one could go to the designated places. The newspapers were not expensive. Those who could afford coal could generally afford a newspaper. Outside the city, a tiger's head flag fluttered in the wind. The members of the Tiger Might Escort Agency, who had previously accepted a client's mission to earn supplies, had returned. What was notable about this team, besides the flag and escort leader Lin at the front, was the dozens of escort guards with high morale. However, beyond them were timid villagers and scattered refugees gathered along the way, numbering over 300. Adding the escort guards from the Tiger Might Escort Agency, the entire team comprised nearly 400 people. Along the journey, they attracted the attention of many groups heading to Xian Prefecture and the City Defense Army, who learned the identity and origin of the tiger's head flag, forming an initial impression. Having been out of the city for many days and having close contact with refugees, the members of the Tiger Might Escort Agency needed to be quarantined in the outer city area for 2 days. Unlike the apprehension during their first quarantine here, the escort guards were much calmer this time. There was still some unease, however. They had hunted during their journey and obtained a cartload of game. They were unsure how much the entrance fee would be. Residents of the city who went out to cut firewood or hunt had to pay a small entrance fee and surrender a proportion of their hunted game. When escort leader Lin went to exchange grain for hot water and food, he noticed many soldiers gathered at intervals around strange sheet metal stoves. The place where hot water and food were being prepared was similar, except the sheet metal stoves there were larger. Several soldiers nearby were discussing which military leader used which model of coal stove and what grade of honeycomb coal. Our leader uses that high-quality coal. It has little smoke, burns fast, and is expensive. This honeycomb coal is indeed quite good. It must have had clay added. The newspaper said the burnt residue can be used for paving roads. They paved a long stretch in our district, and it's really good, truly anti-slip. I wonder if the coal ash from burning has any effect against evil energy. The Xian Prefecture Times didn't mention that. What honeycomb coal stove? What Xian Prefecture Times? Escort leader Lin was bewildered. They had only been out on one escort mission, and not for too long, yet upon returning, it seemed he no longer understood the language spoken in Xian Prefecture City. What had they missed? Carrying a head full of questions, he returned to the team. Before long, dedicated personnel arrived to count the number of new members in the team, to tally the refugees brought along and how much merit they could earn to exchange for goods. They also calculated the entrance fees to be collected. When registering the team's identity, escort leader Lin presented the stamped voucher given to him by Wengu. The minor official responsible for the statistics and record-keeping initially paid little attention. However, upon seeing the stamp on the paper and then looking at escort leader Lin and the others, his expression softened considerably, no longer appearing as stern and bureaucratic as before. The minor official returned the voucher and explained to escort leader Lin, Xian Prefecture is currently welcoming people, so the entrance fee is not high. Escort leader Lin calculated internally that even after surrendering 20 to 30% of their game, they would gain more from this trip. It was nothing. As it turned out, the final statistics showed that the entrance fee was merely a nominal amount, less than 10%. Could there be such good things? Perhaps because escort leader Lin's expression was too obvious, the minor official explained, "You should thank your district foreman." Escort leader Lin, our foreman one? The minor official nodded. Yes, the young master surnamed one from the Zhao family. So many young masters had come seeking refuge with the Zhao family, yet only this one had achieved such success. When he first arrived, the young master himself personally welcomed him. In less than a month, he had become famous throughout the city. Nowadays, in Xian Prefecture City, from the wealthy nobles to the soldiers and commoners, even if they hadn't seen him, they had heard of Foreman Wen's great name. The position of district foreman was not high, and considering his accompanying status and reputation, only a fool would offend him. Moreover, the coal stoves had indeed brought benefits to everyone. They in the outer city area had decided to grant some convenience to the people of these 2 districts this month. After completing the statistical work, the minor official led his soldiers to the next location. A soldier nearby asked, "What does that paper say?" The minor official replied, "What it says is not important. What matters is the stamp on it. The stamps of Jingxing District and Qingyun District. It's people from these 2 districts. I heard that the honeycomb coal stoves first came out from these 2 districts. The young master himself named these 2 districts." The voices from over there were indistinct, and escort leader Lin and his group couldn't hear clearly. Knowing that they received such good treatment because of their district foreman was enough. Escort leader Lin and his group were quarantined in the outer city area for 2 days before entering the inner city. The villagers who had left Jingxing district together with them, as well as the escort guards from the agency, described the appearance of Jingxing district to these newcomers. Although there are large open spaces and it looks desolate, everyone's spirit is actually quite high. If you work, you get food ration tickets and you can exchange those for food. If a family has many laborers, they can even build houses by saving up. The escort agency's large courtyard should have been built even better. We're not comparing ourselves to the escort agency. If you have money, buy land and build a house. If you don't have money, rent a house. If you can't even afford to rent, then see if you can be selected for labor. There are many open spaces over there, and the district is filled with villagers and refugees like us. However, as they walked, things felt increasingly strange. Why were there so many carts transporting goods on the roads and at the alley entrances? The wooden carts were laden with lumber, and some with bricks, tiles, stones, and earth. They were transported in full loads and left empty. Escort leader Lin looked around, confirmed they were in Jingxing district, and led his people inside. A large area was fenced off, not allowing unauthorized entry. Craftsmen and laborers were everywhere, and many temporary sheds had been erected. People who looked like stewards rushed back and forth, shouting orders. It was a scene of bustling activity. The newly arrived villagers whispered to their fellow villagers, "This is completely different from what you described. Are you sure we didn't take a wrong turn?" At this moment, Zhou Shan arrived with his men. The district foreman knows you're back, but he's busy. I'll be arranging for these villagers and refugees. Seeing a familiar face, escort leader Lin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing you came. I was only gone for a few days, and now I'm back. I don't even know how to get around. Zhou Shan chuckled. It's normal. Our Jingxing district and Qingyun district change by the day. Escort leader Lin asked curiously, what are they building over there? Gardens that the Shin family and some nobles want to build. It will be difficult to work on in a while, so they're getting some tasks done now while the ground isn't frozen solid. The Shin family? That's our district foreman's maternal family. Escort leader Lin gasped. Zhou Shan lowered his voice and briefly explained what had happened during this period to escort leader Lin. At this time, in Wengu's courtyard house in Jingxing district, he was chatting with his newly made friends. Pei Jing had come with the Shin brothers today. The brothers left after a short while, but Pei Jing stayed to chat more with Wengu. They discussed calligraphy and painting, as well as rare treasures, and, for a time, felt a sense of mutual appreciation. At least, that's how it seemed to Pei Jing. Wengu was like another him in the world, frail but intelligent. Knowing Wengu had official business, Pei Jing took his leave. Before departing, he invited Wengu to his home as a guest, where he had many precious hydrosobsidian crystals for viewing, and also, some designs for Wanfu Garden could be further discussed. After Pei Jing left, Wengu returned inside. He had noticed earlier that the large wooden table in the room had been shifted from its position. He moved it back to its original place. It looked much better. Sitting down, he thought again about his new friend. Pei Jing was delicate in his thoughts, logical, and had a solid cultural foundation and excellent artistic taste. As expected of someone raised in an aristocratic family, his circle was lacking precisely this kind of talented individual with artistic attainment. Pei Jing also had obvious flaws. Many of his views were only theoretical, lacking practical experience. How could this be? In this era, at this age, it was the time to enter social practice. Being frail in body could be compensated for by not going to construction sites. Working in an office was still practice. When Gu pondered his upcoming work, planning to set aside time to visit the Pei family as a guest and deepen his friendship with this new friend. End of this chapter. Due to the incident at Wanfu Garden, Madame Shin took some time to chat with Wengu and the Shin brothers, Qinglu and Shinlu, about family matters. Madame Shin placed great importance on the first phase of Wanfu Garden that Wengu had mentioned, but she also felt a bit uneasy. It wasn't that she didn't trust Wengu, but she was worried about the people on the Shin family side. When Wengu arrived, the Shin brothers, Shin Qing and Shin Lu, were already there and chatting with Madame Shin. Having recently embarked on their careers, they had not only proven themselves capable but also earned praise and recognition from their elders. They were beaming with pride and full of high spirits. Their conversation with Madame Shin was particularly enthusiastic. They had asked Wengu the same questions Madame Shin was now posing, so they knew how to answer. Apart from a slight hesitation when recalling details, their responses were generally smooth. Madame Shin wore a rare look of satisfaction. When Wengu arrived, Madame Shin didn't ask him many questions about Wanfu Garden. She had already learned about the latest developments from the Shin brothers. Madame Shin beckoned Wengu to sit beside her and said gently, "Your cousin mentioned your interest in calligraphy and painting and has selected several renowned scholars for you. The final choice is up to you. However, these masters are quite proud. Even if they are not taking disciples, but merely offering guidance, their requirements are strict. To gain their approval, you must show sincerity, following the example of Chengmen Li Xue." Perhaps it was the harmonious atmosphere, coupled with the recent praise and flattery, that emboldened Shin Lu. He thought he heard something about a city gate and blurted out, "I know this, young Ji Qiyu." Madame Shin felt a twitch in her forehead and closed her eyes in pain. What had her Shin family done to deserve this? The consequence of ignorance and loose lips was a hefty punishment of copying books. Shin Lu was on the verge of tears as he choked out his acceptance. Truly, he would have preferred a spanking, even double the punishment. Shin Qing, who had initially been eager to show initiative, dared not speak now, keeping his head down, trembling. When Gu watched, noting that Shin Qing looked as if he were afraid of meeting his tutor's eyes and being called upon. The two brothers, whose minds had been drifting, finally quieted down, though they still seemed restless. As they were about to leave, Madame Shin, unable to hold back, called Wen Gu aside and subtly advised him to keep his distance from these cousins unless absolutely necessary. She genuinely feared the influence of bad company. However, after leaving the Zhao family, seeing that it was still early, the Shin brothers pulled Wen Gu along to the Shin family estate to mingle with other clan relatives. Relationships, after all, were forged through interaction. Upon hearing this advice, Madame Shin, when she found out later, was speechless. She mused that they hadn't copied enough books if they had free time for gatherings. Completely oblivious to the crisis, the Shin brothers, led by Wen Gu, introduced him to everyone. Wen Gu used this opportunity to learn about the backgrounds of the Shin family members. As expected of a once wealthy merchant family, in an era when merchants were suppressed, they sought patrons and allies. Marriages were either between officials and merchants or alliances between merchant families. It wasn't just rich merchants, other prominent families were also intricately connected, which was standard practice. It was learned that many of these marriages had been facilitated by Wen Gu's late maternal grandfather. The old man was truly remarkable. It was a pity he didn't live to see the great opportunities awaiting the Shin family today. This chaotic era had disrupted the Shin family's original development path, but had also brought them immense wealth. After the Shin family relatives arrived in Xian Prefecture City, they formed alliances and intermarried with several prominent families who had pledged allegiance to the Zhao clan. In short, none of the current Shin family relatives were poor. When these cousins and siblings arrived, the items they casually handled, while Wen Gu couldn't fully appreciate their aesthetic beauty, exuded an aura of luxury. As the atmosphere was pleasant, someone brought up Wanfu Garden, which was in its initial construction phase. Wen Gu produced a scroll he had brought with him. "I almost forgot, I have something else today," he said, unrolling the drawing. Jingxing District and Qingyun District will also need new constructions. See if you think this project should be incorporated into Wanfu Garden. If not, I'll assign it to another project. "Let me see," Shin Qing said, stepping closer. Having tasted the benefits of Wanfu Garden, they were very curious about what Wen Gu had presented. The drawing was a rough sketch, simply rendered, appearing to depict a long aerial path connecting Wanfu Garden and Qingyan Temple. "Qingyan Temple?" Shin Lu asked curiously. Taoist Master Qingyi has submitted several prescriptions, and he has been granted permission to build a grand Taoist temple, Wen Gu explained. In addition to refining elixirs, Taoist Master Qingyi is skilled in refining incense for exorcising evil. If distinguished guests at Wanfu Garden express interest, they can directly reach Qingyun Temple via this long bridge. Qingyun District has many kilns and workshops and is often dusty and cluttered. If one wishes to avoid traveling on the ground, they can use the aerial path. It's similar to a flying bridge or a covered walkway, just extended. The Shin family members listened intently. They trusted Wen Gu's words. The Zhao father and son had always had a negative impression of monks and Taoist priests, but the fact that Taoist master Qingyi was allowed to build a grand Taoist temple in Qingyun district indicated his extraordinary abilities. Perhaps this would become the only Taoist temple in Xi'an Prefecture City. Wealthy and noble families certainly had religious needs, and while they now maintained family shrines and temples, the establishment of Qingyun Temple would offer a legitimate place for worship and prayer. It sounded quite promising, and integrating it with Wanfu Garden would further enhance their status. Just as Xinqing was about to agree, someone cautiously asked, with the current regulations on market districts, would building this be against the rules? Xinqing jolted and quickly followed up, yes, it looks great, but whether it can be built is a big problem. When Gu smiled calmly, I've already reported it to my cousin and received approval. We can build it. Cousin agreed? Xinqing's spirit soared, as did everyone else's. Approval meant recognition. We can do it. Xinlu slammed the table. Xinqing looked at the long bridge on the drawing. Compared to the intricate architecture of Wanfu Garden, this bridge seemed less challenging. A minor project. He nodded, incorporate it into Wanfu Garden. When Gu pointed to the long bridge on the drawing and continued, the first phase of Wanfu Garden won't be completed anytime soon. We can start by building the first section of this long bridge, the part spanning Jingqing Alley. It's nearly 3 stories high. Building houses might exceed the limit, but if we adjust it slightly, a 2.5-story height would be just within the limit. Building a section of covered walkway might make it a landmark in the city this year. This structure has other advantages as well. When Gu explained, answering everyone's questions, the group huddled together, discussing animatedly. Xinqing looked at him with admiration. You kid, have quite a few ingenious ideas. When Gu replied humbly, it's not entirely my own idea, I've seen many things during my travels. When Gu's proposals indeed piqued the interest of many present. With so many people gathered, the murmur of conversation grew louder, making it difficult to hear individual voices. Xinqing, finding the crowd disruptive, waved his hand. All right. You all go back and consider it. We have important matters to discuss. He dismissed the others and continued their private discussion. When Gu said, if we expedite the work, this section might be completed before the new year. The Shin brothers were surprised so soon. Even though they didn't understand many things, they knew that such flying bridges couldn't be built in a short time. When Gu replied, provided we transfer some of the prefabricated components from Wanfu Garden. The Shin brothers considered the pros and cons. The prefabricated parts being produced now were for next year's preparations, so transferring them would be fine. Xinqing agreed, if it can be completed before the new year, we can move all of them. That landmark you mentioned is excellent. Wanfu Garden isn't built yet, so let people see the long bridge of Wanfu Garden first. When Gu elaborated, we can use the timber and prefabricated parts directly. Recent technological breakthroughs from several workshops in Qingyun district can also shorten construction time. If we hurry, it might be possible. Xinqing and Xinlu pulled Wen Gu aside to discuss the issues facing the Wanfu Garden project in more detail. For some matters, Wen Gu didn't even need to be involved. Zhou Shan and his team could figure them out together. Regarding technical challenges, Wen Gu had even recruited a Taoist priest. This was indeed a talented individual who could solve many difficult problems. However, the Shin brothers, despite having many people around them, found that while they enjoyed the flattery, few were reliable when it came to actual work. Even selecting a supervisor involved much deliberation, and they ultimately chose someone from their father's staff. Therefore, the brothers had specifically sought out Wen Gu today for a sincere consultation. How do you recruit such talented individuals? Wen Gu answered truthfully, by impressing with virtue and persuading with reason. However, speaking of the talent he currently had, Wen Gu was not satisfied with the number of personnel. It wasn't enough. As more people with status entered Jingxing district, Zhou Shan and his team struggled to manage them. Wen Gu then inquired about the Pei family from Xinqing, mentioning Pei Jing, for the purpose of asking Pei Jing to revise some design drawings. The Shin brothers, who had been pondering matters of reason and virtue, immediately shifted their attention upon hearing Wen Gu's request. Their family. Xinqing hadn't spoken yet, but Xinlu next to him had an expression of, I know their gossip. With no one else around, they could speak freely. The two from the main branch of the Pei family are quite capable. Although their mother passed away early, Pei Jun, Pei Jing's elder brother, was quite accomplished before, and he's even more so now that he's moved to Xian Prefecture City, becoming the chief officer of the patrol division. Pei Jing, his physique isn't as strong as his brother's. I heard he had a serious illness when he was young. If the times were peaceful, he could have pursued the imperial examinations and entered officialdom. It's a pity all his studies are of no use. Shenlu clicked his tongue twice, looking regretful. The most troublesome is that they have a father who drags them down. Shenqing also looked extremely displeased, pointing and saying, when their father was young, his family was strict, and he behaved himself. Later, when no one above him was watching, the older he got, the more absurd things became. The serious illness Pei Jing had as a child is rumored to be related to old Master Pei, and their father-son relationship has always been strained. Seeing Wengu lost in thought, Shenqing worried that he might be frightened by the Pei family's affairs and affect his social circle. He added, "These things are common in prominent families. What I've said won't cause much of a stir. Moreover, their elder is currently at a disadvantage and can't cause trouble. Feel free to ask Pei Jing to revise the design drawings." After chatting about the dirty laundry of prominent families and hearing Wengu's optimistic outlook on the future of Wanfu Garden, the informal gathering concluded. Both parties were highly satisfied. Wengu returned to Qingyun District first, using the Long Bridge project to provide some encouragement to Taoist Master Qingyi. From now on, distinguished guests can directly reach your Qingyun temple. So hurry up and redouble your efforts to complete the temple construction. End of this chapter. Returning to the office in Jingxing District, Wengu took out paper and drew a new sketch. It wasn't the full view of the Long Bridge, but the section of the flying bridge spanning between the two districts. After finishing, Wengu set it aside and pondered the news he had heard about the Pei family. Pei Jing's physique was different from his brother's because of a serious illness in his childhood. He wasn't robust. However, he wasn't sickly either. The Pei family's genes were indeed strong. Pei Jing had survived his childhood illness, and even if he wasn't strong, he was still better off than ordinary scholars. Outwardly, he looked at most like a refined scholar, but if he were truly frail, he wouldn't have lasted this long. In the early days of the chaotic times, the Pei family was still in the imperial capital. That was the most stressful period, a test of both mental and physical fortitude. Survival meant enduring it. He was also talented, having intended to pursue the imperial examinations and coming from a distinguished noble family. His knowledge in culture and art was beyond that of ordinary scholars. Excellent, excellent. Wengu checked the sky outside. There was still some time before the district gate closed, so he wrote a calling card. Pei Jing had left his address when he visited Jingxing District before. Wengu asked Chang Shun to make a trip to the Pei residence. Both parties weren't yet very familiar, and it was a noble family with certain proprieties, so he first wrote a calling card to arrange a time and see if the host was available. Chang Shun was quick. He returned after delivering the calling card, his expression strange. "What's wrong?" Wengu asked him. Chang Shun looked around to ensure no one else was present and then quietly recounted what he had seen and heard when he went to the Pei residence. Patrol Officer Pei is back. This was Pei Jing's elder brother, Pei Jun, the chief officer of the patrol division, rumored to be a ruthless man. The new military institution established by the Zhao family must have entrusted him with the position not only because they trusted him, but also because he was quite capable. Inside, there was a racket of wailing, men and women. It seemed like someone wanted to curse, but their mouths were quickly shut. I didn't enter the courtyard and didn't dare to look too closely. I just delivered the card and came back. However, looking back carefully, it seemed I heard some sounds of fists and feet hitting flesh. Wengu nodded inwardly. He was indeed a ruthless man. However, it seemed the visit to the Pei family would have to be postponed. The timing isn't suitable. The Pei family was clearly experiencing a period of intense family conflict, so it probably wouldn't be appropriate for the next few days. While he was thinking, someone from the Pei family delivered Pei Jing's reply. Wengu had expected Pei Jing to suggest a meeting a few days later, but when he opened it, he saw, tomorrow. Had the Pei family's internal conflict been resolved so quickly? The Pei family's eldest son was indeed worthy of being the chief officer of the patrol division at such a young age. He was so efficient. Wen-gu wondered how much of his elder brother's prowess Pei Jing had inherited. Wen-gu rubbed his hands together, full of anticipation. Recruit him, recruit him. Sufficient status, sufficient knowledge, ability to withstand pressure, and if he had some skills, he would be perfect. Wen-gu went to the storeroom and carefully selected a set of small gifts, all related to calligraphy and painting, several rare pigments, some bound notebooks convenient for recording, and 2 charcoal pencils he had borrowed from the Taoist master. Given the Pei family's wealth, they wouldn't lack good things. Novelty would be more appropriate. It could also let young Master Pei experience the cultural characteristics of their Jingqing 2 districts. The next day, Wen-gu, accompanied by his entourage and the carefully chosen small gifts, arrived at the Pei residence. A family servant was already waiting at the gate. Pei Jing had sent someone to specifically wait. Upon seeing Wen-gu, he was led directly to the courtyard where Pei Jing resided. The Pei residence was unusually quiet today. The family servants were all well-behaved, their eyes not daring to dart around, nor would they whisper to each other. All the courtyards were also silent. The entire mansion seemed to still carry a lingering aura of fear. From the news Wen-gu had gathered, the Pei family had many more servants. The current quietness might mean they were all staying indoors obediently, or perhaps they had been purged. Recalling what Chang Shun had said yesterday, this situation was likely the result of Pei family's eldest son's forceful rectification. Pei Jing was currently in his study. An open drawing paper lay on the desk, but only a few strokes had been made. He hadn't continued. Pei Jing sat by the desk, fiddling with a crystal. Hearing the movement outside, Pei Jing withdrew his thoughts, a polite smile appearing on his face as he got up to greet him. They exchanged pleasantries. Pei Jing said, "My elder brother is busy with official duties and left for the outer city area this morning, so he is not at home. My father accidentally broke his leg yesterday and still needs to rest." Wen-gu followed suit, "Then I won't disturb the elder gentleman. Please forgive my poor reception." "You are too kind." The atmosphere in the entire Pei residence today was somewhat stiff, and Pei Jing seemed preoccupied by family matters, so Wen-gu didn't bring up other topics. "I've come today to seek your help, Brother Pei." "Oh? May I ask what troubles you, Brother One?" The two walked into the study. A charcoal stove was placed inside the study, using the finest smokeless charcoal, making the room warm. Some of the skylights and windows were fitted with translucent mica, which, although not as transparent as glass, was much better than paper windows and could also protect against wind and rain. These were precious items, especially in these chaotic times. Without considerable wealth and status, they were simply unaffordable. 2 windows were covered with gauze. With the spread of pestilence, closing windows was fine in cold weather, but it felt stifling to close them in hot weather, and they dared not open them frequently. Thus, more and more people were using expensive gauze instead of paper for windows, allowing light and air in while blocking strong winds. Families with means would add another layer of window boards, which could be tightly closed when necessary. Arriving at the desk, Wen-gu took out the drawing and showed Pei Jing the sketch of the flying bridge he had drawn. The structural aspects would be analyzed by professional craftsmen. He had indeed come to Pei Jing today to seek advice from an artistic perspective on what modifications should be made. Pei Jing listened as Wen-gu explained some of the questions on the drawing. Hearing that crystal-like decorations would also be used on the flying bridge, Pei Jing had a servant bring over a large wooden box. Upon opening it, it revealed hydrous obsidian/crystals of various sizes, colors, and styles. At a time when gold and silver had greatly depreciated, such items, considered flashy and of little substance by many, were indeed not as valuable as before. However, good quality ones were still favored by the nobles. Pei Jing asked Wen-gu to examine these crystals first while he carefully studied the drawing. Silence fell in the study. Wen-gu sat to the side, looking at the various crystal items in the box. In this era, some people called things with pure qualities glass, such as highly transparent crystals, or even some glazed tiles. The poem, when struck, they sound like jade chimes piercing the forest, suddenly like glass shattering on the ground, might be referring to crystal. Pei Jing was very fond of hydrous obsidian/crystals, that is, natural crystals and similar gemstones. Compared to gems with more intense colors, Pei Jing preferred the noble and elegant clarity of hydrous obsidian like ice. Wengu looked at the items in the box, the exquisite artworks of this era, and was filled with admiration. Most natural crystals inevitably had flaws, such as uneven color bands, coexisting minerals and inclusions, internal cracks, or cloudiness. Some flaws were indeed flaws, but other flaws, after being processed by craftsmen, became a part of the art in a most opportune manner. Without high-precision professional equipment, the carving and polishing were so fine, the curves flowing, and the surfaces smooth and bright. He had to admire the aesthetic sense and craftsmanship of the top artisans. He sincerely hoped that these artistic treasures of the era would be passed down for thousands of years to amaze future generations. Immediately, when Gu thought that Pei Jing's excellent artistic talent and the superior aesthetic cultivated by his noble family would surely contribute to the development of Jingqing 2 districts. At the desk, as Pei Jing studied the drawing, he also observed Wengu's actions. When Wengu saw the box of precious crystals and merely appreciated them without greed, Pei Jing further considered Wengu a person of high integrity and noble character. Thus, he confidently continued to study the drawing. Wengu had drawn a section of a flying bridge. Elevated corridors and covered walkways had existed since ancient times. Buildings in the soon-to-be-constructed Wanfu Garden in Jingxing District would also be connected by flying bridges, something the noble families had seen many times. To span across 2 districts, however, was rare. After reviewing the design drawing, Pei Jing had a general understanding. However, there were still some things on the drawing that he couldn't understand, such as the side of the flying bridge, which didn't look like a railing. As he looked up to discuss with Wengu, he noticed that Wengu's attention was fixed on a certain treasure, and he was extremely absorbed. Wengu was originally viewing these treasures with the eyes of an admirer of classical art. Crystals of varying transparency had been made into all sorts of crafts. There were also some simple crystal balls, from variously colored crystals with unique textures to almost perfectly transparent colorless crystals. After being smoothly polished by craftsmen, just looking at them conveyed their cool and delicate texture. Thinking of what was being researched in Qing'an District, Wengu carefully selected those crystal products with high transparency and fewer inclusions or cloudiness from among the treasures, until he saw a crystal ball the size of a goose egg. In this box of gemstones, the owner had placed it in different positions according to preference. Logically, this crystal ball was large enough and clear, with no cloudiness or cracks inside. Compared to another crystal ball that was slightly smaller, it should have received more favor from the owner. However, this was not the case. Its placement was in an easily overlooked corner, meaning the owner didn't often take it out to play with, and their fondness for it was limited. The moment Wengu saw it, he felt a sense of familiarity, and his heart skipped a beat. While it was sufficiently clear on its own, when placed with other colorless transparent crystal products, one could still sense a slight color tint. Wengu picked up this crystal ball and felt it carefully, then walked to the side. Sunlight streamed through the gauze window, casting a hazy golden light. Wengu opened the window a sliver, allowing the sunlight to shine directly in. After observing the refracted light, he closed the window. Seeing Pei Jing's questioning gaze, Wengu asked, "Brother Pei, may I borrow some drawing paper?" Pei Jing took out a sheet of paper. "Please do." He also took out a brush and an inkstone. However, Wengu did not use the brush provided by Pei Jing. Instead, he took out the charcoal pencil he carried with him and drew a thin black line on the paper. Pei Jing had seen Wengu use a charcoal pencil on his first visit to Jingxing District and was not surprised. He just didn't understand what Wengu was doing now. After drawing the line, Wengu held the transparent crystal ball in his hand and placed it on the paper, looking at the black line from different angles. He then switched to another crystal ball from the box, repeated the previous action, and then picked up the first one again. His gaze gradually became fiery, burning. Wengu looked at the shimmering, clear crystal ball in his hand, finding it so captivating, so dazzling. It made his heart pound. The surprise was filled with actual surprise, and the pounding was literal. Pei Jing was confused by Wengu's series of actions. If Wengu really liked the crystal ball, he could just give it to him. Pei Jing had a vague impression of that crystal ball. It had been presented by a servant, but he didn't particularly like it, so he wouldn't mind giving it away. Thinking this, Pei Jing spoke, "Brother one? If you like this item, When Gu looked over, his eyes shining, "Friend, have you heard of birefringence in crystals?" End of this chapter. As Pei Jing approached, he asked, "Is there anything wrong with this crystal ball?" "Nothing's wrong, just a pleasant surprise," when Gu replied. "Brother One, what did you mean by birefringence?" "Observe." When Gu took out another, slightly smaller transparent crystal ball from the wooden box. Although it had some white inclusions, it didn't affect its clarity. He placed the crystal ball next to a black line drawn on a piece of paper. Pei Jing, not understanding, indeed saw the black line through the crystal ball. However, what followed was astonishing, as when Gu rotated the crystal ball, the black line gradually split into two. This. Pei Jing's eyes widened, and he leaned in to examine it closely. When Gu directly handed the crystal ball to him, allowing Pei Jing to experiment himself. After trying it personally and confirming it was real, Pei Jing even drew a thin line himself and tried it repeatedly. The result was the same. As someone from a noble background, after his initial surprise, he quickly regained his composure. "Is this the birefringence Brother Wen mentioned?" When Gu didn't answer immediately. Instead, he picked up the larger ball and asked Pei Jing to look again. This time, no matter how he turned the transparent ball, he didn't see the phenomenon of one line splitting into two. Pei Jing operated it himself and confirmed this. He looked at Wen Gu in confusion. "Why is that?" "Indeed, why is that?" When Gu's eyes twinkled with a smile as he continued, "Most naturally occurring crystals possess this characteristic. If they are too small, it's difficult to discern, but if they are large and thick enough, it becomes more apparent, like your crystal ball, Brother Pei. However, manufactured glass mostly lacks this characteristic. At least, that was the case with the current technological level." Pei Jing was taken aback. He began to understand Wen Gu's meaning. When Gu then asked, "Two similar crystal balls, this glass ball is larger and purer, yet Brother Pei seems to have limited affection for it? I can't say why, I just don't like it that much." Looking at the larger crystal ball, Pei Jing thought of many things. He usually just held it in his hand when playing with it. Even if he was curious in the past, he only looked at distant scenery through the crystal ball, never specifically observing details like birefringence. What he liked was the tactile feel of hydrous obsidian. He now understood why he always felt something was off when holding that glass ball, and his affection for it was limited. He had put it aside after playing with it a few times. He had been playing with hydrous obsidian for so many years, relying entirely on intuition to choose what he liked or disliked. He didn't dislike it, but he usually ignored it. It turned out this wasn't the natural hydrous obsidian he liked, but something created by human hands. Seeing Pei Jing stunned, when Gu asked, "May I ask who the craftsman who fired this glass ball is?" "Fired," Pei Jing murmured. "I can't confirm yet if it's as I suspect. We still need to inquire in person," Wen Gu said. Pei Jing's fingers tightened around the glass ball, and a sharp glint flashed in his lowered eyes. Noble and aristocratic families valued their reputation. To be presented with a fake item for appreciation was essentially an insult. Someone dared to deceive him. Pei Jing's expression turned grim. Seeing this, Wen Gu, knowing that these aristocratic families sometimes valued face over everything else, quickly said, "If we can find the talent who fired this item, it would be a great help to me. Perhaps it could even bring greater benefits to your Pei family." "Oh? It's that important." Pei Jing had already adjusted his demeanor, his tone much calmer. At least, he appeared so on the surface. He recalled the time he received this glass ball. It was presented to him after arriving in Xian Prefecture City. His memory was good, such a large crystal ball would leave some impression if it wasn't too long ago. He instructed his follower to summon the steward who had presented the item. During this time, Pei Jing asked Wen Gu why he valued the craftsman who made this fake item so highly. Wen Gu told him sincerely that if they could find this craftsman, it would save at least half a year of time. In fact, 6 months was an optimistic estimate. Technological breakthroughs could be swift or indefinitely prolonged, possibly taking years or decades to achieve. Qingyun District was attempting to fire glass, but was facing many challenges. Decolorizing agents, fluxes, kiln improvements. Impurities, discoloration, incomplete firing, the most suitable materials, the proportions of auxiliary tools, how to make corresponding modifications to the kiln, and many other issues needed to be resolved. Only by actually doing it would one realize the immense difficulty. Given the conditions of the era, Wengu had planned to resolve these issues within 6 months to a year. During this period, they also needed to produce experimental rejects to fund research. The daily consumption of materials and supplies was not a small amount. The finished products currently made in the kiln were sufficient to fool the wealthy patrons, but they were far from meeting Wengu's requirements. Even a dog Taoist priest was not omnipotent. These were secondary. What mattered most was time. The trial and error process consumed too much time. That was why Wengu was so excited when he saw this clear glass ball. What kind of talent was so brilliant? Let me see him quickly. You must stay alive. Wengu carefully explained the pros and cons to Pei Jing. For aristocratic and noble families, sometimes interests outweighed reputation. The steward was quickly brought in. The Pei family had just undergone a rectification, so the steward dared not conceal anything. It was presented by Gui Tong's adopted son, a craftsman in the manor, when they initially fled, in exchange for a spot to escape north with the U.S. The steward's forehead was covered in sweat. At the time, he had only wanted to please Pei Jing and had never imagined that such a seemingly precious treasure was problematic. So, the person is still alive? Pei Jing asked. He remembered Gui Tong. Many crystal-carved items were made by this craftsman, a long-serving artisan nurtured by the manor. Alive. They are all alive. The steward was afraid of being blamed. Gui Tong and his adopted son, Gui Shi, were transferred to Wanfu Garden a while ago, and they live in Qing'an district. Wengu sighed inwardly. So they were right under his nose. They had hidden too well. When they took the statistics, those two hadn't told the truth. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been assigned to cutting and carving work. Brother Pei, why don't we go to Qing'an district together? Wengu invited. Pei Jing thought that as they were craftsmen from his own manor, and one of them was a long-serving old artisan, he indeed needed to clarify the matter. So, he brought his men and went with Wengu to Qing'an district to verify. Many technical craftsmen involved in the Wanfu Garden project mostly lived in Qing'an district. Kilns were set up there, requiring craftsmen to fire glazed tiles and glass, and to do some fine handicraft work. When Gui Tong and his adopted son, Gui Shi, were summoned for questioning, they both felt a sense of this day has finally come. Thus, they honestly recounted the whole story. The old craftsman Gui Tong from the Pei Manor was indeed involved in carving crafts, but his adopted son Gui Shi was not, and had no connection to the Pei Manor before the chaotic times. Gui Shi had previously followed his master to fire glazed tiles. My master accidentally obtained a batch of good materials and said we could try a new process. Gui Shi recounted the story of him and his master firing glass. The master and disciple tried many times before producing this one. They had intended to use it to gain wealth, but the times became chaotic, and his master unfortunately became possessed by evil spirits. Seeing that the situation was not good, Gui Shi took this glass ball to his fellow villager Gui Tong and became his adopted son. When fleeing, my status did not meet the Pei family's rules. Not being blood relatives with my adoptive father and being a recently adopted son, I wasn't among those eligible to travel. He used this glass ball to bribe the steward and obtained a spot to accompany the Pei family to seek refuge in Xian Prefecture. Gui Shi recounted, his head lowered. At the time, he had been careful not to say it was fired, but also not to say it was genuine. He had intended to hide it for his entire life. When he was transferred to Qing'an district and learned that someone there was firing glazed tiles and some crystal-like items, he was afraid to say that he had fired glass before, fearing trouble. He hadn't expected the matter to come to light so suddenly. Wengu also sighed. Such talent. It was a pity that the master craftsman was no longer alive, and it was unknown how much of his skill this young disciple had learned. Fluxes were still being researched, and the kiln workers were continuously modifying the kilns and improving the processes. He didn't expect there to be a hidden master. A true master hidden among the common people. Wengu once again expressed his desire to hire this young craftsman Gui to work at the glass kiln. By this time, Pei Jing had considered the pros and cons and agreed. Wengu was overjoyed. If successful, the technical breakthrough could be achieved in advance, completing the first stage of the goal. The various mirrors planned would soon be realized. However, they still needed to make some small items to recoup their losses first. Since we are here, why don't you come over to my place for a chat? And we can discuss the design of the flying bridge. When Gu invited Pei Jing, Pei Jing thought that there was nothing much to do back home, so he said, then I'll be imposing on you. The courtyard in Qingyun district is still under renovation, so it's quite inconvenient. Please, Brother Pei, move to Jingxing district across the way. The two arrived at the office in Jingxing district and first discussed artistic design issues. They had disagreements on some details. When Gu, looking at the repeatedly modified drawings and pondering with a frown, fell silent for a moment. Then, as if struck by an idea, he said to Pei Jing, some problems cannot be clearly explained with words alone. Fortunately, for this long bridge section, I have asked the craftsman to make some small components. Let's make a model first. How to match the colors is best seen from the actual object. A model? Pei Jing asked in surprise. Like a sandbox model? Can it be made? When Gu affirmed, yes, and it's almost finished. Are you interested, Brother Pei? Why not try assembling the real thing? It's much more vivid than on paper. Pei Jing was somewhat tempted. His household had recently undergone rectification and a thorough cleaning, so everyone in the manor would be more compliant for a while. Being idle at home, he might as well do something else. When Gu's point was valid, the content that could be presented on paper was limited. Making a model first might reveal more problems. Pei Jing looked at the drawing and pointed to the side of the long bridge, asking, you said the sides of this long bridge are all partition screens and floor-to-ceiling windows, decorated with glazed tiles and glass. Can these also be assembled on the sandbox model? Yes, the craftsmen have fired a batch of variously colored glazed tiles and small glass pieces, which can be assembled to try it out first, Wen Gu said. Pei Jing was extremely excited. End of chapter. March 31st, 2025. After considering it, Pei Jing came to take a look out of curiosity. On the first day, the materials for the model of the long bridge depicted in the blueprints were not yet collected, but Wen Gu asked him to help with other designs. Wen Gu had cleared out a room in the courtyard where he worked. It had been renovated recently and was now ready for use. Pei Jing had initially come out of curiosity and for potential benefits to investigate. As he played around, he found himself developing a bit of interest. Several days later, Xianghui District, the district where the Shin family relatives resided. Wen Gu led a group of people to transport a long chest into the district. The foreman of the district was a member of a collateral branch of the Shin family, but he knew his place and did not consider himself to be on the same level as Wen Gu. Foremen were not all the same. Within a district, some foremen were pushovers, while others held real power. Seeing that there was a valuable item, the Shin family foreman specifically assigned 2 more people to help carry the chest. The Shin family. In the same large study. Compared to last time, there were fewer people present, but those who attended were influential within their own families or financially independent. There were also a few elders from the clan. They had heard that Qingyun district had newly produced a rare item, which Wen Gu wanted to sell to cover the workshop's expenses. If it was indeed a rare item, they were interested. But if it was just exaggerated. Initially, they had planned to at least support their capable young cousin-in-law, even if they didn't find the item appealing. When Wen Gu arrived, everyone exchanged pleasantries and greetings. It was only when Xin Lu impatiently urged them that the clan relatives quieted down. Wen Gu wasted no more words and had the box opened, carefully taking out the item inside. To showcase it, Wen Gu specifically borrowed 2 tall and strong escorts from the Tiger Might Escort Agency. Before coming, he had the 2 escorts rehearse in Jingxing district. At this moment, the 2 escorts were still tense, afraid that they might accidentally damage some part of it, which they couldn't afford to compensate even if they were sold. In the large study, some were drinking tea, while others were chatting in low voices. The moment the chest was opened, the room fell silent. As the 2 burly escorts slowly lifted the item, gasps of amazement rose one after another in the room. They saw that transparent beads with a tinge of green were strung together to form a curtain. The beads varied in color depth, but when strung together, their shades were harmonious, making the overall appearance and every detail perfect. When lifted, the curtain swayed, resembling ripples of green on water, or as if shattered water splashes had transformed into a door curtain, creating a dreamlike effect. When Gu observed the expressions of everyone in the room, if the beads were purely colorless, Fewer people would like them. Most people in this era preferred colored gemstones. Gold, silver, and colored gems. This curtain, made of beads with a failed attempt at colorlessness, but possessing color, was just right. This item is the crystal curtain, crafted through the painstaking efforts of numerous top craftsmen. Shenqing approached, reached out to touch it, and swallowed hard. It truly is a crystal curtain. Shenlu was also excited. He wanted to recite a poem to praise this marvel, but lacking culture, he could only exclaim, "It's so blindingly dazzling." When Goose smiled, "There's even more dazzling." He signaled the two escorts to change the position of the curtain. He had observed the weather today and timed his arrival. The two strong escorts, with serious expressions, carefully and cautiously shuffled among the crowd of Shen family members, moving towards the windows and doors where sunlight streamed in. As they moved, the bead curtain swayed gently. The overall effect was a natural, undulating gradient, like rippling green waves, reflecting specks of bright light. The room was filled with another round of heavy gasps. Someone stared, entranced. This is a true crystal curtain, not a metaphor in scholars' poetry. In poetry, scholars often likened clear water surfaces, lakes or water screens to glass mirrors or crystal curtains. However, at this very moment, the virtual metaphors from scholars' poetry had been materialized and embodied. Dazzling. So incredibly dazzling. Everyone in the room crowded around, examining it closely. When Gu stood aside, giving these magnates time to appreciate it. These beads were made during the testing process, not just decolorization tests, but several others, and all the substandard ones were brought out. If they didn't meet Wen Gu's requirements, they could be used to make other items. For this, Pei Jing was specially commissioned to design and draw the original color charts for the crystal curtain, and he was paid for the design, even if Pei Jing didn't care about the money. Having worked with crystal for so many years, Pei Jing understood better how to showcase the beauty of the crystal. He couldn't carve, but he understood appreciation. Different colored crystals, even with subtle differences, have different artistic expressions. When Pei Jing first saw these beads, he had a feeling of confusion that reshaped his worldview. Later, with Wen Gu's persuasion, Pei Jing forced himself to ignore these man-made crystals and imagine them as natural hydrous obsidian. His inspiration exploded while drawing the design, and he finished it in one go, artistically sequencing and stringing together those subtle color variations on paper. With the drawings, Wen Gu then enlisted several craftsmen sensitive to color to process according to the drawings. The final product was satisfactory. Seeing the reactions of these magnates made him even more satisfied. When Gu first clarified, this item is not natural hydrous obsidian, but fired glass. We know, someone responded absent-mindedly. Does it matter? Hydrous obsidian, certain clear gemstones, have all been referred to as glass. Glass is also considered a precious material. As for firing, they didn't care if it was fired. Similarly, porcelain and glazed tiles are fired, but the value of the fired products varies wildly. Some become imperial tribute, while others only fill the common markets. The same applies to glass items. Whether it's worth it, they would judge for themselves. When Gu continued to introduce the meticulous craftsmanship of this curtain, including the thread used for stringing the beads, top-grade mixed thread, a combination of fiber and metal, more flexible than pure metal thread and stronger than pure fiber thread. Top craftsmen's top techniques. This kind of craftsmanship, in the past, was exclusively for royalty and high officials. Thanks to Madame Shen's support. Otherwise, Wen Gu wouldn't have been able to obtain this level of mixed thread in such a short time. The more he introduced the various, top-grade, aspects, the more the people present were captivated. The glass beads inside were not easy to obtain, with a high scrap rate, Wen Gu said. Many were indeed wasted during the experiments. After making it, I wanted to sell it for some money and grain to support the workshop's expenses. If any of my esteemed relatives know friends who might like this item. Before he could finish, someone interrupted, "We can handle it ourselves within the family. Why give it to outsiders?" Exactly, such a good item. Don't let it go elsewhere. As the year drew to a close, wealthy households and nobles did not have the same worries about winter as commoners. They were more concerned with social obligations during the festive season. Many members of large families were not in Xi'an Prefecture City, but were scattered in towns within the Zhao clan's sphere of influence, holding official positions and handling affairs. They might only return once a year, perhaps during the Chinese New Year. Social engagements were a given. Achievements in warfare were one thing, but wealth also determined one's prestige. Visible decorations were the most direct display of power. This winter, quite a few large clans from the south had arrived. Their families, maternal families, or in-law families were looking to maintain face and perhaps even forge collaborations. They might not necessarily buy it for themselves, but perhaps they would buy it for others or as a gift. They weren't genuinely foolish and rich. They had money, but they weren't necessarily foolish. Someone couldn't wait to ask the price. Nowadays, large transactions were conducted in money and grain. Money was the Xi'an Prefecture money certificate, which could be exchanged for food and supplies with the Zhao family. Everyone present is family, so I won't give you a false price. When Gu offered a family price, there were more gasps of astonishment. It wasn't that the price was too high, but it was much lower than they had anticipated. Someone thought they misheard or that when Gu misspoke and asked again. When Gu confirmed again. If the times were peaceful, and if he were a merchant, perhaps he could come up with other tricks. But when Gu was not going down that path now, and besides, Madame Shin was watching, so he couldn't overcharge too much. He had already factored in sufficient research and development, labor, technology, materials, and artistic premiums for this crystal curtain. Ordinary wealthy households absolutely could not afford it. Only large and powerful clans would consider it cheap. However, some people here had invested their savings in Wanfu Garden. Even if they were tempted, they couldn't come up with the money immediately. For example, Xinqing and Xinlu. The curtain a few steps away swayed slightly, its beads shining. They sparkled so brightly that their eyes began to water. You should have brought it out earlier. If you had, I would have bought it long ago. Xinqing said with regret, or even later, once the first phase of Wanfu Garden starts making money, I'll definitely buy it. When Gu comforted him, there's no need for that. Such crystal curtains will be made in the future. However, for now, only this one exists. Xinqing, thank you, that didn't comfort me at all. It's precisely its current uniqueness that's appealing. Compared to the regret of Xinqing, Xinlu, and others, many in the room were moved by Wengu's family price and eager to act. Seeing their expressions, Wengu knew that these people still had quite a bit of money and grain. Wanfu Garden was just a group purchased by some benefactors. Most of them weren't hit too hard financially. Someone wanted to buy it, but had concerns and asked, "This crystal curtain, didn't you send it to your aunt?" My aunt said she has enough things, so she's letting the younger generation pick first this time. There's no need to worry, when Gu replied. The people in the room immediately felt relieved. After some vying, an elder from the Shin family finalized the result. Xinlu said sourly, "Uncle Seven, what do you need this crystal curtain for? I remember you prefer purple and red, not green or blue." Aunt said to let the younger generation pick, and you're not exactly a junior. Uncle Shin Seven chuckled, "I picked it for your little sister, Xiaoxi." He was referring to his own daughter, who was engaged to the legitimate son of a prominent family from the south and would be married before the year's end. Uncle Shin Seven didn't chat further with them, and went and discussed the transaction details with Wengu. He also instructed people to pack the crystal curtain properly, warning them not to touch it randomly, lest it get dirty or damaged. In the evening, Wengu returned to Qingyun district. A craftsman approached him, carefully carrying a box containing fragile items. "This is the cover box made according to your requirements, Foreman." The craftsman didn't quite understand Wengu's aesthetic. They had made crystal inkstones and crystal cover boxes for nobles before, but Wengu's requirements were different. He wanted circular and simple ones, without any patterns on the lid, as colorless as possible, thin and transparent. After the craftsman left, Wengu inspected the cover box inside the case. This batch of newly made petri dishes was passable and would be stored in the warehouse for future use. End of this chapter. Chief Officer Pei Jun of the Patrol Division, after finishing his official duties, returned to the inner city. He had 2 days of leisure, so he decided to go home. His home had been tidied up a few days ago and should be fine, but he had received a letter from Pei Jing mentioning glass. He planned to ask about it when he returned. However, upon arriving home, he found that Pei Jing was not there. He learned from his wife that Pei Jing had been staying mostly in Jingxing district recently, as if he were involved in some affair. Pei Jun was puzzled. What affair could there be in Jingxing district? Given his position, he naturally knew that both Jingxing and Qing'an districts had been favored by the young master. Jingxing district even had Wanfu Garden established. Not much could be done this year, merely some basic construction and stocking of prefabricated parts. Jingxing district had excellent development prospects, but it was currently just a newly opened district. Its existing conditions would undoubtedly have some gaps compared to other districts. While it might be good enough for ordinary people, for noble families, it was merely in the initial shack stage. He worked so hard outside not only to uphold family honor, but also to ensure his family members lived better lives in these difficult times. In the bitter cold, why would his own brother be enduring hardship in Jingxing district instead of staying in the warm and bright rooms of the Pei mansion? Thus, he rode his horse to Jingxing district. Even from a distance, he could see tall cloth tents set up symmetrically within Jingxing and Qingyun districts near Jingqing Alley. Many craftsmen were busy working there. Due to his privileged position and access to information, Pei Jun was aware of the construction activities in these two districts. However, knowing about it was one thing, seeing it with his own eyes for the first time in recent days was another. Although it hadn't snowed recently, and there were no stronger cold fronts, the outdoor temperature was still quite low. At this time last year, very few people were out. No, it was the same this year. Other districts remained quiet and deserted. Only the area around Jingxing 2 districts was exceptionally different. Vehicles transporting materials, laborers, curious onlookers, and the on-duty city defense army were constantly coming and going. The personnel were quite diverse. There were no loafers daring to cause trouble. Personnel maintaining order in the two districts moved about frequently, wearing armbands embroidered with Jing or Qing and carrying clubs at their waists. At the alley entrance, people were reading newspapers and discussions frequently erupted. These many activities broke through the desolation of winter. Activity meant more vitality. Among the common people in the city, they feared idleness more than busyness, for without work, they could not earn money and grain to support their families. Pei Jun observed his surroundings and rode his horse into Jingxing district. A nimble person wearing an armband quickly ran over, asking the distinguished guest what he needed. Pei Jun looked at him. His expression was relatively calm, but his gaze swept over the person like a cold pool deep beneath an abyss, involuntarily instilling fear. Pei Jun was merely analyzing the person's identity. When the person began to tremble, he shifted his gaze and asked, "Where is Pei Jing?" "Oh, you're looking for young Master Pei," the person said, relieved. He had been scared, thinking an official had come to investigate a case. He quickly added, "He's in the office. I'll take you there." Hito was not present, but he had left a follower. Upon seeing this, the follower ran to inform Wengu. Based on the description, Wengu guessed who it was. He said to little brother He, who was organizing documents nearby, "Little He, I'll need you to run an errand a bit later." Meanwhile, Pei Jun arrived at the office area of Jingxing district. It was essentially a courtyard, renovated and rebuilt from its original form. From the outside, it looked ordinary, at least in Pei Jun's eyes. The person guiding him entered the courtyard, inquired, and then pointed Pei Jun in the direction. "Young Master Pei is in the workshop area." There was someone responsible for tying up horses in the courtyard, but Pei Jun declined and personally led his horse to the stables. They were quite clean, showing that the stables were well maintained. After checking the water for feeding the horses, he tied up his horse and walked inside. He was not here on official business. He was just here to see what Pei Jing was up to. Worried, he went to find him first. Workshop? Handicraft room. In this cold weather, he came to this place to do handicrafts? The courtyard was not large, and he quickly found the location. A wooden sign hung outside as a guide. He confirmed he wasn't mistaken. As he got closer, Pei Jun's gaze sharpened. The doors and windows here. A layer of condensation covered the windows, obscuring the view inside, and only indistinct shadows could be seen. Without deliberately softening his footsteps, Pei Jun approached and knocked on the door. He also touched the translucent part of the door, something that resembled ice crystals embedded in it. It felt cool to the touch. Getting closer, he could see the situation inside through this almost transparent window. At this moment, Pei Jing's voice came from within. It's Big Brother, right? Come in directly. Pei Jun pushed the door open and entered. The space inside was not large and only Pei Jing was there. You didn't bring any followers? Someone just informed me you arrived, and I told them to leave for now. Inside, there was a newly renovated heated platform with a low table. Pei Jing was sitting there, assembling something. Beside the platform were several large windows, making it extremely bright. Near a corner, a coal stove was placed, with a long exhaust pipe leading the waste gas out the window, while also radiating heat into the room. The window area had been properly cut and sealed, so there was no need to worry about exhaust fumes being blown back in by the wind. Hot water was warming on the stove, and a pot of herbal tea suitable for winter drinking was on the table. Pei Jing scanned the furnishings in the room. Next to it was a large wooden table with shelves and porcelain plates at varying heights, containing glazed tiles? Crystal? He looked at the windows again. Is this what you call glass? Pei Jun took off his leather gloves and walked over. He picked up a small bamboo clamp from the table, clamped a small piece of glass from a plate, and examined it against the light. Yes, the craftsmanship has been gradually improved. The new batch of glass windows finally meets Wengu's requirements. We sent a batch to the Zhao family, and the rest are being used in the offices of Jingxing and Qingyun districts. Pei Jing continued assembling parts without stopping. Wengu seems to be making other items and is having the craftsmen continue to improve the craftsmanship, but it's sufficient for windows. The Zhao family workshop has already started production and will be able to use the next batch. Our family has craftsmen and has priority. Pei Jun picked up a piece of glass of a different color and said, "No wonder the Zhao family workshop has hired more people." He was well aware of the movements of important workshops located in the outer city areas between military districts. That's a good thing, Pei Jing said. Indeed, Pei Jun smiled and put down the tweezers. The more people who could survive, the greater their chances of winning this battle for survival. Glass was an item that caused them no harm and could improve their lives. Wengu is truly remarkable, Pei Jun suddenly asked. Do you know who his teacher was? Does his family have a vast collection of books? Pei Jing paused, and his calm and composed expression faltered, replaced by surprise and envy. He said that many things were not his ideas, but rather things he had seen while traveling. Pei Jun nodded. That's true. Generally speaking, it's difficult for one person to understand so many disciplines, especially since he is so young. Pei Jing sighed. I should have traveled and studied abroad back then. The more he thought about it, the more regretful he felt. In this world, who knows when peace will be restored? I don't know if there will be an opportunity to travel and study in the future. It will eventually be peaceful, Pei Jun said. Who didn't want to return to the way things were before? Changing the subject, Pei Jun looked at what Pei Jing was assembling. Flying bridge. Yes, a flying bridge, but only a section spanning above Jingqing Alley. The overall structure had been decided, and what remained was the artistic decoration, which Pei Jing had been engrossed in for the past 2 days. He had a bound notebook at hand, had adapted to using charcoal pencils, and would sketch whenever inspiration struck. During their casual conversation, the brothers continued to discuss glass. That craftsman has been requisitioned and has gone to the Zhao family's workshop, and the formula has been handed over to the Zhao family. In fact, it was a formula jointly developed by Qingyun District and that craftsman. Even without our involvement, Qingyun District could have developed it in 6 months or a year, Pei Jing said. Pei Jun nodded. Even if the formula were developed, it wouldn't be of much use in their hands, but handing it over to the Zhao family could yield greater benefits. Pei Jing continued, We don't lack money and grain. I requested medicinal herbs and 2 female physicians. The medicinal herbs could be used by his family members, and the female physicians were for his pregnant eldest sister-in-law. These were tangible benefits as well as intangible ones, all paving the way for future prosperity. The brothers didn't need to be polite. Pei Jun gently patted his shoulder. Since he was here, he also had to visit the host. Pei Jun went to see Wengu. He walked along the outer corridor for a while until he reached his destination. Little brother He, who was organizing documents, saw the visitor and stood up to bow, then exited the room. Many distinguished guests now visited Jingxing District, and Wengu had arranged for someone to teach them common etiquette. After leaving the room, little brother He remembered Wengu's instructions and went to check the stables. Little Lou had just returned and was curiously looking at another horse in the stable. Did a visitor arrive? Little Lou asked. Yes, the foreman has a visitor, but it won't be long. Wait for the time it takes for 1 cup of tea before you go over. Okay. Little brother, he went off to attend to other matters. Little Lou did not leave. He tidied up his newly hunted game. Archery required constant practice, and now that conditions were better, he needed to practice more. The range within the district was limited, so he went out hunting every few days. Unfortunately, the surrounding areas had been thoroughly cleared by the city defense army, and the weather was cold. Not to mention evil creatures, even ordinary prey was hard to find. Therefore, Wengu lent him a horse. Little Lou rode the horse and followed a familiar team of city defense soldiers out for a ride, running a bit farther before returning. He didn't need to be quarantined, and the entrance fee was less. Today's harvest was decent, including what he hunted himself and what Matwana hunted. Their foreman had a separate work point system for Matwana. Once enough work points were accumulated, a luxurious bird cage was crafted. Little Lou modified the house where he lived, placing it at a suitable angle. Both man and bird were very satisfied. Wengu also said that when enough work points were accumulated, he would get him a new falconry glove next time, suitable for both him and the falcon. Little Lou was full of anticipation. Pei Jun finished his conversation with Wengu and walked towards the stables. He happened to see a young man walking towards the courtyard. He had a slightly conspicuous leather falconry glove, carried a hunting bow, and was carrying several small prey, looking like he had just returned from hunting. As he left, he waved his arm, making a few hand signals in the air. Pei Jun looked up, and a bird of prey was circling overhead. He had checked the identities of the important people around Wengu, and this should be that young hunter who had trained a falcon. Initially, they had been very worried that the falcon would interfere with the carrier pigeons used for aerial communication. However, upon observation, this falcon had indeed been trained very well and had not engaged in any disruptive behavior. Since then, they had not monitored it closely. Due to his busy schedule, he had almost forgotten about this young hunter. Seeing the distinguished guest Pei Jun, tall and imposing, Little Lou stepped aside, bowed calmly, and continued forward to find Wengu after the guest had passed. Following Wengu had broadened his horizons, and he had seen many important people. With his foreman having strong connections, Little Lou was much more composed now. At this moment, he was only thinking of going to Wengu to calculate work points for Matwana. Pei Jun took a few steps and then looked back, glancing at the young man carrying the prey. Unaware of this, Little Lou, carrying his prey, went to find Wengu. I came a bit early. I ran into that visitor on the way, Little Lou said. Not early, Wengu smiled. Not too early, not too late, it was just right. If he had been a step late, how could they have met? How is Matwana? Wengu asked again. I gave it instructions before entering the house. Every time Matwana hunted and became overly excited, its killing intent was too strong. To prevent accidental harm to the carrier pigeons in the city, Little Lou had to give it instructions all the way back, reminding it not to kill indiscriminately. Very good, Wengu said with satisfaction. The next day, Patrol Officer Pei returned to Jingxing District. This time, he went directly to Wengu and stated his purpose. Whom did you say? Wengu looked up from a pile of documents. You've taken a liking to Little Lou? His eyes held intense displeasure, a look of accusation. You're poaching someone, and you've come to my place. End of this chapter. The room was silent. The owner here seemed too shocked to express himself in words. However, his changing eyes and expressions conveyed intense emotional fluctuations. Pei Jun, sitting not far away, was now troubled by his over-proficiency in reading expressions. He seemed to have deciphered from Wengu's face. What the heck, big brother, are you all right? What kind of surprise attack is this? You're being unfair. How could you even ask me this? Never have I met such a shameless person. Foreman 1, who had always been gentle and amiable, seemed to be enraged. But Pei Jun's intention to poach people was very firm. The patrol division was established less than 2 years ago and was in dire need of talent. Especially someone like Little Lou, who possessed a specific skill, was particularly practical in the current climate. Young, skilled in archery, highly malleable, and having proven his self-preservation abilities and awareness of protection on his journey from the south to the north, he already surpassed many. And he could also train flying creatures. Pei Jun had always been decisive. If he saw talented individuals, he would recruit them to the patrol division as soon as possible. Yesterday, he simply went back to re-verify Little Lu's identity information, and there were no issues. Today, he came to Jingxing District to ask Wengu for the person. After the silence, Wengu finally took action. He raised his hand, gestured in the air around him, and said to Pei Jun, "As you traveled here, you've seen what Jingxing District is like. It's all under construction, with a lot of things to do. Little Lu is responsible for important district fire prevention patrols and anomaly monitoring." Pei Jun calmly replied, "We can find someone to take over." When Gu sternly questioned, "I only have a few people I can use here. How can you have the nerve to poach people from us poor households?" The phrase poor households almost made Pei Jun's serious and steady facial expression crack. He really wanted to retort, "How do you have the face to say that?" No foreman would dare to directly curse the chief officer of the patrol division, established by the Zhao family. Even those with connections wouldn't dare. But when Gu's status was too special, and he was still a capable individual with connections, Pei Jun took a breath. He calmed down. He understood Wen Gu's main point. He was short-handed. Little Lu was also personally trained by Wen Gu, a close comrade through hardship and a trusted person. Wen Gu didn't want to let him go. Pei Jun's knuckles tapped on the table, his voice still calm, but keeping him in this small Jingxing district is a waste of his talent. His abilities cannot be fully utilized. If you are doing this for his own good. When Gu interrupted, "I also hope he has a brighter future, but I am truly short of people here. We can transfer 2 injured and retired personnel from the patrol division to your Jingxing district. Although they can no longer serve in the patrol division due to their injuries, they are unparalleled in defense and vigilance. They can handle affairs within the districts with ease. Other districts also have them, and if you don't believe me, you can ask." When the patrol division was established, they selected elite soldiers from the border armies, either outstanding in combat or skilled in other areas. Some of them had to leave due to injuries and disabilities that prevented them from continuing their duties in the patrol division. The injured and retired personnel from the patrol division were originally assigned to various districts to assist with public security matters or were arranged by the Zhao family to serve as stewards in important workshops. Having retired members enter the market districts also allowed the patrol division to grasp any anomalies in the districts immediately. The newly established Jingxing District and Qingyun District should have also received personnel transfers, but these 2 districts were quite special and did not immediately receive them. Now, it was a good opportunity. Pei Jun thought so, but then he heard Wen Gu scoff. 2 people are the basic allocation for each district. Moreover, what can 2 people do? Little Lu is only 1 person. Did you forget there's also a bird in the sky? Then add 1 more person. Since there is no sincerity, please go back. Another back and forth ensued. Pei Jun increased the number to 5 people. But Wen Gu insisted that he had 2 districts, so it must be double. Pei Jun, we don't have that many people. Wen Gu, please go back. Finally, Pei Jun agreed to transfer 10 people to Wen Gu. Among them were 6 injured and retired personnel from the patrol division and 4 from the Xiansu Army and City Defense Army. Patrol Officer Pei, please go back first. I'll talk to him. Whether he goes to the patrol division depends on his own wishes, Wen Gu said. Pei Jun glanced over. Wen Gu, looking troubled, supported his forehead with his hand. "I know Patrol Officer Pei is a man of action, and he won't waste too much of your time. We will finalize this before the district gate closes this evening." Hearing this, Pei Jun didn't stay any longer. He had other affairs to attend to and left soon after. Only Wen Gu remained in the room. Tisk. Pei Jun was indeed efficient. He met yesterday and came to ask for people today. Things were proceeding smoothly in the direction Wen Gu had envisioned. Zhou Shan had served as a county lieutenant, but due to a change in circumstances, he now valued his family more and desired a stable life, preferring to stay within the district. As for Little Lu, he had come for his future prospects and still had ambitions. He couldn't be contained. However, neither the City Defense Army nor the Xiansu Army could fully utilize his strengths. The patrol division was still the best option. As for the injured and retired personnel Pei Jun was transferring, others might see them as spies or an intrusion, but Wen Gu didn't care. If they were used well, it could save a lot of trouble. The retired personnel from the patrol division not only possessed strength, but also retained their connections and networks. The influence of the elite soldiers from the founding period should not be underestimated. Later, when Wanfu Garden was built and became bustling, those who relied on their status and tried to cause trouble would have to be more cautious. At this time, at the entrance of Jingqing Alley, Little Lu and the members responsible for maintaining public order in the district finished their patrol and gathered to chat. I heard a leader in the city defense army is on vacation recently and went to buy a jar of wine to enjoy at home. This made those who were craving alcohol extremely envious. Currently, brewing wine with rice was prohibited. The wines available for purchase were either old stocks, fruit wines, or illicit private goods. Regardless of the type of wine, the price was very high. Ordinary soldiers couldn't afford it, and they could afford it even less. However, when Wanfu Garden is built and many distinguished guests come into the district, and we receive more rewards, maybe we'll have enough money to buy wine, someone said. Even if we have money by then, we'll build houses first. It's uncomfortable not to drink, but not having our own house is even more unsettling. Little Lu wasn't fixated on wine. He was just envious of the city defense army leader they mentioned. That was also an official position, with a salary and status. It was his goal to strive for. However, he was still young. As Hida had said, staying by foreman when side would always present opportunities. Jingqing district was changing every day. If he could achieve some merit next year when the economy warmed up, perhaps foreman could find him an opportunity to join the city defense army as a minor leader. Little Lu couldn't help but grin. What are you thinking about? Grinning like that, someone beside him nudged him with their elbow. Hee, dreaming, having sweet dreams. Just as Little Lu was about to continue, he heard someone call out, "Little Lu. The foreman wants you." Little Lu didn't bother to chat anymore, greeted them, and ran towards the district. Nobody paid much attention. The foreman would often summon someone to give instructions. Little Lu quickly ran to the office. "Foreman, you called for me?" "Yes, I have a question for you. How is your literacy progressing recently?" Wengu asked. "I can recognize all the characters in the newspaper." Little Lu replied cautiously. With his foundation, his literacy progressed more easily than he does, but he could recognize many characters in the newspaper, but couldn't understand them when they were put together. Wengu didn't press further. He directly said, "Patrol Officer Pei came by just now." Little Lu knew about this. He had met him yesterday too. He looked like a very serious person. Wengu looked at him. "Patrol Officer Pei intends to recruit you into the patrol division. What are your thoughts?" Little Lu, His eyes widened, and he looked stunned. Wengu patiently repeated himself. Little Lu shouted in shock, "Me? Worthy of that?" Wengu's train of thought was almost interrupted by this remark. He looked at Little Lu speechlessly. "What makes you think you're not worthy?" Wengu asked. "This." Little Lu opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. He had just been bragging to others, only daring to fantasize about the city defense army. How could he dare to dream of the patrol division? What kind of place was the patrol division? It was founded by the head of the Zhao family, and all personnel there were trusted confidants. They had special privileges when handling cases. If Wengu hadn't told him, he would have thought others were playing a joke on him. But Wengu wouldn't lie about such things, and that Patrol Officer Pei had indeed visited earlier. Little Lu felt as if his blood was boiling, emitting steam. If it weren't inappropriate, he would have run a few laps outside right now to calm down. He stammered, seeking confirmation from Wengu. "So, I'm actually going to be an official?" "Not an official position for now. You'll just be working under Patrol Officer Pei. But as long as you perform well, it's only a matter of time," Wengu said. Little Lu was no longer ignorant. He understood what kind of position a chief officer of the patrol division held. Working under such a person was better than having a title. He had heard from Hida that for people of their humble background with no connections, the most important thing when aiming to become an official was not how high the official position was, but who they worked for. Wengu told him, "If you join now, you'll be an auxiliary staff member, not a formal employee. There's also an observation period. That is to say, an internship." Wengu also explained the treatment and allowances of the patrol division. These were practical matters, and he had specifically asked Pei Jun. After becoming a formal employee, 2 meals would be provided. The patrol division had its own dedicated canteen, and they would be equipped with clothing, armor, and a horse. Accommodation was not included, but the salary was high. They could choose to rent lodgings at the guards' quarters, which was more convenient and cost-effective. If they didn't want to live in the guards' quarters, they could use their monthly salary to rent a place. Do you have such intentions? Yes, I'm willing to go. Little Lou was afraid of missing the opportunity by speaking too slowly. However, he thought about the affairs of the district after he left. The patrols in the district. I explained the difficulties here to Patrol Officer Pei. You and Ma Tuaner bear important responsibilities in our Jingqing 2 districts, Wengu said. Little Lou lowered his head guiltily. Patrol Officer Pei highly values you as an excellent talent and believes that your abilities will have broader scope for development in their patrol division. I also think so. Little Lou continued to lower his head, his ears turning red. But after recruiting you, considering the vacant positions here, Patrol Officer Pei will bring in 10 people. Little Lou abruptly looked up, his pupils wide with shock. 10 people? Am I worth this much? Among them are 6 injured and retired personnel from the patrol division, and 4 from the Xiansu Army and the City Defense Army. Regardless of whether they were injured and retired, they were formally employed. They were all elite soldiers. Waves of shock surged through Little Lou's mind. What virtue or merit do I have to be exchanged for 10 elite soldiers? Even someone as capable as Patrol Officer Pei recognizes your skills, Wengu said, patting his shoulder seriously. So, Little Lou, don't underestimate yourself. Little Lou was overcome with excitement and gratitude. But as he thought about leaving here for the patrol division, he felt a sense of reluctance. Just as he was about to say something, Wengu said, but your home in Xian Prefecture is still here, and your house is being kept for you. You can come back during your leave. Little Lou, oh right? It's not like moving. Jingqing District is still my home in Xian Prefecture. End of this chapter. The 10 injured and retired personnel who were verbally agreed to be transferred and could not be in place immediately, and it was unknown if there were any changes. Therefore, Wengu did not disclose this information to the outside, and also asked Little Lou not to say anything for now. Little Lou didn't say anything, but he was extremely excited in his heart. His value had skyrocketed since he followed Wengu out. In the village, he always heard people say that people like them had cheap lives. How could they compare to nobles? In chaotic times, their lives were like grass. But now, it didn't seem like that. I'm quite valuable. Little Lou was particularly excited. Seeing his reaction, others assumed Little Lou was scouted by a big shot from the patrol division and was excited about being recruited. Little Lou was actually excited for multiple reasons. Following "my ancestors were once wealthy, my life is quite valuable" was gradually deepening in his consciousness. Hida was very envious of Little Lou's promotion. But Hida also understood that Little Lou's development path was different from theirs. Even if Patrol Officer Pei really came to poach him, after some hesitation, he wouldn't leave either. Hida clarified his thoughts after some deliberation. He had no other skills. Receiving a better future from Foreman 1 was his best chance. If he went elsewhere, he would probably just be a runner-servant. Regardless, Little Lou's change in fate was witnessed by the people in the district, who also held greater expectations and confidence for the future. This directly translated into them working harder. They even felt that there weren't enough opportunities to show their abilities. When Wengu called out for people, several voices responded enthusiastically from outside. The district was filled with more spirit and energy, and the foreman was very satisfied. Maintain this. The weather grew colder. The nobles and masters in the city were reluctant to go out, and even visiting each other became less frequent. However, they still wanted to know the news from outside, so they sent their followers and stewards to inquire. But the followers and stewards were unwilling to brave the north wind to search everywhere, so they found those loafers who ran errands. The loafers would relay the various big and small matters happening in the city every day, and in return, they would receive a reward. However, they were also shrewd. Several of them would form groups, each responsible for a different area of the city, and then find a designated location for news aggregation. This designated location was Jingqing Alley. Gathering here allowed them to brag and chat, and also to hear interesting stories from the newspaper. If they could exchange other items for food ration tickets from the laborers in these 2 districts, they could then go to the canteen in Jingqing District to buy hot food to fill their stomachs. As long as the weather was not extremely bad, they could hear Hida reading the newspaper at the canteen and the alley entrance. Even though a newspaper had been read many times, there were still many people who went to listen every day, because Hida not only read the content of the newspaper but also extended his talks to include interesting anecdotes. For example, how to use a coal stove, the various models and uses of stoves, as well as the Wanfu garden that Jingxing district was going to build, and that escort agency. This kind of escort agency was said to be a novelty from the south. Newly arrived Southerners in Xian Prefecture City, the Tiger Might Escort Agency's trip to pick up the villagers near Shiqiao village had indeed made its presence felt. Escort leader Lin rested for 2 days after returning, and people continued to inquire, but there were no big commissions that caught their eye. This wouldn't do. The escorts were becoming increasingly anxious. Eldest sister-in-law offered a suggestion. So, escort leader Lin went to Hida and asked him to help introduce the Tiger Might Escort Agency when he was reading the newspaper and telling anecdotes. Correspondingly, they would also provide Hida with a reward. Hida was even shrewder in such matters. He first sought permission from Foreman 1. After obtaining it, he happily accepted the job and promoted the Tiger Might Escort Agency during his newspaper reading time. He spoke about his personal experience, how the Tiger Might Escort Agency protected them on their journey north, about how brave and strong escort leader Lin and the escorts were, and about the origin of the Tiger Might Escort Agency's tiger head flag and name. It was better to choose a reputable team than a miscellaneous one, as they were more reliable. The Tiger Might Escort Agency had even opened a branch in their Jingxing district. They had hundreds of people, and the houses were already built, so they couldn't disappear. The advertising effect was immediate. The escort agency suddenly received several employment orders. For those with many people, they directly exchanged these for rewards with the Zhao clan. For those with fewer people, but employers who paid well, it was still profitable for a trip. For the small teams that the City Defense Army and Jiansu Army couldn't attend to, employers formed groups to hire the Tiger Might Escort Agency to pick up relatives and friends. The escort agency modified a horse-drawn carriage. The interior of the carriage was made fireproof and a coal stove was installed, fixed in place. The stove was modified by Blacksmith Yu in Qingyun district. It was the kind with exhaust vents and an extended flue, which could keep the carriage warm without the risk of coal poisoning. A copper pot with a lid was custom-made and modified to prevent splashing. Someone was specifically assigned to take care of the coal stove inside the carriage and to boil water and cook food. They were willing to invest, as it could be used in the future anyway. If it snowed, they could even collect clean snow along the way to boil water, which would be even more convenient. This would make the journey less arduous. As Wenku told them, a professional team must demonstrate its professionalism. Many employers invested heavily and were willing to spend money. It was profitable, and it could also build their reputation. It was worth it. Another day filled with hope. When the district gate opened in the morning, loafers from various districts came and went, gathering again in Jingxing Alley. Among the big and small news they gathered daily, Jingxing district occupied more than half. Either the news was obtained from here, or it was about this place. Several loafers, holding hot congee they had just fetched from the canteen, gathered together, looking up at the high cloth tents still erected in Jingxing Alley. They could hear activity inside every day, but they didn't know what exactly was going on. Before, there were only cloth tents on both sides, but now there was a partition in the middle. What is inside that needs to be kept warm? I heard they're building a bridge. What kind of bridge is being built on the ground? Perhaps it's a secret technique. The craftsmen of Wanfu Garden have mastered many secret recipes. Hida said it's a treasure bridge. Someone whispered, "You believe what he brags." A treasure bridge must have cost a huge amount of money to build. Would they put it here for us to see? As they were discussing, someone suddenly reminded them, "Look ahead." Looking up, they saw about a dozen people entering Jingxing district not far ahead. The two leading them were wearing official uniforms of the patrol division. More new developments? The few loafers forgot about discussing how much truth there was in Hida's bragging and hurried to follow. Their news-gathering task for the day had prospects. At the same time, in another part of the city, Xianghui district, Shen Yuan, the current head of the Shen family, returned home this morning. Although Shen Yuan's ability was not comparable to the late patriarch Shen, he still possessed some talent compared to others. He was strong in arithmetic and skilled in handling accounts. He was entrusted with an important task and followed the personnel of the patrol division to other towns in Xian Prefecture to organize account books. In the future, he would have to make this trip every late autumn and early winter. During this time, many people were moving north, new batches of supplies were being stored, and various transactions were about to begin. It was necessary to inspect and deter, lest certain greedy individuals corrupt public funds for personal gain. The Shin family's interests were now closely linked with the Zhao clan, and they were not short of money or grain themselves. When it came to accounting matters, after consideration, the head of the Zhao family handed it over to the patrol division and Xinyuan. If the Xiansu army was the outward spear, the city defense army was the shield for self-protection, then the patrol division was the sharp blade forged by old Zhao, its sharp edge aimed at all restless factors within and outside the city who wanted to disrupt the situation. Extraordinary times called for extraordinary measures. Xinyuan worked alongside them and witnessed a great deal. Even though the patrol division's methods were applied to others, and he was merely an observer, he still suffered mentally and physically, and was eager to return to heal his exhaustion and psychological trauma. He arrived in Xian Prefecture City yesterday and spent the night in the outer city area. There were specialized accommodations there, so he wasn't mistreated, but as soon as the city gates opened at dawn, he couldn't wait to enter the inner city and hurried back. The moment he stepped into Xianghui district, he felt as if all the physical and mental trauma he had suffered outside had been healed. Returning made him feel much more relaxed. It's the end of the year, and there are many social engagements and gifts to prepare for the Chinese New Year. More rich households and nobles arrived in Xian Prefecture this year, so the social obligations will increase. Now that the Shin family held an unusual position, he had to handle these matters personally. There were many things to do. However, he would put all those aside for now and rest at home for a few days. After being busy outside, the most relaxing thing upon returning was to lie at home and count money. Upon returning to his own home, he put aside other matters and, carrying the family's money box, walked towards the bedroom. When he was away, his wife also had other matters and was not in Xian Prefecture City. Matters involving money at home were left to his subordinates, stewards, and his 2 sons. He knew his sons were unreliable and easily fooled, but the situation was different now. His sister was the matriarch of the Zhao clan. Who would dare to target his family at this time? Besides, in Xian Prefecture City nowadays, there were no places for lavish spending on entertainment, so large sums of money wouldn't be used. Since he hadn't overstepped his authority, he wasn't worried. How many money certificates could he possibly spend? He quickened his pace, wanting only to return to his room and count money. The followers who stayed at home followed him, wanting to speak but hesitating. "Sir, there's something." Xinyuan waved his hand impatiently. "We can talk about it later." "Actually." "All right, you may all withdraw." He didn't want to deal with any family or public affairs right now. If something major had happened, someone would have informed him last night when he was in the outer city area. As he entered the house today and came all the way here, his home was safe and sound, with no other abnormalities. This indicated that it wasn't a major event. Since it wasn't a major event, it could be discussed later. Don't spoil his mood at this time. He now only wanted to relax in his own territory, in his own space, and enjoy the pleasant and comfortable time of counting money. With no one else in the room, Xinyuan leaned back on the couch casually, holding the money box, shaking his head and humming contentedly. What can relieve my worries only? The money box was opened. The singing stopped abruptly. At this moment, time seemed to stand still, and he froze as if petrified. His eyes stared blankly at the money box, his face turning pale inch by inch, as if he had seen something terrifying. He closed the box and opened it again. It was still the same. It wasn't an illusion. Before him, in the money box, were a few thin money certificates and a thick ledger. After a long while, he suddenly reached out. He didn't flip through the ledger, but picked it up and shook it hard. The ledger was not hidden inside. There was indeed only a thin stack of money certificates in the box. It was almost full when he left home. Where's the money? Where's my money? Where did that thick stack go? End of this chapter. He was so eager to go home and count his money, only to find the money chest was empty. Xinyuan leaned feebly on the couch, his face ashen, flipping through account books while gasping as if in pain. That so-called Wanfu garden mentioned above required too much investment. Such a large investment, and since it was approved, it meant there was support from higher-ups. As for whether it would be profitable, no one could predict. At this moment, he felt weak all over, with a void in his heart. Profitability was a matter for the future. Right now, the money box was almost empty. At least, it was empty from his perspective. After quickly finishing the account book, Shen Yuan forced himself to appear composed and called the steward and a few trusted followers who remained at home for questioning. After their questioning, he summoned his two sons. Shen Qing and Shen Lu arrived in good spirits. "Father, you're back. You were gone for so long, I don't know." Shen Yuan said calmly, "Close the door." Oh. Thinking it was another urgent secret matter, Shen Qing and Shen Lu quickly closed the door, glancing outside before doing so to ensure no one else was nearby. Once the door was shut, they turned to find their father's face as dark as a pot's bottom. "The two of them?" Shen Yuan suppressed his emotions and asked in a deep voice, "Did you bring any money certificates with you?" The two, not understanding, produced a few. Shen Yuan continued, "Just these? Is there more?" Hesitantly, they produced a few more. Shen Yuan snatched them, stacking the money certificates together and fanning them across their faces like a fan. It didn't hurt, but Shen Qing and Shen Lu were left bewildered by the slapping. "Extravagant spendthrifts," Shen Yuan lamented heartache. With a bang, he slammed the money box in front of them. "The whole box is almost empty now?" Shen Qing now understood the situation and, no longer anxious, smiled and said, "Oh, father, you're talking about this. It's all worth it." He recounted the glorious prospects of Wanfu Garden that Wengu had spoken to him about. Shen Lu added, "I think cousin's reasoning is sound, so all that money was invested." Shen Yuan, holding the money certificates, fanned them back across their faces with a swish. "Be more mindful. Do you believe everything others say? The money in this box concerns our whole family's livelihood." The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. He couldn't sit still. Shen Yuan desperately wanted to speak to his nephew, whom he hadn't seen in many years. He had Shen Qing and Shen Lu lead the way, and Shen Yuan, holding back his frustration, got into the carriage and headed towards Jingxing District. Even from a distance, as they approached Jingxing District, Shen Yuan saw the high-strung fabric tents. "What are those?" he asked. Shen Qing replied, "It's a bridge." "What bridge? What bridge is it?" "It's so close to Chinese New Year, that's too unlucky." Shen Yuan was very displeased. Shen Qing was bewildered. How was it unlucky? And besides, wasn't Chinese New Year still far away? The district gate was busy with people coming and going. Shen Yuan took a look, got out of the carriage and walked into the district, wanting to see what had been built with the money from the money box. Shen Qing and Shen Lu, familiar with the way, led their father further inside to find Wengu. As they neared the place of work, they saw Wengu chatting with over 10 people. Upon seeing the uniforms of the patrol division, Shen Yuan instinctively leaped behind a pile of building materials nearby. He peeked out, observing from the shadows. Shen Qing, seeing the scene ahead, was about to speak to his father when he turned and suddenly couldn't find Shen Yuan. Looking around, he found him behind a pile of building materials. "Father, what are you hiding for?" Shen Yuan lowered his voice and waved at them to hide. "Quick! Quick! The patrol division is investigating a case." He had seen many examples of the patrol division's methods while he was away. He decided not to get involved, choosing instead to find out what had happened. Shen Qing and Shen Lu did not hide but looked ahead in confusion. "It doesn't look like they're investigating a case," Shen Lu said. By this time, Shen Yuan had also seen the jovial atmosphere of those talking and laughing. He walked back calmly, carefully dusting the dirt from his robes. I see." He looked up. "Who is Wengu?" he asked. "That one, the one who looks like a frail scholar," Shen Qing replied. Shen Yuan searched. Among the crowd that looked like soldiers, there were 3 scholars with distinctly different auras. One was younger, one looked stiff, and the remaining one was refined and calm, with a subtle resemblance to how he remembered him as a child. He was even chatting and laughing with the people from the patrol division. "He's not simple." The person they were looking at also turned towards them, said a few words to the person beside him, and then walked over. "Cousins," Wengu approached. "Who are those people over there? Are they all from the patrol division?" Shen Lu was curious. "Not all. Patrol Officer Pei promised to allocate 10 men to help me here recently. They just arrived today. Since the patrol division was sending people today, Pei Jun was unavailable, and such a small matter didn't require his personal presence. Instructions could be relayed. Wengu said, his gaze shifting to Xin Yuan, and asked, "This gentleman looks familiar." Just as Xin Qing was about to introduce him, Xin Yuan stepped forward, a wide smile on his face, and exclaimed excitedly, "You must be Wengu, I'm your uncle. We haven't seen each other in years, you've grown so big." Xin Yuan's eyes welled up with tears, yet a warm smile graced his face. Xin Lu beside him? Wengu also called him uncle. He had only met him a few times as a child, and the impression was faint. In this era of inconvenient travel and poor communication, it was normal. This was only because the Shin family used to be merchants and had opportunities to meet. Most people never saw each other again after parting ways. Now, to escape disaster, they were reunited in Xian Prefecture City. This Uncle Shin was rather interesting. Wengu had been chatting with the patrol division personnel earlier and hadn't expected his uncle to suddenly appear here. However, the timing was acceptable. Wengu had noticed his uncle the moment he appeared, including the moment he suddenly darted behind the building materials to observe in secret. He had simply pretended not to notice, chatted a bit longer with the patrol division personnel, and then looked over. Xin Yuan, appearing very excited to see a relative, said, "Uncle just returned to Xian Prefecture City and came in a hurry, unprepared. I don't know what you like." He grabbed Wengu's hand and stuffed 2 money certificates into it. Xin Qing and Xin Lu's eyes widened. These were the same money certificates their father had taken from them not long ago, still warm. "Xin Lu, father, you just, oof." He received an elbow from his father. Uncle Shin smiled broadly, his slightly plump face appearing exceptionally warm. He said to Wengu, "I won't disturb you, public duty comes first. Go on, go on. Your cousins are here with me. They can show me around the construction site. I'll go back after a look. We're family, don't be so formal." Wengu agreed, but still asked Chengji to accompany him. Some of the construction of Wanfu Garden was halted due to weather. The current progress was not very revealing. Xin Yuan went to look at the flying bridge covered by the fabric tents. Wengu had once explained the various considerations regarding profitability, which Chengji remembered clearly and also relayed to Xin Yuan. And it wasn't a vague explanation, he even presented some data. Xin Yuan was sensitive to numbers and had strong calculation skills. He silently did some calculations. The investment was indeed very large, and the benefits would be substantial. Although he still felt reluctant, he said, "Very good, very good." It was worth the money they had spent. On the way back, in the carriage. "Father, I told you this before. Why didn't you believe me?" Xin Qing looked at his father with dissatisfaction. Xin Yuan shot him a sideways glance. With so many patrol division personnel here responsible for security, it must be very important. Having worked for the Zhao family for so long, he was aware of some of the connections. "Then, father, the money certificates you took from us earlier. It's easy to lose them if you carry them around. They're locked in the money box, to prevent you from carelessly spending them again in a moment of excitement." Xin Yuan thought of the money box at home. The money that had been spent was spent, but fortunately, the reward he received for his current work was also considerable, and he could use it to replenish some of it later. As for the remaining money, he just needed to guard it well. End of chapter. Xin Yuan's anger, stirred by the lightened money box, erupted in a fit of rage. He didn't vent his anger on his outing and returned home with a mind full of contemplation. Then he saw the 2 carts of glass that had just been delivered from Zhao family workshop. Xin Qing and Xin Lu, who had been whispering together, immediately ran over, their faces full of excitement and anticipation. They had already seen the effect at Wengu's place and could finally install it in their own homes. The study, bedroom, and other rooms could all be renovated according to their own preferences. No need to endure the cold, and it's bright. It shows status. By then, they could invite people from the clan over to visit and show off. Wouldn't those people envy them to death? These 2 carts of goods were only for their family, not for the clan. Xin Yuan also temporarily set aside his thoughts and asked curiously, "This is glass? The kind you said can be installed in windows?" He had flipped through the account books before, and there was a record, and the steward had also reported it. These 2 carts were the latest orders. Shen Yuan walked over quickly and looked closely. It was indeed as transparent as crystal, with a slight greenish hue. The color was particularly noticeable when stacked together in pieces. He liked things with color. Just looking wasn't enough. He reached out to touch it. The delivery man quickly reminded him, "The edges are sharp. Please be careful, Master Shen." Not touching the edges. Shen Yuan touched it, feeling the cool sensation under his fingers. What a good thing. Even without installing it, he could imagine the effect and the hot topic of conversation among the wealthy and influential families in Xian Prefecture City afterward. In winter, it's windproof, warm, and translucent, much better than paper windows. It's shiny and looks luxurious. Install it. Replace all the doors and windows immediately, Shen Yuan said cheerfully. The glass sheets on the cart were not all the same. There were several types. Some were plain, natural colored sheets, some were slightly thicker with patterns, and some were of other colors. The owners could choose according to their own preferences. Shen Yuan then asked the delivery men, "Currently, how many households in the city have received these glass panels?" The delivery man replied respectfully, replying to Master Shen, "So far, only this batch has been delivered, to 2 households. One is your family, and the other is Patrol Officer Pei's family. The current production of glass is limited, and many rich households in the city have to wait in line even with money to order it. Without sufficient status, they would have to wait until after the new year." Shen Yuan secretly felt smug. Their family received preferential treatment because of Madame Shen, and the Pei family received it because they had craftsmen and the formula. Everyone else, regardless of whether they were from the southern or northern lands or were dignitaries, had to wait behind them. Who would have thought that the times would change so quickly, considering how much their Shen family had endured grievances and suppression because of their business in the past? The fortunes of people are unpredictable, and his Shen family was just riding the wave of good fortune. Despite his inner satisfaction, Shen Yuan maintained a serious expression. The delivery men also informed them that if specialized craftsmen were needed for installation, they could make an appointment, as there were skilled workers trained by the workshop. However, the owners had to decide which type of glass to install where. The person in charge of delivery explained everything about the goods and precautions, then stood respectfully with his head bowed slightly. He didn't seem to be leaving. "Shen Yuan? Is there something else?" Shen Qing leaned closer and whispered to his father, "The balance payment." Shen Yuan suddenly realized, "Oh right, there's the balance payment." The deposit had already been paid, and now it was time for the final payment. This bill could not be defaulted on. Who would dare to default on Zhao family's bills? The money certificates were currently in Shen Yuan's hands, so he had to pay this amount. With the limited production of glass, it was a precious commodity, and the purchase of these 2 carts of goods was not a small sum. More money certificates were handed out. He had planned to put them in the money box, but now they were all gone. Shen Yuan smiled calmly, but his heart ached as if he were losing flesh. But this was a necessary expense. Glass windows could indeed improve the living environment and allow them to live better through the winter. For families with better living conditions, it was indeed a preferred option. In addition, it was preparation for the new year. By then, when they received guests, if everyone else had installed them and they hadn't, would it seem like they had fallen on hard times? There would surely be plenty of sarcastic remarks and veiled criticisms. Their current display also represented Madame Shen's reputation, and they could not afford to be embarrassed. The money was spent where it was needed and was valuable. Shen Yuan consoled himself this way. As for the money box, that was now empty again. Their Shen family's life had improved, and they would soon save up again. After settling the bill, the delivery men left, and they began to discuss how to distribute the glass panels and where to install them. Wengu also contributed to the development of glass? Shen Yuan sighed. "This child is truly capable. He had half of my Shen family's bloodline, so he must also have a business acumen. If this were a peaceful era, if he managed it well, he would surely make a fortune and become a powerful billionaire." Not only Shen Yuan, but everyone else thought the same. They were envious and thought that if the world were peaceful, they would have invested. But the times were different now, and any ideas had to be suppressed. Even if they knew the formula, what could they do? First, they couldn't. Without materials, kills, or craftsmen, what could they do? Second, they wouldn't dare compete with warlords for business in their territory. They must be tired of living. Of course, they could also defect to other factions after obtaining the formula. But that would be too risky. After a period of restlessness, they calmed down again. Meanwhile, in Jingxing district, Uncle Shin's sudden arrival was indeed an unexpected small interlude today. Regardless of the cause and course of events, the result was a happy little interlude. When Gu looked at the 2 money certificates in his hand, Uncle Shin is such a good person. He must have more contact with him in the future and strengthen their uncle-nephew bond. After putting away the money certificates, he continued with the day's affairs. Today was a special day for the grassroots clerks and scribes of Jingxing district. The personnel from the patrol division, in addition to bringing the 10 injured and retired personnel they had promised to transfer, also brought something with them. The signboard that when Gu had applied for had arrived. The foremen of each district also had different office locations. Basic-level managers like foremen generally did not have independent, formal official offices. Some simply set up a simple office near the district gate. Others used their private residences. When Gu, managing affairs in 2 districts, also converted one of his courtyards into an office. However, as more people moved into the district and the number of houses built and the daily flow of people increased, the office staff would also grow. When Gu pondered that he needed to enhance his professionalism and not let people mistake it for a makeshift operation, this courtyard had been renovated and modified. To add a sense of formality and ritual, when Gu had specifically applied for an officially certified signboard with 4 characters personally written by his cousin, Jingxing Public Office. The main entrance of the courtyard had been renovated and rebuilt, making it sturdier and more imposing. With the addition of a signboard, it now felt much more official and highlighted his professional status. From today onwards, this was the officially recognized, authoritative place for the Jing and Xing districts in Xian Prefecture. Not just a small courtyard that anyone could enter. It had a strong official atmosphere. When Gu glanced at the others, as expected, Chengji and little brother, he had faces full of pride, and the eyes of the onlookers from the marketplace also showed more respect. It was fortunate that there weren't too many etiquette rules now. When Gu could be a bit bolder in renovating the courtyard, and he had invited Pei Jing to design and modify the signboard and the main entrance of the courtyard. Looking back now, it was all worth it. Morale had significantly improved, and the emotional value was immense. Even dogs passing by would give it a thumbs up. Legend has it, the signboard is the GDP. Perhaps it could even attract a few more wealthy households. As winter deepened, the gates of the inner city teemed with vehicles every day, with servants from various families queuing up. Some of the approaching vehicles came from the south, while others belonged to members of noble families returning home for the Chinese New Year after handling affairs. Carloads of goods, either supplies for the northern migration or holiday gifts, drew envious glances from many. Recently, the military districts in the outer city area had also become more active, with the Jiansu army returning. The commotion caused by large numbers of personnel could not be missed by those in quarantine. While those who had traveled from afar mostly had to undergo quarantine in the outer city area and might not have noticed the specific movements of other military districts, the sheer scale of the returning troops was undeniable. And some news inevitably trickled in. This news, carried by the returning travelers, eventually made its way into the inner city. Another part of the Jiansu army's main force has returned. He'd informed Wen Gu of the latest news. Wen Gu calculated that many of the Jiansu army personnel who had been deployed were still out. He surmised that those who hadn't returned by now likely hadn't encountered any disasters. The Zhao family was in a cheerful mood. Even when he had gone to request the shop sign from his cousin, there had been no significant obstacles, indicating his cousin was in good spirits. Therefore, as he had suspected, the Jiansu army's main force had been dispatched on a different mission. After giving Hida a few more instructions, Wen Gu went to urge the progress of the flying bridge construction. The construction site remained completely covered by tarpaulins, preventing outsiders from knowing what was happening inside. Guards were constantly posted around the area, prohibiting anyone from getting too close. The injured and retired personnel from the patrol division proved their worth at this time. They were not easily intimidated, and anyone attempting to secretly gather information, whether through bluster and intimidation, diversion tactics, or cunning stratagems, was sternly turned away. The secrecy was maintained exceptionally well. With the delivery of some prefabricated components, the section of the flying bridge above the alley had actually been completed. However, the tarpaulins had not yet been removed, and maintenance and adjustments were ongoing. The outdoor temperature was too low, so localized low-temperature protection was being applied. Fortunately, only this section was being built. Any longer would have been difficult to maintain in this weather. As the Chinese New Year approached, heavy snow fell in the northern lands. Construction work halted, and it was likely that work would not resume until the weather warmed up. Jingxing District, which had been bustling for quite some time, also grew quiet. The topics of conversation regarding Jingxing District within the city gradually subsided. However, the loafers who gathered information still frequented the Jingxing District's canteen. 7 or 8 of them would gather around a wooden table, either standing or sitting, exchanging news from various districts. They had saved up food ration tickets and would come here daily for a meal or two of hot food, finding warmth and shelter from the wind in the canteen. With the recent snowfall, Hida no longer went out to read newspapers. He now read them inside the canteen. He read the latest issue with a pronounced and dramatic intonation, his voice filled with emotion. Now proficient in his work, even when presented with a new newspaper and encountering unfamiliar characters or incomprehensible words and phrases, he could smoothly gloss over them. While reading, he would also pay attention to the conversations of the loafers, looking for any news he needed. He overheard all the daily gossip from various districts, but there was no significant news. After tidying up the newspapers he had read, Hida began chatting with the person next to him. At the same time, in a district within the core area of Xian Prefecture City, artisans were constantly entering and exiting. Initially, people around were curious, but they couldn't elicit any useful information, and the artisans themselves seemed unaware. Others only heard that the place was undergoing renovations and speculated about the identity of the future residents. However, as time passed and there were no new developments, people's attention was drawn to other matters in the city, and they stopped paying attention. After the snow, most people stayed indoors, paying even less attention to this area. Today, several artisans arrived, removed the plaque bearing the original district name, and replaced it with a new one. Not far away, a loafer peeked around, observing the activity. He pretended to be passing by, glanced at the scene, then quickly darted away, tucking his head in. Many districts in the core area of the city housed noble individuals, whom the common people like them could not approach casually. When people were present, they dared not get close to the district gate. Yet, in that fleeting glance, he confirmed that the plaque had been changed and the district name altered, and his heart swelled with joy. He continued to observe from a distance, waiting until the artisans had left before stomping his numb feet and shivering as he approached. He took a burnt short stick from his sleeve. He had prepared it for a long time, and it was finally useful. Although illiterate, he could trace and draw. He carefully copied the characters on his sparsely patched, thin clothing, stroke by meticulous stroke. After finishing, he took off at full speed and ran towards Jingxing District. In Jingxing District, the snow had been cleared from all the large and small pathways. Areas without pebbles or flagstones were covered with a layer of burnt charcoal residue, making it easy to walk without slipping and preventing muddy feet from melted snow. This loafer, running over, couldn't help but feel envious. Jingxing District was so much better. Many people now wanted to move in but couldn't, as entry was strictly controlled. Fortunately, entering the district gate did not have many restrictions. He entered the district and headed directly to his destination, his eyes fixed on the place where large plumes of white steam were rising. That was the Jingxing District's canteen. Inside, the stoves were hot, boiling congee, water, and ginger soup, with little interruption during the day. He entered the canteen, holding the sleeve with the characters he had written. The aroma of food wafted into his nostrils, making him swallow involuntarily. Controlling his gaze so as not to look at the stoves or the food on the tables, he found Hida and squeezed his way over. Hida was chatting with someone when he saw the panting man approach. He exchanged a knowing glance, and they walked, one after the other, into a small room behind the canteen. "Boss, the district you mentioned changed its plaque today." He handed the characters written on his sleeve to Hida for him to see. Hida took out paper and a pen and, with great effort, managed to transcribe the somewhat scattered characters written by the man. Is this correct? He just showed the man what he had written. It seems so, the man replied hesitantly. He couldn't quite recall what the characters on the plaque had looked like. All right, I know, Hida said. He hadn't expected them to accurately convey the characters, and receiving the news was enough. He took out 2 Jingxing district food ration tickets and handed them over. The man quickly snatched them and tucked them into his clothes. He had already saved up quite a few food ration tickets. He planned to bring his family to the canteen here for some thick, hot congee during the Chinese New Year. After the loafer left, Hida personally went to the core area one more time before returning to report to Wengu. Upon arriving at the Jingxing public office, Hida's usual casual demeanor involuntarily gave way to a serious and respectful one. A gatehouse had been built at the entrance of the public office. Within the window, outer wooden boards concealed inner glass. During the day, the wooden boards were retracted, leaving only the glass window, allowing the gatekeeper inside to see visitors. A plaque was mounted above the gate, and formal management was in place within the courtyard, requiring an identification card or facial recognition for entry. Hida was now a familiar face. He walked over, knocked on the glass window, and signaled, "Brother Luo, I have something to discuss with the foreman." The person inside glanced at him and pulled open the barrier blocking the entrance. This man was one of the 10 members transferred over. After being injured and retired from the patrol division, he was reassigned and Wengu placed him here. Wengu's evaluation of him, typical, he even scrutinizes a dog, suitable for this position. Inside the courtyard, in the document room, Wengu looked at the paper that Hida had handed him. The district Hida had been instructed to monitor had a new plaque with a new district name today. Sihai District? Sihai? See? Wengu's heart skipped a beat. Those who were about to move in there would either be billionaires or extremely wealthy and influential families. New nouveau riche were arriving. Based on the current information, this was very likely a part of his maternal uncle Zhao's plan. Such importance indicated immense wealth. What did a nouveau riche look like? They exuded an aura of wealth that could be smelled from 10 feet away. How to attract the nouveau riche? Exquisite and eye-catching things often required more direct methods. Notify the artisans to conduct the final inspection of the flying bridge. The goal was to ensure that upon their arrival in Xian Prefecture City, the nouveau riche from afar would immediately feel the undeniable potential and shining enthusiasm radiating from Jingxing 2 districts. Welcome to Xian Prefecture City. End of this chapter. The final maintenance and inspection of the flying bridge were proceeding normally, allowing it to be put into initial use as planned and on schedule. Before that, Wengu paid a visit to the Zhao residence to invite his cousin to the unveiling. The dog Taoist priest was consulted for the weather, and an auspicious time and date were chosen. Wengu did not intend for the unveiling of the first representative structure in Jingxing District and Qingyun District to be a quiet affair. Cousin Zhao was busy with many affairs, and such a minor matter as the construction of a new building in a small district was not something he would typically spend time on. However, considering other factors, he agreed to Wengu's invitation after some thought. The section of the flying bridge above Jingxing Alley had its design drawings passed through him, so he had a general idea of what it would look like, but he had not seen the finished product. He had also not gone to see it in advance. Wengu, he believed, would not disappoint. With the important guest for the unveiling decided, Wengu went on to invite the benefactors of the Wanfu Garden project. Upon learning that young Master Zhao would personally attend the unveiling, the benefactors, regardless of their original plans, expressed great enthusiasm and assured their attendance at the ceremony. They also wanted to see how much of the money and grain they had contributed was actually used for the project. Even if only 50% was used, they would be able to accept it. The Qinglu brothers of the Shen family did not suspect Wengu of embezzling funds. They had seen what the flying bridge looked like beforehand and were not overly curious. They were more anticipating showing the people of Xian Prefecture City the first result of the Wanfu Garden project. Zhao residence in Jiahui District. Members of the Zhao family's collateral branches also received news. My cousin actually agreed to attend the unveiling, a young man exclaimed in surprise. It was merely a flying bridge and only a damaged section at that. As the young master of the Zhao family, he must have been swamped with official duties. Yet, he actually made time to go to such a remote place for an unveiling ceremony? Wasn't he just there to support Wengu in this matter? It's clear he truly values this. The Zhao family members were also planning to acquire land and build gardens in the newly opened districts. They had analyzed that such entertainment venues were sure to be profitable, and they couldn't let the Shin family make all the money. This year, several districts in the core area of Xian Prefecture City had seen new faces, and the number of wealthy households and great clans had increased, presenting an opportunity for them. We'll go take a look then. Those two idiots from the Shin family have been hyping up that flying bridge privately, calling it a jade palace in the sky. I really want to see where that Wengu spent the money in grain. This would also serve as a reference to estimate their budget. If they were to bring in investors to build gardens, what would the approximate costs be? Wengu knew that after cousin Zhao agreed to attend the unveiling, various districts in Xian Prefecture City would pay attention. However, he felt no pressure and continued to arrange affairs methodically. He had initially planned to set off firecrackers, but gunpowder was a strategic material, reserved for preparations against threats in the coming spring and summer. Wengu had to opt for a different kind of commotion, inviting musicians for atmosphere. In the blink of an eye, the auspicious day for the unveiling ceremony arrived. The weather was clear and fine. The Dog Taoist priest's weather prediction was indeed accurate. Jingxing district bustled with activity early in the morning, with the City Defense Army conducting checks in various locations within the district in advance. The loafers responsible for running errands and delivering messages transmitted the latest developments to their employers. However, by the time they returned to Jingxing district, the site was overcrowded and had already been controlled by the City Defense Army, making it impossible to get close. The crowds drawn by the commotion to watch the spectacle could not even enter Jingxing district and could only observe from a distance. Elegant horse-drawn carriages began to arrive one after another, and the benefactors of the Wanfu Garden project came as promised. Uncle Shin, along with the Qinglu brothers and other Shin family members, arrived, but instead of going to the resting area for minor officials, they waited at the district gate. Seeing this, several other prominent families changed their course and joined them in waiting. Soon, two teams of well-equipped guards escorted a horse-drawn carriage. The onlookers pushed their necks forward, but the people in front blocked the view, making it impossible to see the family crests of the nobles on the carriage. Is that the City Defense Army? No, it's not. They're dressed better than the City Defense Army and look more spirited. Must be the guards of some noble. In Xian Prefecture City, there are still people who dare to use such guards. Indeed, there were. The young master's carriage had reached the district gate, and the guards cleared a path. The carriage could drive directly in, but young Master Zhao alighted at the entrance. Since he was here, he wanted to see firsthand what this place had become. Someone guarding the district gate stepped forward and bowed respectfully. The attendant beside him seemed about to kneel. Young Master Zhao waved his hand and said, "It's cold. No need for such ceremony. Rise." He glanced at the construction site within Jingxing district, the newly built houses, and then looked up at the location of the draped cloth. He said to Wengu, who was walking over, "I've heard for a long time that your district is very lively, and it truly is vibrant." As the young master of the Zhao clan, he had seen all sorts of scenes and could discern the sincerity of the emotions of the onlookers. He had seen much of the outside, but looking at the residents within Jingxing district now, the vibrancy emanating from their hearts was uniquely remarkable. It was hard to believe that these people were commoners who had only moved to Xian Prefecture City in the autumn and winter of this year. It lives up to the name of the district, I wrote. Young Master Zhao was in a good mood. Wengu simply smiled and said, "This is just the beginning." Young Master Zhao mistook Wengu's words to refer to the flying bridge to be unveiled today and no longer lingered. He quickened his pace towards the draped cloth. Wengu knew that his cousin had other affairs and did not delay, leading him to the unveiling location and briefly explaining the district's affairs during this period, including the arrangements for those transferred from the patrol division. The Qinglu brothers of the Shin family, several people from the Zhao family's collateral branches, and a few other prominent families tried to follow closely, but were stopped by the guards. Uncle Shin, however, remained calm and did not crowd forward, knowing that young Master Zhao and Wengu had matters to discuss, and maintained a safe distance with his usual experience. Soon, the group arrived at the unveiling ceremony site. They did not get too close, stopping near the staircase leading to the bridge, where they could still see the bridge's structure. Most of the scaffolding inside had been removed, and more was removed that morning. Now, the cloth was only held at the edges, with some parts requiring manual support, awaiting the final removal during the ceremony. All that was needed was to pull the red silk on the side, and craftsmen stationed elsewhere would remove the curtain. The auspicious time had not yet arrived. Following the procedure, Wengu invited his cousin to speak a few words, which had been prepared in advance. Thus, young Master Zhao, with a benevolent and approachable smile, used elegant yet down-to-earth language to affirm Wengu's work, express his expectations for Jingxing District and Qingyun District, and convey concern and reassurance to the residents who had moved there. Wengu, outwardly calm, inwardly thought, the father and son of the Zhao family are indeed qualified political beings. He looked at the residents in the district, whose eyes were red with emotion. They were truly not hired actors. In a feudal era with distinct social classes and in chaotic times, encountering such a benevolent superior, how could the people not be deeply moved? They must surely be grateful for choosing the Zhao clan. Glancing at the sun's angle, Wengu subtly signaled his cousin. Young Master Zhao, with his benevolent and approachable smile, naturally concluded his speech. The atmosphere musicians struck up again, doing their utmost to let the young master hear their enthusiasm. However, at this moment, young Master Zhao's attention was entirely diverted from other matters. Guided by Wengu, he pulled down the red silk on the side, his eyes fixed on the flying bridge. With a swoosh, the heavy cloth curtain was finally removed. As the obstruction slid away, the flying bridge, which had been hidden for so long, finally revealed its true form under the sunlight. The atmosphere musicians, abruptly silenced as if their throats were choked, stopped with a strange, abrupt sound. But at this moment, no one paid them any attention. The moment the flying bridge revealed itself, many people, including young Master Zhao, couldn't help but close their eyes. It was too dazzling. The first thing that caught their eye was the typical palace-style green tiles and red walls. However, these were unlike previous glazed green tiles. The tiles, with their rich and deep yet somewhat translucent luster, were layered like the scales of a crystal beast. The eaves curved upward, resembling wings taking flight. The stacked, shimmering tiles, combined with the upward curving eaves, did not appear cumbersome but instead conveyed a sense of light movement. There were 5 ridge beams and 4 corner beasts. Each mythical beast bore multiple colors and varied expressions. The heavy colors were yet crystal clear, with nearly colorless parts that were neither conspicuous nor out of place. The ridge beasts under the sun emitted an aura, making it impossible to see their features clearly, but their majestic spirit could be felt. Sunlight passed through the more transparent and pure parts of the ridge beasts, casting rainbow-like beams onto the roof. Below, people couldn't see clearly, but the soldiers on the inner city wall had their eyes bulging out. Someone shouted something loudly, only to be quickly gagged and dragged away. The red walls were not entirely painted vermilion. Many patterns on them shimmered as if inlaid with colored gemstones to form designs. The 2 sides of the long bridge were not simple railings, but were composed of floor-to-ceiling windows. The window grills resembled turtle shells, fish scales, floral knots, and auspicious clouds, combining northern and southern patterns, inlaid with glass of different colors, creating a play of light and shadow, alternating between brightness and darkness. Combined with the green-tiled red walls, it appeared even more magnificent and luxurious. The rich colors were not ostentatious or vulgar, but gave an impression of elegance and nobility. Beneath the eaves hung objects resembling wind chimes. In the city, warnings were given through sound, and other noises were strictly controlled. Therefore, what hung were decorative items made in imitation of wind chimes, with carved and polished patterns on their surfaces. The colorless pendants extending from within, resembling ice crystals, were also polished with complex angles. Sunlight shone upon them, cutting into countless small pieces of light, each ray of light with a colored border, casting onto the flying bridge. As the wind moved them, countless dazzling colors continuously swept across the flying bridge, presenting a state of ceaseless flow. It was sacred and vibrant. Wengu was pleased with the sunlight at this moment. True splendor must be displayed under the sun. What was an auspicious time? An angle of illumination that was just right could maximize the impact on the visual senses. The scene fell into abrupt silence, followed by a boom that sounded like a vast sea of noise. The members of the Zhao family's collateral branches, at this moment, tilted their heads back and let out meaningless ahs that seemed to contain complex emotions. They stared intently at the flying bridge above, shivering. Their own families possessed some exquisite glass ornaments, imported from overseas in the past and circulated among officials and nobles. Now that the Zhao family held an extraordinary status, some were given to them. They cherished these items, rarely taking them out for play, only displaying them on special occasions to show off. Even with the advent of glass windows during this period, their production was limited, and in terms of exquisiteness and artistic value, they could not compare to the ornaments they possessed. However, at this moment, from the crystal tiles and mythical beasts of the flying bridge, to the gemstone patterns on the walls, and then to the wondrous wind chimes hanging under the eaves, the impact of these combinations was far beyond what glass windows could achieve. Those who were good at calculation continuously estimated the value in their minds, and the more they calculated, the more they trembled. They felt a choking sensation and broke out in a cold sweat. The enormous expenditure was terrifying. In their eyes, they seemed to see countless kills in which not glass and glazed tiles were fired, but countless grains and wealth. At this moment, they felt timid. They even suspected that the money and grain they could gather would not be enough to build such a bridge, let alone build gardens. How did Wengu dare? Uncle Shin's state was similar. Although he was incredibly astonished by the marvel of the flying bridge, the abacus beads in his mind began to move first, calculating the finances. As his gaze followed, he estimated the values, continuously adjusting, accumulating, and gasping. His eyes gradually became vacant. The benefactors of Wanfu Garden, accompanied by the rising and falling sounds of gasps, their minds were running like a dog race, with various thoughts vying for attention. They did not cry out or rush forward to touch and admire, fully restrained by the presence of the young master, and could only vent in their hearts. This treasure bridge before them, as if born of nature's creation, how was it built? Were the few craftsmen they provided enough? Although they knew that some prefabricated parts for building gardens were moved here, those crystal tiles, ridge beasts, and those crystal treasures, even if fired, wouldn't be simple, would they? Perhaps many were purchased through other channels? The money and grain they invested were allocated in stages, and they knew how much was given. However, could that amount of money and grain build such a treasure bridge? Some even suspected that Wengu not only did not embezzle funds, but actually subsidized it. Otherwise, how could such a treasure bridge be built in such a short time? How much did he subsidize? Should they show more consideration? Comparing the results before them with the money and grain they had invested before, it seemed, perhaps, they had indeed fallen short, by a little bit. If it were an ordinary person supervising the construction of a flying bridge, they certainly wouldn't care. What did it matter to them how much he subsidized? But Wengu's identity was special, and the young master valued him, so they couldn't really let Wengu pay out of his own pocket, could they? Not far away, the Qinglu brothers of the Shin family were not thinking so much, but they were also stunned by the wondrous sight before them. Their mouths opened and closed. This flying bridge looks different from before. The appearance hidden by the cloth curtain and the appearance exposed to the sun felt like two completely different things. One was like a jewel placed in a box, while the other was like a rare treasure embedded in a scepter or a noble crown. The dazzling brilliance made one want to light incense immediately to worship it. End of this chapter. A covered walkway suspended in the air, what rainbow appears without rain? Young Master Wow gazed at the flying bridge suspended in the air and couldn't help but take a deep breath, exclaiming, truly a masterpiece of craftsmanship. Wengu said softly, not at all, not at all, it's just a bit of ingenuity. In reality, distance creates beauty. Those treasures could not withstand close inspection. Current technology was far from achieving the level of exquisite art. However, distance could blur imperfections, and the aesthetic appeal presented at this moment was elevated to its peak. Wengu raised his hand, signaling for his cousin to step onto the bridge for a look. The long bridge from the design blueprints had only this section built so far, with stairs at both ends. The stairs appeared to be temporary, showing many scuffs and wear marks from repeatedly moving things back and forth in recent days. But these were trivial. The true main structure was the suspended flying bridge. Young Master Zhao walked towards the stairs. He took 2 steps and then stopped. He looked at the tall pillars supporting the bridge. The supporting pillars were painted and carved, looking like giant trees, but in reality, young Master Zhao tapped them with his knuckles. The feel was like brick and stone. "Did you use that formula developed by Qing'an Temple here?" he asked Wengu in a low voice. "Yes, it's the improved formula, with some sinews and bones added for auxiliary support." The formula, improved based on rammed earth, was certainly no match for industrial-grade cement in later generations, requiring longer setting and curing times. But for the present, it was passable. The construction of the flying bridge was a practical experiment. Without lingering, they ascended the stairs beside the bridge. Those following behind could not hear their conversation. But seeing young Master Zhao tap the supporting pillar, they did the same as they passed, their faces showing surprise. They wanted to stop and examine it more closely, but they were already moving further ahead. After a moment's hesitation, they decided to keep up. Ahead, young Master Zhao had already boarded the flying bridge. Standing at one end of the bridge, he looked into the interior of the long bridge. Sunlight streamed in through the windows, casting overlapping light and shadow, creating an illusion of reality. As they walked forward, the alternating brightness and darkness seemed to shift with their steps. Truly, every step revealed a new scene. It wasn't the scenery outside the windows, but the dynamic interplay of light effects within the windows that created such enchanting interest. As they reached the middle of the bridge, Wengu reminded him, "You can open the windows and look outside." A nearby guard moved to go, but young Master Zhao stopped him. He walked to the window. The floor-to-ceiling windows had fixed lower parts, with only the upper section openable. He reached out and pushed open the lantern-shaped casement window. Sunlight struck the glass, and the reflected and refracted light merged together. Accompanied by the light reflecting from the pendants beneath the eaves, it felt as if the flow of the universe was brushing against his face. To put it bluntly, young Master Zhao, standing at the window at that moment, looked as if he were bathed in a filter of sacred light. He looked out the window, at the city defense army in the alley below and the citizens standing outside. As the light and shadow swept across his vision, below, some people suddenly knelt and kowtowed. More and more people spontaneously followed suit. Young Master Zhao took another deep breath, feeling the flow of light and shadow, filled with the heroic spirit of being within the currents of fortune. Maintaining his facial expression, but with a slightly strained voice, he asked the crowd below to rise before closing the window and returning to the middle of the bridge. Facing the long corridor within the flying bridge again, he saw not flowing light and shadow, but a magnificent, ever-changing, and boundless world. Wengu noticed the shift in his demeanor and sighed internally once more. Why choose an auspicious time? This is why. Without the most opportune moment, how could the sunlight create such an effect? And he truly hadn't arranged for any plants. From Jingxing District, entering the flying bridge and exiting from the flying bridge in Qingyun District, over such a short distance, few people could notice the intense emotional changes young Master Liao experienced during this brief period. Taoist Master Qingyi, with his young attendant, waited at the far end to welcome the distinguished guest. The Taoist master had contributed significantly with his formula, so young Master Zhao specifically paused to speak with him at length, showing him great courtesy. Those who followed behind had their minds stirred. Weren't the people of the Zhao family said to dislike monks and Taoist priests? And didn't they kill many? It didn't seem like it. Those who were unaware learned from others that a Taoist temple was being built in Qingyun District and were even more surprised. Whether they believed in Taoism or not, they thought to themselves that once the temple was built, they would definitely come to light some incense and add to their merits. Young Master Zhao had other affairs to attend to, so he lingered briefly in Jingxing and Qingyun districts before departing in a hurry. Although the flying bridge was no longer covered with cloth curtains, it was still not open to the public. However, the crowd that had gathered to watch today was already satisfied. If Xian Prefecture had trending topics, this would undoubtedly be the headline news. The flying bridge was magnificent and luxurious, truly a treasure bridge, and it was expected that it would not be open to the public. Some people also wondered if the Zhao residents would use those glass tiles that were clearer than glazed tiles. However, the Zhao family did not intend to transform their own residence in such a manner. It was too extravagant and not conducive to winning over the hearts of the people. Some also speculated whether the treasure bridge would be stolen if left there unattended. Wouldn't prying off a piece of crystal from it be very valuable? But they soon understood. Setting aside the nearby arrow towers manned by city defense soldiers, where would one sell stolen treasures? In this world ravaged by epidemic, how far could one run? As long as they remained within Xian Prefecture, they would be caught the moment they tried to sell it, thrown into dangerous hard labor, which was even worse. Risking leaving Xian Prefecture? For the vast majority of ordinary citizens, it was still a dead end. Therefore, stealing treasures was at most a fleeting thought that never led to action. In fact, to avoid accidentally damaging the treasure bridge, ordinary citizens passing by the alley entrance walked cautiously, maintaining a distance and never approaching. As for the rich households and noble families, their expectations for Wanfu Garden grew even higher. Those who had not participated in the investment before gathered around again. The Shin brothers promptly refused. They had been ignored before, and now they were too high to reach. The brothers were gloating and went to the public office in Jingxing district to share their joy with Wengu, while also openly mocking the branch family of the Zhao family in Jiahui district. The people in Jiahui district also want to build a garden. Humph. Imitators. Exactly, do they have the money? Can they afford to build it? I heard they were stunned when they saw the treasure bridge. Ha ha. The two Shin brothers criticized and disdained them. Wengu, why the long face? Come curse with us. Shin Qing tapped the table in front of Wengu. Wengu sighed and took out a ledger. We can't afford to build it either. Shin Lu, who was rocking back and forth on his chair, almost toppled over with it. Impossible. Is there anything money can't buy? You said before that the first phase of construction would be enough. Wengu said with a troubled expression, it was enough at the time, but it's different now, we are really short on money. He handed them the ledger. The Shin brothers nervously flipped through it. They might not have understood other books, but they could comprehend a ledger to some extent. According to the calculations, the financial situation seemed, indeed, a bit tight. The supervisors and accountants were their own people and not just one. The records above were all verified, signed, and confirmed to be accurate. Moreover, Wengu had given them a discount on his quote, essentially a family price, which was very reasonable. Raw material costs have increased. They found the most critical problem. Recently, with the Zhao family's workshop burning glass for windows and limited raw material transportation, prices had significantly increased. If they were to proceed at the original price, even with insufficient funds, they could still manage to scrape together enough for the first phase of Wanfu Garden if they pooled some more resources. But now, with the sharp increase in raw material prices, the shortfall was not a small amount. Who could they blame for this? Should they ask the Zhao family's workshop to halt production and force down raw material prices? The raw materials were provided by the Zhao family's army, and the profits earned by the Zhao family's workshop were mostly used to support the army. Did they want to cut off this source of funds? That would be tantamount to seeking death. Then, what should we do? Shin Lu was dumbfounded. The Zhao family's workshop itself needed raw materials, and with limited transportation capacity, prices were unlikely to decrease in the short term and might even increase. Perhaps we should wait? Wengu suggested. How long would that take? It might even increase instead of decreasing. Shin Qing disagreed. Or we could forego the glass and glazed tiles and just use ordinary tiles, Wengu added. That won't do. Shin Lu flatly refused. While interior decorations could be a bit more restrained, the exterior absolutely could not be downgraded. Having seen the wondrous colors and magnificent brilliance of the treasure bridge, how could they tolerate ordinary finishes? They believed that other wealthy households felt the same way. Now that the flying bridge had raised everyone's expectations, the Shin family had positioned Wanfu Garden as the most luxurious establishment in Xian Prefecture. How could they use ordinary materials? They had already bragged about it, so how could they slap themselves in the face? Wengu said with self-reproach, I shouldn't have made the treasure bridge look like that. Shin Lu immediately responded, how can that be your fault? Those nobles have seen all sorts of good things. Only the treasure bridge could shock them. Shin Qing also affirmed, the treasure bridge was built very well, it should be like this. As for the money we lack, we'll go raise more. Xinqing and Xinlu, who had come joyfully, left with heavy hearts. They first sought their father to re-examine the accounts, then contacted the various benefactors to increase their investments. However, while the benefactors were optimistic and some increased their contributions, they were reluctant to part with too much of their savings. Any more would be detrimental to their financial health. Not everyone was willing to take risks. Even within the Shen family, Uncle Shen guarded his money box, unwilling to inject all of it. With even heavier hearts, Xinqing and Xinlu returned to the Jingqing public office to deliver the unfavorable news to Wengu. They had also been warned by their father that the shortfall was likely not a small amount, yet they couldn't bring in too many people. The current number of people involved in Wanfu Garden was already substantial. To bring in more would displease Boss Zhao. Wengu nodded seriously, agreeing, therefore, it's best to find just one or two extremely wealthy individuals who have enough capital. Right? Is there no one with a grand gesture? The Tushin brothers were so worried that they had lost the mood to mock Zhouhui district. Wengu sighed and comforted the Shen brothers, don't rush. Since the weather is cold now and the construction site has been temporarily halted, we have enough time to consider. Unable to find any other solutions, the Tushin brothers decided to attend the upcoming holiday gatherings to network with new influential figures and see if they could find suitable candidates. The brothers returned home to ponder how to expand their social circle and connections. Wengu, meanwhile, pondered that within Xian Prefecture, there might be no suitable candidates at present. Having a noble status did not necessarily mean having enough funds for investment. One needed to find a billionaire. Calculating the days. Why hadn't the wealthy patron from Sihai district arrived yet? Several special kills had been reinforced with insulation, their bodies thickened with additional insulating layers. The improved kills required highly experienced craftsmen to operate and manage them to maintain stable operation. Even so, the low-temperature environment increased the cost of firing. The technical challenges were even greater. A moment's carelessness could lead to firing failure. Of course, this failure referred only to not meeting Wengu's standards. In recent days, the treasure bridge in Jingxing district had become a hot topic in the city, and the idle craftsmen had gone to see it. After the initial shock and awe, they knew in their hearts that those so-called treasures actually contained many flaws. The kiln experiments were still ongoing. The winter's low temperatures and the increased costs of raw and auxiliary materials, even experienced artisans could estimate the money burned daily. Some, with concerns, specifically sought out Wengu, given the multiple factors causing excessive expenditure and the finished products still not meeting your standards. Foreman 1, should we temporarily halt operations? To this, Wengu replied, no need to worry, continue firing. The failed products would have their own outlets. With current limited technology, defects produced from experiments in decoloring, color adjustment, impurity removal, bubble removal, etc., could be placed on rooftops or embedded into walls as decorative art. Few people would bother to examine them closely. Later, when the craftsmanship improved and building maintenance was scheduled, they would be replaced one by one. The beauty of distance could still be maintained. Wengu requested 2 types of colorless transparent glass, one thin and transparent, like a petri dish, and another thicker, perfectly clear glass without bubbles, to be used for polishing. The craftsman didn't know what Wengu intended to polish, only that this foreman's requirements were extremely high. Those that failed to meet the standards during the trial and error process would be refired if possible, otherwise, they would all be used as other, architectural decorative materials. However, the craftsmen did not develop strong negative emotions, as foremen when paid their rewards promptly. Moreover, Wengu had set several deadlines. The sooner qualified products were developed, the greater the rewards for the craftsmen, and they might even be recruited to work in the Zhao family's workshops as junior stewards, with their families also being accommodated. This was a dream for many craftsmen. Wengu held the latest fired product, examining it against the light. In fact, as the craftsmen's experience accumulated and their techniques improved, they were getting very close to his requirements. Calculating the date for the Chinese New Year, Wengu went to encourage the craftsmen again during their meal and rest times. Work with all your might, strengthen your resolve, push forward under pressure, and strive with high spirits. On the road to Xian Prefecture City, a convoy with numerous horse-drawn carriages moved forward in the cold wind. From a distance, it looked like a giant snake winding through the snowy landscape. Although the sky was clear, the temperature was frigid, and the thick snow on the ground had not melted. Fortunately, upon entering Xian Prefecture, the local city defense army had cleared the roads in advance, and some sections were even sprinkled with burnt coal ash for anti-skid purposes. The convoy did not need to spend extra time clearing snow and obstacles. The road surface was also smoother, making the journey much more comfortable for those inside the carriages. At the very front of the convoy was the cavalry of the Xian Prefecture Xiansu army. Closely following them were some guards on horseback, distinctly dressed, protecting the important carriages and goods of their respective families. Inside the large carriage closest to the front of the convoy sat an old woman and a young man. Exhausted from their long journey for survival, both bore weary expressions. The precious fabrics decorating the carriage were embroidered with Buddhist patterns. The young man wore a string of Buddhist beads on his wrist. He raised his hand, slightly lifted the curtain, and looked at the monotonous snowy landscape outside. They were from the southern lands. Their hometown rarely experienced snow in winter. It only snowed occasionally during rare cold snaps. Some nobles recuperating during winter also went to the warm and prosperous towns of the southern lands. However, with the epidemic of evil spreading, the warm climate brought many disadvantages, and the southern towns were successively destroyed. From the beginning to the end of the year, they lived under the threat of evil creatures every day, with despair and tragedy filling every corner. Last winter, they moved their families and some supplies to several small islands, but this was not a long-term solution. They decided to send a group north to seek more opportunities for survival and a more distant future for their families. Among the gathered information, they had considered all 6 major powers in the northern lands. With great business and responsibilities, the leaders bore immense pressure. Time was of the essence, and a decision had to be made quickly. After nearly a year of observation, during which the Zhao family sent people south to contact them, they contacted 3 other major maritime families and chose to head to Xian Prefecture. The moment their fleet approached the coast and a large amount of supplies was exchanged for Xian Prefecture money certificates, their path forward was largely decided. This road led directly to Xian Prefecture. Any deviation midway would result in significant losses. The convoy arriving at the port would come in batches. Many people were unaccustomed to the northern climate, and coupled with the fatigue of the journey, they required longer rest periods. They were the first batch to head for Xian Prefecture City, and the journey had been interrupted by weather twice. On the southern coast, fierce winds carried destructive power, laden with moisture, as if wanting to engulf people and drown them. In contrast, the biting winds of the north were like rows of ice blades, each aiming to pierce one's bones. They were indeed unaccustomed, but they also saw that the monsters that had driven them to despair several times in the south were like robots under a spell, or like severely rusted machinery, slow and clumsy. When they rested in a town midway, the army and guards cleared out the hidden evil creatures with ease, like slicing through vegetables. It was as if they weren't facing the same kind of monsters. The limitation of low temperatures was so apparent. The northern winter indeed holds the key to survival. The young man lowered the curtain, preventing more cold air from entering. The old woman beside him also withdrew her gaze, her hands moving over her prayer beads. The harsh winter and the falling snow, in these chaotic times, also served as a form of protection. It's been a long time since I felt such peace, the old woman sighed softly. The northern winter was cold, but it offered a reassuring tranquility. If it weren't for this, in ordinary chaotic times, they could have established their own power in the south. Those who engaged in maritime trade and became successful lacked neither connections nor wealth. Far from the emperor's reach, their lives of luxury were no less than those of the great nobles in the imperial city. Now, alas, the young man sighed silently. Amidst various thoughts and calculations, Xian Prefecture City was finally reached. They saw the newly built magnificent defenses and also the military districts in the outer city area. Despite their complicated thoughts, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief at this moment. The destination had been reached, and it appeared to be safe and reliable. They would rest for another night in the outer city area. Given their status as the leaders of their families, they were exempt from quarantine observation. However, They needed to rest and refresh themselves here. Once they entered the inner city, social engagements would begin, and they couldn't possibly meet people looking disheveled and exhausted. They had expected Xian Prefecture to be harsh and had mentally prepared for a significant drop in their quality of life, but they unexpectedly found novel items even in their temporary lodging. Glass windows? Xian Prefecture is this extravagant? The young man's eyes widened in surprise. As people involved in maritime trade, they possessed many imported glass objects and were not unfamiliar with them, but they had never reached the point of using glass for windows. They're better than window paper and splints, windproof, rainproof, and translucent, the old woman said, looking out at the scenery through the glass window. Xian Prefecture has mastered the firing technology. They sent people to inquire and learned that accommodations for distinguished guests in the outer city area were all equipped with glass windows. However, production was currently limited, and many wealthy households in the inner city were still on a waiting list. "Grandmother, once we enter the city, let's get them installed," the young man said. They were joining the Zhao family and would likely enjoy certain privileges. He couldn't help but consider the potential profits the Zhao family could gain from this. Aside from the glass windows, the other furnishings inside were, in their eyes, rather ordinary. The old woman's novelty with the glass windows had passed, and her expression became subdued again. The young man understood that the elder missed their family members who remained on the island in the southern lands. He missed them too. This trip was to scout ahead, and whether they would bring their families over depended on whether Xian Prefecture was worth it. "I heard there's a treasure bridge in Jingxing District in Xian Prefecture City, newly built. We can see it then." While it sounded anticipated, their tone was casual. They also discovered newspapers placed inside the room. The young man picked one up and read it aloud to the elder for a while. Outside, the guards and followers had also gathered, discussing among themselves. Among the intelligence gathered, the current hot topic in Xian Prefecture City was the treasure bridge. Jingxing District and Qing'an District? Jingxing Alley? Which part of the inner city is that? I asked the city defense army. They said once you enter the inner city, you'll know immediately. It's a tall glazed tile-long bridge suspended in the air. All treasures? Is it that magical? Just bragging. It's definitely exaggerated. This frontier town is harsh and cold, so rare and precious items are hard to come by. They were in the maritime trade and had seen plenty of rare treasures, unlike the locals who lacked experience. But there are also many noble families here. Perhaps they contributed. Whether it's true or not, all of you, get yourselves together. The inner city already houses wealthy households and aristocrats, and many eyes are watching. We cannot bring shame to our boss when we enter the city tomorrow. After a night of rest, the following day, the first contingent of the four major maritime families Feng, Liang, Su, and Guo, who had migrated north from the southern lands, led by the Feng family, stepped into the inner city of Xian Prefecture. The leading guard contingent was from the Feng family. They had once battled water bandits and pirates, fought against evil creatures in chaotic times, and their wild bodies, tempered by the ocean waves for years, were agile and dangerous. Though not necessarily burly, they were as formidable as frontier soldiers. Now, to uphold their boss's reputation, whether on horseback or walking closely behind, they maintained a steady and powerful demeanor, exuding great spirit. The few guards on horseback had stern expressions, but their minds were elsewhere. As trusted confidants, they possessed more information. The boss revered Buddhism. Among the northern powers, their Feng family initially intended to go to the Ren clan. However, the Zhao family had contacted them earliest and offered promises and sincerity, which led them to unite with the other three families and come to Xian Prefecture. Yet, they also heard that the Zhao family did not have a favorable attitude towards Buddhism and Taoism. They did not build temples, only allowing family shrines within their residences. The guards and followers also followed their boss's preferences. Besides the sea goddess of sailors, they usually worshipped Buddha on land. Upon entering the inner city, they deeply felt the local district system and the strict order under the chaotic times. Walls separated the districts, revealing only the rooftops of various tall buildings, but not a single one resembled a temple. They also saw no monks on the streets. The Zhao family really didn't build temples. Did they only get to worship at home from now on? With these thoughts in mind, they also paid attention to their surroundings. In their peripheral vision, something seemed to flash. It was bright, colorful, and dazzling, but not the glint of a weapon. They turned to look. Bathed in sunlight, a dreamlike flying bridge entered their sight. Wow. They wanted to say something, but for a moment, they didn't know what to say. Remembering they shouldn't shout randomly and shame their boss, they could only utter sounds. Those on horseback had a wider field of vision and discovered the wondrous sight one after another. They craned their necks. Some couldn't help but exclaim, almost falling off their horses. The horse saddles felt as if they were nailed down, making it impossible to sit still. They wanted to calmly look ahead, but their gazes were drawn to the gleaming location. Is there some custom here? Was it made by melting ice? Someone asked with a hoarse voice, as if asking with difficulty. How is that possible? If it were on the snowy ground, such a suspicion might arise, but look at the flying bridge erected high above. The roofs and walls piled up like jewels, and the glass windows and dazzling lights on both sides as if they were free. Is that the legendary Xian Prefecture treasure bridge? Is Xian Prefecture City this wealthy? Inside the guarded carriage, the young Master Feng Zining and the old lady were looking at a list of identities of Xian Prefecture's dignitaries and important figures. Their own strengths lay on the water, in maritime navigation, and they were difficult to utilize in Xian Prefecture. Although they knew the Zhao family would arrange other tasks for them later, their options were limited in the short term. Old-fashioned noble families and newly developed powers, with the new rules in this chaotic era, might not welcome their arrival. The grandfather and grandson discussed how to engage in social exchanges during the upcoming New Year festivities, reciprocating goodwill and exchanging necessities, and quickly integrate into Xian Prefecture City's upper circles. Hearing the commotion outside, the grandfather and grandson's first reaction was a snub from the local dignitaries. Wary, Feng Zining lifted the curtain beside him. A guard approached and, in a low voice, briefly informed him. Not dignitaries? The treasure bridge? Feng Zining was somewhat surprised. He stepped out of the carriage and stood on it, looking in the direction everyone was gazing. His eyes squinted from the glare, then widened in astonishment. From their vantage point, though they couldn't see the entire treasure bridge, they could see most of it. Even from a distance, they could perceive its sacred radiance and splendor. If it were a small object, such a glittering treasure would be enshrined in a family shrine. In a daze, he even saw some colorful light spots moving on it. Feng Zining felt a wave of dizziness at this moment. Xian Prefecture City seemed different from what they had anticipated. This place didn't favor Buddhism and Taoism. Perhaps they worshipped a different deity. Maintaining a calm and composed demeanor on the surface, the Buddhist beads on his wrist trembled slightly, while his heart frantically chanted sutras. He wondered if he could donate some merit money there. End of this chapter. There was a slight disturbance during the journey into the city, deviating slightly from the original plan, but the convoy eventually continued without stopping, arriving directly at Sihai District. Xian Prefecture City had specially allocated a district for them, where their 4 families, along with their guards and followers, could all reside. Within the district, the 4 families were separated, each with their own courtyards. Feng Zining and his grandmother moved into the courtyard belonging to their Feng family. In the past, with their family's wealth, they would certainly not have thought much of such a place. But the situation was different now, and having an entire district to themselves was indeed a way to temporarily settle their hearts. Grandmother Madame Wei sat down to rest and looked at the architectural and decorative style of the northern regions with much emotion. It's been decades since we last met. Madame Wei had actually been born in the northern lands. This time, she was among the first to relocate because she understood the culture and customs of the north better than anyone else in the Feng family. Having left the northern lands for most of my life, I return now and find I am no longer accustomed to it. As she grew older, her spirit had become somewhat weak. Feng Zining asked his grandmother to rest first while he went to the prepared study. A close confidant walked over. Seeing that no one else was around, he lowered his voice and said, "This place is too small." Feng Zining also felt it was small, but the situation was different now. At a time like this, having a place to live, a place that can accommodate us, is already very difficult to come by. Following that, Several more close confidants entered and relayed the information they had gathered to Feng Zining. For instance, regarding the expansion of houses. If they wanted to expand, land wouldn't be a problem, but there weren't many building materials or craftsmen. Especially for building materials, a trip to the market would reveal that in Xian Prefecture City, apart from a few prominent figures who still had stockpiled materials, more than half had been reserved by Wanfu Garden. Wanfu Garden had quite a few benefactors behind it, and no one was willing to directly offend such a large group of people. This garden had also received the tacit approval of the Zhao family. We inquired about the situation of others who moved north this year. Compared to them, our place is the largest, one of them said. The Sihai district they were living in had already had a batch of houses built by the Zhao family. While they couldn't be compared to their previous living conditions, they were quite good in the current times. The study gradually fell silent. Feng Zining sat there without speaking. Young master, someone probed tentatively. Feng Zining looked over, his eyes slightly deepened. Building materials are just minor issues. What he cared about at this moment was not some big house or a large courtyard. His greatest concern, traveling from south to north, was whether he could lead his clan to survive. And whether he could advance the family further. We've been on the road, everyone is tired. Let's rest for 2 days first. Remind everyone not to say anything inappropriate. Yes. Feng Zining thought again of Treasure Bridge, which he had seen on the road. He would indeed send people to inquire, but it was inconvenient to send too many people at this time. Sihai district was bustling with activity. The residents of the surrounding districts were very curious. However, people were specifically stationed at the entrance of Sihai district to refuse visitors who came to probe. That night, Feng Zining had many thoughts and his mind was unsettled. Having arrived in a strange place, he thought he wouldn't sleep well, but his body was exhausted from the journey, and he surprisingly slept until dawn. When he woke up the next day, he didn't dare to rest for too long. I expect many distinguished guests to visit today. He instructed the household servants to make ample preparations. Thinking of the list he had seen before, Feng Zining already had a plan in mind. On this list, some items were marked with a special focus. For example, former dignitaries and also current new dignitaries. These people probably wouldn't deign to visit. He would have to prepare generous gifts himself and go to pay his respects. Among the new dignitaries in the city, he planned to start with the Shin family. Just as he was thinking, the steward came to report that the Shin brothers, Shin Qing and Shin Lu, from the Shin family, had come to visit. Feng Zining thought he must have misheard. Who? Which Shin family? The steward was also very excited. The Shin family of Madame Shin from the Zhao family. The Shin family was a new power. Although they had been merchants before, their status was greatly different now. In Xian Prefecture City, they could openly confront someone from the Zhao family's collateral branch. When he had previously gathered information, he had heard that the Shin brothers were somewhat arrogant and haughty. Now, for those two to come in person, and to be the first visitors of the day. Amidst his excitement, there was also a sense of caution. Although he didn't know the other party's intentions, it was indeed beneficial to his own plans. Soon, the Shin brothers were welcomed in. Feng Zining wore a sincere and enthusiastic smile on his face. Then he discovered that the smiles on the faces of the two Shin brothers were even more sincere and enthusiastic than his own. Feng Zining? Shin Qing and Shin Lu, the brothers from the Shin family, were truly excited at this moment. They had gathered information that the 4 families residing in Sihai district were all previously involved in maritime trade and were very wealthy. The 4 families were led by the Feng family, so they sought out the Feng family first. If the Feng family alone could fill the remaining financial and grain deficit, they wouldn't need to approach others. The previous day was not suitable, so they began preparations early in the morning. As soon as the district gate opened, they rushed over. Meanwhile, in Jingxing district, Wen Gu was also calculating the time. The 2 from the Shin family should be taking action by now. Related to their wallets and reputation, they would certainly be very active. They had been busy recently and would definitely not miss the wealthy households in Sihai district. The first day to make friends, the second day to discuss business, and within 3 days at most, they would bring people over. He told Wen Gu, there are new arrivals, inquiring for information in Jingxing district. Those people look like they often bask in the sun, a bit dark-skinned, but not like ordinary villagers. When Gu asked, how many people? Hida was uncertain, about 2 or 3. Perhaps there are others we haven't discovered. When Gu thought to himself, 2 or 3 isn't enough for anything. He said, no need to pay attention to them, handle it as usual. Hida didn't pay much attention either. Their place had never lacked people inquiring. At first, it was locals, then the new residents who had moved north. Almost everyone had sent people to gather information. Jingxing district seemed as peaceful as ever. Another day passed. Indeed, as when Gu had guessed, the Shin brothers had first visited the Feng family on the first day to express their goodwill and had also discussed Wanfu Garden. Feng Zining followed the topic and showed interest. The two sides hit it off immediately, and within 2 days, they were discussing profit sharing. Feng Zining's intention to participate in the Wanfu Garden project was out of interest, but also a test and a way to integrate into Xian Prefecture more quickly and establish new connections. It was just a small amount of money, and they had plenty of money certificates in hand now. After agreeing on the profit sharing, the Feng family could directly cover the shortfall in money and grain. However, Shenqing stated, we still need to go to Jingxing district to inform them. When discussing the Wanfu Garden project, there were some questions Feng Zining couldn't answer, so he had to seek clarification from Wengu. He also wanted to bring Wengu the good news that the deficit has been filled. Feng Zining had wanted to meet the new dignitary overseeing Treasure Bridge. During his conversation with the Shin brothers, he had also attempted to probe and guide the conversation. Although Wengu was just a small district head, everyone knew his status was unusual. He was not only Zhao family's cousin, but also highly valued by the Zhao family's power holders, rightly considered a new dignitary. Therefore, on the 3rd day of the meeting between Shin and Feng, they went to Jingxing district together. Don't we need to write a formal inquiry first? Feng Zining asked. No need for such trouble. We are close with Wengu, very familiar with him. There's no need for such formality. Besides, he usually works there, so we can go directly. Shenqing said. The 3, with their followers, arrived at Jingxing district. Feng Zining looked at the plaque that read, Jingxing Public Office. Shenlu introduced, my cousin wrote the plaque. Feng Zining's eyes held a bit more respect. Shenqing walked over to the guardhouse and knocked on the window. Old Luo opened the door. Feng Zining's gaze lingered on the windshield for a moment before moving on, his focus on the doorman inside. The sharp, scrutinizing gaze that swept over him at that moment was certainly not that of an ordinary gatekeeper. Upon entering the public office's courtyard, Feng Zining commented, this person doesn't seem simple. Shenlu gave him a look that said, your eyesight is good, and replied, he's retired from the patrol division. Feng Zining had inquired before coming here, knowing the nature of Xian Prefecture's patrol division. He felt a pang of annoyance in his heart. The gifts he had prepared for today were still too meager. Shenqing and Shenlu, familiar with the place, found the scribe's office. However, only Qingji and little brother he were working inside. Where is Wengu? Shenqing asked. Qingji bowed and replied, the foreman went to Qingyun district across the street. Shall I send someone to fetch the foreman? Shenqing thought for a moment and then asked, how long will he be back? Not too long. Qingji thought of Wengu's words from this morning, looked at the sky, and said, he should be back within an hour. Then there's no need to search for him. He must be doing something over there. We'll wait here first, Shenqing said. Shenlu explained to Feng Zining, Jingxing district is open to the public, but Qingyun district currently has restrictions. There are several kills inside, and some technical secrets are involved, so it's being managed quite strictly for now. The scribe's office was not a suitable place to linger, and the reception area was too boring. Shenqing asked, is Pei Jing here? Changji replied, yes, young Master Pei came over this morning. Then let's go find Pei Jing, it's warmer over there. Exiting the scribe's office, Feng Zining asked, who is Pei Jing? Shenqing said, Pei Jun's younger brother. Do you know Pei Jun? Feng Zining, chief officer of the patrol division. How could he not know? He had just highlighted him on the list not long ago. Seeing Feng Zining's expression turn serious, Shenqing chuckled and said, hey, don't worry. Pei Jing is Pei Jing, he's different from his brother. He also invested in Wanfu Garden. I told you this yesterday. Feng Zining thought to himself, but you didn't say he was here. If he had known, he would have made some preparations in advance, at least prepared another small gift. For the first time, he profoundly realized how unreliable the legendary Unreliable Shin brothers were. Across the street in Qingyun District, Taoist Master Qingyi had just finished making a new magic artifact. Once the Taoist temple was built, he could offer it to benefactors and believers in exchange for some merit. Upon hearing that Wengu was coming, Taoist Master Qingyi quickly handed the object in his hand to a Taoist acolyte and waved his hands rapidly. The acolyte was also experienced and asked no questions, taking the item and running to the warehouse. If Foreman Wen didn't fancy what Master had refined, it would be fine. But if he did, he would very likely employ the give-it-to-me tactic. What's more, every time Foreman Wen offered a reason, it was impossible to refuse. Afterward, the Master would regret it. After a few repetitions, it had become the current reaction. Taoist Master Qingyi returned to his room empty-handed and didn't have a good look at Wengu. Wengu had come to Qingyun District in the morning and first toured a few kills to check on the progress before coming here to leisurely drink tea. When Taoist Master Qingyi arrived, Wengu asked, "Have the gifts I asked you to refine been completed?" Taoist Master Qingyi asked, "What gifts?" Wengu looked over. Taoist Master Qingyi thought for a moment and remembered, "Oh, you mean the gifts for learning a craft. They're being made. He paused and then defended himself. "The color matching is not easy. I've failed a few times." Before Wengu could ask further, he complained as if venting, "I don't understand. In this day and age, what's the use of you spending time learning calligraphy and painting?" As he spoke, he observed Wengu's expression. If someone else were doing this, the Taoist master would think that person was a fool with nothing better to do. But when it came to Wengu, he always felt that this dog scholar was brewing some mischief. Wengu calmly replied, "Work and rest are balanced for self-cultivation and nurturing the mind." Taoist master, "I don't believe you. Why learn calligraphy and painting? You should learn tea ceremony. It can be used when the tea house in Wanfu Garden is built." Wengu didn't continue this topic with him but said, "Besides the gifts for learning a craft, there are also year-end gifts. Hurry up." Taoist Master Qingyi was only responsible for one part of it. The other processes were completed by specialized craftsmen. The craftsmen had been working hard on the research, but Taoist Master Qingyi would often slack off. Wengu watched the time, drank his tea, and offered some words of encouragement. At this moment, someone from Jingxing District came to deliver a message. "Someone from Feng family in Sihai District has arrived?" Wengu's voice was neither high nor low. Taoist Master Qingyi looked up. Wengu put down his teacup. "There are distinguished guests over there. I'll go over first." "Wait." Taoist Master Qingyi called out to him. The muscles on his face twitched slightly due to excessive contemplation. The Taoist master called for a Taoist acolyte, "Bring the newly made evil warding gourd." A colorful gourd, carved with evil warding runes, was handed to Wengu. "Keep it at your public office for now. It will be safer with someone guarding it." Taoist Master Qingyi had also been paying attention to the 4 prominent families in Sihai District. Perhaps in the future, they would all be his major clients. As the saying goes, you can't catch a fox without sacrificing a goose. Wengu looked at the precious gourd in his hand, knowing what the Taoist master was aiming for. They believe in the goddess of the sea and the Buddha. Taoist Master Qingyi thought to himself, "That's why they should be exposed to the influence of our Taoist magical artifacts even more." Wengu returned to Jingxing District with the box containing the precious gourd. He first went to Pei Jing's place and gave him some colored glass beads for a puzzle. Then, accompanied by the Shen brothers and Feng Zaining, he went to the reception room. In front of them, as if casually, he took out the precious gourd from the box and placed it to the side as an ornament. Then, while their attention was diverted, Wengu steered the conversation back, expressing his welcome to Feng Zaining. He welcomed the Feng family of Sihai District to officially join the Wanfu Garden Benefactor Group. The group discussed the construction of Wanfu Garden for a while. Feng Zaining had matters to attend to at home and took his leave. Wengu also gave him an access pass. "Next time you come, you can enter the public office directly." Shinqing and Shinlu, having just resolved a troublesome matter, wanted to find some entertainment and did not stay long. After they left, Chengji brought over a delicate wooden box. This was the gift from Feng Zaining's first visit. The box was not large, but it was evident that the craftsmanship was exquisite. Inside were 9 pearls and coral beads of considerable size. However, compared to the jewels inside, Wengu preferred the box itself. After playing with it for a while, Wengu prepared a return gift. He asked Chang Shun to escort Chengji and deliver the return gift to Sihai District. In the evening, before the district gate closed, Feng Zining received the return gift at home. Thump. A wooden box was placed on the table. It wasn't particularly exquisite, but the materials were decent, and it was somewhat heavy. Feng Zining opened it with curiosity. The box was divided into 2 layers. The upper layer contained a glass writing knife with a smooth, leaf-like texture. The lower layer was full of food ration tickets. They were stamped with the crimson seal of Jingqing Public Office. End of this chapter. Seeing the food ration tickets, Feng Zining was stunned for a long time. This was the first time he had received such a return gift. A formal post was sent along with the gift. The content roughly stated, "When chatting today, I heard Brother Feng mention that you have just arrived and have not yet settled in. Your servants also have to run around, which is quite inconvenient. After much thought, I thought it best to alleviate some of Brother Feng's burdens." The post mentioned that these food ration tickets were printed this month and were valid for 3 months. They could be used in Jingxing District, and the canteen offered ginger soup, hot congee, and occasionally some meat, eggs, and small dishes. Feng Zining put down the post and picked up a food ration ticket from the wooden box. Nowadays, gold, silver, copper, and iron no longer held their former value, and the money certificates received were all large denominations. In the past, he could reward his family servants with small ingots of silver, but now it was inconvenient, and food and goods had to be portioned in advance. If the canteen in Jingxing District was reliable, these food ration tickets could indeed be put to use. The pearls and coral he had given to Wengu, in the past, were certainly worth a fortune. Now, it was hard to say. Dignitaries who liked jewelry would pay a high price, but if no one liked them, their value would depreciate significantly. After a compromise valuation, what he had given away was not much different from the food ration tickets and glass writing knife that Wengu had returned. In the 3 days since arriving in Xian Prefecture City, Feng Zining had given out many gifts. The return gifts he received could be roughly divided into 2 categories, those emphasizing form and those emphasizing substance. This foreman one seems to be a practical person. The 2 from the Shin family were not very reliable, so there was no need to hold high expectations. This foreman one was somewhat interesting. Analyzing the people of Xian Prefecture he had interacted with over the past few days, Feng Zining took out a thick stack of food ration tickets from the box and called his follower to distribute them to everyone as subsidies. His guards and followers could try the canteen in Jingxing District if it was inconvenient for them to cook for themselves. The current times were unusual, and commerce in the city was far from active. In the past, servants running errands outside could buy their own food, but Xian Prefecture City had a strict neighborhood system. There were no shops on the sides of the roads, only walls of the districts. They had just arrived here and had not yet figured out which district had food for sale. Jingxing District was the first. Those who went to Jingxing District to inquire for news no longer needed to be secretive. After instructing them about the food ration tickets, Feng Zining thought of the precious gourd he had seen at the Jingxing Public Office. When he chatted with his grandmother, he had also considered using shiny objects like the treasure bridge to build a family shrine, but he had to first understand the rules of Xian Prefecture City and the attitude of the Zhao family. The family shrine set up in the courtyard where they were currently living would remain as it was for now. It was better to keep a low profile for now, observe, and then renovate later. The Taoist temple in Qing'an District would be permitted to operate, which must involve other interests and was not an ordinary Taoist temple. He thought the precious gourd looked quite good. Although it was refined by a Taoist priest, it would be nice to buy one and keep it at home. He would ask another day if it should be purchased directly with money and grain or exchanged with merit money. Jingxing District. After the construction site was halted, many laborers were temporarily without income and had to save on food. The canteen became a bit deserted, and the circulation of food ration tickets slowed down. But soon, people from Sihai District made the place lively again. Feng family's guards and followers, holding food ration tickets as subsidies, started arriving one after another. They were quite enthusiastic, being able to observe the treasure bridge up close, conveniently gather information, and enjoy hot soup. Others who had moved north to the city this winter saw this and opened their minds. They had also just arrived and had not prepared many items. It was inconvenient for their servants to cook and also inconvenient to give monetary rewards. Why not use the food ration tickets from Jingxing District as subsidies? It was calculated that they could save some money and grain and gather more information. It saved money, time, and effort. It wasn't that no one had thought of it before, but everyone had too many worries and was unwilling to be the first. Now that the Foam family in Sihai District had taken the first step and it seemed to have no problems, others followed with peace of mind. Small quantities could be exchanged directly with the canteen manager for food ration tickets, and large quantities could be exchanged at the public office. Even those great families who often sent their servants to the city gate to meet those returning from outside had to send people to the city gate several times a day. Especially on snowy days, some stewards would bring people to the canteen in Jingxing District to wait while drinking ginger soup and hot congee. One or two quick-footed people would be left at the city gate to report any news, and they could rush over immediately when there was movement. Jingxing District was not next to the main road, but it was not far, and it was quick to get back and forth. They didn't have to gather at the city gate to endure the cold. For a time, the canteen in Jingxing District became crowded. To address this, several sheds for storing miscellaneous items near the canteen were tidied up and converted into private rooms. Generous stewards who did not want to stay in the main canteen would book a private room, which was equipped with a coal stove and a heat-conducting exhaust pipe. The canteen hired 5 more temporary workers to clean bowls and dishes and sweep the floor. Cheng Ji and little brother he grinned with joy while reviewing the accounts. The canteen spent a lot of money, but it also earned a lot. The foreman said that the canteen was not enough, and after the weather warmed up, another second canteen would be built, and more people would be hired then. Now, some residents who had nothing to do would actively go to the canteen to help, show their presence, and perform well, hoping for preferential employment. When Gu drew a picture of the bustling scene at the canteen and had Chung Shun deliver it to the Mr. Calligraphy and Painting he had chosen. It was still a period of observation, and he had not yet formally begun to learn from him. This was a process of mutual selection. When Gu had chosen this person as his Mr. Calligraphy and Painting, but he also needed that person to accept him as a student. The 3 candidates his cousin had recommended all came from extraordinary families. Although these 3 were old and stayed at home, their relatives held important positions. One of them had a relative who was a former Hanlin scholar, a confidential secretary to the emperor, who was now assisting old Zhao. Another had a cousin who was a former crown prince's tutor and was now also valued by old Zhao. And then there was the one Wen Gu had chosen. Old Master Hong's family had 2 sons who had held important positions in the court and were now helping old Zhao govern the towns. In this epidemic of evil and chaotic times, even a small town could not be governed by ordinary people. Just like what Wen Gu and his companions had seen on their journey north, the county towns had different outcomes. Some were completely wiped out and became monster dens, while others managed to preserve more of their population and became like fireflies in the chaotic times. In short, these 3 currently had no real power, but their family members did. Noble families were like this. One could not look at just an individual. They were a collective, and a move in one part affected the whole. One really couldn't be aggressive. Treat others with sincerity. Build friendships with heart. He had to make old Mr. Hong feel his dedication to seeking knowledge and learning. From the day he finalized his choice, when Gu sent a painting to the old gentleman every few days, asking for his guidance. The post accompanying the painting clearly stated that he was painting the canteen and that when he had a satisfactory one, it would be used for printing food ration tickets. Of course, it would not be printed in such fine detail, but it would reference the composition's angle, main and secondary subjects, solid and void areas, density, placement of blank space, and the position of the seal, etc. The layout and composition could affect the overall spirit of the painting. Anyway, he was learning to paint, and the finished paintings also had their uses. Thus, a fresh depiction of the Jingxing District canteen was sent to a district within the core area. On old Master Hong's desk, the unfurled scroll carried a vibrant and lively feel, as if one could hear the past bustling sounds of the marketplace. Although old Master Hong had never personally been to Jingxing District, he had seen the treasure bridge when passing by. What was Jingxing District like? He had only heard others talk about it. However, the canteen of Jingxing District was now clearly imprinted in his mind. The changes in the canteen during this period were like a serialized story, making the viewer's mood brighten along with it. It evoked a sense of nostalgic, earthly fireworks. In terms of painting technique alone, Wengu's paintings were indeed not very good in old Master Hong's eyes. But he could feel the hope and vitality in every detail of the people in the paintings, rather than a struggle in the mud or numb despair. From the laborers working hard at the construction site, to the loafers running errands, to the stewards and followers of the wealthy families, they all appeared more vibrant. Facing Wengu's paintings, old Master Hong's attitude also changed. From casually adding a few strokes to the paintings at first, he later seriously pointed out the shortcomings and made additions and revisions. And now, the old servant beside him had followed him for many years and usually interacted with him casually and intimately. The old servant had also seen the first painting Wengu sent and the current one. In the earlier paintings, the canteen was quite deserted, and his mood also became desolate. The weather was cold and freezing, the construction site was not operating, and the laborers were gone, leaving only idle loafers bragging. Today, Jingxing District actually had a lot of people, and it looked very lively. He seemed to feel the warmth of the winter stove, and a smile couldn't help but appear on his face. The old servant had already ground the ink and laid out various pigments, waiting for his master to revise the painting. However, the person at the desk picked up the brush several times and then put it down. Old Master Hong stared silently at the painting before him. It was not that the painting's composition and technique were perfect enough. After much deliberation, he took out his seal and pressed it down heavily. The old servant beside him asked doubtfully, "Master, aren't you going to paint anymore?" "No more painting." Old Master Hong finished stamping with a bang, showing no intention of picking up the brush. "It always gives me the illusion that I'm helping him draw food ration tickets, working for him. Or is it not an illusion?" This. The old servant was stunned. It couldn't be, it really couldn't be. He rolled up the painting according to his master's instructions and sent it to Jingxing District. He was still thinking, although scholars who survive in chaotic times are cunning with 100 tricks, what if that foreman one is really an honest child? Qingyun District. Wengu looked at the several craftsmen before him with clear and sincere eyes. Your craftsmanship is becoming more and more exquisite and skilled. He had just received the custom-made learning gifts, and he was very satisfied with the finished products. After being whipped, the dog Taoist priest indeed gained momentum and quickly finished the items with the craftsmen. These craftsmen were mainly responsible for the carving and polishing processes. Wengu expressed his praise for every detail of the carving, the overall effect, and the craftsmanship of the artisans, with no repetition. The artisans before him blushed with praise, so excited they didn't know what to do. They were artisans kept by various wealthy families, usually working for their employers. If the employer was happy, they would receive rewards. If not, there would be punishments. Only with foremen when could they hear such sincere praise, and the rewards this person gave were also very generous. They were overjoyed. Wengu then left a few more difficult polishing tasks, and the craftsmen repeatedly assured him that they would complete the items for the foreman before the Chinese New Year. Wengu walked back with the learning gifts. The High Uncle's Feng family, a new resident of Sihai District, had joined the benefactor group, giving the Kills more confidence to purchase raw and auxiliary materials with sufficient money and grain. Anyway, any failed products that were fired would become decorative materials for Wanfu Garden next year. The efforts of the craftsmen resulted in materials that finally met Wengu's requirements. If he could make something before the Chinese New Year, the year-end gifts he gave to his uncle and aunt and cousin would be very substantial. Well, his uncle's warehouse had recently been replenished. The amount of money certificates held by the families in Sihai District indicated how much goods they had supplied to the Zhao family. Musing about the Chinese New Year, Wengu returned to Jingxing District and soon received the painting sent back by old Master Hong's servant. The revised painting is this fast this time. Previously, they were sent back every day or two. He knew his own painting skills and that his level was far from sufficient. Wengu opened the scroll with doubt. There was not an extra stroke on the painting, but there was an added seal. This was the key. Wengu's face lit up with joy. This was old Master Hong's first use of his seal, which meant he had approved. This meant he could formally visit him to learn. Wengu looked at the painting again, rolled it up, and put it away. He wrote a post to arrange a time. He also packed the learning gift, a set of glass ink dishes and brush washers that could be stacked, which could be used as decorative items or taken out for use. The overall design was rectangular on the outside and circular on the inside. The outer frame was square, symbolizing firmness and stability. The inner circle represented harmony and completeness. The surface was carved with auspicious patterns, suitable for placing on a desk, both practical and elegant. Old Master Hong did not formally accept disciples, so he did not accept formal disciple-receiving gifts. This was just a learning gift prepared by Wengu. The next day, he brought Taitu and Chengji to a district close to the core area of the city. Here, or rather, in several adjacent districts, lived many officials. Old Master Hong was 60 years old, with gray hair and beard. He had also served as an official, but had resigned early to run an academy and teach. Although he could not claim to have disciples all over the world, he had taught many talented individuals. It was only during the chaotic times that he and his family came to the northern region of Xian Prefecture. The old gentleman had a sense of concern for the country and the people, as well as a vigorous martial spirit. Wengu recalled the information he had gathered. This day was unfortunate, as a new round of snowfall had begun, but thankfully the wind was not strong. If the times were peaceful, many scholars would certainly be reciting poetry and appreciating the snow. However, now it only appeared cold and desolate. Even in this district where wealthy households and dignitaries were numerous, if one paused to listen, one could hear faint or sharp cries. Upon arriving at old Master Hong's residence, a servant led them into the courtyard. A blue-robed old man was practicing sword dancing in the snow. His posture was emaciated yet vigorous, awe-inspiring like an armored soldier breaking through a formation. The north wind suddenly gusted, and cold light chased the snow. His sword technique was sharp and carried a righteous spirit, possessing the demeanor of ancient sages. Wengu stood by the side, quietly watching. The old gentleman's physique was truly robust. He could at least dance sword for another 20 years. End of this chapter. The sword light flashed, leaving behind dappled snow shadows. As Wengu watched, the elderly man practicing his sword seemed like a solitary crane between the sea and sky, his fierce moves concealing a pent-up frustration and loneliness. Wengu had been waiting quietly under the eaves. Only after the elder finished his sword practice did he step forward. He bowed respectfully. Student Wengu greets Mr. Wu Yuan. Old Master Hong, whose sobriquet was Wu Yuan, had also used this name for the stamp he applied to Wengu's work. The elder handed his sword to a servant beside him and looked up at Wengu. He's too frail for his age. Come inside first. Don't catch a cold. Wengu took the book box from Taitu and followed old Master Hong into the study. Chengji and Taitu waited in the outer hall and would leave soon. The courtyard wasn't large. Old Master Hong had sectioned it off himself. According to the information Wengu had gathered, the elder had some conflict with his family and lived here with his old servant and 2 followers. Housing conditions were limited nowadays and one couldn't move far. They could only simply section off a courtyard. Inside the study now, only old Master Hong and Wengu were present. A brazier was placed inside the room. The 60-year-old elder, wearing a simple training outfit, had ruddy cheeks and a few beads of sweat on his forehead. The 20-year-old youth, in a thick cloak, possessed an elegant demeanor, the typical appearance of a fair-skinned scholar. Old Master Hong wiped his sweat and looked at Wengu again, his brow furrowing deeper. From now on, besides studying calligraphy and painting, you will also practice sword fighting with me. Saying this, he took out a sword he had prepared earlier. Wengu set his cloak aside and respectfully accepted the sword with both hands. The sword's craftsmanship was not exquisite, but it was quite elegant overall. Carved with patterns like layered mountain ridges, the blade also bore the characters Sentai. Different moss, same peak, the friendship is as deep as the mossy peaks. It symbolized shared ideals and kindred spirits. The academy old Master Hong had founded previously was called Sentai Academy. This sword was the standard issue for teachers and students of Sentai Academy. Before the chaotic times, swords carried by scholars were more symbolic. 9 out of 10 were never drawn. Old Mr. Hong was fond of swords, and Tsintai Academy had many swords made for its teachers and students. Teachers and students wore swords to temper their minds. These custom-made swords were akin to school badges. Now, in these extraordinary times, the symbolic had finally turned practical. When the chaos began, the teachers and students of Tsintai Academy dispersed, and their swords could also serve as weapons. However, it was unknown how many had survived. This was likely a burden on old Master Hong's mind. Although the elder had no intention of formally taking a disciple, Wengu, by studying calligraphy and painting with him, had become an ordinary student of Tsintai Academy. He could officially wear the school badge. Perhaps because it had been imbued with the Academy's essence, the sword carried a faint scent of ink. The so-called scholar, capable of bringing peace to the realm with a brush and securing the nation on horseback. Especially in these chaotic times, we should emulate the ancient sages and possess both literary and martial skills. Student remembers. Seeing that Wengu showed no signs of reluctance, old Master Hong was rather satisfied. Indeed, Wengu had journeyed north from the south, braving dangers with other survivors, so his understanding would only be deeper. Old Master Hong then picked out some academy rules to discuss, saying they were adapted for the current situation. Considering Wengu's status and influence in Xian Prefecture, old Master Hong added, perhaps more classmates have survived. If you encounter them later and there are no conflicts, you can help each other. In chaotic times, people's hearts are unpredictable. Self-preservation is the priority. Old Master Hong only hoped that when there was no threat of harm, alumni could help one another. Wengu readily agreed. Fellow students, should we start an alumni association? If I meet them, I definitely will. After his breathing stabilized, old Master Hong began lecturing on painting techniques. He had already observed Wengu's brush control through his paintings. First, solidify the foundation and rebuild training. When he spoke of painting techniques, the elder truly only discussed that. Wengu also did not bring up other topics and diligently followed along. Until break time, the elder inquired about some of Wengu's experiences during his journey north. Wengu shared, focusing on the stories of Qingji and little brother He. Seeing the elder looking down thoughtfully, Wengu glanced at some of the paintings in the study. There were no issues with the painting skills, the techniques were proficient, and similarly, the content was evident. The elder's heart was not at peace. The room was quiet, filled with the aroma of ink. A light sigh was heard, and Wengu asked, Sir, have you ever considered establishing a branch of Tsintai Academy in Xian Prefecture City? Old Mr. Hong snapped back to attention, his gaze sharp. Wengu's voice remained steady as he continued, the knowledge taught in past academies cannot meet the survival needs of chaotic times. Now, with evil epidemics rampant and people's hearts unsettled, ignorance breeds fear. Old Master Hong's gaze felt heavy as if bearing 1,000 pounds. Under such a stare, Wengu maintained his composure, his answering gaze more sincere, as if merely speaking his mind. Many scholars are not unskilled, they simply haven't adapted to this strange world and are at a loss. If there were an academy to guide them, it could open up more survival choices. Wengu further cited Chengji and little brother He as examples. Of course, he didn't explicitly mention Chengji's monstrous memory, but only said that this individual was good at memorization. After some targeted training, these two now serve as clerks, assisting in district management, and are doing a good job. They can apply their knowledge, earn a living, and contribute to the stability of this place. Living examples were right before them. If the academy can be established, it will not only impart knowledge, but also preserve a spark of hope. Old Master Hong was touched. He took to heart what Wengu had said. Not every scholar knew how to deal with epidemics or manage people during an evil plague. Upon reflection, it was indeed possible to establish new disciplines based on the needs and demands of the chaotic times, promoting a new educational system and creating more opportunities for confused students. Wengu didn't press the matter further, quietly sipping his tea. Old Master Hong had experience running an academy. He would quickly grasp the core elements of what Wengu had suggested. If the Zhao family were to expand their territory in the future, they would undoubtedly need a large number of skilled and management talents. Even members of noble families might not have sufficient abilities to deal with the current situation. If there were a place for them to further their studies, he believed they would be willing to support it. There would certainly be opposition, but the Zhao family would definitely support it. Although the imperial examinations were suspended, they had been in place for many years. Those in power understood their importance and couldn't rely solely on members of noble families. Under absolute force, who would dare to object? This matter of the academy, if not established now, would be established in the future. If old Master Hong didn't do it, the Zhao family would. It was only a matter of time to consolidate their rule. Old Master Hong pondered, remaining silent, but his thoughts were in turmoil. After a long while, just as Wengu thought they would discuss establishing the academy, the elders suddenly stood up and boomed, "Come, let's practice sword fighting." Wengu. Fine. However, old Master Hong, carrying his sword to the courtyard, became so engrossed in his swordplay that he forgot about everyone else, clearly lost in thought. His sword moves were still sharp, but upon closer inspection, they were much more open and expansive than before, like a trapped beast spreading its wings, or clouds parting to reveal the blue sky. Wengu stood by, observing with his school badge in hand. Judging by old Master Hong's reaction, he must have contemplated establishing a school before, but had suppressed the idea for various reasons. Perhaps his family wasn't supportive, making him apathetic. Wengu's mention today had reinforced the elders' resolve. Excellent. Let's get things moving. When Wengu first received the information, he knew this old man, though not talkative, was not one to sit idly. Still vigorous in his old age. So much energy, it's clear he can establish an academy. Given the elders' preoccupation, his teaching was brief, and Wengu's first day of learning was short. However, the amount of information exchanged was substantial. Returning to Jingxing District, Qingji and the others noticed that the district head seemed in good spirits, even carrying a sword back. "What is this?" Qingji asked. "Identity authentication." Wengu explained the significance of the Tsintai Academy's sword. Little brother, he hadn't gone with them today, and hadn't seen the elder practicing sword in the snow. He only knew that the elder was around 60, had been a high-ranking official, and later resigned to establish an academy. 60 years old. In their small county town back home, many people didn't even live to 60. It was hard to imagine a 60-year-old man practicing sword in the cold weather, struggling even to walk. Little brother, he couldn't help but exclaim at the old man's age. "That's where you're wrong," Wengu said. "Ask Qingji. With the elder's physique, he could take down the three of us with one sword strike." Qingji nodded vigorously. "He could take down 10 people like me. Much faster than I chop firewood." Wengu didn't mention the branch academy to them, as it wasn't confirmed yet and it was best not to spread the word. He looked with satisfaction at his newly acquired school badge, wiping the melting snow from the characters, Tsintai. He thought to himself, "To all surviving alumni, your junior Wengu has joined the alumni group today." The elder's ability to act should be consistent with his temperament. He is a decisive person and will not disappoint. The Tsintai Academy Xian Prefecture branch will soon appear in the city. 60 years old, how is that old? He has fame, reputation, seniority, and fighting spirit. He is in his prime. His robust physique means he can at least serve as dean for another 20 years. The timing is also perfect now. The Zhao family's warehouses are overflowing with supplies. Instead of letting them sit there, some should be allocated to establishing the academy. And for those talented individuals who cannot leave Xian Prefecture City for various reasons, instead of lamenting their fate at home and wasting their time, they should contribute their part. Everyone, come out and get to work. End of this chapter. Wengu only mentioned the academy's suggestion once. Seeing that old Master Hong had taken it to heart, he didn't bring it up again. The old master remained very interested in Jingxing District's large canteen. It was the liveliest place in the entire district, and people from various districts with different statuses frequented it. The old master gleaned many insights from observing them. Wengu's extracurricular assignment remained drawing the Jingxing District canteen. Since Wengu had other affairs, and the old master also had a new endeavor, Wengu only needed to visit every few days instead of daily. This way, they could submit homework, refine painting skills, and not delay their respective important matters. The old master had been busy lately, filled with ambition. He visited the Zhao family frequently, his spirits soaring. If things went smoothly, the Academy's matter could be finalized before the year's end. One day, Wengu returned to the canteen to gather drawing materials. As Wengu did not deliberately conceal his actions, Hida had already learned from his younger brother that Wengu was studying calligraphy and painting under a prominent figure and was painting scenes of the canteen, even including him, the newspaper reader. This implied that even a small figure like himself was known to a significant person. Hida's desire to perform grew. After reading the newspaper with great animation and sharing interesting stories, he looked towards the foreman, wondering if he would be included in the painting again. Just then, he saw someone standing in front of Wengu, seemingly recommending himself. Hida had seen this person a few times. He seemed to be a loafer from another district. His expression immediately fell. As a fellow loafer, there used to be Yu-Er competing with him. Later, Yu-Er moved to the blacksmith shop opposite. Now, many ambitious individuals wanted to join. Hida felt threatened. He folded the newspaper and quickly walked over. Wengu was also looking at the person before him. The other party was a loafer who ran errands and delivered messages. There were many such people in the canteen, but this one seemed to have waited there specifically to recommend himself. This person's surname was Tao, the third eldest in his family, and a native of Xian Prefecture. He had a resolute face and a strong build. He looked decent and, while not brawny, was not weak either. He appeared capable of enduring hardship. With educated elders in his family, Tao-san could read a few characters and was familiar with the terrain around Xian Prefecture City. If the district needs me in the future, I can also run errands outside the city or handle matters in nearby villages, Tao-san stated his advantages. Wengu listened patiently without reprimanding him, but he did not make a decision. His tone was gentle, merely directing the person to find Zhou Shan. Many people had sought to join Jingxing District recently. It was evident that Jingxing District's development momentum was strong, and its future prospects were bright. Ordinary people could at least find work there, avoiding cold and hunger. Furthermore, the person in charge was reliable and had a strong background. This inspired more people to consider joining. From Jingxing District's perspective, it was indeed beneficial to accept suitable talents. However, Zhou Shan was in charge of these matters. Since the responsibility had been delegated, Wengu generally did not step in to make decisions. Hida stood not far away, eavesdropping. Seeing Wengu's reaction, Hida felt slightly relieved and glanced at the competitor with a smirk. Just you. The other person, upon catching Hida's gaze, did not get angry. He simply nodded slightly and clasped his hands in a friendly gesture. This only increased Hida's wariness. They were all loafers, who didn't know whom. What was with the act? How many people who ran errands and delivered messages were truly upright? Hypocrites. Fakes. Hida, unwilling to take any chances, pulled his younger brother along to identify the person, to prevent any underhanded tactics. Remember this person. If anything major happens, inform me as soon as possible. He added, of course, don't reveal anything that foreman wants kept confidential. I'm referring to other matters that don't affect official duties. Little brother, he understood the importance of discretion, and as he worked with the foreman, he wouldn't share secrets with his elder brother. After collecting enough material in the canteen, Wengu returned to paint. He had fewer official duties lately, and other matters were proceeding smoothly according to plan, requiring little effort. This left him with more free time to dedicate to his painting. The next day, Wengu, with his homework, along with Taitu and little brother, he headed towards old Master Hong's residence. The first 2 times, he had brought Qingji to understand the layout of the neighboring districts. Afterward, he rotated in bringing the district's clerks and officials to broaden their horizons. Today, it was little brother his turn. Finally being able to witness a 60-year-old man practicing swordplay, little brother, he was very excited. He followed Wengu into the district where many distinguished individuals resided. His expression was serious, and he dared not let his gaze wander. However, as they walked, Wengu suddenly stopped. Little brother, he also stopped and looked at their foreman in confusion, then followed Wengu's gaze forward. His jaw slowly dropped. Not far ahead, at the entrance of a courtyard belonging to a certain residence, a straw mat was spread on the ground, and someone was kneeling on it, crying inconsolably. The veins on their neck bulged, as if suppressing extreme grief and enduring it with great difficulty. Their voice was hoarse and sorrowful. They were wearing thin, patched-up rags, which accentuated their emaciated frame. Little brother, he stared blankly at the scene. If he wasn't mistaken, this looked like Tao San, whom he had seen at the Jingxing district canteen yesterday. Yesterday, this person looked robust, strong, and capable of working. Now, he looked completely different, poor, pitiable, and frail. How could he have become so miserable in just one day? Was he faking it? Little brother, he suspected the person was acting, but as he listened, he felt the scene was genuine. He couldn't hear clearly from a distance, but it seemed to be about the distribution of supplies. The mention of supply distribution made little brother he lean towards believing it was real. Only those from the lower rungs knew how difficult it was to obtain relief supplies. Having experienced the twisted human relationships during chaotic times, little brother he remained vigilant. He whispered to Wengu Foreman, "The person up ahead." Wengu replied, "It has nothing to do with us." "Oh, that's good." Little brother he trusted Wengu's judgment and felt a bit more at ease. Sympathy? He did feel a little, but in this world, who could care for so many? It was enough to look after oneself and one's loved ones. However, little brother he wasn't sure if Wengu would help. The foreman had always been a soft-hearted person. He glanced at Wengu. Wengu was looking forward intently. His face showed no signs of sympathy or indignation. At this moment, Wengu was seriously observing and analyzing. He wasn't analyzing any conspiracy. He didn't believe Tao San was waiting for him today. He hadn't informed anyone of his departure time in advance. The target of that person was the resident of the courtyard ahead. Recalling the information gathered recently, an official lived there, not a very high-ranking one, but one who managed the supply distribution for several districts. Before the Spring Festival, the Zhao family would allocate a batch of charcoal to those impoverished districts to help their residents survive the winter. The crying outside was related to this matter. Perhaps because when Gu and his companions stood there for too long, increasing their presence, the person on the straw mat turned to look at them. Upon seeing the three of them, the crying paused, and then, as if nothing had happened, they turned back and continued their pleas smoothly. The figure, imbued with a tragic aura, cowed out at the courtyard gate. Their forehead pressed against the cold mat, the expression on their face was unclear, only their quivering back suggested extreme sorrow. Even little brother he, who harbored suspicions, felt the sense of hardship and sadness. When Gu continued to observe the person on the straw mat, the volume of their voice was controlled just right, neither loud enough to disturb other residents nor too soft to be heard within the courtyard. It was not an accusation, nor a cry for justice, but a tearful narration of their difficult circumstances and a plea for the relief food and charcoal to be distributed quickly. Technically, a single sob contained at least 3 tonal variations, and the alternating use of breathy and solid tones created an auditory experience that greatly resonated with the listener's emotions, creating a vortex of tragedy within a few dozen feet. Absolutely professional. This tragic performance was executed flawlessly and naturally. After being exposed, they acted as if no one was watching, demonstrating remarkable psychological fortitude. At this point, the courtyard gate of the residence ahead finally opened. A housekeeper-like figure emerged, looking quite troubled and speaking in a harsh tone. Considering the presence of others nearby, the housekeeper spoke in a low voice, saying a few words before quickly retreating into the courtyard and closing the door. The person on the straw mat, appearing extremely grateful, got up, wiped their nose and tears, and packed up the straw mat. When they turned back, carrying the mat, their face was expressionless. The tragic atmosphere vanished instantly. Little brother he. Seeing the person walk closer, having been some distance away earlier, he now realized up close that this person hadn't become frail in a single day. It was entirely due to the visual deception created by their attire. Little brother he's eyes widened, his expression dazed, and his worldview was once again shaken. Tao Sen walked up to them and cupped his hands in a salute to Wengu. Little brother he. How pathetic they had been just moments ago, a tough man shedding tears, speaking with emotion, and now they were polite and refined. So, it really was an act, wasn't it? The person's facial expressions changed so rapidly, tears could be produced and stopped at will, and their emotional self-control was first class, truly admirable. As little brother he was marveling, he heard Wengu say to the person, "Go to Jingqing public office for an interview tomorrow." The person, about to leave with the straw mat on their back, looked at Wengu as if hearing something unbelievable, and an uncontrollable look of joy spread across their face. They bowed deeply. "Thank you, Foreman 1. Wengu didn't say anything more and continued towards Old Master Hong's house with Taitu and little brother he. After they had walked a considerable distance, little brother he asked, puzzled, "Foreman? Are you really going to take someone like that into Jingxing district?" Wengu smiled. "He's a talent. That acting ability, which could be switched on and off so easily, should not be wasted. He could be brought along to plead poverty when raising funds in the future. He didn't know when it would be useful, but since he had encountered it, he would scoop it up for now." Little brother he fell silent, but in his heart, he pitied his elder brother. "Brother, your competitor's underhanded tactics are too fierce. You can't possibly act better than him." Meanwhile, Tao San hadn't expected such good fortune from this errand today. Standing there watching Wengu and his group walk away, he quickly left. Many officials lived in this district, so he couldn't linger. Only after leaving the district did he sprint home. In a district inhabited by ordinary citizens, amidst low stone and earth walls and small wooden and stone houses, a middle-aged clerk was pacing back and forth by the doorway, looking out expectantly. The Zhao family would allocate a batch of relief supplies to each impoverished district before the Spring Festival, but the amount, whether more or less, would not be strictly investigated by superiors, though those below them attached great importance to it. To secure more for their own people, each person had to utilize their skills and talents to the fullest. The squeaky wheel gets the grease. Everyone was suffering, but resources were limited. They had to make the official responsible for distributing supplies aware that their district was poorer, more miserable, and in greater need of relief. It was like a nest with so many hungry mouths. If you didn't cry out, open your mouth, or push to the front, when would you ever get fed? The busy superiors couldn't be relied upon. Therefore, between enduring in silence and offering bribes, they chose to evoke pity. The current official did not easily punish people. They used different tactics for different people. If a crying session could solve the problem, why bother with bribes? It couldn't be said to be simply evoking pity. Everyone was struggling. Regardless of whether it was in the past or present, peaceful times or chaotic ones, people always froze to death every winter. They could only try their best to prevent their fellow villagers from being on the death list. What others saw as selfish, their fellow villagers viewed as helping those in distress. Why care what others thought? Considering that a woman coming forward might lead to gossip, after deliberation, he recommended his nephew. The affluent districts were not open to outsiders, so they chose a time and arranged for someone to bring Tao San there. He wasn't sure if it would be successful. The middle-aged clerk felt anxious. Only when Tao San returned safely did he show signs of joy. "How was it? Was the matter handled?" he asked impatiently. Tao San, having run all the way back, panted heavily. He put on a thick coat, poured a bowl of hot water, and sat in the main room to catch his breath before excitedly looking at the middle-aged clerk. "Uncle, Grandma was right. You're indeed my lucky charm." The middle-aged clerk thought to himself, "That was just the old lady mumbling before she died, trying to make sure you wouldn't let go of me." Although he grumbled inwardly, he had more important matters at hand and pressed further. "Judging by your demeanor, did you succeed? About how long until our district's relief supplies are allocated? Even if they couldn't get more supplies, they shouldn't have them deducted. Even if deducted, it shouldn't be from their people, and even if deducted from their people, it shouldn't be too much." The middle-aged clerk silently prayed. "I don't know when they'll be allocated. I didn't see the official who distributed the grain. I only saw his steward, and he even drove me away," Tao San said. "It doesn't matter. This means they've heard us. Our objective has been achieved." The middle-aged clerk's suspended heart finally settled. Tao San said proudly, "Someone was watching from behind the courtyard gate. They must have heard everything. I cried so miserably in front of their door. I told you long ago, leave these matters to me. You can rest assured." "Good, good. You've done an excellent job." The middle-aged clerk was about to praise him further when Tao San interrupted. "That's not what I came to say. Uncle, I met another distinguished person over there today. The middle-aged clerk, sitting opposite, said indifferently, "Oh? Did you see a high-ranking official?" What's a high-ranking official? In Xian Prefecture City now, it's not the rank that matters, but the status. Tao San's face flushed with excitement. I met the foreman of Jingxing District over there today. The middle-aged clerk sat up slightly. That person's position is not low. They, having worked as minor clerks for decades, understood clearly. Even with the same title of foreman, the administrative levels were vastly different. The foreman of a poor district had to rack their brains and be extremely cautious to protect the relief supplies for their people. That one was different. They could directly request supplies from the Zhao family without going through other channels or worrying about deductions. Not to mention how many prominent figures in the city were actively investing in Jingxing District. If time could be reversed, they would have brought their entire families to squeeze into Jingxing District when it opened in early winter. Alas, there was no turning back. The middle-aged clerk sighed, shaking his head. Tao San leaned forward, as if about to share a great secret. The foreman of Jingxing District took a liking to me. The middle-aged clerk stared at him quietly, then suddenly stood up and rushed to rummage through the cabinet by his king. The wine stored there for 2 years was still there. He let out a long sigh of relief. His nephew hadn't secretly drunk the wine. He wasn't speaking nonsense in his cups. The middle-aged clerk returned and sat down. Tao San, dangling his legs, was speechless. "Uncle, the trust between us, uncle and nephew. It's still there. If it's still there, why did you just go looking for that?" The middle-aged clerk skipped the topic and looked at his nephew. "Are you dreaming?" Tao San dangled his legs. "Tisk, uncle, you're underestimating me. Would I dare brag about something like this? I have an interview at Jingxing District tomorrow. Do you know what an interview is? If I pass, I can get a job there and move to Jingxing District." The middle-aged clerk stared at his nephew, completely puzzled. His nephew was a local loafer in Xian Prefecture, who used to moonlight as a professional mourner and now worked as an errand runner, always using his decent appearance to fool people. What did he see in you? Believe it or not, Tao San decided to use the time to prepare for tomorrow's interview. As he stood up, his uncle grabbed him. The middle-aged clerk quickly said, "I believe you. Since Foreman Wen personally said so, you'll surely do well tomorrow. Sanner, our old Tao family's future depends on you." Tao San was not swayed at all. "My grandma used to say that every member of the Tao family has their own destiny." Seeing his uncle about to say more, Tao San quickly added, "I haven't passed yet. If I want to help everyone, I'll have to wait until I'm officially part of Jingxing District." The middle-aged clerk dropped the topic and began to offer advice. He glanced outside, ensuring no one was eavesdropping. "Don't underestimate the foreman of Jingxing District, even though he is young. In these chaotic times, many people perish on the journey. For a scholar to have survived the escape from south to north and still be alive and well, he must be filled with schemes." Slap. The middle-aged clerk slapped himself, correcting, "filled with knowledge." He gravely warned Tao San, "Don't try any tricks with him. Your little skills won't work." Tao San also said seriously, "Do you think I need you to tell me that? I was caught red-handed acting today, and he saw right through me. I thought there was no hope left, but who knew he'd ask me to interview tomorrow? I wouldn't dare play any tricks now. As long as I pass the interview, I'll act however he wants me to in the future." However, the uncle and nephew couldn't understand why a distinguished person of that status would need a small fry like them to do anything. Actually, there's no need to worry. Noble people like them have money and power. They value face. They wouldn't take you out to cry. End of this chapter.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.